Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. A thunder blasted the sky. The dimly dark world was bright in an instant, and a silver snake with its teeth and claws was constantly extending in the black clouds. The black clouds accumulated thickly together, and it was depressing to make people breathless. Another thunder blasted the sky. The rain was torrential, and the world was vast. The rainwater above the sky is pouring down like a waterfall on the Tianhe River, and the dust on the walls of the towering Hokage building is washed away. The fire-red walls are bright and dazzling, it is the color of blood. Heavy footsteps sounded from outside the Hokage building, two figures, one high and one low, appearing from the majestic rain. She has long black and soft hair, naturally falling shawls, long golden pupils, and purple eyeshadow extending to the nose. His eyes were filled with fierceness and coldness, giving people a sense of evil. With the howling northwest wind, long black hair rose with the wind, and on the covered right ear, there was a cyan jade earring, which was constantly swaying left and right. The pale skin is like a dead body that hasn't seen the sun for a long time. From top to bottom, from the inside to the outside, the whole body reveals the evil and strange, not looking like a good person. Why? Long sighed. Pale palms, slowly and carefully put on the gold frame glasses without prescription. The gold-rimmed glasses have a concealing effect, and the eyes that are different from ordinary people's like snake pupils are softened. Eyelids droop slightly, and a pair of sharp eyes have been squinted. The cold temperament is scattered, filled with an intellectual, wise, and gentle breath. Squint, where are the bad guys? Who? A ninja stared at the visitor and shouted guardedly. Man has quickly figured out a coup now, standing in front of him, looking up at the huge figure that is constantly approaching. Looking at the sturdy physique nearly 7 meters high, strong muscles and cast of steel, a pair of eyes have no emotion, and a cold expression, as if it were a machine. Holding the palm of Kyu, sweat has surfaced in his palm, which is enough to prove the tension in his heart. As the ninja guarding the Hokage building, all of them are naturally elites. They usually perform tasks without feeling nervous or panic. But at this moment, the oppressive force of the giant in front of him is too strong. Fool! A ninja on the side patted his shoulder heavily, pulled the opponent directly, moved to the side and avoided the gate of Hokage building. This ninja suddenly realized that this behemoth full of endless oppression, holding an umbrella in his hand, was holding an umbrella for the big figure in the kimono below. That is Konohagakure's hero, third Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru, one of Sunin. Looking at Orochimaru with admiration, he respectfully spoke, "Master Orochimaru." Orochimaru nodded with a smile, paused slightly, and looked at the giant behind him. The giant has a series of titles: Pacifist, PX0, Storm Kun, 7 Warlords of the Sea. Yes, this is exactly the character from the One Piece next door Bartholomew Kuma. As a traverser, Orochimaru is lucky. When he came to the Hokage world and struggled with his life and death, Orochimaru was already at the peak of the start. Without going to the ninja school chapter, he is directly the hero of World War II, the disciple of Hokage, and the cage level strength. As long as you don't die, you really can't die. The start is the pinnacle, and the black technology system of the heavens and 10,000 realms has been obtained. Real winner in life Orochimaru. Walk slowly into the Hokage building. The giant, nearly 7 meters tall, turned around and stood on the side of the entrance to the Hokage building, like a statue, expressionless and motionless. But the other ninjas were all taken aback. Master Orochimaru actually smiled. Although Orochimaru-sama is the hero of Konohagakure, there are many admirers among ninjas. But those are all impressions of mystery, powerfulness, coldness, and so on. They have always been unsmiling, and they are also known as Cold Kun. Looking at Orochimaru's leaving back, he looked at the giant standing like a building. A ninja subconsciously Jian, whispered, illusory. Untie. The sound fell without any movement. This turned out not to be an illusion. Master Orochimaru really laughed. Don't say it. This smile is really a little sunny. Warm. With a faint smile hanging on Orochimaru's face, he calmly opened the door, and a strong shout was already sounded, Orochimaru you! I'm late. These words can no longer be said. The white hair who stood up suddenly stretched out his palm towards Orochimaru, his lips trembling constantly. In an instant, the seal has ended. Only the last seal end can be seen. Illusion, solution. Bai Mao exhausted all his strength and shouted loudly. What a brilliant illusion! Come again! After an exclamation, Bai Mao was unwilling to fail. When he was about to make a move, the fist on the side had already fallen, and the scolding voice sounded, Jiraiya, can you stop for a while? The corners of Orochimaru's mouth curled up, and his smile became brighter, looking at Jiraiya who was holding his head and shouting in pain. Seemingly stupid and weird, in fact, he is really a reliable person. A simple act will help you get out of the predicament. After all, the Jainin meeting is not available to other Jainin, but I cannot be absent from the Jainin squad leader. Slowly sitting beside Tsunade, Orochimaru calmly watched the Jainin meeting that was continuing. Orochimaru can clearly feel that not only his two little friends are watching him frequently, but also the third generation project and other Jainin. When they continue to talk, they will look at him from time to time. This moment, Orochimaru can speak unceremoniously. He is Konoha's most beautiful boy. Listening to all kinds of discussions, the core of which is nothing more than preparing various materials, mobilizing troops, and preparing for the upcoming war. Yes, the three wars are about to break out. This also shows that there is still a long time before the plot really begins. But this has nothing to do with Orochimaru. The three wars is not his own show, it is a stage with golden glitter. His eyes moved slightly, and he had found a figure with brilliant blonde hair. No one would have thought that this guy who was mixed with Jainin finally possessed the power to change the ninja world on his own. A long time. Orochimaru slowly got up and stretched his waist. This Jainin meeting finally ended. The white hair who had endured it for a long time finally couldn't bear it, and when he was about to say something, Orochimaru was already standing in front of a ninja wearing a green vest. Fugaku-kun. Sharingan is a three-pupil technique, can you see it? The tone was no longer calm, with a slight excitement, and the bright red tongue had lightly swept across the corner of his mouth. This iconic action appeared. Countless people breathed a sigh of relief. This Orochimaru is real. Chapter 2. If this is the request of Orochimaru senpai. Sure. Uchiha Fugaku's black pupils, a piece of blood red that has evolved in an instant, as if blood is constantly overflowing, and a cold atmosphere emerges, and 3 go jade is surrounding the pitch-black pupils. 3 pupils in the ninja world. Sharingan, Byakugan, Rinnegan. Sharingan is the blood inheritance limit of the Uchiha clan and the pride of the Uchiha clan. Proud Uchiha. Never say no. Orochimaru. With a pipe in his mouth, wearing a Hokage hat, and wearing an imperial robe, he is sitting on third Hokage with his hands crossed. Looking at the scarlet eyes of Uchiha Fugaku, and then at Orochimaru who provoked Uchiha Fugaku, his brows that had been frowned deeply, at this time, it seemed as if a word of Sichuan was twisted out. War is about to break out, and conflicts cannot break out in the village. Orochimaru showed a gentle smile, and spoke in a soft tone, don't worry about the old man, nothing will happen. It's just advertising. As the heirs of the will of fire, there is no such thing as bad thoughts. At most, it is just to promote the pacifists, and then use this to ask for funds to establish a research department. Orochimaru took the lead to walk outside, Jiraiya looked around, and finally looked at Tsunade with a double ponytail on the side, and pointed his finger at Orochimaru's back to preach. Orochimaru actually laughed. Idiot Jiraiya, is this the time to care about this? Hurry up and stop Orochimaru, not to conflict with Uchiha. Tsunade recovered from his surprise and rewarded Jiraiya with a righteous iron fist, and hurried forward to chase Orochimaru. For a long time, the training ground. Orochimaru carried his hands and looked up at the sky. The black clouds were already thin, as if they were chopped by a sharp sword, and the clouds were fragmented. The sunlight followed the gap and fell on Konohagakure, like a sacred light, dispelling the darkness and bringing light to Konoha. The lavender kimono trembled hunting, and on top of his handsome face, black hair flicked from time to time. Orochimaru gently held the gold-framed glasses and looked at the Uchiha on the opposite side. Although they were also green vests and wearing Konoha forehead protector, they were very recognizable. As long as the eyes are shining red, a scarlet can tell. After all, Uchiha's ancestral pink eye disease. But this red eye disease is envious of 99% of people in the ninja world. It also contains Orochimaru. Want to? After all, this is the legend of the eyeballs, and it is completely one of the origins of the ninja world. As long as you can successfully open your eyes, you will automatically have powerful capabilities such as observation, replication, and hypnosis. The holder has insight beyond ordinary people, can observe the flow of chakra, can apply and see through illusion, copy body art and non-blood succession-bound ninjutsu. It can also cooperate with Sharingan's unique pupil technique, which has also caused every Uchiha who has opened eyes. As they grow, as long as they don't die, they can easily break the limit of countless ninjas and become a Jainin. Sharingan blood legacy boundary is so unreasonable. So Orochimaru wants to advertise, and after a selection, Uchiha, a famous ninja world, is the best stepping stone. The huge giant came forward and was already standing in the central area of the training ground. Orochimaru pushed his glasses and looked at the crowd on the side. Konoha F4 has all arrived, plus the patriarchs of other races. Basically Konohagakure has the strength and money. This was not an accident, but was invited by Orochimaru. PX0. Also known as a pacifist. The inner part is made of steel, and the outer part is made of artificially synthesized living tissue. The cultivated human tissue is used as the outer surface. So they will have sweat, bad breath, and body temperature just like humans. Orochimaru has accented these words. This PX0 is different from other models. It can involve human body modification and is a human experiment. This is exclusive to the villain. As a righteous person, he will definitely not do it. So this looks like human flesh and blood, but in fact it is artificially synthesized living tissue. After all, whoever is a human being can have a height of nearly 7 meters. It looks no different from a real person, but it has a body of steel and can ignore the sharp edge attack. Have super power, super defense, super attack. It is a perfect humanoid weapon. It's comparable to a tail beast. The sound filled with magnetism rang from the training ground and passed into the ears of all bystanders. One after another, he was looking at the bear. This height of nearly 7 meters is taller than a 2-story building, which is too shocking at first glance. Regardless of the specific performance, just the height of a giant is full of pressure. Third Hokage held the pipe in his mouth, took a heavy sip, and his frowning brow was completely relieved at this time. At this time, it has been seen that this is not Orochimaru intending to conflict with the Uchiha clan, but to experiment with the puppets he created. Third Hokage is completely relieved, as for what superpower is comparable to a tail beast. Just listen, Third Hokage is not a word. Not only is Third Hokage not believing, but the others are not much different. If the tail beast is so good and comparable, it will not become an important force that can influence the situation of the ninja world. Enough Orochimaru. With a light flick of the golden ponytail, Tsunade slapped Orochimaru's shoulder with an impatient slap, and hurriedly continued the preaching, "Hurry up." Orochimaru did not continue to explain, 1,000 words are not as good as the facts, these buns do not know the greatness of science. Then let's start. Fugaku-kun. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flashed red, and he looked at a middle-aged man with a green vest and a ninja bag tied to his thigh, short brown hair, and unique patterns on both sides of his eyes. 8 generations. Give it to you. Uchiha 8 generations looked proud, nodding his head and preaching, don't worry about the patriarch. Just a puppet. The 8 generations of Uchiha kept moving forward, getting faster and faster, with his arms hanging behind him, showing an unscientific running posture unique to ninjas. Halfway through the run, shurikens, one after another, did not know when they appeared in the hands of Uchiha Itsushiro, and quickly threw them towards the bear. The shuriken cut through the air, like a goddess scattered flowers, coming towards the bear's eyes, nose, mouth, and other facial features. Uchiha 8 generations of hands have begun to seal. Wei Shenhai Nunyin. It is fire-style ninjutsu, great fireball technique. Uchiha 8 generations gathered chakra behind his throat and matched his hands with the seal. After his mouth opened, the blazing flames continuously spit out from his mouth. The flames combined into a huge fireball, burning violently in mid-air, bombarding it like a cannonball toward a bear. Throwing shuriken, great fireball technique. Falling one after another. Chapter 3. Training Course. The howling northwest wind passed by. The water droplets remaining on the green branches and leaves are constantly dripping down the swaying branches and leaves. The billowing heat wave came from the huge fireball, rushing in all directions. One after another shurikens came first. The tall and sturdy giants were still motionless, allowing the shurikens to attack vital parts such as the eyes, nose, and throat. The mouth opened slightly. Bright light suddenly appeared. Like blooming flowers, bright, dazzling and dazzling. Rays of light have been turned into lasers. A straight line of laser beams shot out, and the sharp shurikens began to shatter continuously, and finally they fell to pieces. There was no pause in the laser beam, and it came to the front of the fireball in an instant. A dazzling laser beam has penetrated the fireball in an instant, and the blazing fireball turned into countless sparks, which began to dance in midair, and then gradually dissipated. Uchiha Itsushiro was breathing flames, and suddenly there was a pain in his shoulder, and a blood hole appeared on his right shoulder. Uchiha Itsushiro's mouth closed, and his other hand had begun to cover his shoulder, staring at the giant in disbelief. This kind of attack is too fast. Tsunade embraced her hands, her golden hair falling on her face fluttering in the wind, staring at Uchiha Itsushiro, and preaching solemnly. Uchiha is not very good, but their strength is still good. Shuriken, great fireball, the former restrains the enemy and prevents the enemy from evading, the latter launches a fatal blow. Orochimaru smiled, and praised mildly, the Uchiha clan, fire and sword are both superb. Shuriken throwing, fire-style ninjutsu. These two are the best in the ninja world, plus the unparalleled Sharingan, this clan is truly unique. This seemingly simple offensive, ordinary ninjas simply cannot resist. The ninja has high attack, high agility, and other advantages, but the only flaw is obvious, that is, a crispy skin. After all, ninjas are all flesh and blood. Whether it is genin or Hokage, as long as a knife goes in, it must be a white knife going in and a red knife going out. But now, times have changed. I don't know how many perverts with special physiques are in the pirate next door. Orochimaru smiled brightly, like a flower in full bloom, but the smile just appeared, and it was already stiff. Tsunade embraced the palm of his chest, but already pressed it on Orochimaru's face, preaching with a more disgusting expression, Orochimaru. Don't laugh. Fatty. The battle, from the beginning to the end, was just over a few short breaths. Anyone can see that the position of this laser attack was not missed, but deliberately. The action of third Hokage smoking a pipe was a pause. This puppet is very powerful. Ninja battles have always been intelligence battles. There are tactics that can be targeted by intelligence. This battle failed because he was not familiar with this puppet. But this can't conceal the combat power of this puppet, you must know that it was Uchiha who failed. Just as Orochimaru predicted, to step on Uchiha, the effect is very significant. Uchiha Fugaku ordered the people to take the injured Uchiha Itsushiro to the hospital for treatment, staring at the bear with piercing eyes. Standing in the training ground, the bear is tall and burly, like a hill, full of oppressive force. The training ground fell silent for a while. Orochimaru, standing with his hands on his back, narrowed his eyes and stared at Uchiha Fugaku with a smile, without any movement. Orochimaru knew this battle was not over at all. Proud Uchiha will not allow failure. With a glance, he saw a man with black hair and a kimono, the other's more prominent Byakugan, pure and thorough, like colored glaze. Like pure white jade, inlaid in the eye socket. Byakugan was even more beautiful than expected, but the stretched blue veins on his face looked hideous, destroying this beauty. Orochimaru's heart moved, staring at Uchiha, but forgot Hyuga. Konohagakure has two Yamato giants, Uchiha and Hyuga, both of which are also giants in the ninja world. Orochimaru thought of something more shocking, so instead of waiting, he spoke directly. Illusions are performed through the five senses of a person. People will be affected by hearing and vision, but not a puppet without wisdom. So the traditional illusion is no longer valid. Don't know what Sharingan's illusion is. Speaking of this, Orochimaru paused slightly, the words changed, the goal had changed, and he immediately started firing at Hyuga Hayashi. I believe Hayashi-kun has used Byakugan to see the inside of the pacifist. It is made of metal, there is no traditional meridian system, and the internal organs do not exist. I don't know how powerful is Gentle Fist, which has always targeted meridians and internal organs. Uchiha Ryuho and Hyuga Hisashi, why don't you go together? These two men are both Uchiha and Hyuga, the top military among the two giants, and both are the elites among Jainin. Even the giants like Uchiha and Hyuga, there are only a few of them in the same clan. Of course, this is not considered the older generation. Why the rich are rich? Because of their accumulated wealth over the years. Verify whether this pacifist can be immune to Gentle Fist and ignore illusions. Orochimaru smiled as usual, but in everyone's eyes, it was filled with contempt. These words, like pouring water in a pan, instantly ignited the atmosphere of the training ground. Orochimaru directly fired on the two giants of Konoha. This remark revealed a lot of information, that is, Orochimaru has begun to target the two giants of Konoha. This is everyone's first thought. Immediately emerged Hokage's targeting of Uchiha and Hyuga. Anyone who thinks about it will have a lot of thoughts. After all, Uchiha is most proud of Sharingan, and Sharingan, as a pupil technique, has always been based on illusion. Countless years came from the world of Shinobu and left a prestigious name. You must never be one-on-one with Uchiha, and you can't look into Uchiha's eyes directly. This is a precious experience that has been left with countless blood. The Hyuga clan is also one of the three major pupil arts. The Hyuga clan is good at Gentle Fist. They are not as fancy as Yu Chiba, and the whole clan is practicing Gentle Fist. Therefore, if you can ignore the illusion and immune to Gentle Fist, the awe-inspiring power of the two giants, Uchiha and Hyuga, will be drastically reduced. Therefore, if such an obvious thing is not deliberately targeted, then there is absolutely no possibility. So one after another, consciously or unconsciously, looked at third Hokage with a pipe in his mouth. Danzo leaned on a cane in his hand and stared at third Hokage with a one-eyed piercing eye, and he couldn't help showing a relieved smile. Hiruzen. You finally figured it out. Chapter 4. I am enough. A strong voice resounded through the training ground. Uchiha Meteor strode from the edge of the meteor toward the center. Uchiha Ryuho was 35 years old. He was at the peak of a ninja. His facial features were profound, his face was full of prismatic shapes, he didn't smile, and his body was full of vigorous aura. As a proud Uchiha, I don't think that a puppet will be his opponent. A pair of eyes have turned into a scarlet red with the steps, and the three pitch-black Go-Jade, filled with a gloomy cold, ruthless, unbridled eyes, watching the pacifists. Restrains illusion, immune to Sharingan. Just thinking of Orochimaru's words, Uchiha Raihuo's chest burst into anger, which continued to surge, turning into a flame of anger. As a Uchiha Raihuo wants to tell the world. Sharingan is #1 in the world. In the Scarlet Sharingan, 3 Go-Jade slowly wriggled. Illusion Shiranui. This is a visual illusion using Sharingan. The opponent will feel the pain of the body being burned by flames in the illusion. The tall pacifist, who never evaded or resorted to other means, looked down at Uchiha flowing fire from a condescending gaze. The two sides looked at each other peacefully, looking at the pacifists who had never changed. Uchiha Raihuo's cold expression finally showed a slight change. Illusion, illusion, illusion. Several Sharingan's unique illusions continued to appear, and chakra vented like flowing water. The pacifist's eyes are calm, and the unwavering eyes meet Uchiha's flow of fire. Impossible. There is absolutely no person in the world who is immune to Sharingan's illusion. Uchiha Raihuo's cognition was suddenly broken at this moment, and his mouth was slightly opened, showing an unbelievable color. There was also an uproar in the training ground. If they didn't know that this is a Uchiha, they would not lie proudly. They believed that this must have been invited by Orochimaru. Orochimaru held the gold-framed glasses on the bridge of his nose, his smile was brighter, and his tongue had subconsciously licked the corners of his mouth. Pacifists are immune to illusions, which is impossible. There is no absolute in the world. There are too many weird things in the ninja world. But pacifists are machines, and they don't have chakra. The combination of these two allows pacifists to basically ignore most of their illusions. Especially this pacifist is a system-optimized existence that perfectly inherits the fleshy fruit abilities, and all abilities begin to conform to the cognition of the ninja world. Uchiha Raihuo's loss of state was only a moment, and as an experienced ninja, the seal had already begun in his hands. Proud Uchiha will not fail. Even if the Sharingan illusion doesn't work, as long as the puppet can be defeated, it can still prove the power of Uchiha. As soon as the 3 seals were made, Uchiha Raihuo had noticed that the huge pacifists in front of him had disappeared. Instead, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. I realized that it was not good. Uchiha Raihuo was about to use the body replacement technique, and the next moment he felt that his strong palm had already held his neck. Under the broad palms, the neck is slender like a wrist. The powerful palms, like iron tongs, were firmly fixed. Uchiha's flow of fire continued to struggle, a feeling of suffocation came out, his face flushed, and the scarlet Sharingan stared sharply at the pacifist. The two looked at each other at close range, and the scene froze for a while. Good, good, good. The applause suddenly came out. Shimura Dance kept hitting the ground with the crutch in his hand at this time, and the half of his face that was not wrapped in bandages appeared flushed. Excited words came out, immunity to illusions, laser attacks, and this space-time ability. This is the nemesis of evil Uchiha. In his excitement, Danzo completely tore off his usual perfunctory disguise, and unabashedly exposed his attitude towards Uchiha. The pacifist is well named because it is used to maintain peace and eradicate all the enemies. The one-eyed, greedily gaze at the pacifist. Cage level. The ability of this pacifist, combined with the ability of time and space, deserves to have 5 cage level abilities. If there are 10 more such puppets, why not be able to kill the evil Uchiha in one go? At this time, not only Danzo, but the other 3 of Konoha F4, their eyes were full of fiery eyes. Immune illusion was shocking enough at first, but the ability that appeared behind Uchiha Raihuo at that moment in the end. With their eyesight, it can be seen that this is not body flicker technique, but spatial movement. The two are different concepts, which reminds them of their teacher, Konohagaku's 2nd generation, Senju Tobirama's Flying Thunder God technique. In Hyuga Hayashi's pure white eyes, a haze appeared unexpectedly. Now it seems that Uchiha is used as a stepping stone and is stepped on by Orochimaru, but Hyuga Hayashi has not forgotten that this pacifist does not have traditional meridians and internal organs, which is more restrained to gentle fist. Even if you overestimate Sunin. But now Hyuga Hayashi found that Sunin was underestimated. Especially this cold Kun Orochimaru. After many days, this big killer was actually made. This puppet is already terrifying, and what is even more frightening is that the puppet can be mass-produced. Orochimaru felt the eyes of the people, looking at Uchiha Fugaku who was somber and silent, and then at Hyuga Hayashi who had a bad face. Pity. Uchiha is so proud. Hyuga Hisashi is not allowed to take action, otherwise the two giants, Uchiha and Hyuga, will have a better effect. Orochimaru finally looked at Tsunade. Both Uchiha and Hyuga were specially selected opponents. They were completely restrained by the pacifists, so they had a remarkable record and were shocked by the pacifists. The next step is to test the pacifist, of course, to show the performance. The master's strange Tsunade is the most suitable. A fight to the flesh is enough to make people excited. Orochimaru was interrupted just as he invited Tsunade. It's all gone. Orochimaru, come with me. Sarutobi Hiruzen recovered from the horror, took a sip with his pipe in his mouth, the smoke was spit out heavily, and he gave the order directly. Orochimaru appeared to be a pity, the old man did not allow the pacifist ability to leak. But having Uchiha as a stepping stone is enough. Orochimaru tidied up his kimono and walked gracefully towards the Hokage building. The pacifist walked slowly from afar, behind Orochimaru, and began to prop up Orochimaru's huge black umbrella. The next step is to ask for benefits. Chapter 5. Night. A dense night enveloped Konohagakure, and occasionally bright lights, like stars, linked together to form a long dragon. The Hokage building is brightly lit, and the white light shines like daylight. Orochimaru stood at the gate, stretched his waist, and spent the afternoon with Konoha F4 ink stains, which was also a hard job. After all, Konoha F4 does not have too much ability, one is more uneasy than the other. However, after the discussion is over, Konoha will set up a new department. Research Department. As far as the level is concerned, it can't be compared with the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Medical Care, and can only be compared with the Ministry of Interrogation and other small departments. But this is not a big problem for the Master's core technology itself. On the contrary, this is a good thing. If the department is started with too many staff, when the time comes, there will be a lot of people, and the science department will become a bus, where can it be kept secret? First set up the structure and mobilize your loyalty and confidant. Speaking of which, I really won at the starting line. Orochimaru, as a famous villain of Hokage, is not lacking in charm, and there are many diehards. At the time third Hokage intentionally abdicated, Orochimaru was already hailed as the next generation of Hokage. Prestige is in full swing and is worshipped by countless ninjas. No matter it is ninjutsu, physique, Orochimaru has no shortcomings, but is an almighty ninja without any partial discipline. Spying, assassinating, and even acting as admiral, dominating an army, Orochimaru can do it. It's a pity that Hokage has a destiny, and the old guys like to be stupid. There is Indra at the front and Orochimaru at the back. Third generation never regarded Orochimaru as its successor from beginning to end, because snakes are cold-blooded animals, full of cunning and ruthless. Orochimaru, who does not hesitate any means to achieve his goal, is not in line with the will of fire. So if it weren't for today's pacifists, they would be hidden in the snow soon, and would join the root organization and become Danzo's subordinates. Not only can Orochimaru disappear, but it can also check and balance Danzo, control the root organization, and no longer be an exclusive arm of Danzo. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone, but unfortunately it ended up playing off. Orochimaru's mentality changes, and finally he completely degenerates and loses his humanity, which is divided into 3 stages. One is the death of the parents, the second is Noeki, and the third is Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are all millennia foxes, so what do you play? Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts Orochimaru knows too, but still retains the last thought. When Orochimaru completely cut off the rank of 4th generation, Orochimaru went crazy. Orochimaru's golden and elongated pupils appear blurred. To talk about the position of Hokage, Orochimaru doesn't necessarily care too much, but there are things that I don't need, and you have to give them. If it's fair, it's fine. Who can stand a sidetrack like this? Looking at Jiraiya with puffy white hair, like steel needles, Orochimaru smiled and invited Jiraiya to drink. Konoha F4 is reliable, so Souse can climb trees. Especially 3rd generation is a typical one. Relying on his 4th generation, the son's miserable situation is not to be said. Only relying on his Uchiha, later the grave grows grass. What you can really rely on is the white hair in front of you. Correct. There is also a golden retriever. Konoha has a complex structure. Although it is a village, it is actually a town, and it has never been planned for construction. The streets are more complicated and there is no neat concept. All major families are located in the central area, and each of them is not small. The neat streets in later generations were the result of being ravaged by 9 tails, and they were replanned and established after the houses were relocated. Randomly found a small izakaya. Orochimaru just sat down, the curtain of the izakaya has been opened. Tsunade was wearing a coat, his face flushed slightly, his golden ponytail flicked, and the striding meteor had come to the seat opposite Orochimaru, and a breath of alcohol rushed toward his face. Orochimaru looked at the drunk Tsunade without any surprise. He lost his lover and younger brother in World War II. The shadow of this blow has been improved a lot after several years of cultivation. But the 3 battles that are about to erupt will make this shadow grow again. When it becomes unbearable, it's time for Tsunade to leave. The 3 of them had a weird posture while drinking, instead of chatting in full swing, but rather silently one by one. Tsunade was already drunk, and he didn't drink less at home. At this time, he was not polite when he came to the izakaya. Jiraiya is also very experienced. He kept toasting with Tsunade. All the words of encouragement have been exhausted in the past few years. When he walked out of the izakaya, Tsunade had already drunk thoroughly and walked crookedly. Orochimaru sighed. I didn't intend to be troublesome, but seeing Tsunade's posture, Orochimaru couldn't bear the thought that it would take nearly 20 years before he could completely get out of the shadow of his heart and overcome the fear of blood with the help of the protagonist. The shadow of Tsunade comes from heart disease. As a ninja who has been fighting for many years and pioneering medical ninjutsu, he will suffer from panickemia. This is really ironic. And the most important thing comes from Noeki. This is the starting point of everything. So to cure Tsunade's heart disease, Noeki's problem must be solved. Regarding Noeki, Orochimaru has many methods, and later generations have verified that they can be implemented. Impure world reincarnation. Round revolving heaven health technique. The former is too flawed to be accepted by Tsunade, and the latter requires Rinnegan, which is now impossible to achieve. Nagato's eyes couldn't bypass Uchiha Madara. To know that the old Madara is still alive, even though she is lingering, but this ninja Shura, the name is really too loud, and the record of future generations is too amazing. So I can only go to Lulin and travel with the help of the power of the dragon veins. Whether it is going back to the past to change history, or going to the future generations, going to Sand Shinobi village to get the resurrection method is always useful. As for the impact of historical changes, it is always said that something will happen, but the timeline has been pierced into a sieve, it is completely riddled with holes, and I haven't seen any accident that travels through history. If you say that people are the protagonist, then you are also the eye-catching villain, and this 5th generation player, all of which occupy a lot of weight, are people who have lived to the finale. Especially Orochimaru wants to bring Uzumaki Shinkuna, this is the protagonist's mother, plus 9 tails, why not choose Namikaze Minato? This is too upright, he will not allow Orochimaru to talk nonsense at all, and will obstruct Orochimaru in turn. Orochimaru walked to Tsunade's side and watched the drunken Tsunade bow his head and preached, I can resurrect Nawaki. Orochimaru. As soon as Jiraiya's bohemian expression took hold, his expression became solemn, and he stretched out his hand to hold Orochimaru's shoulder and preached in a deep voice, don't give Tsunade unrealistic hope. You will completely defeat Tsunade. Chapter 6. Late at night, Konohagakure. The plaque of the izakaya is shining, and the street lamp above the telephone pole is constantly shining. The two superimposed together, making the front of the izakaya bright. Orochimaru and Jiraiya stared at each other deeply, staring deeply at each other. The white fist stood out from the side, and Jiraiya was like a cannonball, struck out in mid-air, and slammed heavily on the wall on the side. After Tsunade threw a punch, he collapsed on the ground, with golden hair flying on both sides of his cheeks, and a pair of beautiful eyes showed hope. Looking at Orochimaru pitifully, he stopped talking, his ruddy lips wriggled a few times without even speaking. Orochimaru walked to Jiraiya's side and helped Jiraiya who had fallen to the ground. Tsunade still managed to regain his strength. Otherwise, Jiraiya could crash this wall, and at worst, Jiraiya could be embedded in the wall. Ordinary ninjas will definitely get injured when they encounter such an impact, but Jiraiya is not in this list. Since childhood, he has already developed antibodies. Orochimaru checked for 1 or 2 with help, and knew that Jiraiya was not a big problem, so it would be fine for a while. He helped Jiraiya to the side of Tsunade and let him lie on the cold ground, but Orochimaru also lay down, looking up at the stars in the night sky. Stars twinkle, like the stars of Hengsha, combined to form a beautiful vast starry sky. Without waiting for Tsunade to ask questions, Orochimaru took the initiative to speak. Since Nawaki's death, I have discovered that traditional ninjutsu has its limits, but scientific ninjutsu does not. In the past few years, I have been studying scientific ninjutsu and discovered a mysterious power. In the territory of the Kingdom of Wind, there is an ancient Lulan country. This ancient Lulan country has a dragon vein and endless chakra. This dragon vein is very special, with the power of time and space, and it can let people travel back to the past. Jiraiya frowned and said in a low tone, not to mention the danger of this dragon vein, whether it can be traversed, just going back to the past and changing history will definitely cause unpredictable disasters. Orochimaru sneered, and replied calmly, for the history of thousands of 10,000 years, and even dozens of 10,000 years, even Konoha is just a drop in the ocean. Not to mention Nawaki. In World War II, there was more Nawaki, but how could the situation of the battle be changed without Nawaki? Jiraiya still shook his head, vetoed and preached, you're a strong word. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, trying to persuade Jiraiya. It was impossible. In this vein, the 9 cows could not be pulled back. Jiraiya is so, Namikaze Minato is so, Uzumaki Naruto is so. But the first 2 have nemesis. Woman. Tsunade reached out to hold Jiraiya's head, and his sideways movement made the car lights surge, releasing the ultimate illusion of ninja. Even Orochimaru's eyes paused slightly. Are you sure? Orochimaru groaned and said, the danger of using dragon veins to shuttle, as long as you make some preparations, it is completely controllable. In the matter of time travel, it is not oriented, and it is impossible to specifically control whether to go back to the past or go to the future. The power of the dragon veins has been passively used at this time. I remember the story of the Lost Tower in the theater version. Sand Shinobi rebelled against 100 feet. He forcibly swallowed the seal of the dragon veins of 4th Hokage, thus crossing into the past. Became Minister of Lulan and renamed an Lushan. Later, he became a giant puppet and was eventually defeated by Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato's Tai Chi Raise Nan after blocking the dragon veins. This is going back in time, but I was afraid of accidents, so Orochimaru didn't say anything dead. As for the 100 feet at this time, it did not come, Orochimaru confirmed this. The Lulin Dragon Vein is such an important thing, Orochimaru has long since dispatched the snake from Rika Cave to find out. Orochimaru paused before continuing to preach, if you want to travel through time and space, you must have the power of 9 tails. 9 tails. Can't it be done without 9 tails? Tsunade's light yellow short eyebrows are frowning, and his bright brown eyes are hesitant. 9 tails is so important to Konoha. Orochimaru shook his head slightly and preached, only with the cooperation of 9 tails Jinchuriki, can we be foolproof. We will not get lost in the long river of history. We will pass safely and return safely. As if seeing that Tsunade's mentality was not firm, Orochimaru's tone began to bewildered and said, even if you go back in time, it may be too early, back to Sengoku, or a year ago. You must try repeatedly to complete the determination, so the power of 9 tails is indispensable. Don't worry about Uzumaki Kushina, we won't have an accident, just send Uzumaki Kushina back safely afterwards. The protagonist of Hokage Ninja is Uzumaki Naruto, but 9 tails has a lot of features. It is a presence throughout the story. It can also be said to be one of the protagonists. With the addition of Uzumaki Kushina, the mother of the protagonist, the weight is enough to fight the protagonist. If there is a penalty for changing history, then this force exists, and if you don't believe that there is still danger in this lineup. Jiraiya continued to tell something, but it was a pity that Tsunade had her mouth firmly covered, and she kept grabbing Tsunade's arm with both hands, trying to break free from Tsunade's restraint. But the power of the two is not at the same level, and Jiraiya's actions are completely futile. After listening to Orochimaru's words, Tsunade's tight expression eased a lot, even if he knew it was wrong, but with the steps Orochimaru gave, he still persuaded himself. Repeatedly muttering that this time there will be no danger. Nawaka's obsession completely overwhelmed his reason, gritted his teeth fiercely, and a little bit of blood appeared in his lips, which appeared more alluring. The beautiful eyes stared at Orochimaru in a deep voice and said, Orochimaru, you promise not will there be danger? Of course not. Orochimaru nodded solemnly. Well. It's not too late. Let's go to Kushina and set off immediately. Tsunade has stood up and is no longer shaking. The alcohol has already been decomposed. At this time, he is completely awake, looking at Jiraiya and preaching, you stay in Konoha, and when we leave, go to the old man to take the initiative to explain. Do not. Orochimaru interrupted Tsunade's words and said meaningfully, Jiraiya can't stay in Konoha. It must make marks outside Konoha to attract Konoha's eyes and cover our whereabouts. Konoha is the strongest forbearance village in the 5 major countries, with talents coming out in large numbers, and various family secret techniques emerge in endlessly. If 9 tails Jinchuriki disappeared, he would definitely try his best to find it. Orochimaru didn't dare to underestimate Konoha's power, so he needed a shield. Good. Just follow Orochimaru's will. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, especially the heroic breath between her brows, which she hadn't seen for many years. Since losing his brother and lover one after another since World War II, I have never seen him again. If I refused, my heart softened, but I didn't say it. Finally, he said solemnly, okay. Jiraiya. Chapter 7. Early morning. The morning sun is rising. Permeated with endless light, a ray of sunshine poured down, golden light. The remaining dewdrops on the green branches and leaves are constantly beginning to melt under the sun. There was a crunch. The door has been pushed open. The fiery red hair was scattered like a waterfall, and a tall figure had walked out enthusiastically. Go! Hurry up! Uzumaki Kushina's slender arm dragged Tsunade's arm while walking outwards, while still muttering in his mouth. A pair of beautiful eyes smiled into a crescent shape, and there was no resistance to leaving Konohagakure, but rather interested. This is a lawless lord who has done everything. In recent years, I have wanted to leave Konoha and perform tasks outside, but every application has been rejected. For this reason, Uzumaki Kushina is noisy in the Hokage building, and Konoha F4 does not know how many times it has been tossed. Leave it to you, Jiraiya. Tsunade patted Jiraiya's shoulder with the other hand, and walked towards Orochimaru with Uzumaki Kushina. Standing at the door, Jiraiya showed a wry smile. Looking at the figures not far away, surrounded by a slender black snake, they wore animal masks to hide their appearance. This is Konohagakure's violent organization. Anbu, a symbol of force, is a department directly under Hokage. Every ninja is an elite among the elite. But at this moment, the Anbu who was monitoring and protecting the Nine Tails people were all knocked out, like human mats, they were all stacked together. The matter has come to this, but there is nothing to be afraid of. Jiraiya took out a pen and paper, and quickly started writing. The last piece of paper was still directly on an Anbu, and then he went to chase Orochimaru. Uzumaki Kushina looked excited, took Tsunade's hand, chatting constantly, and didn't panic about leaving Konoha secretly, and forgot the word secret. Not only Uzumaki Kushina, but Orochimaru. Secretly leave, how is that possible? With these few faces, just brush your face directly. The journey was calm, but I ran into an acquaintance. A houseware that did not appear loose, but set off the exquisite curves of the other party, and the black hair was scattered naturally, especially the black pupils were in line with Orochimaru's aesthetics. The temperament of the opponent is very different from Uzumaki Kushina and Tsunade, gentle as water. Regardless of appearance or temperament, they all meet Orochimaru's criteria for choosing a mate, but it is a pity that I am a step late in crossing Hokage. Uchiha Mikoto has married Uchiha Fugaku, and the future god of attack has been born. There is really a way to heaven, you don't go, there is no way to hell. No, a good time is worse than a coincidence. The double protagonist the mother configuration, this unexpected situation is once again reduced. This is called threatening the protagonist to make the world. Even if there is no power to consolidate the world line, no matter how beautiful the team is, that's not bad, isn't it? Orochimaru stepped forward 2 steps, came in front of Uchiha Mikoto, and preached solemnly, Jainin Uchiha Mikoto. You are called up to join the Orochimaru team to perform S-level missions. Uchiha Mikoto took a step back and hesitated, but finally looked at Orochimaru, then at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Konoha Sunin was all there. He had retired and was no longer the words of a ninja, but he didn't say it. Let's go. Orochimaru returned to the team and Uchiha Mikoto followed, but he did not dare to be beside Orochimaru, as if Orochimaru was a wild beast. He came to Uzumaki Kushina, who was 2 or 3 years younger than him, to find a sense of security. Tsunade wrinkled beautifully in pale yellow and looked at Orochimaru and said, why is there an extra Uchiha? Tsunade doesn't care about the grievances between Senju and Uchiha, but the contradictions over the years have left the two instinctively alienated. Since we have encountered it, in order to be safe, of course we have to take an extra insurance. Tsunade nodded and did not continue to ask more. There are many Konoha shinobi techniques, and there are also methods that can erase memories. It is really not suitable. It directly erases a memory of Uchiha Mikoto. The encounter with Uchiha Mikoto was only an episode, and there were no other accidents remaining, and the journey came to Konoha's main gate calmly. Successfully brushed his face successfully, and walked onto the dirt road outside the main entrance of Konoha. Orochimaru took a deep breath. This was the first time he left Konoha after coming to the Hokage world. I have to say that it gave Orochimaru a very bad impression. As the strongest shinobu village in the 5 major countries, there is a dirt road outside the main entrance of Konohagakure. Do you believe this? Basically all the science and technology in this world are available. Cement is already there, and when I return from this trip to Lulin, I must build roads. Walking to a hidden place, Orochimaru looked towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded, and his hands were sealed. Clone technique. Transformation technique. Next to Jiraiya, 3 figures appeared, Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Uchiha Mikoto. Jiraiya waved his hand, and the 3 figures followed Jiraiya towards the road and started to run. The breathing room disappeared from sight. Orochimaru also took out the seal scroll, and as the smoke appeared, the tall and burly body of the pacifist appeared. Seeing the pacifist, Uzumaki Kushina's beautiful eyes showed light. Without any scruples, he stepped forward and patted the pacifist, and then appeared shocked. Isn't this puppet made of metal? How could it be a body of flesh and blood? On the side, Uchiha Mikoto also became interested. This puppet is the culprit who humiliated Uchiha. What happened yesterday was a complete humiliation to the proud Uchiha. Every Uchiha has remembered this puppet named Pacifist. Orochimaru bit his thumb. Hai Suyu Shenwei. Finally, he patted the ground. A huge python has appeared, and Orochimaru and the crowd are standing directly on its body. This python from Rika Cave is not the old partner Wan snake. 10,000 snakes are rebellious and untamable. Orochimaru has been accepting the legacy of the original body and has no time to deal with each other. In the confusion of the others, do not know what Orochimaru is going to do? There was such a big momentum. The pacifist has stretched out his hand. A sharp and harsh sound sounded, and the air began to squeeze, forming a huge shock wave, which instantly wrapped the pythons together. The next moment the python rose into the sky, and at the same time the pacifist also moved instantaneously, came to the python, and was successfully sealed by the sealing scroll. A series of actions are all done in one go. When everyone came back to their senses, they were already flying in the sky. Flight! Uzumaki Kushina yelled, this is a rare experience. On the contrary, Uchiha Mikoto is silent. The stronger the pacifist, the more disadvantaged Uchiha is. Tsunade gently stroked the golden hair beside his ear, and looked at Orochimaru with intriguing eyes. This pacifist. There are still many secrets. Chapter 8. Konoha, Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen is wearing a Hokage hat, leaning slightly forward, with his hands folded, lying on the table, silently listening to the quarrel. Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura, 2 Hokage consultants, are having a heated argument with another Shimura Danzo. Danzo is one enemy and 2, but he has the upper hand. When the momentum completely suppressed Udaten Koharu and Mitokado Homura, Danzo said in a deep voice to Sarutobi Hiruzen, give me Anbu to dispatch, and cooperate with the roots to bring Nine Tails Jinchuriki back. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared calmly at a blank sheet of paper on the table. Old man, we Sunin and Nine Tails Jinchuriki went on a secret mission together. There is anger hidden in his eyes, and the current situation is unpredictable, and the battle is on the verge. This is the time for Konoha to live and die. Sunin is no ordinary ninja. Everyone can be granted the position of admiral and open up a battlefield alone. 3 and 5 cage level combat power, as well as 3 summoning holy sites, science, medical care, and intelligence. Sunin is so important, plus 9 tails Jinchuriki. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was annoyed, the other 2 consultants were also annoyed, but had to help Sunin Kabuto, and Konoha could not lose them today. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent, and Mitokado Homura directly interrupted Danzo's words. Now Sand Shinobi Village is ready to move, Anbu has a heavy task, and it is absolutely impossible to perform other tasks. Udaten Koharu said angrily, with such a big fanfare, are you afraid that other ninja villages will not know that Sunin and Nine Tails Jinchuriki are leaving? When Danzo was still talking, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, block the news, and then send Jainin Namikaze Minato to bring them back. I will visit Uchiha myself. Uchiha Mikoto went to perform an S-class mission with Sunin. Without declaring Sunin as a traitor, take Nine Tails Jinchuriki back. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo's crutches in his hand slammed heavily on the ground, then turned around and strode away. The eyes that were not wrapped in bandages gave birth to joy. Everything was as expected. Mitokado Homura and the two of them desperately stopped themselves, and they failed again. But after his own trouble, Sunan has left the stain of disobedience to the village, and is now suppressed by Hokage, but this matter will naturally spread in Konoha when it is needed. Without Sunan, the position of Hokage, whoever is it. Sarutobi Hiruzen dangled his pipe and swallowed the clouds, his air was covered in the smoke, and his eyes were coldly staring at Shimura-dan's who was leaving. Regardless of the village's interests, you want to leave Sunan with a stain. Have you not given up on Hokage? The land of wind, Lulin. Boom. There was a loud noise. A white smoke spread, and the snake's snake body disappeared, and it had returned to Rika Cave with the help of summoning. Uchiha Mikato's long black hair was raised high, black hair was drawn across the corner of his eyes, and a surprise appeared in his eyes. This arrives at the destination. Beautiful eyes looked at Orochimaru wearing glasses, and Orochimaru also looked at Uchiha Mikato, smiled at Uchiha Mikato, and narrowed his eyes, which made Uchiha Mikato subconsciously fight a cold war. Compared to the cold kun before, Orochimaru, who often loves to smile and squints now, is even more terrifying. Uzumaki Shinkuna opened his slender arms, a faint flush appeared on his cheeks, his expression was extremely excited, and he had not been relieved by the stimulation of flying. Since being picked up by Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina has never left Konoha. Not to mention where there is a chance to leave Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina can still fly. Flight. Even in the transcendent world of Ninja World, that is something a few people can do. Gone. Tsunade didn't give them time. At this time, he stretched out his hand and patted Kushina on the shoulder, urging Orochimaru to move quickly. After arriving in Lulin, Tsunade's heartbeat speed has increased, and people have become nervous. This is the last hope and Tsunade's obsession. Take out the seal scroll. The pacifists are on the scene again. As a reward for the novice gift package. The various abilities of the pacifists, although they are still the same as before, have even been enhanced and optimized, such as the fleshy fruit ability, in which instant movement has a localized explanation. This is time and space ninjutsu. The attributes of Orochimaru chakra are fire, wind, thunder, earth, water, yin, and yang. It is that all 7 rare attributes are possessed, which is rare in the world. It is a pity that God is jealous of talents. This world focuses on bloodliness and is a legend of the eyeballs. With the help of pacifists, Orochimaru began to build a platform that can travel through time based on his own calculations. If Namikaze Minato came to this matter, it would definitely work best. But based on Naruto's name and appearance, he had already guessed about his own death in future generations, but he still didn't have any questions, and even took the initiative to forget this memory in the end. Such a person is not a help, but a trouble. Looking at Tsunade, if it hadn't been a few years since World War II, when Tsunade's obsession was the heaviest, Tsunade would not agree to the period nearly 2 decades later. Orochimaru is constantly busy, Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina are still Chiba and Mikato are not free, they are in charge of Queen Lulin's affairs. The dragon veins are located under the earth, Orochimaru can clearly feel that power, and there is no end at all. This huge chakra is no longer weaker than the tail beast. If the dragon vein can be sealed in the human body, it can also be regarded as a Jinkra key. The power of the dragon veins can be activated at any time, but this power will certainly not be as silent as it is now. This huge chakra riots, it is extremely difficult to suppress it, and it is even more difficult to open a shuttle channel. Orochimaru has no certainty at all, and it is fortunate that Queen Lulin can control the dragon veins and induce the power of the dragon veins, which has the possibility of success. When Orochimaru was busy until the evening, after repeated attempts, Tsunade and the others had already returned, and there were 2 children, one big and one young, who came back together. Now that Sand Shinobi village has never arrived, Queen Lulin has not been killed by it. The older is Queen Lulin, and the younger is Sarah, who is also the heroine of the Lost Tower in the future. The iconic fiery red hair, which made Uzumaki Kushina like it very much. The three of them kept twittering along the way, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. Orochimaru nodded secretly. Uzumaki Kushina is optimistic and cheerful, and like Uzumaki Naruto, he can quickly turn strangers into friends. This kind of talent Orochimaru envy, but unfortunately can't learn it at all. Tsunade put his hands around his chest, staring solemnly at Queen Lulin and Sarah preaching, "Let's get started. Regardless of success or failure, I promise to give you a piece of territory in the country of fire." This is what Tsunade spent most of the day talking about, and the price is dragon veins. How can this precious existence that can travel through time and space be left to Sand Shinobi Village as a Konoha shinobi? There is no need for Orochimaru to say more. After removing the tens of thousands of people from Lulin and bringing the dragon vein seal back to Konoha, Tsunade consciously completed it. Chapter 9. Evening. The sun is setting. The faint yellow light and endless yellow sand are connected together, like the color of the sea, the water, and the sky. Queen Lulin appeared yearning. Land of fire land. Looking at the boundless yellow sand, Queen Lulin's gaze became firm. Even if she was going to the country of fire to leave her home, she gave up the honor of the Queen of Lulin and the dragon veins guarded by generations. But just think of the fertile black land of the fire country, the forests all over the mountains, and the crystal clear lakes. Don't worry about food, don't worry about water depletion. Everyone can live happily together. It's all worth it. Rest assured. As promised by our Sunin, you will get fertile land and the shelter of Konoha. Your Royal Highness is also a noble in the country of fire. Now Orochimaru realizes the benefits of Sunin, which is Sunin with open mouth and Sunin with closed mouth. As long as Sunin is one, Konoha is fearless. Especially after a few years, the Yellow Flash is famous in the ninja world, and the Sunin series will be more powerful. Queen Lulin nodded her head. Konoha Sunin was famous in the world of ninja, and with Sunin's promise, Queen Lulin believed it. Preaching to his daughter on the side, Sarah together. Orochimaru stared at the mother and daughter with piercing eyes, observing how they manipulated the dragon veins. At the end of the story of the Lost Tower, the girl who appeared was Sarah's daughter, and the third generation was the queen. This can already be seen. This royal line has always been passed on from generation to generation, and it is still a woman. Moreover, manipulating dragon veins is an innate ability, not a secret technique learned by day after day, otherwise the status of the royal family will be so stable. How familiar is this innate ability? Isn't this the limit of blood succession? This chakra. It's really amazing. Tsunade is no longer ordinary, watching the movements of Queen Lulin and Sarah, constantly arousing the power of the dragon veins. Shock appeared in her beautiful eyes. I had already sensed the huge chakra of the underground dragon veins, but when the dragon vein power was mobilized, I was able to discover the hugeness of this chakra. Subconsciously Tsunade looked at Uzumaki Kushina and judged whether this dragon vein chakra could be compared with Nine Tails chakra. Uzumaki Kushina's gaze hasn't changed yet, but Nine Tails inside Uzumaki Kushina's body has already begun to growl, dare to underestimate the old man. How can this kind of chakra compare to the old man? Uzumaki Kushina directly cut off Nine Tails' vision unhappily. In the sealed space that no one could see, a chain of steel cast iron chains appeared, and Nine Tails was tightly bound. Faced with the binding of iron chains, Nine Tails has no ability to resist, and in the end it is like a fluffy ball of meat tied up. Uzumaki Kushina shook his fist and directly threatened to preach, "Next time you are not being honest, you just shut it down honestly, there is no time to let the wind go." The dragon veins and chakra continue to converge, and in the end it is like the essence, and the chakra wind that can be seen by the naked eye is constantly rolling. Chakra blew the wind one after another, whistling constantly raging, stirring the endless yellow sand. Orochimaru made a quick seal in his hand, and finally slapped it on the built platform, which quickly appeared one after another. A channel rises straight into the sky, and has penetrated the huge chakra wind in an instant, and a channel has been successfully opened. Quick! I can't hold on anymore. As soon as the passage was opened, the dragon vein power began to violent, the Queen Lulan's smooth forehead was sweaty, and the young Sarah was already shaking. Ninja Method Shadow Clone Technique. A Tsunade appeared in a tea-green gown with black edges, a loose sleeveless top, a black cloth belt around his waist, and dark blue cropped trousers. A punch hits Orochimaru directly at the front door, and at the same time Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto are the same. The Tsunade body has passed a distance of 5 meters, and has already rushed towards the center of the passage. Orochimaru smiled brightly, his eyes were narrowed, and his bright red tongue licked the corners of his mouth subconsciously. The country is easy to change, and the nature is hard to change. Even if Tsunade is obsessed with his younger brother nowadays, he still dares to abduct Nine Tails Jinchuriki with Orochimaru's waywardness. But at the final critical moment, Tsunade still intends to go there by himself, not wanting to drag Orochimaru, Uzumaki Kushina, and Yuyu Tomomi Mikoto. The third war of the ninja world is about to break out. Orochimaru will sit on the battlefield alone as admiral. Nine Tails Jinchuriki is Konoha's last card. When he is alive or dead, he must be on the battlefield. Uchiha Mikoto is the wife of the patriarch of Uchiha, and there should be no accident. Otherwise, Uchiha and the village are at odds. If Konoha is in conflict, Konoha will lose in the 3 battles. Each of these is so important, and Tsunade certainly cannot harm the village for himself. In terms of love for the village, Tsunade is the deepest among Sunin. Otherwise, I will not return to the village to become Hokage in the future. We must know the situation at that time. It was Sarutobi Hiruzen who had died in battle and lost his brother and lover. The teacher was the last bondage. But Orochimaru was prepared for this. The pacifists embraced Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto with both hands, and moved to Orochimaru in an instant. A white snake has wrapped around Tsunade's bare feet, and the shadow clone has disappeared. In the end, the 4 of them were entangled by white snakes, and then there was a pacifist's generous body, like a protective umbrella, holding the 4 inside. The air was continuously compressed, and finally formed a barrier outside the 4. With the help of pacifists, several layers of defense were laid down. A series of actions are all done in one go. Tsunade is not as fast as Orochimaru, nor is Orochimaru fully prepared. The dragon vein chakra kept tearing at the barrier formed by the air, and the violent power was very unfriendly. The pacifists' combat power is not low, not less than that of the 5 shadows, but the barrier that this constitutes, has not persisted for a few breaths, and there has been a loophole. The barrier was riddled with holes, and the next moment an evil chakra rose, filled with resentment, unwillingness, sorrow, and so on. Like a baby screaming, it is extremely evil. Uzumaki Kushina was already wearing a tail beast coat, surrounded by red chakra, and the sound of liquid boiling sounded. Eyes, lips, and teeth have all begun to evolve towards 9 tails. The red chakra continued to spread, and finally surrounded the Orochimaru 3 and the pacifists. This is the special ability of 9 tails among the 9 big tail beasts, which can pass chakra to others. Protected by the demon fox coat transformed into 9 tails chakra, there is no danger anymore, and it is safe. 9 tails chakra is also endless, and it exactly cancels out with dragon vein chakra. Orochimaru quietly realized 9 tails chakra, and found that it is not false to call it evil, because this chakra contains the will of 9 tails and hatred for humans. But this will quickly dissipated and turned into pure chakra, no longer feeling evil. As Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Kushina is undoubtedly qualified, and 9 tails are all pets. But because of this, it is impossible to fully communicate with each other and achieve perfect Jinchuriki, but with Uzumaki Kushina's talent, it is not difficult to complete the 9 tails chakra mode. Not now. That's because Konoha is too well protected and is not allowed to go to the battlefield at all, and the power of Nine Tails is not developed enough. When Orochimaru thought about Nine Tails chakra, the scenery suddenly changed. They completed the crossing. Chapter 10. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, and he saw endless yellow sand. The yellow sand in the distance formed a rolling hill, like the back of a real dragon. The blue sky is like washing, and the sun is like a stove, and the heat waves continue to bake the earth. As the heat wave rushed towards him, wave after wave, drops of sweat appeared on Orochimaru's forehead. The temperature at this time has definitely reached about 40 degrees, stepping on the yellow sand, you can feel the scorching heat of the yellow sand. Looking around the square, Orochimaru's heart burst. He didn't even see Lulin's existence. Where is my hot Lulin? His eyes slowly closed, expanding his perception continuously. Orochimaru is not a perception ninja, but the power of the dragon veins is very huge, usually hidden under the earth. As long as they have the cage level strength, they can perceive it. No? Recalling the story of the Lost Tower. Whether it's Sand Shinobi Village or Uzumaki Naruto, they are crossing with the help of dragon veins. They are all fixed locations, all in Lulin. Orochimaru's face is not good, there is no Lulin in this world, so if you want to return, this is a difficult task. Orochimaru. A roar sounded. Tsunade's golden hair trembled like a lion, angrily striding towards Orochimaru. Why are you following? Fists with immense strength are constantly pouring into his body, his feet have been lifted off the ground, Orochimaru has been flying in the air. Finally, he leaped over a distance of more than 10 meters and fell heavily on the yellow sand. Orochimaru struggled to stand up, and while his body was shaking, Tsunade's weird power was really amazing. Looking at the angry Tsunade in front of him, Orochimaru spit out a mouthful of sand, and said warmly, "We are the companions that grew up." This sentence hit the softness in Tsunade's heart, and the angry expression disappeared in a moment. Tsunade was already half kneeling on the yellow sand, with his hands propped on his body, tears streaming down. Orochimaru took a few steps forward and came to Tsunade's side. He took out his white handkerchief and handed it to Tsunade, preaching, "It's time to get business, and we must confirm the current time." Orochimaru helped the glasses on the bridge of his nose. This punch was not in vain. Just now Orochimaru discovered a chakra in his body. This chakra is completely different from his own chakra, it is the chakra belonging to the dragon vein. After discovering this chakra, Orochimaru had a faint feeling in his heart. When this chakra was exhausted, it was time to return by himself. This solves the worries of returning. Orochimaru has already judged that this world is repellent to those who travel through time and space, and it is the unique chakra of the dragon vein that offsets this repulsion. Only then can Orochimaru and the others be active in this world. I calculated it carefully, and it was about a month or so. If there is a fierce battle, it will shorten the time. Tsunade stood up, the softness had disappeared, and the heroic spirit was restored again. He greeted Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto to come over, and then said, "Stand together." Tsunade stretched her thumb toward her rosy lips, hesitated for a while, and finally his gaze was firm, and he bit the thumb fiercely. The thumb was bitten, and with the tingling pain, blood had flowed out and stained his lips. Tsunade looked at the blood on his thumb, his face turned pale, he lost all his blood, his legs seemed to have lost all his strength, and he knelt down again. Momo's gaze moved subconsciously, trying to avoid it, so she didn't dare to look directly at the blood, but Tsunade's action failed. Orochimaru held Tsunade's golden hair with one hand, and held Tsunade's palm with the other hand, keeping Tsunade's eyes fixed on the bleeding thumb. "Since you have already planned to face the fear in your heart, don't avoid it and face it bravely. This world, I don't know what age it is, and it's dangerous everywhere. I can't do it alone. I need you, Tsunade." Tsunade trembled all over, and her bright brown eyes had gradually regained her brilliance from being absent. After a few short breaths, Tsunade had no idea how many changes she had experienced. Finally Tsunade broke free from Orochimaru's confinement, and when he stood up slowly, his hands had already started to seal, and he slapped directly against the ground, completing the summoning technique. Chakra keeps venting, and the Katsuyu Sage body volume from Tsunade summoning is also growing. In a blink of an eye, the behemoth has appeared, standing on top of the Katsuyu fairy. Tsunade complained to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, when did you become the master of dream realization? Will say such a sensational thing. It used to be cold. Where did Kun Orochimaru go? Orochimaru smiled brilliantly, looked at his mouth not willing to be soft, and began to complain about the Tsunade again and again, but he did not expect that this was also a golden retriever Tsundere. However, Tsunade was able to overcome the fear in his heart and healed his phobia, which was somewhat unexpected. This is a good thing. Tsunade, who has no fear of blood, is a well-deserved cage level. Then there are pacifists, that is, 3 cage levels. With milk and tank, the world can go there. Bring Jiraiya on, so that even if it is Akatsuki's lair, it will be able to retreat safely even if it is just a wave, but it can't be beaten. However, there is 9 tails Jinchuriki, with tail beast feathers on and a few more tails, which is not weaker than cage level. The celestial Katsuyu squirmed constantly on top of his head, and soon split into a small Katsuyu, which happened to be facing the crowd of Orochimaru, and said softly, Master Tsunade. Master Orochimaru. Master Kushina. Wrong. Trumpet Katsuyu was caught in the circle, looking left and right. Nyanyo's voice sounded and said, Master Kushina is dead. But the breath of 9 tails is not fake, it's 9 tails Jinchuriki. Oh, it turns out that Konoha concealed the truth and deceived Ninja World with false news. Katsuyu thought for a while, and finally could only use this one explanation. After all, Katsuyu was not very interested in the Ninja World, and the information he received was relatively incomplete, but he probably knew some important things, far inferior to Mount Maiboku and Rika Cave who have been observing the Ninja World. 9 tails Jinchuriki. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina was different from Uzumaki Naruto. This secrecy measure was done well, and Konoha knew very few people. Suddenly hearing Jinchuriki was too shocked. Uchiha Mikoto's black pupils showed a scarlet light, and the 3 Go-Jades were fleeting. What? There is another Uchiha. Konoha is also true, always using false news. What an exterminating ferret. I can't take it seriously at all. How could Uchiha, who is so spicy, be slaughtered by Uchiha Itachi alone? Chapter 11. Katsuyu's voice was soft, like a childish voice. But the news that was revealed was shocking. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes were scarlet red, 3 Tomo Sharingan was fully turned on, and his beautiful eyes stared at Katsuyu who was like a slug in front of him. If you change your gentle and watery temperament, the honest person will also get angry, and said in anger, don't make a joke about Uchiha. Uzumaki Kushina's fiery red hair fluttered without wind, and his slender arm had grabbed Katsuyu and hugged it directly in his arms. Another jade hand kept holding Katsuyu, and said loudly, say what's going on? What happened to Uchiha? And what happened to 9 tails? And Tsunade-sama? What's the matter? Yes, Master Tsunade. What's the matter? Katsuyu also looked at Tsunade and also questioned. The 3 major summoning sacred sites in the ninja world, Mount Maiboku and Rika Cave, have always lived in groups, full of toads and snakes, but the wet bone forest only has Katsuyu immortals. The Katsuyu fairy has the ability to split. All the Katsuyu from summoning are part of the Katsuyu fairy's body in the wet bone forest. The more chakra used, the larger the Katsuyu sage body from summoning. As a consciousness, Katsuyu immortal who has lived for thousands of years has already seen what is wrong at this time. Whether it is a soul or a chakra, all in front of him are Tsunade undoubtedly. But the strangeness was also seen by the Katsuyu fairy. Tsunade's beautiful face was gloomy, like dripping water. He stretched out his hand and pulled Orochimaru directly, and slapped Orochimaru on the shoulder. The meaning couldn't be more obvious, and Orochimaru was asked to explain it. Orochimaru did not answer immediately, but preached to Katsuyu, "How many years is Katsuyu Senjin Konoha this year?" Katsuyu appeared thinking, and finally hesitated to preach, "It should be Konoha for 60 years. This number comes out." Except for Orochimaru, the faces of the others were all pale. Uchiha Mikoto of Neisho does not mention that even Uzumaki Kushina, who is lively and frizzy, is not stupid. When he was plundered by Cloud Shinobi, Uzumaki Kushina threw down his hair as a clue. As a result, Namikaze Minato staged a hero-saving beauty. If it weren't for Uzumaki Kushina's sensitive identity, when Namikaze Minato came to the top of 4th Hokage, this would be the story of the generation. Orochimaru sighed in his heart. Compared to going to the future, Orochimaru wants to go back to the past so that he can complete the Tsunade obsession, and at the worst, he can exchange ideas with second generation. The world's talent is one stone. Orochimaru and second generation occupy 9 battles, and the rest are equally divided. What? My big Uchiha is dead? And he was killed by his own son who stood on the telephone pole. Itachi wants to kill his father, kill his mother, and slaughter the whole family. When Orochimaru was about to speak, he noticed Uchiha Mikoto, and a cold breath appeared on Uchiha's body. It is like 10,000 years of ice, even in the hot desert Gobi, but still feel the shade. It's like eating an old popsicle in the sweltering heat, and feel comfortable all over. Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina did not understand, but Orochimaru understood that the Uchiha clan was disgusted by the second generation, and was called the evil Uchiha, cursed eyes. It is because once the Uchiha people understand love, the feelings they have been restrained will be released, and even the power of love beyond the Senju clan will be awakened. But too strong love hides the possibility of running away. Once the Uchiha people who understand love lose that strong love, their love will be replaced by a stronger hatred, and the whole person's temperament will change drastically. One of them is because second Hokage Senju Tobirama has taken care of it countless times with his own eyes, and in such a change, there will be some special symptoms. When the Uchiha people lose their important love or feel pain for their frustration, a special chakra will emerge in the brain, which acts on the optic nerve and causes changes in the eyes. This is the eye that mirrors the soul. The so-called Sharingan and Sharingan are synchronized with the power of the soul, which can make people become stronger quickly. Accompanied by the power of inner hatred, most of the Uchiha people are delicate and awakened with strong feelings. Almost all of them are swallowed by darkness and fell into evil ways. The darkness becomes deeper. The stronger the pupil power, the more difficult it is to deal with. Able to be the wife of the contemporary Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha Mikoto is impeccable in terms of qualifications, appearance, etiquette, and strength, and is among the best in the Uchiha clan. There is no doubt that Uchiha Mikoto is also capable of awakening Mangekyou Sharingan. The 3 Guyu Jade is constantly beating, and there are faint signs of being linked together, but they are stuck at this step, unable to completely complete the last step, awakening Mangekyou. Still worse. Mangekyou is not so awakened. It's a pity, this time is a very good opportunity. If Uchiha Itachi is in front of you, I believe Uchiha Mikoto has already broken through. Orochimaru knew the reason for this failure, it was just a news at the most. The impact was not enough, there was no sense of picture, and the more precise it was the lack of sense of substitution. With his tongue licking the corners of his mouth, Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Mikoto, his eyes showed excitement, which was a surprise. The awakening of Mangekyou failed, but Uchiha Mikoto Sharingan's pupil power increased significantly, which was obviously beyond the ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan. In the elite Genin, the strength is also outstanding, which makes the Orochimaru team luxurious and constitutes a fantastic lineup, enough to attack the 5 major ninja villages. After Orochimaru watched Uchiha Mikoto break through and failed, he spoke to everyone. Uchiha Mikoto was stimulated and said nothing, silent like a rock, but Uzumaki Kushina was already burning with excitement. Travel through time. This kind of experience is really incredible. This is more exciting than slipping out of Konoha. Go to Konoha. I want to see what Konoha will look like nearly 20 years from now. Before we go to Konoha, we have to find a place to buy some clothes, check the news, and then go to Konoha. Konoha 60 years, this is the beginning of the plot. Orochimaru doesn't want to go directly. If he remembers well, he is the villain who has been through to the end of the first part. I don't know how many years Uzumaki Naruto has been thinking about. Konoha collapse plan is brewing, or has been successfully implemented. Orochimaru didn't want to give this time-space Uncle Snake thunder, and some thoughts emerged in his heart. Konoha collapse plan is a good time. When Konoha's rare chaos, he can also make a fortune. Uchiha Falls, Obito and Danzo are full, and go get a few pairs of Sharingan by themselves. Isn't that too much? When Uncle Snake's strength drops, he inherits his impure world reincarnation and forbidden technique, right? Chapter 12. Konohagakure. Following the opened door, the straight street can always see the end, and Hokage Rock can be clearly seen. Shadow Rock. This is Konoha's special view. At this time, it is located on the top of the Shadow Rock, and 4 huge statues are being carved. The statue has sharp edges and corners and is lifelike. It was made by a famous artist, and its identity can be clearly recognized at a glance. Uzumaki Kushina bounced around like a child, with fiery red hair flying, stretched out his white fingers and pointed at Hokage Iwa and preached, "It's Minato. Look at that, is Minato." Uzumaki Kushina's cheeks flushed with excitement, and the excitement in her voice couldn't be concealed. My Minato turned out to be Hokage. Uchiha Mikoto's black pupils gazed at Hokage Rock faintly, his eyes were as deep as a black hole, swallowing all the light. The ability to leave a portrait on the Shadow Rock is the symbol of Hokage. The appearance of Namikaze Minato has already explained one thing. The 4th Hokage is Namikaze Minato. This means that the Uchiha family failed to compete for the purpose of 4th generation. Although it is not the first time I have heard the name Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Mikoto is still unbelievable. Even if Fugaku failed, even Orochimaru in Konoha had failed. Uchiha Mikoto looked at Orochimaru subconsciously, wanting to see what the man who made him feel scared thought. But Uchiha Mikoto failed. Orochimaru looked the same, with a shallow smile on his face, and he couldn't see through his inner thoughts at all. Tsunade stared deeply at Hokage Rock, and then at the unpredictable Orochimaru. Tsunade never thought that Hokage would be Namikaze Minato. As a disciple of Jiraiya, Tsunade has seen Namikaze Minato more than once, but the impression of Namikaze Minato is just a genius who is decapitated. But is his companion Orochimaru a genius? Squinted eyes. Your eyes are focused, look at that Minato. Uzumaki Kushina's beautiful eyes showed a sly light, and he yelled and was not addictive. He went directly to Orochimaru, stretched out his hand to Orochimaru's shoulder and patted Orochimaru's shoulder, meaning to preach. Nothing is happier than defeating a Hokage candidate who is thriving in his family. Yes, that is in front of the Hokage candidate. Orochimaru smiled as he did, looking at Uzumaki Kushina, who is not big or small in front of him, gently supporting the gold-rimmed glasses, and calmly preaching, "Minato is dead." Uzumaki Kushina's beautiful cheek smile stiffened, and all the excitement was gone, replaced by anger. Tsunade came just right, and began to calm the red pepper that was already on the verge of an outbreak. Orochimaru held up the reflective glasses again, and the little girl fought against herself in the film. A group of 4 people stepped into Konoha, and the process went smoothly without any hindrance, just by brushing their faces. Tsunade's face works anytime. And you will never be mistaken. 100 Healing's mark keeps Tsunade youthful, even if it is spread by bloggers 20 years later, Tsunade is still beautiful in his 70s. The last Uchiha against the Sandstorm Gaara. This year's Chunin exam is the most exciting ever, and I will definitely not miss it. Yes, I came here specially for this. Konoha Street is full of discussions about the Chunin exam. Today is the third test of the Chunin exam. Businessmen and nobles from all over the world watched the final Uchiha game against Sandstorm Gaara. Uchiha is the most powerful player in the ninja world, and now the final orphan game is very attractive. I don't know how many people are interested in it. The ordinary voice of discussion, but it made Uchiha Mikato's mood fluctuate. The voice was like a knife, and it was constantly digging into Uchiha Mikato's heart. The last Uchiha, Uchiha's orphan, each of these names tells one thing, that is, Uchiha is really annihilated. Let's go see the Chunin exam first. Tsunade looked at Uchiha Mikato with a gloomy look, then looked at Uzumaki Kushina with a bad mood, and sighed. This future is really bad. Even if it is short, there is no way to collect secret information. But just some of the information he knew made Tsunade unbearable. Among Sunin, Orochimaru defected, the remaining 2 wandering ninja, 4th Hokage died in battle, Uchiha annihilated the clan. None of their futures will end well. Thinking that this was a journey to the future, and that the rescue of his brother had failed, Tsunade was not happy at all, and coupled with their bad future, they were very little interested. When he came to the audience seat, he sat down and raised his legs, revealing a piece of white calf, and he continued to pat his lips gently with the palm of his hand, breathing again and again. Just waiting for Chunin's exam to be over, and contacting Konoha for a while and getting some future information, he urged Orochimaru to return. The wooden clog stepped on the seat beside Tsunade, carrying a huge scroll, and the tall and burly figure appeared instantly. With long white hair all the way to the waist, there are red marks under the eyes. At this time, he is preaching quickly in his mouth with an exaggerated expression. Regardless of the north, south, east and west, the whole world is the unbeatable sun and white-haired boy Toad Sage, and the beautiful man who shuts up even the crying child, Jiraiya Sama Ginseng. Tsunade stared at the white hair wearing the oil forehead protector in front of him, and his beautiful eyes were stunned for a while. This is an acquaintance who has met in person nearly 20 years later. Compared with the impression in her heart, Jiraiya is undoubtedly much older. Tsunade was stunned, but Jiraiya didn't. At this time, his head kept moving forward, his eyes staring at the cracked gully, and his eyes were moving down the gully. An exaggerated gesture of happiness appeared on his face. This kind of close-up insignificance, not only did not feel embarrassed, but was triumphant. From come also. In Tsunade's impression of Jiraiya, he still stayed at the stalwart image of taking the risk of defecting to help him attract Konoha's chasing soldiers. Suddenly I saw Jiraiya nearly 20 years later, looked at Jiraiya's old face, and fell into a daze for a while. When I reacted, I found Jiraiya's wretched posture. The stalwart image suddenly shattered and turned into a pervert. Reaching out to face Jiraiya's head was a punch. Jiraiya fell down, and before lying on the ground, he was supported by a strong arm. Gentle words sounded, "Jiraiya, you were just Meng Sao, you can take a peek at most, but I don't think it is Meng Sao now." Chakra surged, green light emerged, healing jutsu appeared from Orochimaru's hands, and at this time he began to heal Jiraiya very skillfully. Jiraiya has made a lot of progress over the years, but it has resisted beating. If I change to the previous words, I must have broken a few bones now. It seems that my target of practicing healing jutsu will be replaced in the future. Chapter 13. Jiraiya heard a familiar voice, his body stiffened, and immediately became loose, without resisting Orochimaru's treatment. A blurry color appeared in his eyes, as if back in his youth, when Orochimaru used healing jutsu to heal himself awkwardly for the first time. Juvenile, youth. A cold-hearted, unsmiling man appeared in his heart, the man who has been through Jiraiya's life. The tall and burly body trembled, the scroll behind it shook, and Jiraiya stared deeply at Orochimaru. The image of Orochimaru was beyond Jiraiya's expectation. At this time, Orochimaru was wearing gold-rimmed glasses with black soft long hair hanging down, concealing the erect snake eyes and gold-jade earrings. The breath is not as cold as the past, and his face is indifferent, but a faint smile hangs. This smile gave Jiraiya a little sunshine in her heart. Orochimaru, what is your purpose for returning to Konoha this time? Jiraiya suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and continued to question Orochimaru in a deep voice, if you do something to harm the village, I will not let you go. It's too late to stop, the old man will forgive you. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, who had a long posture, and pushed directly at Jiraiya's head, moving the other person's gaze away and looking at another seat. Uzumaki Kushina tilted Jiro's legs, palms on his cheeks, watching Jiraiya look towards him, and preached impatiently, Mr. Jiraiya. Why do you get up with mother-in-law? Juxian Nai. Looking at Uzumaki Kushina, Jiraiya showed an expression of disbelief. He became excited and preached in ecstasy, Orochimaru is you, right? You saved Kushina. Minato must be alive too. Orochimaru sat down and pulled Jiraiya along with it, making Jiraiya sit down too, and preached calmly, don't deceive yourself. You should know that Minato and Kushina are dead. Our history is very special, you just need to keep watching to know. Orochimaru looked down. At this time, the Chunin exam had begun, and the first whirlpool Naruto and Hyuga had already begun pecking each other. Jiraiya was silent for a long time. Orochimaru couldn't help but glanced at Jiraiya, and found that Jiraiya had gotten close to Uzumaki Kushina. The changes in the past 2 decades are really great. Today's Jiraiya is not only getting old, but the anger is even greater. Seeing Jiraiya's wretched posture and constantly challenging Uzumaki Kushina's limits, Orochimaru shook his head slightly, knowing what Jiraiya was doing. With the help of this sullen attitude, but a delicate heart, is Jiraiya judging whether Uzumaki Kushina is true or not. The ninja world is equipped with all kinds of secret techniques, as well as the limit of blood inheritance. Even the appearance can be used to dissolve and take away the face of others, and put it on your own face to play a role of disguising and disguising. Jiraiya is a very reliable person. So after Orochimaru came to Konoha, he looked for the trail of Jiraiya and attracted Jiraiya. Otherwise, Jiraiya was able to find it accurately. I thought it was a coincidence. This time, Orochimaru doesn't want to be exposed to too many people, but to use Konoha's power, then Jiraiya is the most suitable. In fact, it is also Orochimaru's heart. While plotting the future of Uncle Snake's forbidden technique, he also wants to benefit his friends. If you can catch Sunin's future experience all at once, this can save nearly 2 decades of time, and your friends will grow further. The simplest example is Xianchu. Whether Tsunade is 100 Healings Mark or Ninja Art, mitotic regeneration by How technique, while enhancing combat power, it also lays the foundation for Xianchu. But when he was able to learn, Tsunade had no thought of learning. Jiraiya's Sage Mode was not perfect. This one was too ugly, so he resisted using it and didn't perfect the magic. When the plot wave hits, they have not given time to learn and improve. And Orochimaru can't learn immortality, it's impossible. To meet the conditions of immortality, Orochimaru of Master's core technology is easy to complete. It's just that the risk of immortality is too high, and for those who pursue immortality, this is definitely not going to learn. After all, it is a pity that Jiraiya and Tsunade have lost time, otherwise the two can go further. Orochimaru, who was thinking, was awakened by Uzumaki Kushina's voice, this is Nine Tails Chakra. The slender fingers kept pointing to Uzumaki Naruto, and his mouth repeatedly preached in surprise, you actually let Nine Tails Jinchuriki be so exposed. Where is Enbu? What about protection? Foot-footed. Repeated questions were sent out from Uzumaki Kushina's mouth like a cannonball. Thinking back to the treatment he suffered after becoming Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and looking at the little yellow hair in front of him, Uzumaki Kushina had an unbalanced mentality and kept pulling Jiraiya's collar. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, who was crying and laughing, and looked at the erupting Uzumaki Naruto. There was no suspense in the battle, even if Hyaganiji's hard power was above the whirlpool Naruto. But when the protagonist opened up, everything settled down. However, Uzumaki Kushina also missed the point, and did not recognize the identity of Naruto Uzumaki. Speaking of Uzumaki, Naruto and Namikaze Minato are very similar, but Uzumaki Naruto's sloppy appearance affects recognition. Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes and waited calmly. Whether it was Uzumaki Kushina yelling or Uchiha Mikoto was filled with cold air, Orochimaru remained indifferent until the Nirvana Abode technique was activated. The white feathers began to fall continuously, like snowflakes falling on the world. People from the audience's seats kept fainting, and Orochimaru opened his eyes. Jiraiya's gaze also continued to flow, looking at the Orochimaru wearing an insight, a trace of clarity appeared in the bottom of his eyes. Jiraiya, who is good at collecting information, has already judged Orochimaru and the others based on the clues. Especially the age of Uzumaki Kushina, it is easy to judge that they come from the past. When Jiraiya came, there was a hidden sand shinobi village ninja outside the village. Go and host the Konoha village subline of defense. Kushina will be delivered to you here. Guarantee Konoha shinobi's safety, the kid carrying the gourd, can't let him escape. Okay, leave it to me. Uzumaki Kushina agreed in one fell swoop that this is a master who is not afraid of big things. Such a messy situation has long wondered how to intervene. Orochimaru calmly watched Sand Shinobi's uprising, watching the Konoha collapse plan hosted by Uncle Snake. Jiraiya, why don't you move? I'm not afraid that Sand Shinobi broke through Konoha's line of defense, and a large force rushed into Konoha to destroy it. Chapter 14. The cold grey clouds floated above the sky, and the bright light fell on the earth. Facing the northwest wind, Kunao and shurikens roared in. The last moment was a lively game, and the next moment it turned into a battlefield. Konoha and Sand Shinobi's ninjas have already started fighting, and the fierce battle has begun. Kakashi and Might Guy are back to each other. Kakashi breathes a little bit faster, gasps louder, and holds shurikens in both hands. Not far away, there is a Sand Shinobi with blood flowing. Might Guy clenched his right hand, waved his fist heavily, and preached in anxious voice, I'm worried about Mr. Hokage. Kakashi gently held the Konoha forehead protector on his forehead, and the slanted Konoha forehead protector moved, and scarlet light appeared in the hidden position. The forehead protector was stained with blood, and the blood slowly dripped down the forehead protector, and it continued to flow down the corners of the eyes. Kakashi's voice has not changed from beginning to end, and continues to speak. The above will be handed over to Anbu for processing. Master Hokage is not so easy to kill. Because he is Arcana Hagakur, Hokage. Ha 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 ha. A deep and raging laughter came from Orochimaru's mouth. What a famous scene! It is worthwhile to delay some time for this. This sentence has to be tasted carefully to be able to master the charm of it. Taking off the gold-framed glasses, long black hair flew freely, golden vertical pupils appeared, and the violent smile made the purple eyeshadow distorted. Orochimaru's temperament changed from the inside to the outside, like a lion majesty who constantly swallowed snake's letters, and his body was filled with a cold breath. The pair of golden vertical pupils were as fierce as snake pupils, and all those who stared did not dare to look directly. The villain boss Orochimaru joins. Is Orochimaru? There is another Orochimaru here. There are two Orochimaru. There were endless exclamations, and a Konoha shinobi wearing a green vest looked at Orochimaru, who was raging and laughing, and he couldn't help showing a look of horror. The Orochimaru in front of him is awe-inspiring, not like a living person at all, like a monster in human skin. The four purple flames burned, and the purple flames were pure and thorough, like colored glaze. The barriers blocked the connection between the inside and the outside, but they did not block the vision. Uncle Snake and third Hokage can be seen outside the four purple flames, and the inside can naturally stare out. Now Uncle Snake and third Hokage, who should have been fighting, are now standing in the distance and facing each other. Their eyes have passed through the four purple flame formations and looked at Orochimaru outside. Third Hokage was taken aback, and started to preach suspiciously, "Which is your real body?" Uncle Snake was silent. The Orochimaru outside was exactly the same in appearance, breath, and even chakra. Orochimaru's scarlet tongue licked the corners of his mouth, and the unique magnetic voice resounded throughout the audience, "First kill Konoha, then kill Sand Shinobi. Only I sound forbearance, the world of tolerance is king. Summoning technique, summoning technique." Orochimaru bit his thumb, and immediately began to seal, and finally patted the ground, "Come out, 10,000 snakes." The ground was trembling constantly, and the field of Chunin's third exam had begun to collapse continuously. One snake had crushed an area, and the floor was covered with fragments of cement and chairs, purple stripes, and a huge one snake appeared on the scene. Raising the snake's head high, a pair of fierce gazes have already looked at Orochimaru, and the snake continued to say, "Orochimaru, this time I want 100 sacrifices. Go back, you stinky snake." Tsunade jumped up, his right foot was already raised high, and it was directly facing one snake's huge head. Painful feat. This blow contains unmatched strength, enough to break the mountain and rock. White smoke diffused from the gigantic body of 10,000 snakes. The 10,000 snakes that had just appeared and had not yet succeeded in their prestige had already been beaten back by the well-prepared Tsunade. Orochimaru looked at the 10,000 snakes that disappeared without a trace. A haze appeared in the golden snake eyes, the three holy sites of summoning, and Rikicave alone was untrustworthy. Mount Miboko has pitted Jiraiya, but the big toad dared to fight to the death, and also dared to fight desperately. Only this snake in Rikicave runs away if something goes wrong. It's Tsunade-sama. Looking at the heroic Tsunade standing on a half-collapsed wall, many people who knew Tsunade's Konoha shinobi shouted with joy. Kakashi's one-eyed smile appeared. Jiraiya had already returned, and now that Tsunade is there, Konoha will not be in much danger this time. Orochimaru looked at the four purple flame formations, ignored third Hokage's relief, looked at the gloomy Uncle Snake, and started shouting loudly, "Tsunade is back! And Jiraiya! They will be controlled by me, and the important task of destroying Konoha will be handed over to the real body." Orochimaru didn't wait for Uncle Snake to reply. The people of body flicker technique had appeared in the distance. Tsunade and Jiraiya also followed the trend. Coupled with Uchiha Mikoto, a total of 4 people are far away from the battlefield. The battlefield was silent, except for the building that was crushed by the huge snake body of the 10,000 snakes, telling the traces of the 10,000 snakes not long ago. Kakashi looked at Uncle Snake in the 4 purple flames with horror, not only Kakashi, but also other Konoha shinobi and Sand shinobi. Uncle Snake, horrible! With this forbidden technique, it is possible to separate a clone that is as strong as the body. Had it not been for Tsunade-sama and Jiraiya's sudden return to the village, Uncle Snake alone would have been able to destroy Konoha. Bang, bang, bang. The voice kept ringing. The 3 Sand shinobi who had already left have already returned to the arena again. After Uzumaki Kushina dropped Temari and Gaara, he clapped his hands directly, looked in the direction Orochimaru was leaving, but curled his lips. It's true. They have already delivered this to themselves. But you still have to show yourself and be prestigious. He looked at Uncle Snake in the 4 purple flame formation again, and there was a sly light in his beautiful eyes. Squinting was not a good hole, but there was a smelly snake in front of him. Orochimaru seemed to have inspired Uzumaki Kushina, and Uzumaki Kushina laughed. The fiery red hair started flying without any wind, and Uzumaki Kushina grabbed the little yellow hair that was paralyzed on the ground. Uzumaki Naruto fell into illusion, which made Uzumaki Kushina hesitate. How could Jinchuriki be confused by this low-level illusion, but his hands were not slow. Nine Tails chakra is constantly emerging, and the red chakra is full of hatred, constantly emerging, as if it were substance. After a while, he threw the little yellow hair directly at Gaara, and frantically preached to Orochimaru, Master Orochimaru. I have successfully stripped 9 tails and sealed 9 tails in my body. I am already 9 tails Jinchuriki. We are one step closer to the great dream of unifying the world of forbearance. I am Kushina. To yourself. Add drama. Chapter 15. Uzumaki Kushina stood with his hands on his hips. The beginning of red chakra continues to emerge along the body, which belongs to 9 tails chakra as the essence. A layer of tail beasts was formed outside Uzumaki Kushina's body, and a huge red tail was slowly thrown out behind him. The sound of rumbling sounded, and a wall that was half collapsed was directly shattered by a huge monster's tail. One after another, huge tails stretched continuously behind Uzumaki Kushina. The full-bodied 9 tails chakra spreads all over the place, and a sense of oppression spreads in all directions. It is enough to boil the sea and burn the sky, like the end of the world. Chakra, full of evil, hatred, fierce and other negative emotions, possesses oppression and erosion, and Konoha shinobi and sand shinobi fought against each other. There was panic in his eyes, and the palm of the sword in his hand was already covered with sweat. Uzumaki Kushina opened his arms on his hips, making a gesture of embracing the world, and continued to preach with a fanatical gesture. Master Orochimaru. The world is already ours. Excited, cool, happy. Happy. Another tail sprang out, entangled with the other 3 tails, constantly dancing in the air, filled with a huge chakra, spreading wantonly. Orochimaru, who was rushing to the root base in the distance, suddenly stopped and looked towards the distant sky subconsciously. 4 fiery red tails are flying. This little girl film is really uneasy. Originally it was just to make her happy, but this directly exploded 4 tails, and her strength was already above cage level. Don't look at the number of 4 tails, but know that Uzumaki Kushina's body is a complete 9 tails, not the divided yang 9 tails in Uzumaki Naruto's body. It's too dangerous to burst the tail like this, and it's not as safe as making a 9 tails chakra mode. Burst the tail. This is completely the erosion of Jinchuriki by the tail beast, so Jinchuriki's practice has always been to plunder the tail beast chakra and cultivate into chakra mode. Then go to reconcile with the tail beast and become the perfect Jinchuriki. Will you let Kushina mess around? Jiraiya looked up at the huge tail that was constantly stretched. Even if it was far apart, he could still clearly feel the tyrannical chakra of 9 tails. At this time, the words were unsatisfactory. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, soothing Jiraiya, saying, "It's okay. She knows the severity and will not go completely violent." A group of 4 people continued to head towards the root organization base. The root organization is an organization that includes Konoha Anbu. It was originally created to perform tasks that Anbu is not easy to perform. However, after so many years, the root organization began to grow vigorously under the leadership of Shimura Dans. It has begun to erode Anbu in turn, and the relationship between the two has begun to become more subtle. During World War III, due to war factors, the root organization swelled to the point that even Hokage was jealous, so he killed 2 birds with 1 stone and sent Orochimaru to join the root organization Swezang, and at the same time, the root organization was also to be broken down. In the end, I didn't expect Orochimaru and Danzo to converge, and third Hokage would not be able to steal the rice. If it weren't for the good-hearted people later, the main force of the roots was slaughtered and the roots were greatly injured. Danzo would not be so honest in the later stage. The root organization adheres to mysticism. Apart from Hokage in Konoha, no one knows where the root organization base is. But this does not include Orochimaru. Rats have rat paths and snakes have snake paths. Konoha's roots are as bright as a lighthouse in Orochimaru. After arriving at the periphery of the root organization, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and preached, "We are leaving soon, but you still have to break into route with us in Konoha. Are you afraid that Danzo will ask you to settle accounts afterwards? He has the ability to make trouble with Lord Jiraiya. The wooden clogs took a step forward, Jiraiya raised his head, white hair flying continuously, and said in an exaggerated tone, "Next, Master Jiraiya will open the way." Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya in amazement. This future Jiraiya is easy to deal with. If he changes to his little friend, he will stop himself at this time. It would be even more perfect if you ignore Jiraiya's careful thoughts and are afraid of making small moves by himself. Orochimaru, what is your purpose for coming here? Tsunade embraced his hands to set off the rough waves. After a little thought, he realized something and pointedly preached, "Are you for the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? What is Shimura dance like?" Ordinary Jainin knew that this elder existed, but Sunin didn't know how. Even if there is no specific news about the extermination of the Uchiha clan, they all know that Shimura dance is involved in Bachin. The Uchiha clan is annihilated, so Shimura dance will definitely not let the Uchiha clan's Sharingan go. You want Sharingan, so I just played a scene just now, make that one big. Uncle Snake. Orochimaru added. Let Uncle Snake give you back. Orochimaru shook his head slightly, and subconsciously went to the bridge of his nose to hold the glasses, and finally found that the glasses had been taken off, and his fingers pointed at the quiet Uchiha Mikato's forehead a little. Orochimaru calmly preached, "This is just a purpose. The real purpose is to open Manjiki Sharingan for Mikato sauce." At the time of the last sentence, Orochimaru was already standing behind Uchiha Mikato, and his exhaled heat surged to the roots of Uchiha Mikato's ears, making Uchiha Mikato stiff. Orochimaru staggered and looked at Uchiha's wife with red ears, and found it interesting. This Uchiha is afraid of herself. This is the discovery of Orochimaru. Like a trembling little beast, Orochimaru couldn't help but tease. "Do you know how to turn on Manjiki Sharingan?" Tsunade looks solemn. "This is not a trivial matter, 3 Tomo Sharingan is already very strong, and Uchiha is already the #1 giant in the ninja world. It has become a Konoha shinobi disease, but the village is still suppressed, but if the Uchiha clan master starts the Manjiki Sharingan method. With Manjiki Sharingan, the village will not be Uchiha's opponent. Uchiha Madara is known as Ninja Shura by virtue of Manjiki Sharingan, and possesses the power to destroy a village by one person. As a descendant of Senju of Mori, Tsunade is not like other ninjas. He has regarded Uchiha Madara's record as a myth, thinking that all of them are fictitious. That's the power of Susanoo with 9 tails as pets. It depends on her ability. Orochimaru wouldn't say death. If Uchiha Mikato didn't make it, wouldn't it be embarrassing? But in my heart, I thought that I was 80% sure, so Orochimaru took the work directly, and directly referred to Uchiha Mikato's own ability as his own method. So Orochimaru submitted a test tube with a nutrient solution in it. It was too effective. It was nourishing, but it had more ingredients and the color was green. The test tube was spiral and looked tall. Drank it at a critical moment. Chapter 16. Kushina. Among the 4 purple flames, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, at this moment, looked at the overwhelming 9 tails chakra that was swept over the sky. Finally looking at Uncle Snake, his eyes were cracked, full of endless indignation. Hokage's hat was flicked, and the imperial robe that was shaking during the tugging was torn to pieces, revealing the black tight-fitting combat uniform under the imperial robe. In an instant, Sarutobi Hiruzen's image changed drastically. He wore a ninja hat, with green laminated hanging armor on both sides of the hat, and an extra long protective belt on the back of the hat. The shoulders of the combat uniform are equipped with silver protective gear attached to the back, and the word fire is written on the protective gear on the back. The back is equipped with 2 vertical ninja bags, which are tied with purple silk belt. The arms and calves are equipped with meshed wrist guards, and the right arm has a green laminated hanging armor. With a furious expression in a hoarse tone, he preached, "You actually cloned Kushina and don't say anything. Dare to let her pull out 9 tails by herself. The old man will never forgive this matter. Uzumaki Naruto is the legacy of Kushina, even if this is just a clone, but this exact appearance still makes Sarutobi Hiruzen unacceptable. Uncle Snake's gaze retracted from outside the 4 purple flames, the golden erect pupils showed coldness, the gold-jade earrings he wore kept shaking, and the waxy white face became gloomy, and no one could distinguish his thoughts. People are as cold and gloomy as Lion Majesty. But no one knows the awkwardness in Uncle Snake's heart. Why do I have such a loyal and capable penultimate subordinate? Just forget about another Orochimaru that suddenly appeared, and another person similar to Kushina jumped out. He pulled out 9 tails and became 9 tails Jinchuriki. Uncle Snake didn't think about understanding, but couldn't hold it back. Uncle Snake would follow along and try to hit Sarutobi Hiruzen. The hoarse laughter sounded like a Lion Majesty constantly vomiting snake letters. Uncle Snake licked the corner of his mouth, and an excited voice sounded, "Teacher, I gave you a big gift, it's more than that." Uncle Snake began to seal. "Yansi Suchen. Finally put your hands together. Ninja Impure World Reincarnation." The huge coffin suddenly began to rise and stood directly in front of Uncle Snake. After the 2 coffins are side by side, when the 3rd coffin is raised, Sarutobi Hiruzen has finished printing. The war in the 4 Zeon array has broken out. This is the life and death battle between the teacher and the disciple. Outside the 4 purple flames, Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi who were fighting with each other, the fighting between the 2 sides has stopped. Nowadays, Sand Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi are very different. Both sides are looking at the high spirits, and there is a steady stream of tall women in 9 tails chakra. The long fiery red hair danced like 4 huge tails behind them, constantly dancing in the air, creating boundless waves of air. The slender thighs wear a short goose yellow skirt, showing the perfect body. The spirit is flying, full of endless self-confidence. 9 tails inside his body raised his head excitedly, and the 9 tails kept flicking, starting to bombard the wall behind. A pair of animal eyes became crescent-shaped with excitement, and began to bewitched and preached, "That's it. Kushina don't endure anymore and continue to release the old man's chakra. With the help of the old man, Kushina, you can conquer the world and become the only king of the ninja world." The throne of gods standing on the dome of the sky, overlooking the ninja world. In a blink of an eye, the golden chains made of gold have spread all over the 9 tails, just like tying chicken cubs. 9 tails, known as the strongest tail beast, have no resistance, they have been tightly bound. 9 tails, you are so noisy. The huge body of 9 tails began to struggle, and the 9 tails wanted to open the diamond chain. But as 9 tails struggled, instead of breaking free, the diamond chain was tied tighter. The position where 9 tails was strangled by the diamond chain had been deeply cut into the flesh. The huge animal eyes of 9 tails couldn't help showing a humiliating color. "That's horrible. Speaking of strength, who is Uncle 9 tails afraid of? Just be tough if you don't accept it. Such as Uzumaki Kushina and others, it is just a matter of pause." But the Vajra chains of the Vortex clan, Senju Hashirama's wood style, Uchiha's Mangeki, naturally restrained Master 9 tails. The invincible strength of the vertical and horizontal ninja realm can't show 10%. Wait, that's the smell of a smelly civet cat. There is absolutely nothing wrong. As an old friend, 1 tail will not mistake the breath of 9 tails, and 9 tails will not mistake 1 tail. As the strongest existence of tail beasts, 9 tails has always regarded itself as the boss, but unfortunately there is always that stinky civet cat who is overwhelming and does not look at the tail behind it. 9 tails heard that you have a bad relationship with 1 tail, do you want to get fat and beat 1 tail? In front of 9 tails, who was bound by the Vajra chain, Uzumaki Kushina walked out of the darkness slowly with a tall and graceful body, came to 9 tails and continued preaching with a smile, "Don't deny it. The squinted eyes are ugly, and the character is not good, but it is not deceiving. As long as you take the initiative to strip away the negative emotions such as hatred and fierceness from chakra, save me time for purification, and help me complete chakra mode, I will help you beat One Tail. Master Nine Tails was unmoved, but his eyelids trembled a few times. Uzumaki Kushina looked at the trembling eyelids of Nine Tails, and his orange hair exploded, knowing that Nine Tails had already started to move. Continue to preach, Nine Tails, as you know, we have gone through time and space, from the past to the future. Isn't it just a fattening of one tail, but also a nine tails beside it? Think about it in front of yourself, and then show Kamui. By the way, there are also first-generation items in the 4 purple flame array. As long as you help me complete the chakra mode, I can also say the last sentence, Hashirama, you are too strong, you must be sealed. Excited heart, trembling claws. Nine Tails' eyes could no longer cover up, and the color of desire appeared directly. A paw was born in my mind to hold Hashirama, and then Nine Tails flew around. He proudly and condescendingly said to Senju Hashirama, Hashirama, you are too strong, you must be sealed. Punch Hashirama, step on one tail, and show invincibility in front of the other self. There are not many opportunities. Uzumaki Kushina finally gave a meaningful sermon, treasure it. Nine Tails gritted his teeth fiercely, and said in a deep voice, just this time, there is absolutely no next time. Uzumaki Kushina's gesture of holding his usse suddenly collapsed. He clenched his right hand and waved in the air, preaching excitedly, okay, just this time. The squinting became more and more severe, and I knew that Nine Tails would agree. Nine Tails lowered his head, cold colors appeared in the beast's eyes. Orochimaru even knew such secrets. But if you let Orochimaru have a lot of magical powers, you have to eat the foot wash of Grandpa Nine Tails. The advantages and disadvantages of chakra mode, along with the Uzumaki Kushina exercise, Nine Tails already knows that it is completely relying on its own chakra and abandoning its own chakra, and when Uzumaki Kushina chakra is exhausted, it is when Uzumaki Kushina is consumed by itself. Chapter 17. Nine Tails Chakra Mode. After capturing Nine Tails chakra and resealing it with the 8-sign seal technique, it replaces one's own chakra. However, one's own chakra is not useless, but to maintain a delicate balance. All of this is easy to say or write, but it is very difficult to actually complete it. How to capture Nine Tails chakra? Uzumaki Kushina does not need the cooperation of Nine Tails, and can do it by himself. But since Lulin came to Konoha, Uzumaki Kushina kept trying, but never succeeded. There are all aspects of the problem. Nine Tails chakra is full of Nine Tails will, which is controlled by Uchiha Madara, hanged by Senju Hashirama, and sealed by Uzumaki Mito. Negative emotions such as resentment, unwillingness, cruelty, etc. make Nine Tails chakra full of fierceness and overwhelming corrosiveness. As long as you touch the Nine Tails chakra, it is easy to be corroded, and eventually lose all your mind and turn into a beast that only knows about destruction. Even the Whirlpool clan who are born to restrain the tail beasts will be eroded by prolonged contact, and Uzumaki Kushina is also in danger of running out of control. It takes a lot of time just to sort out the tyrannical chakra of Nine Tails and make Nine Tails chakra pure. The next step I can take is not something that can be done in a short time. Nine Tails is the first of the 9 big-tailed beasts, and naturally knows how to strip away the will given to chakra, leaving only pure chakra. But generally Nine Tails will not do this at all. Instead, it will increase the will in it, so as to strengthen the erosion of chakra and completely corrode Jinkra ki, so that it can be completely free. But with Nine Tails actively cooperating, everything will be easy. Uzumaki Kushina is able to perceive clearly, and the method he learned from squinting is now very easy to manipulate, as if all obstacles have disappeared. This made Uzumaki Kushina subconsciously shook his fist, and leaped to get fat and beat Nine Tails. Obviously, he had failed every time in the past 2 days, and Nine Tails was the most important. In the end, Uzumaki Kushina restrained herself. Ninetales could beat herself at any time, but now there are not many opportunities to be able to manifest itself in front of others. Kushina will let you see the strength of the old man. The roaring sound in the sealed space sounded loudly like thunder, and the 9 tails behind 9 tails intertwined and flew, and came to the front of the huge fox body, and the pure and impurity-free 9 tails chakra pouring out continuously. The rays of light formed by the 9 chakras will finally come together, like a torrent, rushing towards Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina is like a black hole, constantly devouring 9 tails chakra. Golden light gradually emerged from Uzumaki Kushina's body, and strands of golden chakra spread all over Uzumaki Kushina's body in a blink of an eye. When 9 tails chakra wraps Uzumaki Kushina's whole body, multiple rows of goblin jade and special marks begin to appear on Uzumaki Kushina. The brilliant golden light, like a big sun, is located right in the center of the Konoha battlefield, filled with dazzling brilliance. What is this? Kakashi hugged Uzumaki Naruto and looked at Uzumaki Kushina as if surrounded by pure golden flames. His one eye was surprised. There is nothing wrong with this 9 tails chakra, but it is so shining, like a shape made of gold, I have never seen it before. This is chakra mode. Pure white jade eyes, staring at Uzumaki Kushina with shining eyes, blue veins appear on both sides of the cheeks, Hyuga Hayashi has a hideous expression, and Byakugan's pupil power has been fully opened. Is it similar to Raikage's lightning style chakra mode? Not the same, this one is stronger. Kakashi delivered Uzumaki Naruto to Harano Sakura, holding Kunao in his hands, and removed the forehead protector covering Sharingan. Watching Uzumaki Kushina with a vigilant look, just as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen guessed, Kakashi also believed that the teacher in front of him was a clone of Uncle Snake's genes. But at the moment, he hesitated. How could a clone easily extract 9 tails and use the brand new chakra mode? And the biggest suspicious point, Jinchuriki was taken out of 9 tails, it must definitely die. But although Naruto was never awake, his life was not in danger. There are too many problems, especially the one who is in front of him. The 9 tails chakra is not allowed to be faked. Before you don't know the details, the best way is to stand still and wait for the support of Lord Jiraiya or Lord Tsunade. Konoha didn't move, and Sand Shinobi couldn't continue the stalemate. Gaara, who was captured and thrown back, has woken up at this time, covering her forehead with her right hand, and covering half of her face with her palm. Gaara reveals her eyes, revealing pain and fierceness. Like an evil spirit, his mouth kept roaring, and his arms gradually began to deform, like endless yellow sand, thick as the roots of the thighs, and 5 fingers turned into huge sharp claws. A blue pattern appeared on the arm, directly straddling a distance of more than 10 meters, towards the condescending Uzumaki Kushina claws. The roaring voice came from Gaara's mouth, "Smelly fox." Half of Gaara's face has turned into a monster, half of a human face, and half of a monster. The two are distinct and terrifying like a ghost. Gaara has begun to turn into a tail animal. At this time, Gaara's consciousness has disappeared, she has fallen asleep, and her consciousness has been replaced by one tail shower he. The sharp claws composed entirely of yellow sand enveloped an area, and the sharp claws tore the air and made a sharp sound. Each tail beast is a huge creature, and their every move will cause damage to the terrain, which is a well-deserved natural disaster of movement. At this time, Shoujuru was just a wanton and ordinary blow, but few ninjas in the area covered by the sharp claws were able to survive. The shadow has enveloped Uzumaki Kushina, and the golden light has diffused, dispelling all the shadows. Uzumaki Kushina gave birth to a series of golden chains, which had rushed forward from behind. When the golden chains collided with each other, sparks spattered brightly, leaving a fire mark in the air. Like the sharp claws of a mountain crashing down, they were entangled with each other, forming a long dragon, and the diamond chain was washed down frontally. The yellow sand continued to flow and fall, and the diamond chain was like a broken bamboo. It took the opportunity to come to the one-tail guarding crane and entwined it against the one-tail guarding crane. One-tail shower he, who is only half-tailed beastly, has no resistance to be entangled and bound tightly. The trend of tail beastization was going to be continued, but it stopped abruptly. The King Kong chain restrained the tail beast seriously. Under the blessing of Nine Tails Chakra mode, the incompletely guarded crane was like a chicken cub, and it was suppressed in an instant. Looking at the suppressed Morizuru, Uzumaki Kushina slapped his forehead, as if thinking of something, apologizing for lack of sincerity. Wrong. I made a mistake. Should not use diamond chains. This will let you go and we will start again. Chapter 18. The blue sky is like washing. The howling northwest wind kept blowing. Uzumaki Kushina's fiery red hair was infested with a golden color, and it flew freely in the squally wind. At this time, the beautiful jade face appeared comfortable. Ridicule. This is definitely a mockery. Kakashi was holding Kunao in his hand, and the steps under his feet had already taken a half step back, and a familiar feeling came to him. Immediately, there was a pain, and the beating heart sent a tingling pain. Master Kushina and Master were already there that night, and they all died in battle. Gaara! An exclamation came out. Wearing Sand Shinobi forehead protector and carrying a Samsung fan on his back, Temari has swung his arms and the Samsung fan behind it has fallen into Temari's hands. As the three-star fan was waving, a strong gust of wind was set off, and finally turned into a wind blade, fiercely slashing towards the golden chain around Gaara's body. A golden chain, all over Gaara, has formed a sealed enchantment. The wind blade continued to shatter and dissipated in mid-air. The Samsung fan slashed and the diamond chain trembled, and the calmness was restored immediately. Holding a Samsung fan in one hand, and pressing the ground with the other hand, his feet firmly resisted. Under the strong counter-shock force, Temari only felt his body numb. Looking in the direction of the diamond chain, there was a deep unwillingness to appear. The gap is too big. The tall and burly figure appeared beside Temari, standing in front of Temari, and said in a deep voice, "Temari and Kankuro take advantage of the opportunity of the enemy to attract Konoha's attention, you quickly retreat." "Where is Gaara?" Temari asked unwillingly, even if Gaara is fierce and tyrannical, with all kinds of bad things, but it is his brother, Temari can't give up Gaara. "Leave it to me. Hurry up. Go. Where do you want to go?" Uzumaki Kushina's voice sounded. People have appeared in front of Sand Shinobi Ninja Baki. The diamond chain on the side is constantly shrinking, all of which are rushing towards Uzumaki Kushina. "If you come, stay all." After playing and playing, Uzumaki Kushina still knows the importance, and now this is Tsunagakure's war against Konoha. Even if it is the future Konoha, not his own Konoha, as a Konoha shinobi, the innate position and sense of substitution are here, and Tsunagakure will never allow Tsunagakure to successfully retreat. "Damn stinky fox! I will never let you go today!" Shao'er's roar sounded, losing the shackles of the Vajra chains. The tail beastization, which had already begun to disappear, suddenly began to intensify. Gaara disappeared in an instant, replaced by civet cats with blue stripes. The civet cat is known for its cuteness, but Shao'er's huge physique makes it terrifying. Even if it is a rabbit, it is tens of meters in size, it is also terrifying and terrifying. Chakra, the real-tailed beast, began to scatter around the guard crane like a mountain and a sea. Wind-style empty training. Baki looked at Uzumaki Kushina distractedly and looked towards Shaojiru. In less than a second, he successfully completed the seal. With his mouth fully opened, the typhoon ball formed by the wind, filled with a sharp breath, shot towards Uzumaki Kushina. The distance between the two sides was less than 2 meters, and the moment ninjutsu appeared, they had already arrived in front of Uzumaki Kushina. Ninjutsu whizzed past, hitting a faint golden trace, and the golden light turned into stars and completely dissipated. Uzumaki Kushina's punch had hit the belly of the vest, and the tyrannical force made Baki's feet volley off the ground. At this moment, horror appeared in Baki's pupils. How can it be? With such a short distance, he was able to evade and attacked. Bang, bang, bang. There was a continuous sound. When Baiki heard the sound, pressing one hand on the ground, and struggling to raise his head, what he saw was a scene of cracking eyes. All the sand shinobi ninjas in the Chunin exam field have all been defeated. In less than a breathing time, whether it is Jainin or the elite of Jainin, under this golden light, it is impossible to hold the moment. The sand shinobi ninjas have been hit hard, although they still retain their lives, they can't fight anymore. There is no resistance. This scene seems familiar. This is so similar to the yellow flash of the past. Uzumaki Kushina stood calmly on the green grass, and not far away was the sloppy sand shinobi ninja, carefully experiencing the Nine Tails chakra mode. This is just a small test. Uzumaki Kushina felt the power of Nine Tails chakra mode. Among the sand shinobi ninjas who were crushed by their own breath, there are many elites from Jainin, which cannot be solved in a short time even with the help of Nine Tails. But now they are in their own hands and have no power to fight back. Nine Tails chakra mode has increased too much. Uzumaki Kushina is known for chakra. Now he is in Nine Tails chakra mode and feels like he is embracing the ocean. Chakra is endless. Speed, defense, recovery, etc. Don't know how many times it has been increased. No wonder he squinted his eyes, and has always used this hard-won opportunity to fight for the cooperation of Nine Tails and complete the Nine Tails chakra mode. Too strong. My Kushina stood up. Finally played Minato. Thinking of this, Kushina's lips curled up, forming a curve. The beautiful eyes looked at the one-tail shower he with watery eyes, watching the tail beastization had been completely completed, and it turned into a giant tens of meters. The fierce eyes, sharp teeth, and the scales on the tail were covered with scales, and they were already rolled up behind him, as if they were also watching Uzumaki Kushina's gaze. When Morizuru roared, he spit out a large amount of chakra from his mouth, which turned into a huge typhoon and bombarded Uzumaki Kushina. The wind ball blasted out and continued to expand. With the massive increase of Shao'er's chakra, it has become 10 meters in size. Uzumaki Kushina was full of golden light, but after taking a step, he did not take the second step. There are a lot of Konoha shinobi in the back. Uzumaki Kushina can easily dodge, but they can't dodge the Shao crane attack. Ordinary ninjas are too fragile to face the tail beast. Sharp claws emerged from mid-air, and the illusory and transparent claws were like light and shadow, and they were caught at the fiercely bombarded wind ball. A large number of Nine Tails chakra began to gather, and finally the illusory claws became real. The typhoon ball kept cutting sharp claws, and a number of openings appeared, but they were healed in an instant. The last 10-meter typhoon ball was completely crushed by the actual sharp claws. At the same time, in the root base, Jiraiya breathed a little bit faster, showing the heroic demeanor of a mad ghost, and the clogs were stepping on a root member. Responsible for fighting all the way, defeated one root member after another. Successfully complete the invasion of the root base. Chapter 19. Root, Base. Along the way, a half-dead root ninja lay on the ground. Abarame Ryoma usually wears a black cloak that has been torn, and wears black sunglasses and has disappeared. There is a hole on his face, and blood is constantly overflowing, dripping down to the ground along his cheeks. To get rid of the dead insects, a layer of red was applied. The Jiraiya fairy face is disappearing, and the two sage transformations of Mount Maiboku disappear for white smoke. Gently pulling the rope, the huge reel behind it tightened and firmly fitted to Jiraiya's back. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupil squinted and stared at all of this. I have to say that the future Jiraiya is really powerful. The root bears the darkness of Konoha. Every member is an elite. It is impossible for Orochimaru to break into the root organization with his own power. Only now is in the Konoha collapse plan. Konoha is in chaos, and the root organization is also restrained. Orochimaru had a chance to break in, but if he wanted to break in all the way without killing any root ninja, Orochimaru thought he couldn't do it. However, most of the roots are not the main force, otherwise Jiraiya alone will not work. Speaking of it, this is also Jiraiya's pot. He didn't preside over the defense of the village, resist the big snake summoned by Uncle Snake, and Sand Shinobi who cooperated with the attack. Since Konoha would not be able to break through the defense line, he was directly driven by Sand Shinobi Ninja. Without Jiraiya, there were other Konoha strong players. Shimura Dans, the root leader, naturally did his part. There are still two elders, Mitokado Homura, who are also able to resist the primary antibody. The Konoha family is big and talented, but now it seems to be declining, but in fact it is here. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo, and Yuyoshiha Itaki. Unfortunately, the internal fighting is too strong. Orochimaru cut off all kinds of thoughts. All this has nothing to do with Orochimaru, as a Hokage series, as long as Sunin is one. No one moves Sunin in Konoha. Konoha can lose Uchiha, but he can't lose Sunin. Just like the tail beast, the iron tail beast, the running water Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki is not valuable, the real value is the tail beast, and the same is true of Sunin, the three holy places of summoning. These are three inheritances, representing the strong from generation to generation. Orochimaru raised his foot and smashed a mask that the root ninja had fallen, ignoring the wailing of the root ninja, and looked at a white snake in the distance. It had crawled out of the dark, and was constantly voicing the snake's letter. "I have found it. Go." Orochimaru greeted, and followed a white snake towards a fork in the road. Luckily, Orochimaru thought that after Uchiha was annihilated, Sharingan had already used one pair, which was already a rare commodity. It has been sealed by Danzo with a sealing scroll, and I don't know where to store it. This time I came to the root base and it was just a chance. If Sharingan cannot be obtained, Orochimaru also intends to obtain Danzo's research materials. Especially in the past years on the wood-style blood inheritance limit experiment, this experiment was led by Konoha, with all the participation of Third Hokage and Danzo. This time the experiment received a response from the Senju clan, and many Senju clan members took the initiative to act as the experiment. After sacrificing a large number of Senju clan, civilians, and ninjas, the wood-style blood succession limit experiment started this time had to be stopped. First-generation cells are too domineering, and all human experiments have failed. The casualties were so severe that many excellent ninjas did not die on the battlefield, but died on the cold test bench. So it had to be stopped by Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unfortunately, third generation stopped, but Shimura Dans did not stop. This human experiment continues. The host did not change the candidates from beginning to end. All Orochimaru. The Pandora's box is easy to open, but it is difficult to close it. Uncle Snake thinks that all his experiments have failed. The future project will no longer be first-generation cells, wood-style blood inheritance limits, but will be replaced by curse seals, living corpse reincarnation, impure world reincarnation. But Orochimaru knows that although Uncle Snake's experiment has a very high failure rate and the effect is not ideal, wood-style at least succeeded. Yamato's wood-style can at least restrain the tail beast, and its own strength is also good, and it is also the elite of Jainin. This is very good. After all, how many people can reach cage level? Orochimaru walked ahead, in front of Jiraiya along the way, silently leaving behind his dark hands. One by one, the little white snakes kept leaving with a stringent aura. Jiraiya has always maintained Sage Mode, Orochimaru dare not make small moves, Sage Mode's perception is too strong. This time Danzo is not at home, and if he does not remove the roots, he will not be called Orochimaru in the future. Thinking of Danzo's family background, forbidden technique, materials, experimental products, etc., each of them made Orochimaru's heart hot. With Danzo's style, how could there be only Sharingan, and other blood inheritance boundaries would definitely not be let go. All this can't be said, it's too dark. The darkness of Konoha can be carried by Orochimaru without revealing it in front of Tsunade and Jiraiya. Arrive. Push open the door and look at the things in the room. Orochimaru couldn't help being surprised. This? No matter how you like to hang a wall. Appearing in Orochimaru's vision, this is a spacious room. On the wall facing the door, there are neatly laid out grids one after another. The important items are the things in the grid, which are transparent jars. Soaking in the jar is the goal of this time, a pair of Sharingan. The unique breath, whether it is Sharingan, can be distinguished at a glance, and there will be no recognition errors at all. If it's a jar alone, that's fine, but it can be placed directly on a wall, densely packed with Sharingan, and the impact caused by this is very strong. Orochimaru was prepared in his heart, and the Sharingan in Danzo's hands was no less. There was a sense of shock in Danzo's hand, and he suffered the impact of the screen. It is conceivable that Tsunade and Jiraiya were behind, and the shock was even more intense. It's all Sharingan. Tsunade uttered one sentence and sighed for the last time. Jiraiya has known that Uchiha has been annihilated for several years, and Tsunade has only come to the future to know it, and it has only been a few days. The Uchiha in my impression is Konoha's #1 giant, fire-style ninjutsu, Uchiha Shuriken, Sharingan, and dominates the ninja world. Feared by the enemy, claiming to be one-on-one and definitely not able to fight with them. Seeing the dense clusters of Sharingan, Tsunade finally realized the horror of the genocide of Itachi, and she couldn't help but appear frightened. This is probably a strong man like Uchiha Madara. And more cruel and terrible than Uchiha. At least Uchiha Madara did not slaughter his father and mother, and slaughter his family. Uchiha Itachi is horrible. Chapter 20. Wherever the leaves fly, the fire is endless. The firelight will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves germinate. Orochimaru didn't know why, suddenly this sentence came into being. It is a great irony that this sentence of the will of fire that can make people burn themselves and dedicate to the village appears in this scene. Orochimaru looked away from the pair of Sharingan, and looked at Uchiha Mikoto, who was standing at the doorway, trembling all over, already half leaning on the wall. Uchiha Mikoto's beautiful face has lost all his blood, and his pale face is as if the sky has not been seen all the time. The wall behind supported Uchiha Mikoto without paralyzing Uchiha Mikoto on the ground. The white palms are already tightly gripped, sweat is emerging from the palms, the back of the hands are already violent, and the head is sinking down. The black hair hangs down from the front, covering Uchiha Mikoto's face. The cold breath is gradually spreading, bringing chills to everyone in the room. This gloomy chakra is naturally full of indifference and erosion. Orochimaru carefully realized that the Uchiha clan was called the Evil Clan. In addition to those insisted on by the second generation, there is another major factor, that is, the chakra of the Uchiha clan is too cold. Like a lion majesty, everyone knows that it is not a good kind at a glance, and it is not welcomed by the public. The Uchiha clan is not to be treated, it seems normal to Orochimaru, this kind of chakra even feels uncomfortable to himself, and whoever can stand it with someone else. Therefore, Uchiha is the most reliable person only in wartime. Other times, Uchiha will naturally become withdrawn. Orochimaru stretched out his palm and gently smoothed the long black hair in front of Uchiha Mikoto, exposing the blood-colored eyes. It really looks like a green apple. I really want to take a bite. Orochimaru turned around and walked towards the east of the room. The golden vertical pupils showed excitement, and his tongue licked the corner of his mouth lightly. Orochimaru raised her head and her black soft long hair fluttered without wind. Ha 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 ha. Excited laughter resounded throughout the room, echoing constantly. Orochimaru, the five great laughter, appears. Look, what did I find? Master Danzo really surprised me. Orochimaru stood in front of clear glass, which was a huge glass box with a lot of liquid in it. What really attracted Orochimaru's attention was the corpse soaked in liquid. Another Uchiha Mikoto. Compared with the scarlet eyes at this moment, Uchiha Mikoto who is being stimulated and unacceptable, this one is more mature. Licking the corners of his mouth again, Orochimaru stared at the corpse's eyes. The existence of this pair of Sharingan represented Uchiha Mikoto's higher value. Even if Mangekyou Sharingan can't wake up this time, does Orochimaru still have a set meal? Changwei beat Lefu? No, Uchiha Itachi beat Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Mikoto 3 Tomo Sharingan, different from other Uchiha people, is already on the verge of evolution, only the last force is needed. But a pair of Mangekyou is very good, but Mangekyou's defects are not small. If you use it all the time, you may lose your eyesight. If you use your pupils blindly, you will eventually lose your sight. So for the maintenance of Mangekyou, this is the top priority, but this is contradictory. Opening Mangekyou is to increase strength and use it in battle. The upper limit of Mangekyou is high, but the lower limit is also low. Crazy without breaking Susanoo, who is the best in the ninja world to fight. Mangekyou can't be used, and the future will be cage level at best. This strength is pretty good, but the increase in combat power in the later period is too large, and it is just cannon fodder. But with this pair of Sharingan, Uchiha Mikoto's value greatly increases. This gave Uchiha Mikoto the hope of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Eternity Mangekyou needs to transplant his brother's Mangekyou eyes to integrate the other's pupil power, so that Mangekyou can evolve. Obtain eternal Mangekyou Sharingan who won't be blind. In Orochimaru's view, there is a gap even if it is a brother. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke can succeed, and their successful examples cannot be regarded as successful experiences at all. Because they are both Indra Chakra reincarnations, they are inherently different from ordinary people. They can do miracles that ordinary people can't do, but you just can't. Therefore, this pair of Uchiha Mikoto's Sharingan has overcome the fusion level, saving Orochimaru a lot of experiments to adjust the difference in pupil power. So the difficulty is to evolve this pair of Sharingan to Mangekyou. Orochimaru also has a spectrum in Orochimaru's heart. The deeper the love and the loss of love, the stronger the stimulation. It's the set meal that I have prepared by myself, and Changwei hits Lefu. Just change it a little bit and let it know that Uchiha Itachi has been deceiving her from beginning to end, and all his concerns about Sasuke are false, in order to obtain Sasuke's Mangekyou and obtain eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, so that Uchiha will be able to make the future Uchiha. Mikoto went crazy. Orochimaru weighed 1 or 2 in his mind, and found that the future Uchiha Mikoto must be resurrected first. With his own successful example in the world, Uchiha Mikoto has the potential to open up Mangekyou Sharingan in the future. So the resurrected candidate added another one, based on Nawaki and future Uchiha Mikoto. One is alive, and it is not difficult to add Nawaki from this world, so Kushina, who has a good relationship, can also consider 1 or 2. Finally, Orochimaru counted 1 or 2 and found that the resurrection list had already added a lot of names. I am afraid that I have become a master of realizing dreams. Orochimaru laughed at himself, but he didn't intend to delete personnel. It is not himself who is really responsible for realizing the dream. The person who maliciously breaks the boundary of life and death is also the tool person of the whirlpool Nagato. Yes. After Orochimaru knew the timeline of this world, he focused on the revolving heaven technique, the wheel of Nagato. Among the many candidates for the resurrection, adding a few more places, I believe it will not have much effect. Orochimaru looked reluctantly from the future Uchiha Mikoto moved away, and looked at the pure and transparent glass aside, and Orochimaru laughed wildly again. This fierce face completely lowered the appearance of the Uchiha clan. Orochimaru will never make a mistake. This is Uchiha Fugaku, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. This identity is not important. As a dead person, Uchiha has been annihilated, and his wealth and status during his lifetime have been wiped out. What Orochimaru really cares about is Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan, which is still intact in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. This is not 3 Tomo Sharingan, this is Manjiki Sharingan. Ha 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 ha. White fingers have covered Orochimaru's mouth, Tsunade's pale yellow eyebrows have been twisted, and the bright brown eyes are irritated. Orochimaru! Don't be ashamed anymore. Chapter 21. Ha ha ha. The voice of laughter kept ringing. This is not Orochimaru's laughter, but Jiraiya, who keeps rolling back and forth on the ground holding his belly. Jiraiya laughed and preached to Orochimaru, unexpectedly. You turned out to be Orochimaru like this. Tsunade's hands on hips, blue-purple marks on his forehead, have been twisted at this time, forming a deep tic-tac-toe. The anger continued to surge from the rough place, watching the two in front of him compare with each other. Forbearance, forbearance. Absolutely can't be amusing more than general knowledge. In the end, Tsunade couldn't bear it. He punched the white hair on the head, let the rolling white hair down, sit on the ground, clutching the beaten position and wailing in pain. Finally Tsunade looked at Orochimaru. At this time, Orochimaru had recovered her calm, her dark and smooth long hair shawl, and her delicate face gave people a sense of tranquility. But in Tsunade's mind, I don't know why Orochimaru laughed wildly. Tsunade couldn't help but tremble. Orochimaru's magical smile was really unbearable. The anger that had already calmed down came up again and punched Orochimaru again. Be serious. Orochimaru, you also found Sharingan, take some quickly, we will leave now. 2. It's time to leave. Orochimaru took out the seal scroll and walked slowly towards Uchiha Fugaku's corpse. This trip to the future, Uchiha Fugaku's Manjiki Sharingan is Orochimaru's greatest achievement. Walking to Uchiha Fugaku's corpse, Orochimaru could clearly feel that something was wrong. The pair of Sharingan on Uchiha Fugaku's corpse contained the chakra level, although it surpassed the other 3 Tomo Sharingan. But it is undoubtedly not too much, there is no essential difference. No matter how you look at it, it is 3 Tomo Sharingan. But Orochimaru knows that Uchiha Fugaku is Manjiki Sharingan, so there are only 2 explanations, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes are lost. Orochimaru was the first to rule out this. Uchiha Fugaku was too cautious. After the opening of Manjiki Sharingan in the 3 World Wars, no one knew about it. It was only the moment before Uchiha Itachi appeared before his death, so no one would prepare to drop the package in advance. If it is Danzo, it doesn't need to be so strenuous, just dig it out. So it's the second one. This pair of Manjiki Sharingan was slapped, and Orochimaru also tended to this one, which was done by Uchiha Itachi. The identities of Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto are so important that no one dares to move in the night of genocide. If Uchiha Itachi is taken away, then 3rd generation will suspect that Uchiha Fugaku is not dead. If Obito moves, Uchiha Itachi will be completely irritated, or Konoha will notice. Uchiha Fugaku's corpse must be left intact in order to make all parties feel at ease. If Uchiha Itachi is prepared in advance, it is not impossible for the civet cat to change the prince, take Uchiha Fugaku Manjiki Sharingan seamlessly, and replace it with a pair of other Sharingan. Unfortunately, Uchiha Itachi only knew at the last moment that time was running out. So with the help of the sealing technique, Uchiha Fugaku Manjiki Sharingan can behave like other 3 Tomo Sharingan. After Uchiha's extermination, Sharingan is no longer a scarce thing for Danzo. A pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan is not too important anymore, but Uchiha Itachi highlights the value. The bodies of Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku were specially processed and have been preserved to this day for the purpose of targeting Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi took Danzo's mind with great precision, knowing that this old guy is not a good person. I would definitely not dispose of Uchiha Fugaku's corpse, save it with Danzo's hands, and take the corpse back when there is a chance in the future. If you think about it again, this pair of Manjiki Sharingan is also an insurance. Uchiha Itachi gave his Manjiki and Hitomi Lee to his younger brother Sasuke, so that like Uchiha Madara, Mangeki was promoted to the Eternal Mangeki without worrying about the danger of blindness. Uchiha Itachi didn't know Indra's reincarnation said that Mangeki fusion is risk-free. As long as the fusion is done, the success rate is 100%. In Uchiha Itachi's view, this integration into the Eternal Mangeki also carries a lot of risk, and Uchiha Fugaku's pair of Mangeki Sharingan is a guarantee. Even if it fails this time, there is still a chance to do it again. Orochimaru exclaimed in his heart, even if it was his own guess, but Orochimaru thought it was 9 out of 10. That genocide ferret, but the Grand Master calculated it best. If it weren't for being bound by the will of fire, the unbridled Uchiha Itachi is even more dangerous than Uchiha Obito. This has to mention poor Uncle Snake, the enthusiasm for Sharingan, let Uchiha Itachi see the opportunity, and directly contributed to Uchiha Sasuke's rebellion against the village. The purpose is to find a good teacher and to leave Konoha at the same time. After all, after losing the third generation suppression, Danzo is already on the verge of losing control. I completely use Uncle Snake as a tool man, after all, the 10-punch sword is already ready. Brakan. It's a terrible existence. No wonder Uchiha Sasuke is crazy. Anyone who has been manipulated for the first half of his life has already been arranged for any decision, so it's no wonder if he is not crazy. Thinking, Orochimaru suddenly looked away and looked in the direction of Uchiha Mikoto. The chakra breath that constantly emerged from Uchiha Mikoto's body suddenly changed and became even colder. The three Guyu and the Scarlet Eyes have been completely linked together. With a snap, the ground is covered with broken glass residue. There are still green marks on Uchiha Mikoto's lips, and he has successfully drunk the potion. Mangeki Sharingan has been successfully turned on. Uchiha Mikoto turned on Mangeki Sharingan, and his own chakra began to grow wildly, and his breathing room had grown several times. Seeing Orochimaru's eyes are hot, this is the limit of blood inheritance, it doesn't make sense at all. The activation of Mangeki not only obtained the unique pupil technique, but also opened Susanoo, and the enhancement of the blood succession boundary was the beginning of enhancement in all directions. The most notable one is chakra. The notable Uchiha Mikoto is no weaker than Orochimaru when it comes to chakra. Sharingan's unique pupil technique is less expensive and faster to release, plus the surge of chakra. Uchiha Mikoto does not need Mangeki, and his strength has exploded several times. It has greatly surpassed the elite Genin. As the team leader, Orochimaru is very satisfied. All team members are cage level. If Uzumaki Kushina can complete the Nine Tails Chakra mode, he will rise to become the strongest in the ninja world. Possess Super Shadow Combat Power. Become the ceiling of ninja combat power. But unfortunately, he still couldn't beat the Big Pillar and Madara. Chapter 22. The last pair of Sharingan was successfully sealed. Orochimaru nodded in satisfaction. The grid on the wall was hollow. Orochimaru swept away all Sharingan and didn't leave a pair for Danzo. Putting away the seal scroll, Orochimaru looked aside, Uchiha Mikoto who was silent. His scarlet eyes have calmed down, and his black pupils have recovered. As always, quiet, but without the gentle breath, but with a touch of indifference. Uchiha is paranoid, not a good person, even Uchiha Mikoto is no exception. Uchiha Mikoto was attacked by this wall Sharingan, thus opening Mangeki Sharingan. Orochimaru thought that Uchiha Mikoto would prevent him from sealing Sharingan and take it back in the name of Uchiha. Orochimaru had a countermeasure in his mind, but Uchiha Mikoto didn't do anything from start to finish. It's so peaceful. This is a typical abnormality. Uchiha Mikoto's approach gave Orochimaru an interest in his heart and looked forward to Uchiha Mikoto's surprise. Let's go. Find Kushina, we should go back. Tsunade stretched out his hand to push Orochimaru, and preached impatiently. The root organization, this base, obviously didn't want to stay longer, and Tsunade was not interested in these Sharingan or something. As a medical ninja, Tsunade's research ability is naturally not weak, and there is no small amount of research. This is also the reason for the rapid progress of medical ninja. Unfortunately, since World War II, Tsunade has lost interest. Although it failed this time, it also succeeded. It proved that the dragon veins have the power to travel through time and space, so Tsunade wanted to go back early and start the next time and space journey. Go back to the past and make up for my regrets. Orochimaru heard the meaning of Tsunade, and showed an apologetic look to Tsunade, and said in a soft tone, "Time and space travel has failed. It is impossible to rescue Nawake by this." Tsunade has stretched out his hand to grab Orochimaru's collar, which made Orochimaru stagger, and the two sides kept getting close. In the end, the distance was only a finger away, and Orochimaru could clearly feel Tsunade's breathing. "What do you mean, Orochimaru?" Orochimaru stretched out his hand to break Tsunade's palm, but did not move. Tsunade's palm was like iron tongs, firmly fixed. "Tsunade, didn't you find it? This is not our pure future world at all. On the first day you came here, you should have discovered that the ancient Lulin country that was originally located in the Kingdom of Wind no longer exists, and naturally there is no dragon vein. There is one more obvious thing." Orochimaru took out a map from his arms. Tsunade let go of Orochimaru, and snatched the world map. The world map is very simple, there are no detailed city divisions, there are only countries on it. The first to appear is the 5 big countries, followed by some small countries, the country of water, the country of grass, the country of fields, and so on. Tsunade didn't care at first, but soon his bright brown pupils shrank, and he found out that this map of the world was wrong. Orochimaru just rightly explained, "Yes. The country of ghosts and the country of snow do not exist. Other things are difficult to estimate, but the existence of a country is a big deal, even if the country of ghosts is a small country. But no matter how small a country is, its population also exceeds that of Konoha. Painting a map of the world, how could it be possible to abandon them? Even the 5 most arrogant countries would not do it." This incident was confirmed after Orochimaru traveled through time and space and discovered that the dragon veins in Lulin no longer existed. Tsunade didn't know the reason, but at this time he was surprised, astonished as to why the ninja world lacked the country of ghosts. Although the map is abbreviated, it also shows the area of the country. It was originally located in the country of ghosts. At this time, the ocean appeared. No need for 2 maps, Tsunade also knows the location of the ghost country. Ninjas do not produce, and their money comes from missions. As Konoha Sunin, Tsunade's mission rate is not low. The country of ghosts has also been there. This is not that the country of ghosts will be destroyed in the next 2 decades, but that it no longer exists and its territorial location does not exist. Tsunade didn't know the reason, but Orochimaru knew it. The Kingdom of Snow and the Kingdom of Ghosts, these are all theatrical plots, not the main storyline of Hokage Ninja at all. There are many similar, TV version of the original plot, games, comics. Various versions are flying in chaos. Orochimaru is coming to Konoha Road, constantly inquiring about the news, combined with the Master's information at this time, it is roughly certain that this is a Hokage world where there is no theatrical plot. Then this also indicates that it is not their future world. Because Orochimaru is in the world, most of the ninjas of the same period have already died on the battlefield, and the Second World War has let them wither, but only a little friend, Hyliuhu, is left. Nowadays, he is still working hard to contribute to Konoha, performing tasks in the wind and rain, but it is not too late for him to try human experiments. Orochimaru intends to go back to get the little brother, and in terms of research ability, this is also a good hand, able to be an Orochimaru tool person. There is no world on this side, Orochimaru can be confirmed. Since coming to the future world, Orochimaru has been like a fish in water, and I have to give Uncle Snake a like again. With Uncle Snake buried in Konoha's team, Orochimaru was easily activated. So this is a parallel world. Regarding the information about the parallel world, Orochimaru had already been popularized by Tsunade before traveling through time and space. Watching Tsunade's bright brown eyes dimmed, it seemed as if it had lost all its brilliance, and its spirit was looted, like an exquisite puppet doll. Orochimaru continued to preach, "This future journey, although it is a parallel world, I have gained a lot. I have found a specific method on how to resurrect Nawaki. When I go back, after the 3 wars, I will return you a healthy Nawaki. The 3 battles will take a few years. When the time comes for this world, no matter how fast the wind is spreading, with Nagato as a tool man, it will save worry and effort." Looking at Tsunade, who was not very angry and indifferent, Orochimaru knew that Tsunade hadn't listened to such words at all. This is also normal. Whoever tells you that you will be able to complete such a feat as the resurrection in a few years, and you will also take it as comfort and as a joke. Actually, if you pay a heavy price to resurrect, I already have a few ways here. The reincarnation of the dragon's life in Kayan village and the reincarnation of Tsunagakure's own life can all bring the dead back to life. However, the price is not small, and all of them need to be life for life. In Nawaki's life, you must live in the sun and not allow the slightest darkness to be contaminated. It is absolutely impossible to resuscitate Nawaki with this sorcery, so that Nawaki will be stained with blood and burdened with sin. I also don't allow Tsunade to bear your guilt and live in guilt for the rest of your life. Chapter 23. The self-cleaning white and flawless energy-saving lamps permeated, dispelling the darkness in the enclosed room. Orochimaru stood under the light, as if filled with divine light, flying around Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru was like the light of the right way. The arm was pulled. Jiraiya didn't know when he jumped over, tears running down her cheeks like money without money. Orochimaru's awe-inspiring words sent tears to Jiraiya's touched old man, and his nose ran down. Only with the negative example of Uncle Snake can we bring out Orochimaru's grandeur. Since Uncle Snake rebelled against the village, Jiraiya ran away, and he has been filled with regret in his heart, thinking that he did not persuade Uncle Snake to come back. Wandering around the ninja world for so many years, I am also looking for Uncle Snake. The young Orochimaru from the past, Jiraiya has always been worried, so even if it is a force to break into the root organization, Jiraiya has no objection, and even took action personally. It is the lesser of the 2 evils, the root of the evil is organized, and the less trouble is in Konoha. But at this moment, Jiraiya was completely relieved that the young Orochimaru in front of him would not embark on the road of rebelling against the village, and he was still abiding by the bottom line in his heart. Envy emerged in her heart. It was herself in the parallel world, and Sunin was able to reunite together instead of parting ways. Jiraiya, who was crying with joy, quickly squeezed and showed embarrassment, but in the end he squeezed out his purpose, asking Orochimaru to persuade Uncle Snake to turn back. Others can't persuade, so what about the same self? Orochimaru cast a deep gaze at Jiraiya, and it seemed that he had removed his guard against himself, otherwise Orochimaru knew that Jiraiya would not allow him to contact Uncle Snake. But that's not flicking Tsunade and Jiraiya. Life and death are taboos. Those who play with death will eventually provoke death. Orochimaru has great taboos about impure world reincarnation and forbidden technique, such as reincarnation of oneself. He will definitely not interfere in Pure Land until his strength reaches a certain level. The Pure Land has a master, not unmanned. If you want to rely on a forbidden technique to continuously revive the dead, blur the boundary between life and death, sooner or later the world will collapse. Life is not equal, but death is equal. If there is no death, the high-ranking ones will always be on the top, permanently enslaving the lower-ranked ones. Even if it is not interested in change, the unification of the ninja world, etc., Orochimaru does not want such a thing to happen. Therefore, Orochimaru still has some admiration for Tsunagakurecho, who was reincarnated by the master. Even if this forbidden technique is difficult to learn, with the opponent's status, several people can be cultivated. The opponent of this forbidden technique wants to use his own life, and he has the mind to bring the forbidden technique into the Pure Land together. Therefore, before testing the details of the Pure Land, Tool people are required to do it. The body is magnificent, but Shadow Clone is burdened with darkness. At this time, Orochimaru Shadow Clone, wearing a kabuto hat, the brim of the hat is very low, and the face is in the shadow, making it difficult to see the appearance, but wearing glasses, the lens reflects the light. At this time, if someone acquaintance sees it, he will be able to recognize this appearance. It is indeed the appearance of Yakushi Kabuto. The pace was silent, and suddenly stopped next to a laboratory. It's so full of vitality. Orochimaru felt the vitality and already knew there was dry goods. Carefully dismantled each trap, as well as a good detonation charm, Orochimaru successfully came to the experiment. Finally found the destination. This is one of the wood-style blood relay demarcation laboratories that Orochimaru is very concerned about. Although it has been sealed, there are a lot of wood-style blood relay demarcation experimental data. Orochimaru picked up an experiment diary at random and watched it with relish. After turning a few pages in a row, Orochimaru felt that he had gained a lot. Uncle Snake's talent is worthy of recognition, but this Danzo is also suitable for fighting and killing. Orochimaru glanced around and found that the laboratory has been sealed for a long time. Seen from Uncle Snake, it hasn't been activated for a long time since Uncle Snake left. Collecting the research materials well, Orochimaru looked at a wooden shelf where branches and leaves had grown on it. The green leaves were all green and full of vitality. As the material of the master in his own hands, Hashirama cells are the foundation of the Hokage world. I don't know how many experiments are produced by this. But compared to its own Hashirama cell, this stored vitality is stronger. Even with the means of containment, it can still affect the outside world. This Hashirama cell was the cell before Senju Hashirama was alive. Among them this breath of vitality is definitely not comparable after death. This is priceless. Orochimaru slandered Danzo in his heart. He had this good thing, but he kept it secret to himself. Senju Hashirama, as the god of ninjas, only Uchiba Madara was able to take a bite of flesh and blood before alive. The rest is Senju Tobirama, who can use his ingenuity to fool his elder brother to get it. This is Danzo's legacy of the second generation's laboratory, materials, research materials, etc., all in one go. This Hashirama cell just went to study wood style, awakening the blood and then the limit, but there is some waste. What Orochimaru really values is the vitality and vitality of the Hashirama cells, whether it is to save the dead or to increase lifespan, this is the basis. Orochimaru started to get busy, no matter how cunning Danzo, this time all made him cheaper. This shadow clone has a good harvest. Among the other shadow clones, there are few gains, but there are also great gains. Danzo didn't know how many frenzied experiments he had done to plunder the ninja blood and succession boundaries, and then rob all kinds of secret techniques. The Book of Seal has already been copied by Danzo, so I can say something to Hokage. Hokage has it, Danzo has it. But Danzo has it, but Hokage does not necessarily have it. This shadow clone wiped out Danzo's forbidden technique. This makes Orochimaru have to sigh. Danzo has been pampering himself for too long, but he has been a little negligent about security and confidentiality. However, on second thought, Konoha did not threaten Danzo at all. Even if Hokage came to the root organization, he would dare to stop him, and third Hokage would not force it. Therefore, as long as there is no foreign enemy invasion and the Konoha line of defense is compromised, there will be no trouble with the root organization. In addition, Danzo usually sits in the old nest, with most of the roots, and he is not afraid of any strong force. So many things are not placed separately, all are located in one base. Unexpectedly, it was all cheaper in the end. Orochimaru, with so many gains, made Orochimaru full. The establishment of the science department of Orochimaru is no longer a start-up. It already has a foundation. It was time to retreat, and Danzo was almost time to return. Even if it is pinned by Sand Shinobi Ninja, the time is almost the same. Slipped away, slipped away, slipped away. Chapter 24. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of explosions appeared one after another. Chakra, the full-bodied beast, splashes in midair continuously. Orochimaru, who returned from the root organization, saw Uzumaki Kushina beating Xiao Erhe. The golden nine-tails chakra, like a burning flame, violently burns around Uzumaki Kushina. The lines appearing on the cheeks and the go-jade patterns appearing on the clothes are full of sacred dignity. The golden light renders all directions, like a god standing in the world. Known as a deadly weapon in the world, mobile natural disasters, the tail beast, which is regarded as the ultimate weapon by the major ninja villages, is like a doll in the hands of Uzumaki Kushina. This scene made the onlookers look unbelievable. One-tail Shao Crane, the beast-like body of the tail, is constantly being destroyed, but every time Uzumaki Kushina also gives Shao Crane time to recover. Allowing the Shao Crane to resort to various methods, Uzumaki Kushina was completely waving a tail made up of 9 tails chakra, and lashing at the Shao Crane fiercely. Are you sure this is only 9 tails chakra mode? Instead of perfect Jinkra ki? Tsunade wrapped his arms around his chest, his sleeves were rolled up, his white arms were exposed, and his bright brown eyes were shocked. Too strong. Uzumaki Kushina at this moment is too strong. I'm afraid that Sunin won't be an opponent anymore. Do not. Orochimaru put on the gold-framed glasses again, concealing the golden vertical pupils and purple eyeshadow. The chilling breath disappeared, no longer a lion majesty hiding in a dark corner and devouring snake's letters. He smiled and squinted. The eyes are like the big brother next door. Kushina lacks combat experience. Chakra has only water attributes. It is too stupid to learn ninjutsu. There is a huge chakra, and the strength is to be greatly reduced. It is impossible to truly play the power of 9 tails chakra mode. Whether it is Sunin or other elites in Jainin, if there is Uzumaki Kushina at this time, 9 tails chakra mode, it must be super cage level combat power, ninja ceiling combat power. Unfortunately, Uzumaki Kushina has been restrained and unable to gain freedom. Uzumaki Kushina, who rarely fights, has insufficient combat experience, let alone the lack of combat experience. His original talent for learning ninjutsu is not good, and coupled with the constraints of Konoha F4, he has resistance in his heart and has no intention of learning. Nearly half of his strength can't be played out. After all, a ninja is truly powerful and always develops in all directions. For example, Hyuga Hayashi's strength is not bad, even if it is against Orochimaru himself, he can hold on for a period of time before he is completely defeated. But for Hyuga Hayashi, Orochimaru can easily defeat Hyuga Hayashi by summoning the 10,000 snakes. Gentle Fist targets the meridians and internal organs of the human body. It can cut off the chakra, but it is negligible for large-sized ninja beasts. In a real fight, Sunin is able to fight. But this can be compensated. When Uzumaki Kushina returns, training will definitely be on the agenda. Such a strong combat force, Konoha will not let go. But it must be impossible to put Uzumaki Kushina on the battlefield. Konoha F4 thoughts, Orochimaru knows that there are 3 doves and 1 hawk. Wrong, there are 2 sects on the fence, as long as Hokage is what kind of faction, Mito Kato Homura is what kind of faction. Uzumaki Mito will not be on the battlefield, nor will Uzumaki Kushina. Konoha Sora has the strongest 9 tails Jinkra ki, but he would never be on the battlefield. If Uzumaki Naruto were the protagonist, 9 tails Jinkra ki would have been hiding in the snow. Looking at the flame enchantment rising to the sky, the battle in the 4 purple flame array had also begun to come to an end. Orochimaru's squinted eyes stared at the battlefield of the 4 purple flame formations without blinking. Before Orochimaru waited long, the real critical moment had arrived. Watching 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen begin to seal, Orochimaru's eyes showed fear. The ghouls are sealed. This kind of seal forbidden technique is one of several ninjutsu that Orochimaru fears. Since the study of the curse seal, no one in the world can kill Orochimaru, but it does not mean that there is no other means to target. For the immortal, the best way is to seal it. Even Tsutsuki Kagaya can be sealed, and Orochimaru admits that it is no exception, and this dead ghoul seal is one of Orochimaru's nemesis. He stared at the 4 purple flames without blinking, but he didn't notice Shinigami. But a shuddering wave was flooded in the 4 purple flame array. Shinigami is a mysterious existence, the appearance rate is not high, but can directly pull out the target's soul. This ability is powerful and mysterious. It is also the nemesis of Orochimaru. Looking at Uncle Snake's wailing air, he has given Orochimaru a successful example. As far as the manipulation of the soul is concerned, humans cannot be compared with Shinigami. Look at the 4 purple flame formations. What can I see? Uchiha Mikoto's eyes appeared scarlet, and the 3 jewels were connected together. Manjiki Sharingan turned on, and slowly began to preach. It's a monster with double horns and open arms. No, it's Shinigami. It's strange, you know it is Shinigami when you see it. Orochimaru looked at the wailing Uncle Snake in the 4 purple flames, and there was no trace of Shinigami at all. As expected, ordinary people could not see Shinigami. This makes the ghoul seal more difficult. If you don't know it beforehand, it's easy to get caught. Uncle Snake is one example. But Sharingan can see it, which already shows that Yin and Yang are highly accomplished. After all, Sharingan belongs to Yin and Yin, so no matter how magical Shinigami is, it must be attributed to Yin and Yang. This is not very surprising. A Hokage ninja is already an eyeball legend. The ninja world is very deep, with many weird things, such as the evil god of Unokuni, Shinigami in front of you, and the ghosts of ghosts, like giant turtles the size of islands. But everything has to kneel under the eyeballs. The 5 chakra attributes of water, fire, thunder, wind, and soil are normal, because the root of the world, chakra, is the strongest attribute of Yin and Yang, and the most magical is the escape of Yin and Yang. In the 4 purple flames, Sarutobi Hiruzen stared deeply at Orochimaru, and finally showed a sense of relief, and said in a relaxed tone, "You are addicted to ninjutsu, proud of ninjutsu, this kind of punishment is the most suitable for you, I won't take away all your skills." Ha 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 ha. Rageous laughter sounded. Uncle Snake's posture was arbitrary, his arms were softened, and the golden vertical pupils stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen viciously, as fierce and brutal as lion majesty. "Failed, teacher." A hoarse voice sounded, and at the end a meaningful sermon, "Do you think the one who just appeared is a clone? Could it be? That's the real body." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression of relief suddenly disappeared, revealing his unwillingness to preach. He started to struggle, his body swayed, and he didn't want to fall down, so he would continue to guard Konoha desperately. But in the end he fell down, his glaring eyes widened, and he stared at Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake's arrogant demeanor, violent laughter, and even the Jinchuriki battle have been suppressed. With the softened arms, white snakes appeared in the sleeves, and the sleeves were propped up, looking as if embracing the world. A frantic voice sounded, "First punish Konoha, then kill Sand Shinobi, I only sound forbearance, and the world of ninja is the king. Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead. There is no longer a hindrance to the release of the tail beast. The second step of Konoha's collapse plan should begin. Release the tail beast. Real body." Chapter 25. The arrogant voice resounded everywhere. The voice is sharp and hoarse, unable to distinguish between men and women. Uncle Snake's fanatical posture is filled with endless cold and evil charm, full of unspeakable charm. Even though Uncle Snake is the villain boss, cruel and cold-blooded, he has committed numerous bloodsheds. Human experiments do not know how many people have been harmed. It is the most dangerous S-rank rebel in the ninja world. But Uncle Snake has its own charm. There are countless followers under his command. Among them, many of them can die for Uncle Snake and dedicate their lives. Now this posture, its aura completely suppressed the others. Highly anticipated, the center of the world. Withdraw. Orochimaru watched Uncle Snake explode, approaching the Oscar actor, and it was many times higher than Uzumaki Kushina's clumsy acting skills. Had it not been for the inside story, Orochimaru would have believed it himself at this time. Resolutely intends to retreat, not wanting to stay in Konoha anymore. Because of the next trouble, it has been successfully transferred by Uncle Snake. If third generation does not die, Konoha will not be too troublesome, but when third generation dies, Danzo will not be suppressed. I am afraid that it will hit Uzumaki Kushina's idea. Now that Uncle Snake gave Danzo all the excuses, it was just endless trouble. If there is a conflict with Konoha, it is not a good thing whether you win or lose. In this future world, Orochimaru doesn't want to leave with one vote, and wants to come several times in the future. Orochimaru's hands began to seal. Water style, mist shinobi technique. The mouth opened, and endless mist was exhaled. In a blink of an eye, the battlefield was already heavily foggy, with wisps of mist all over the battlefield, and visibility was already very low. Kirigakuru's mist shinobi technique is not advanced ninjutsu, but conventional ninjutsu. It is not difficult to learn. The tall and burly figure of the pacifist has appeared in the mist. The physique, nearly 7 meters tall, like a hill, is full of oppressive force. Orochimaru's set of actions, flowing clouds and flowing water, has been completed between the electric light and the flint, and the pacifist has already slapped Tsunade and Uchiha Mikoto with a slap. Seeing that the two had disappeared, Orochimaru spoke to Jiraiya aside, "If you want to find 5th Hokage, come directly to Short Book Street." After the words fell, Orochimaru had disappeared. The pacifist retracted his palm and disappeared into Jiraiya's vision for the next moment. He already appeared next to Uzumaki Kushina. Watching the pacifist move, Uzumaki Kushina narrowed his mouth uncomfortably. But still did not resist, letting the pacifist slap him away. After all disappeared, the pacifist slapped Shower-He, then jumped and stepped directly on Shower-He. As soon as Shower-He sank, the pacifist's feet were already trapped in it, fingers dropped, palms pointed at Shower-He, and the laser shot out, starting to destroy Shower-He and heal itself. Jiraiya was stunned, his mouth seemed to split, and he fell directly to the ground. All had disappeared in an instant, and even Shower-He had disappeared. When the guard crane disappeared, the Konoha shinobi had already reacted and began to use wind-style Great Breakthrough to blow away the mist brought by the mist shinobi technique. So Jiraiya clearly saw how Shower-He was robbed. Looking at the direction of the 4 purple flame formations again, there was nothing there. The Yunin and Uncle Snake who had placed the 4 purple flame formations disappeared, and only a deadly corpse remained in place. The matter is big. Jiraiya's face collapsed. Just run away. He even took one-tail Jinchuriki away. This is a big deal. Tsunagakure will definitely not give up, and will never give up one-tail Shower-He. The other 3 shinobu villages, Kirigakure, fortunately, the country of water hangs alone overseas and has always been closed. Cloud Shinobi Village, the country of thunder, has always been the master of the fighting faction. Iwagakure 3rd generation is a cunning, and I will certainly not let this opportunity pass. If you don't handle it well this time, the ninja world will start to fight again. An ownerless tail beast, the temptation is too great. Flying above the sky, staring at the ninja world continent below, looking at the small mountains and lakes, Orochimaru smiled brightly. Convinced in his heart, he deserves to be Uncle Snake, he is clever. Uncle Snake turned his back on the army and turned his passive into an active one. He had to pit Uncle Snake and let Uncle Snake back the pot, but Uncle Snake had to push himself out of the tank. This wave is going to give Uncle Snake a thumbs up. Orochimaru and Uncle Snake all successfully evacuated, but the Tsunagakure evacuation operation completely failed. All the sand shinobi ninjas who invaded Konoha were killed by Konoha in the Chunin exam field, and the rest were also knocked down by Uzumaki Kushina. Konohagakure invaded the sand shinobi ninja outside. After the Konoha shinobi was in a panic, they began to be gradually organized. The strongest ninja village in the 5 countries, this war machine began to operate. Sand shinobi ninjas are dead, scratched, like Temari who should have successfully evacuated. This time they were all caught by Konoha. Konoha won the war, but there was no joy in the village, and it was completely surrounded by sadness. Tsunagakure invaded and caused considerable damage to Konoha. Even if the war is confined to the outside of the village and the arena, war is war. There are still many deaths, and many ninjas sacrifice. Many families have been hit hard, and many people have become orphans, but this is not the most serious. The most serious was the death of 3rd Hokage. This makes Hokage a high-risk industry. From first generation to the present, all Hokages have never died well. I originally thought that 3rd Hokage was the first, but I did not expect and did not escape the bad luck. Not only Konoha, but the shadows of the 5 major villages have not escaped this fate now. Hokage building. A fierce quarrel broke out. Danzo's bandages tied his eyes and arms. Many of them were damaged, but they were just right. They didn't reveal the key things. They were stained with a lot of blood. The dark red blood had dried up, proving that a tragic battle took place not long ago. Jiraiya, you invade the roots, you must have an explanation. An angry voice sounded. Jiraiya took the earpick and sat on the table, gently pulling his ears. Hun said indifferently, what Orochimaru did? What does it have to do with my Jiraiya? Don't say that there is evidence, you know how to transformation technique, Orochimaru is not difficult to disguise it. Okay, don't say anything more about this. Mitokado Homura interrupted what Danzo was about to tell, and directly preached to Jiraiya, now we still have to choose the 5th generation item to appease the turbulent hearts of Konoha. Don't let Konoha weaken and provoke Orochimaru to attack a second time. Since the end of Sengoku and the beginning of the one country, one village system, no one has ever invaded the 5 major villages and killed the shadow of one village and robbed the tail beast. Beware of Orochimaru and elect Hokage. This is the big deal. The old man nominated himself and was willing to act as the 5th Hokage. Chapter 26. Underground Cave. In the darkness of pitch black as thick ink, gusts of overcast wind slowly blown. A giant humanoid, standing in the dark at this time, like a beast waiting to be hunted. In the silent space, I don't know the passage of time. I don't know how long it has passed, a faint light emerged, dispelling the dense darkness, and the behemoth can be seen vaguely, the color and body are like dead wood. There are 10 pillars protruding from the back, and at this time, one projection after another, has suddenly appeared. The black windbreaker trembled hunting, and the red clouds embroidered on it were fascinating and bloody, as if stained with blood. What is the chief calling us at this time? This will affect my efficiency in making money. Kakuzu complained, obviously in a bad mood. Konan ignored Kakuzu directly, looked at Pain who was indifferent and silent, and then calmly preached. This time Orochimaru convened a meeting. It was Orochimaru who took one-tail Jinchuriki Gaara. In addition, the ring in Orochimaru's hand has already had a serious impact on the organization. The next organization task is to hunt down Orochimaru. Konan's pale orange eyes shrank slightly when he spoke of the 3-character Orochimaru, and the color of fear on his delicate face was fleeting. For the lion majesty of Orochimaru, Konan was already jealous. After betraying the organization, after so many years of hunting and killing, this lion majesty not only did not die, or disappeared, but became more rampant. After Konoha's collapse plan, Konan's fear of Orochimaru finally reached the ultimate. This lion majesty cannot be left alone, otherwise it will cause great harm to the organization in the future. Ju will be the first to respond to Konan's sermon. I will give up other tasks and give priority to searching for Orochimaru's whereabouts. Konan was jealous, and absolutely the same. He didn't care about Orochimaru, but now he can't let Orochimaru go anymore. A Konoha collapse plan, killing Fengkage first, then Hokage, creating a 9-tails Jinchuriki, and also taking 1-tail Jinchuriki. Such a record is really too dazzling. Especially 9-tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto is not dead, and the problem has never been understood yet. The tail beast problem is the most important thing, and no variables are allowed. Orochimaru has now mastered 2 tail beasts. The problem is extremely serious and must be dealt with. Origin of the world, May the world. The country of fire, a small town. Jiraiya hides on a tall tree. The green branches and leaves are the best cover to block Jiraiya's tall and burly body. Jiraiya was lying on the curved tree trunk, her eyes gleaming, staring at a spot ahead. The location is just right, you can see the misty female bath. As if seeing something, Jiraiya appeared wretched, lying on the tree trunk like a maggot, and began to wriggle constantly. After twisting, the butt has been poked up, shaking constantly. The young man who was finally waiting on the side couldn't bear it anymore. While the golden hair was swaying, with a flick of his arm, a shuriken had already dropped out and galloped straight towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya twisted his butt and avoided the slow shuriken. His eyes remained unchanged from beginning to end, but he waved his hand impatiently and drove the ninja in the green vest underneath and said, "Minato, you go back. I won't tell you where they are." Namikaze Minato's handsome face showed bitterness, and he smiled bitterly and preached to Jiraiya, "Ms. Jiraiya. This is not a time for willfulness. Now that the situation in the world of ninja is turbulent, Tsunagakure is already boiling, and constantly dispatching ninjas to begin to approach the border of the Kingdom of Wind, with a tendency to invade the Kingdom of Rain. Rain Shinobi Village." This seemed to touch Jiraiya, making Jiraiya's tall and burly body stiff, and subconsciously sat up, leaning on the trunk of the big tree. "I thought of many people, 3 of my own lovely disciples who died, and an enemy worthy of admiration and respect. The country of rain, this is a sad country. Because the country of rain extends in all directions, it is located in the core area of the ninja world. In the country of rain, the west is the country of wind, the east is the country of fire, and the north is the country of earth. Connecting the 3 countries in one fell swoop, the country of wind invaded the country of fire, which has always invaded from the country of rain, but the country of Sichuan was abandoned. It is because Rain Shinobi Village has Rain Shinobi Village, and there is a great ninja, Hanzo, who is known as the demigod of the ninja world. This is a figure standing at the apex of ninja world. For Konoha in World War II, it was the rise of Sunin that became the cornerstone of Konoha, supporting Konoha in the sky. But for the entire ninja world, World War II was a stage for Hanzo alone, and he led Rain Shinobi Village to fought north and south. They fought successively against the country of Iron, Tsunagakure, and Konohagakure. There are too many countries in the country of rain, but the Tsunagakure invasion will still be the country of rain. This is also true for Konoha, and the line of defense will also be in the country of rain. There are already more than 5 major countries in the ninja world, and a 6th is not allowed. The stronger Rain Shinobi Village is, the more it will be targeted. For so many years, the demigod in the country of rain still cannot calm down. Rebellious ninjas and wandering ninjas are rampant because of the support of Konoha and Sand Shinobi behind them. Namikaze Minato looked at the touched Jiraiya, as if seeing an opportunity, and quickly spoke, "If there is a war with Tsunagakure, the village will not be able to leave Orochimaru-sama. A war broke out in the ninja world, Konoha can act as admiral, commanding the ninja rushing to the front line, and now only Orochimaru is the only one. The most perfect ninja in Sunin is Konoha's Dingai Shenzhen. Because no matter what the situation, Orochimaru can't be defeated, and Orochimaru will overcome them and lead them to victory in the war." This is not what Namikaze Minato thinks alone, but the thoughts of everyone in Konoha Shinobi. If Tsunagakure invades, it will definitely do its best. The village is stronger than Sand Shinobi, but our enemy is more than Sand Shinobi. Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi are also ready to move. They need to keep their troops on guard so that they can resist Sand Shinobi's invasion. There are definitely not many ninjas. In this way, Konoha's forces are in a weak position, and only Orochimaru seniors can act as admiral. Jiraiya hesitated, and now the situation in the ninja world is really the key. This time he is so self-willed, Jiraiya also feels ashamed. Sand Shinobi 3rd Kazekage has disappeared, and the village is like a stove, completely turbulent. If it is a revenge, Tsunagakure's morale is high, and its combat power is imaginable. This is a crucial battlefield. Konoha is destined to drag Sand Shinobi with the smallest force, leaving most of his troops to guard against Rock Shinobi, Cloud Shinobi, and Mist Shinobi. Konoha's candidates for admiral have their own shortcomings and are not suitable at all. No one can stop it except Orochimaru. Finally, Jiraiya sighed helplessly, "Okay. I told you. I don't know where they are." Chapter 27. Short Book Street, Outskirts. The breeze blows from the northeast, and the green weeds are constantly swaying. A man and a woman, stepping on the weeds at this time, glaring at each other. The man is short in stature, with short golden hair, and is wearing a Konoha forehead protector on his forehead, especially on his cheeks, with slender beard marks, and his blue eyes are clear and pure. An orange jacket set with blue shoulder pads and a white lining collar. The back of the clothes and the left arm are sewn with the Uzumaki clan mark, and the right leg is tied to the Kyowa bag. The woman's long fiery red hair drooped, naturally scattered to the buttocks, black tight trousers, set off the slender legs. Uzumaki Naruto and Uzumaki Kushina looked at each other with their eyes, as if electric light appeared constantly, and the two eyes began to collide. Golden Retriever Dwarf Winter Melon. Red-haired violent woman. Uzumaki Kushina punched Uzumaki Naruto's short blonde hair with his fist, yelling viciously, "Sister!" Not far away, Orochimaru supported the gold-rimmed glasses, her long black hair tied up. Said to Jiraiya on the side, "The two of them are really energetic. Unfortunately by nature, I haven't been honest since we met. Not like those two." Orochimaru shifted his gaze to look into the distance, under a big tree, at this moment holding up a big red umbrella. The red umbrella blocked the venomous sunlight, and the shadow-shrouded lawn was covered with tablecloths. A quiet, long, dark woman is slowly peeling apples with a fruit knife. There are already sliced apples and watermelons on the white and flawless plate. Uchiha Sasuke sat aside, holding a sharpened apple. Uchiha Mikoto is in perfect harmony here, and the two are talking and laughing. Finally, Orochimaru gently squeezed his chin and realized that he had truly become a master of dreaming. This perfect scene would never appear without me. Taking out the prepared camera, Orochimaru began to take pictures. This scene has preserved value. Jiraiya. Finding that Jiraiya hadn't answered himself, Orochimaru looked up at Jiraiya who was sitting on the tree trunk. I found Jiraiya looking to the east, the golden yellow ponytails flying in the wind, Tsunade with one hand on his hips, looking into the distance without knowing what he was thinking. Seeing Jiraiya cautiously, constantly moving his position, and probing his head, I know that Jiraiya is looking for the best angle. The old version of Jiraiya has the courage, even Tsunade dares to voyeuristically. Orochimaru showed a sneer. A white snake had crawled out of the grass, climbed up the tree along the bark, and came to the top of the branch. The snake's body was surrounding the branch, and the snake's letter opened its mouth, but it was vomiting, so big. The voice is more unique, the voice is the same as that of Jiraiya, but it lacks 1/3 of the charm, and does not have the awkward voice of Jiraiya. But this was enough, Tsunade had already reacted, and when he raised his head, shaking the golden ponytail, he had already seen Jiraiya. The pale yellow eyebrows frowned, and the bright brown eyes showed irritation. Tsunade shouted angrily, "Jiraiya! Lifting the foot is a fierce kick, directly hitting the tree. The thick trunk that the three of them hugged showed signs of cracks, and finally it was abruptly broken. Jiraiya and the tree flew out in midair together. Jiraiya will become like this in the future. Without spending time and wine, I write novels with colors. Orochimaru, you still take the initiative to buy it. Tsunade kept complaining to Jiraiya, and finally turned his anger to Orochimaru. Orochimaru directly vetoed the preaching, I buy the intimacy paradise, and I don't plan to watch it at all. This is a gift that I brought back to Jiraiya. Then you sell 2 sets. The other set is for Kakashi. That kid is born with a natural color. You didn't see Konoha. Tenten didn't let go of the scroll. If it weren't for Kushina's strong opposition, I would have to bring Minato a set of things written by my own teacher. Don't look at that kid who is very serious, but as Jiraiya's apprentice, where is a good person? Minato-kun didn't come. That's a shame. The hoarse voice sounded, and there was a vaguely mixed voice of Lion Majesty vomiting snakes. The cold breath began to diffuse, a man with short brown hair, wearing a black ninja suit, lined with mesh underwear, and wearing a white robe. There were clear cracks on his face, yellow sand flying around, and finally fell from the sky to the front of Orochimaru. Tsunagaku 4th Kazekage Rosa. This Lion Majesty was very cautious. With the help of Rasha from Impure World Reincarnation, he came to the place where he agreed to meet with Orochimaru. Looking at Kushina who was making a noise with Uzumaki Naruto, Luo Sha's tongue was already stretched out and she started to lick the corners of her mouth. The forbidden technique Minato-kun has been used by the ghoul, and it has successfully sealed the 9 tails. It should be the sealing technique of the Vortex family. Kushina can also be here. This Lion Majesty has been found out so quickly, the source of the forbidden technique that sealed his own hands. In terms of combat power, Uncle Snake may be just a few cards, but in terms of wisdom, 10 cards can't be beaten, at least 20 cards to start. Uncle Snake looked at Uchiha Mikoto with interest, and finally looked at Uchiha Sasuke eagerly and greedily, and finally at Orochimaru. Slightly disappointed, he preached, the tangible things will wither sooner or later, and so will people. Fetters, village, these are all obstacles to the pursuit of immortality. Watching you still addicted to the ninja game, it makes me very disappointed. Orochimaru shook his head and interrupted Uncle Snake directly, okay, don't preach. The appointment with you this time is not to discuss life or to study philosophy. Uncle Snake said flatly, not enough. It is far from enough to just rely on the ghoul banning method to obtain the results of my research over the past 10 years. Orochimaru suddenly shot, and accurately took out something from the yellow sand. This is exactly a Lion Majesty. Orochimaru pinched Lion Majesty flat in front of him. He sneered and preached, you lose your hands. It may be printed. Now I can only take such a tricky method and put on a pose in front of me. Strength is no longer at its peak, even if you are an elite among Jainin, you have difficulty dealing with it now. And we left right away, but the ninja world didn't know it. Killing 2 shadows, capturing 2 tail beasts, the 5 congresses let you go. Only when the strength is restored to the peak, will you be able to resist. Of course I also know that just relying on the ghoul to seal the law, this value is not equal. Plus, blood follow the boundary clone, chakra energy, human body transformation, AI intelligent system. Each item of technology keeps spitting out from Orochimaru's mouth. A pacifist involves too many technological projects. It can appear when the overall technology is insufficient, and it can only be said to be black technology. Make a deal. Chapter 28. Pacifist. This is pure black technology. Orochimaru's novice gift package is not only the Zero Machine, but also various technologies involved in pacifists. In addition to those mentioned above, there are also artificially synthesized living tissues. If this is developed in depth, it will be enough to transform the medical system. But Orochimaru knew that this was not what Uncle Snake was interested in. What really arouses Uncle Snake's interest, and what he intends to trade with him, is the copying of the blood and the human body, which is the true core of the pacifist. The transformation of the pacifist's human body is not an ordinary transformation of flesh and blood into metal, into a half-human, half-machine. This transformation of the human body retains the abilities of his lifetime, allowing the pacifists to inherit the abilities of the flesh ball. The blood inheritance and boundary replication, this is Hokage's native statement, is actually the blood factor, but this system is a bit stingy. There is no complete lineage factor technology, only a part of it. It is important to know that the descent factor is known as the design of life. In this Hokage pedigree world, help Orochimaru complete the blood trap and become a life at the same level as Tsutsuki Kagaya. But unfortunately, this is only a part, but even if it is a part, the things that can be done are enough to make Uncle Snake crazy about it. The pacifists can launch lasers. It is not that the pacifists have laser weapons, but with the help of blood factor technology to obtain the Admiral Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability. Devil fruit has the only ability. It has always been similar, but not exactly the same. This is much simpler than copying the blood inheritance limit ability. However, like wood style, Yamato's wood style cannot be compared with Senju Hashirama, and the pacifist laser cannot be compared with Kizaru. The abilities have been greatly weakened, but the flaws are not concealed, and they can copy and inherit the blood inheritance boundary. For this core technology, Orochimaru has no reservations. This is just a novice gift package for the black technology system of the heavens and the world, not a high-end indispensable technology. In particular, Orochimaru does not intend to go too deeply in the area of human body modification and blood inheritance, and will not do human experiments before being sure. Just by seeing these two technologies, you can see the splash of blood and the wailing of resentful souls. So Orochimaru wants to use Uncle Snake as a tool man, wait until the other party has results, and then go directly to the PRST. Orochimaru believes in Uncle Snake's scientific research skills. Don't look at the current Uncle Snake's strength in the later stages, but after the story, Uncle Snake who knows all the secrets will explode in strength, and now it is only restricted by the problem of vision. In order to show his sincerity, Orochimaru took the lead in putting the pre-prepared body modification materials on the ground slowly. Rasha from Impure World reincarnation was directly ignored by Orochimaru. Not surprisingly, this should be controlled by Yakushi Kabuto. Orochimaru, who had lost his hands, had to rely on his assistant even if he was doing experiments, not to mention going to the seal. A lion majesty with smooth scales, the snake's tail was like an arm at this time, and the scroll began to spread out slowly while the tip of the tail flicked lightly. Lion majesty vomited snake letters, calmly beside the scroll, and his hoarse voice kept ringing. It turns out that there is such a method. It seems that it is not advisable to build a car behind closed doors alone. It needs inspiration from others. The best candidate is myself. As Uncle Snake with an IQ of at least 20 cards, he soon understood what Orochimaru meant in secret. The snake's mouth began to split, and the upper and lower parts changed from the size of a fist to the size of a basin. A scroll had been spit out, and it was stained with viscous liquid, dripping down the scroll continuously. Orochimaru slowly put on rubber gloves on his hands, then picked up the scroll, and at the same time said coldly, "You have to change it, this disgusting way. Cooperate with your too cold temperament, like an evil spirit walking in the world." Uncle Snake spit out a snake letter, and a hoarse and gloomy voice sounded, "At this time, I can really be sure that you are not the me in the past, but from the parallel world. This is a good thing. If you were the me in the past, we would think in the same way, but we would not be able to help each other. Above this is the curse seal and living corpse reincarnation." Orochimaru also dropped another roll and watched directly. There was no one else who checked them, completely ignoring the others. Neither Orochimaru nor Uncle Snake completely believed the other party from beginning to end, and now this transaction, the two are tacitly aware. If you can't find the fault on the spot, you can only admit that you are unlucky afterwards. Curse Seal and Living Corpse Reincarnation. This is Uncle Snake's core ninjutsu, involving Uncle Snake's death and resurrection, as well as replacing the body to achieve immortality. These two kinds of ninjutsu, Orochimaru originally had a complete theory in his memory, and he has already begun to study it. So it's not unfamiliar forbidden technique. Orochimaru watched very fast, and found nothing wrong. But Orochimaru knows that there is something tricky about it. These two core forbidden techniques and Uncle Snake cannot be faked, because there is a gap in the parallel world, but it will definitely not be too big. According to Tsunade and Kushina, Uncle Snake knew that this forbidden technique was a fraud, and it was easy to be seen. Not cheating does not mean that you won't keep a hand. The complete information is given to 88ths. Can you say that it is false? Is there a problem? Orochimaru does not pursue this. This is the first transaction, and both parties have reservations. Cell transplantation technology, genetic modification technology, cloning technology, etc. The two sides began to continue trading. Orochimaru watched this technology. This crazy Uncle Snake really dared to try anything. Human experiments have never stopped over the past 10 years, and many of the accumulated technologies have made Orochimaru shine. For example, cell transplantation is similar to blood-sequenced boundary cloning, but it is very unstable, the success rate is not high, and it is far inferior to the blood-sequenced boundary clone, and the technical direction of the two is also different. But the two argue against each other. This can definitely make a big progress in technology. In terms of Uncle Snake's many technologies, it seems that Uncle Snake is at a disadvantage, but Uncle Snake's technology is too unstable, and the success rate is a case in point. The pacifist technology is very mature and can be mass-produced, which represents stability. So Uncle Snake didn't suffer, especially when it came to Uncle Snake's release of the ghouls. This time neither party suffered a loss. Orochimaru has done research on Uncle Snake for more than 10 years, as well as ninjutsu, and research on chakra. It is not a bad thing that Uncle Snake has reservations, so much is enough for Orochimaru to digest for a long time, leaving some leeway can also make Orochimaru look forward to the next transaction. Happy cooperation! I look forward to seeing you next time. The yellow sand lifted up into the sky with a figure in it, and Uncle Snake's deep voice sounded from the sky. Orochimaru stood with his hand in hand, and preached to Jiraiya calmly. It's impossible to make this lion majesty look back. But as long as you hold him 3 inches, this lion majesty can no longer be unscrupulous. Future transactions will go through Konoha. This lion majesty will return to the village honestly, and he will wash away his sins. This Shinigami mask is left to you. Chapter 29. Short Book Street. Orochimaru tailored a fit purple kimono with long jet black hair scattered and loose sleeves drooping. The sound of wooden clogs stepping on the blue stone made a clear sound. On the left-hand side is Tsunade, wearing a loose sleeveless shirt similar to a kimono with a black cloth belt around the waist and dark blue cropped trousers underneath. It is worth mentioning that the tea-green long gown with black edges, especially the word gambling on the back, hunts and shakes in the wind, as if possessing infinite magic power. Tsunade's cheeks were flushed with excitement, and his bright brown eyes were already crescent-like smiles. 10 million taels. No second price. Orochimaru took off his glasses and put them away, opened the squinted golden vertical pupils completely, nodded gently, and preached, "The old man just gave a sum of money. 10,000 liang is just going through the procedure, and the village takes the money. As long as you behave well, add another 10 million taels, and I'll sign a letter." Jiraiya showed a wry smile, and said in a vomiting tone, "Standing on you two, the village is pretty unlucky. Here, start preparing. How much money you can get depends on your performance, Tsunade." Orochimaru showed a bright smile, and looked at Uzumaki Kushina at the rear. Uzumaki Kushina, who was equally excited, Could not wait. Fingers began to seal, white smoke emerged, surrounding Uzumaki Kushina. When the smoke dissipated, short hair and small yellow hair appeared, which is indeed Nine Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Mikoto also successfully completed the disguise and turned into Kato Shizuan, holding the prepared pet in his arms. Orochimaru looked at his lineup: Konoha Sunin, Kato Shizuan, Uzumaki Naruto. Very perfect lineup. A body flicker technique has disappeared. Jiraiya and Tsunade walked side by side in front. At this time Tsunade's eyes were completely transformed into money symbols. Jiraiya kneaded her neck, coughed, adjusted her state, looked at the signal coming, and solemnly spoke, "Tsunade. The village cannot lack you now. You need to go back to preside over the overall situation and become the 5th generation project." Tsunade stretched out his hand slowly, and while Uchiha Mikoto was holding his pet, Kato Shizuan in disguise came forward and handed over a bottle of wine. Tsunade took a big sip, breathed out a sigh of alcohol, and preached drunkly, "I won't go back." Tsunade stopped being self-willed. Now is the weakest time in the village, not only to guard against Orochimaru's second invasion, but also to guard against its rock shinobi and cloud shinobi. It's not possible that the 4th Ninja World War is about to break out. An impatient BD didn't care, and the other persuaded hard, each followed by a fundamental ninja, slowly disappearing at the end of the street. After they disappeared, a person suddenly walked out of a remote corner. With short black hair, black-grey long dress and trousers, they watched the disappearing Jiraiya group with vigilant eyes. He held the pink piglet wearing a pearl necklace in one hand, and tightly covered the pink pig's mouth with the other hand. Watching Jiraiya and the others go away at this time, Shizuan let go of his palms, regardless of the violent breathing. The body flicker technique has disappeared without a trace. He soon came to a guest room and pushed the door straight open. Shizuan looked anxiously and shouted, "Tsunade-sama is not good." After arriving in the room, in the snow-white bedding, a blonde woman with her snow-white arm resting on her snow-white arm was asleep without any image at this time, and there was a crooked wine bottle on the side. Shizuan shook Miku Tsunade's head. Miku Tsunade's bright brown eyes were sleepy, and she waved her arms unhappily and preached, "Sleep for a while. Master Tsunade is not good. I just saw Master Jiraiya. And also with another Tsunade-sama. I said I was going to invite Master Tsunade to return to the village as 5th generation." Shizuan's tone was very anxious, and there were some converses in what he said, but Tsunade would still understand it in the future. Energetic, completely awake. Someone pretended to be themselves and had successfully deceived Jiraiya to go to Konoha as the 5th Hokage. This is no small matter. Maybe the village will be hit hard again. No, I can't stay here anymore. When Tsunade in the future received detailed information from Shizuan, he immediately knew that he couldn't stay here anymore. Jiraiya was able to be deceived by the other party, precisely because of his information in the short book street, by the Hokage Master. That's why Jiraiya found a counterfeit in Dunsha Street and didn't doubt it. And now that Jiraiya can know that the counterfeit is also in contact with Jiraiya in the short book street, he must have traced himself to the master. The impersonator and Jiraiya appeared nearby, and then was accidentally smashed by Shizuan. It can't be a coincidence. With Jiraiya's perception, it is impossible not to discover Shizuan. So the other party is deliberate. Go. In the future, Tsunade reached out and grabbed Shizuan's arm, and didn't plan to go to the front door. He opened the window to jump out of the window. Now instead of considering other issues, the top priority is to hide in the dark. Only in this way can we destroy the other party's conspiracy. The future Tsunade leaped down from the window. Just after landing, his eyes condensed and bitterness immediately appeared. A figure wearing a purple kimono does not know how long he has been standing here. The black silk rose with the wind, and the gold-jade earrings worn on the ears were gently swinging from side to side. Orochimaru. A crisp voice sounded. This is a very familiar voice, this is the voice of Tsunade Miku, but Tsunade knows that it is not me who speaks. He looked at the entrance to the street, where there were 4 figures. At the forefront was a figure with golden hair and a tea-green gown with black edges. This figure was so familiar and exactly the same as himself. Especially the blue-purple mark on the eyebrows, this is the 100 healings mark, and the other party actually has it. Temperament, appearance, clothing, did not find any difference. Even the breath of chakra is the same. With a solemn expression, Jiraiya stretched out a hand and stood horizontally in front of Tsunade, watching the future Tsunade and Orochimaru alertly, and said in a deep voice, "If it weren't for Tsunade to be alert. It feels like someone has been monitoring myself recently and pay more attention to the surroundings. I'm afraid I won't find Orochimaru that you have such a big conspiracy." Tsunade stretched his hand to the future. Tsunade preached, "Orochimaru, you have a poisonous heart. After the Konoha collapse plan, it is her. You kill the old man, 3rd Hokage, knowing that Jiraiya will find me back as 5th generation. Then use this fake to pretend to be me back to Konoha as the 5th Hokage. So you can accomplish the evil purpose of Master Konoha. It's an amazing plan. But unfortunately you failed." Chapter 30. The sun is like fire. The oncoming heat wave hit her cheek after wave after wave. In a world that is scorching like a stove in summer, Tsunade will feel like being splashed with a bucket of cold water in the future, feeling cold in his hands and feet. The preparations for counterfeit goods in front of me are really enough. Wenjing with short black hair is holding the figure of the pink pig, just like Shizun and Dolphin beside him. The lion majesty of Orochimaru is too ambitious. He has the ambition to control Konoha. If Orochimaru succeeds, Konoha will definitely suffer huge losses and the 4th ninja war will break out. Looks, clothes, voices can be faked, and chakra breath can also be simulated, but some secret ninjutsu can't. In the future, Tsunade gathered 5 white fingers together and hit the blue stone on the ground with a punch. The blue stone shattered and splashed all over, a crack began to extend along the future Tsunade, and a ravine had appeared in a blink of an eye. Miku Tsunade said in a deep voice, "Jiraiya, don't be deceived. That's a fake next to you. Weird power, this is the exclusive ability of the Senju family of Senju. It precisely controls chakra, concentrates chakra on any part of the body, and then bursts out instantly. The ninja world is so big, there are many similar abilities, but like the strange power chakra fluctuations, there is absolutely no. This is also the way of identity recognition." Tsunade looked at the ravine spreading in front of him, the blue stone had cracked and shattered, exposing the soil inside. A punch suddenly hit the ground. The same way, the same destructive power. The red mark under Jiraiya's eyes squirmed, his expression solemn, and he calmly preached to the future Tsunade, "Unexpectedly, you even imitated Tsunade's strange power. I can't even see the clues. Fortunately, I found you early, otherwise I will become Orochimaru's accomplice in controlling Konoha." Jiraiya. In the future, Tsunade yelled and interrupted Jiraiya's words, with blue and purple marks on the brows, and began to continuously release chakra. 100 healings mark, this is inherited from Uzumaki Mito, is a secret forbidden technique. Now in the ninja world, there is only one forbidden technique, Master. Tsunade has confidence in the future. Even if the 100 healings mark is acquired by others, it is impossible to complete the 100 healings mark practice. Shizun, as his own disciple, is also very talented, but under his own guidance, he did not successfully complete the 100 healings mark practice. The counterfeit in front of me, with the 100 healings mark on his forehead, is definitely a look. Tsunade has absolute confidence in the future. I think I can use this unique ninjutsu to let Jiraiya know who is true by using chakra in 100 healings mark. Who is fake? But this confidence only lasted about 1 or 2 breaths. The counterfeiters on the opposite side are like Tsunade in the future. A large number of chakras emerged from the 100 healings mark, and the fluctuations of the two huge chakras are exactly the same. 100 healings mark. This is impossible. The future Tsunade can't believe it. This is the 100 healings mark, and Tsunade will never admit his mistakes in the future. The mood is very heavy. The fake in front of me is too much prepared. Weird power, 100 healings mark, these are all exclusive ninjutsu. At this time, even Marie Tsunade had to admit that he couldn't find the other side's falsehood. With these two kinds of ninjutsu just now, the other party can return to Konoha directly, and will get Konoha's approval, and will not think that the other party is fake. Standing still, Orochimaru, who looked like a statue, slowly stretched out his palm, his arm horizontally in front of Tsunade. I didn't know when the palm of his hand had been pierced, and he made a cut with a sharp kunai, and bright red blood was overflowing through the cut. The angle is right in front of the future Tsunade, and the future Tsunade, who had to tell something about it, is the moment he sees blood. Like being hit by a sledgehammer. Buzzing, Tsunade staggered in the future, already faltering. The whole body was trembling, and the bright brown eyes were already dim and there was no luster anymore. In the future, Tsunade insisted on taking a breath, and couldn't hold on anymore, already half kneeling on the ground. Master Tsunade. Shizun hurriedly stepped forward, helping Miku Tsunade with one hand, and holding Kuna in the other hand, looking at Orochimaru alertly. No wonder you have strange powers and can imitate the 100 healings mark. It turns out that you have used some kind of forbidden technique. Tsunade embraced his hands, flicked the golden ponytail, and stretched out his hand and continued preaching, now the forbidden technique is back, you are eating your own evil. Shizun's delicate face showed anger, looking at Tsunade who was eloquent in front of him, he said angrily, damn it. You guy impersonating Tsunade-sama. Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya waved his hand and interrupted Shizun's words, enough. You Orochimaru comrades, no one can leave today. Tsunade looks to the future with a seriousness. Tsunade nodded and preached, this counterfeit can simulate the strange force and the 100 healings mark. The threat is really too great. Jiraiya's hands have begun to seal. Chaos Lion Hair Technique. The silver hair stands tall like a steel needle, swelling up suddenly, like a lion. The silver hair spread, Shizun supported the future Tsunade, unable to avoid it at all, Kunao waved his hand forward. Kunao and the silver hair collided, splashing brilliant sparks. The hair strand was like a steel wire, and the strength in it instantly knocked away the kunao in Shizun's hand, and then spread from Shizun's wrist along the way, binding Shizun. Seeing that the situation was wrong, Orochimaru stretched out his hand and grabbed it forward, then lifted it lightly, and his body had disappeared in place. Don't want to run away. Tsunade had already printed quickly, and finally patted the ground. Summoning technique, summoning technique. The ground began to loosen, accompanied by white smoke, and continued to shake. Shizun, who was tied up with silver hair, looked at the Katsuya who appeared. His eyes appeared in horror, and he said, it's the Katsuya fairy. How could this fake Tsunade-sama summon the Katsuya fairy? Could it be that the Tsunade master next to me is fake, but the one opposite is the real one? I was deceived. No, if Tsunade-sama is a fake, there is a fake Kato Shizun on the other side. The one opposite is still fake. But Katsuya's summoning contract will never fall into the hands of outsiders. Who the hell is real? Who is fake? Shizun didn't resist at all, and didn't want to break free. It was already broken by the blow. But in the end it seemed to have thought of something, and he preached to Tsunade, Tsunade-sama, be careful, then Shizun is fake. At this moment, Shizun finally realized it. I am real, and Mr. Tsunade in front of me is also real. The Shizun next to the Tsunade-sama is fake. The one taken by Orochimaru is also fake. Chapter 31. Basement. The deep darkness is deep and sticky. Tick, tick, tick. The cold water droplets scattered, and Tsunade felt a little bit of coldness on the bridge of his nose in the future, and his consciousness began to gradually recover. You're awake. The hoarse voice sounded, the light of the candle light appeared, Orochimaru disheveled his head, holding a red candle, and walked slowly to the front of the future Tsunade. Orochimaru. In the future, with the help of candlelight, Tsunade can see Orochimaru with a cold look, and the shadows cast a black veil on it, bringing out Orochimaru's gloomy horror, like a demon walking on the earth. In the future, Tsunade got up deliberately, but found that his feet had been tied up and he was sitting against the cold wall. The walls were faintly damp, and dripping constantly made Tsunade know that he was in deep underground. This is undoubtedly bad news. If you want to escape, the difficulty has been greatly increased. Struggling to get up and fail, Tsunade said bitterly in the future, everything yesterday was calculated by you. Intentionally let Shizun find out, and then with the help of my thinking inertia, waiting for me under the window to get in. At that time, you took the initiative to stretch out your arm, the back of your hand was facing Jiraiya, and the palm of your hand was facing me, so it seemed to intercept me, but you cut your palm and knew that I had panicemia. This made me fall into fear and succeeded in making the forbidden technique backlash effect. Mirai Tsunade said here, the beautiful face appeared to be ridiculing, and he sarcastically said, the ninja pays most attention to intelligence. You have controlled all of my intelligence. This plan is perfect for you. Orochimaru slowly put the candle on a side wall, palmed his hands and praised the sermon, it's good that the ninja pays most attention to intelligence. Using this information, I can easily capture the future Konoha 5th Hokage. But don't worry, Tsunade, you won't be lonely. Jiraiya will be on the road with you. Hearing Orochimaru mentioning Jiraiya, Tsunade's mood will fluctuate wildly in the future, and he will start to struggle frantically. The rope that binds Tsunade has already begun to tighten. He roared and shouted, Orochimaru, you want to control Konoha. Now you have done it. As long as the counterfeit returns to Konoha, you can become the 5th Hokage, which is enough to complete any of your conspiracies. Jiraiya is a fool and will not affect your plan in any way. Hiss. The hoarse and unique laughter of Lion Majesty uttered. Orochimaru lightly licked the corners of his mouth, and said gloomily, Jiraiya is lustful, wretched, and stupid, but he is not stupid. On the contrary, Jiraiya is wise and foolish. The fake is fake. It's okay to deceive Jiraiya for a while, but it will take Jiraiya a lifetime to deceive. I wouldn't be so naive. So in order to plan the best completion, Jiraiya must die. Look at them coming. The sound of heavy footsteps came, and the light of candlelight was shining, and there was another Tsunade, stepping on high-heeled sandals, holding a tall and burly figure in his hands. At this time, the silver white-haired man was in a coma. He didn't feel anything, even if he was thrown on the ground by Tsunade. He rolled on the ground a few times, and finally his face was covered with cold, wet mud. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, and said in a slightly excited tone, Master Orochimaru. I have fainted Jiraiya and managed to hold Jiraiya myself. What should we do next? Orochimaru walked to Jiraiya's side, kicked the clogs at Jiraiya, and looked towards the future with a cold look. Tsunade preached, information is the life of a ninja. Jiraiya is passionate, persistent, and trusts her companions, so Jiraiya never dreamed that Tsunade would attack him. Such a powerful ninja has fought against the 5 shadows standing at the top of the ninja world, and in the end he was overwhelmed by a small pack of drugs. It's really sad. Jiraiya. Miku Tsunade looked at the clogs stepping on Jiraiya's head, his bright brown eyes were cracking, and he roared angrily, you are not allowed to say Jiraiya like that. The ropes that tightly bound Miku Tsunade suddenly broke apart every inch. With the outburst of anger, Miku Tsunade broke free directly. For the first time, Tsunade's hands began to seal, but his fingers had just pinched a seal. Orochimaru's bloody palm has appeared in Tsunade's field of vision. Obviously Orochimaru was prepared, knowing that Tsunade was supporting himself with words, and then secretly tried to break free. In the future, Tsunade's gaze shrank, and the power that had just emerged was suddenly emptied, and he fell heavily again and sat on the cold and damp ground. Lost all the focal length in his pupils, his arms hugged him tightly, and his whole body trembled. Orochimaru sneered and preached, "It is your Tsunade that is truly sad. You, who created medical treatment with one hand, will end up suffering from panicemia in the end. Now you are no longer the prestigious Tsunade-ji, but a trash." With a flick of Orochimaru's sleeve, a pheasant sword appeared in the palm of his hand, fell from the palm of his hand, and inserted it straight into Jiraiya's back. The pheasant sword is sharper, and the sharp point of the sword is unmatched. It penetrates Jiraiya's back and penetrates into the soil. The blood flowed continuously along the grass pheasant's sword, and soon a pool of blood appeared on the ground. Not only can you not protect your partner, even if your partner suffers a fatal injury, you can't treat him with medical ninjutsu. Look at Jiraiya's current state. His chest is still rising and falling. He is still breathing. As long as you can use healing jutsu, you can treat Jiraiya and heal the wound. Jiraiya will not lose blood and die. But you can't do all of this. You are a waste, you should be replaced. Orochimaru drew the pheasant's sword. The blade of the pheasant sword was white, reflecting the light of candlelight. It was worthy of the famous sword of the ninth world, and there was no trace of blood on it. Holding the grass pheasant's sword, Orochimaru came to the future Tsunade and preached condescendingly, "Everything is over. Konohagakure. Orochimaru will belong to me from today." In a dark corner of the cold basement, a pitcher plant was shielding all the breath at this time, watching this scene coldly. Seeing the pheasant sword stab the snow-white neck of Tsunade in the future, Black Zetsu couldn't help but fluctuate. There was a jealous look in his eyes. Orochimaru killed 2 shadows in a row, plundered the tail beast, and now even Konohagakure has to be controlled by it. Tsunade can't die. Otherwise, it is not an organization to hunt down Orochimaru. But Orochimaru used Konohagakure's power to encircle the organization. Chapter 32. Basement. A shadow passed by. The candle light kept swaying, and the shadows were erratic. Orochimaru's snake eyes appeared gloomy, looking at Tsunade, the disappearing future in front of him. Someone saved the future Tsunade in front of him. As a perfect ninja, Orochimaru physique, ninjutsu, illusion, each is not bad. Compared with the special perception ninja, the perception is only inferior to the scope. Within a certain range, the perception ninja cannot be compared with Orochimaru. People in the ninja world who can approach silently, even without being discovered by Orochimaru, and who can save Tsunade in the future. To meet the 2 circumstances of the appeal, each ninja was continuously eliminated, and in the end only one candidate remained. Absolutely. In addition, there is no suitable candidate. Even Uchiha Obito, this strength is enough, and Mangeki Sharingan's unique space-time pupil technique can also do it. But it is absolutely impossible to be silent, without being noticed by Orochimaru. The absolute mayfly technique, concealment and concealment ability, must be higher than Orochimaru's expectation, in terms of Kakashi, not 10 cards, at least 20 cards. As soon as I went back, I had to develop ninjutsu and scientific endurance equipment specifically for this. This feeling of being silently monitored and thus unable to be discovered made Orochimaru very uncomfortable. What happened? Lying on the ground, Jiraiya, who was bleeding continuously, suddenly sat up, reached out and took out a blood bag from his arms, still on the ground. Looking at Orochimaru, he continued to ask, "Is this also in your plan?" The tone was full of questions, and Jiraiya had clearly seen the clues. Orochimaru decisively rejected the sermon, "No. My script has come to an end in this scene." With Tsunade's future, tenacity, love for his companions, and Sunen's bondage, it is enough to walk out of the fear of self-fear. Able to be the Konohagakure 5th Hokage. But I didn't expect that our every move would be monitored. Orochimaru did not wait for Jiraiya to speak, and began to shirk responsibility and analyze. If we keep monitoring us, it is impossible not to know our plan. We are not harming Tsunade, future, but for Tsunade, future, to overcome psychological obstacles and get out of fear. It's for the good of Tsunade, the future. So this person with excellent lurking ability chooses to take Tsunade, future, away at this time, not to save Tsunade, future, but to hijack Tsunade, future, in order to complete a certain conspiracy against Konohagakure. Akatsuki's intelligence is hard to tell, and even the future Jiraiya doesn't know about it now, and he comes from the past, let alone Akatsuki's detailed intelligence. If you speak directly, it is easy to be self-defeating and do bad things with kind intentions. After all, the two sides are not people in the same world, and there is still a gap in their hearts, so the fire must be precise. Switching to Jiraiya in your own world will not have so much trouble. It's just that this Akatsuki member, the man behind the ninja world, will take the initiative to save Tsunade, the future, which is somewhat beyond Orochimaru's expectation. This time, for Tsunade, future, to overcome the fear of blood sugar, it is Orochimaru's last thing in this parallel world. After that, he will go back. So Orochimaru didn't cover up his whereabouts much. After all, the deal with Uncle Snake was finished, and the purpose was basically completed. Unexpectedly, he was targeted. Suddenly, Orochimaru's eyes developed a color of enlightenment. Yes. Because I knew the whole story, I didn't count myself and Uncle Snake together. But in Ju's eyes, he was one with Uncle Snake, killing Feng Ying and Hokage in a battle, and plundering the tail beast Jinchuriki. In addition, his acting skills are exquisite, and he will replace Tsunade, future, Master Konohagakure. I'm afraid I'm scared. After all, Konohagakure is the head of the 5 hidden villages. It has already aroused Ju's dread and saved Tsunade, the future, for fear that Konohagakure will fall into his own control. Now that he knows this, Orochimaru has relaxed a lot about Tsunade, future, safety issues. I already knew what to do. In the future, Konoha is lurking in front of Sunen, and is there a ninja who can save people? Tsunade embraced his hands, looked solemn, and asked solemnly. Jiraiya replied decisively, no. Sunen, each carrying the inheritance of the 3 great summoning sacred sites, they have stood at the apex of the ninja world, there will be stronger than them, but they will definitely not be strong enough to resist. Moreover, it is possible to hide Sunen's perception. This kind of ninjutsu or blood inheritance is absolutely impossible to be an unknown person. If Konoha has such a ninja, Jiraiya must know it. Even if it is the most mysterious route, if you encounter this kind of situation, you will only be happy before it is too late. How can it be destroyed? The identity of the visitor is unknown, and it is not a good phenomenon to secretly spy. Jiraiya appeared worried, wondering what happened to Tsunade, the future? Orochimaru. An angry roar sounded. A punch hit the ground with a bang. There was a loud bang. The mud splashed continuously, the earth cracked, spreading like a spider web, a house collapsed, and it was directly plunged into the cracks, with ruined walls everywhere. Tsunade, future, stood in the ruins, staring sharply at the inhuman existence in front of him. He has yellow eyes, green hair, and a mask on one half of his face, giving people a hideous feeling, like a ghost living in the world. He said in a deep voice, "Who are you? If you didn't act rashly, I would have successfully attacked Orochimaru." Tsunade, future, had a bad tone, and finally endured his harsh words. Although the man in front of him was doing bad things with good intentions, he didn't know that he had overcome the panicemia. He waved his hand and preached, "Forget it, it's important to save Jiraiya now. Master Tsunade, future, it is very difficult for you to rescue Master Jiraiya. I heard Master Orochimaru say that you have panicemia. It's better to let me go. I was also a Konoha shinobi. Absolutely showing an expression of fear, in the end, he gritted his teeth and showed an expression of giving up, and opened his clothes and half of his face mask. The other half of the body was exposed, and it was completely inhuman at this time. Half black, half white, the two colors are very distinct. It was Orochimaru's human experiment. It made me neither human nor ghost, but it was exactly the same. It gave me a special kind of ninjutsu that can block ninja perception. It's best for me to save Lord Jiraiya. If I can't go back. If it's dead. Absolutely staring at Tsunade, Future, with hopeful eyes, finally burst into tears and choked his face and preached, "Please tell Yuriko, Satsuki never forget her. I'm not rebellious. I have always been a Konoha shinobi." Chapter 33. Outskirts of Short Street. A tall tree, the leaves are like canopies, and the trunk bark is wrapped with arm-thick ropes. A tall and burly figure with silver-white hair is tied tightly on the main trunk of the tree. On the front of the chest, there is a dark red bloodline that has dried up. Her face was waxy white without a trace of blood, as if she had applied a layer of white foundation, with her hair hanging down to cover her face, and she couldn't see any expressions. Only the chest continued to rise and fall, and the faint chakra fluctuations spread. These 2 points indicate that Jiraiya is still alive. Orochimaru stood on top of the branches, calmly watching the two figures that were coming in the distance. I just ignored Tsunade, Future, but looked at the Jew who stood beside Tsunade, Future. Jew put on a mask, concealing half of his face, and a black ninja coat, covering all of his skin, except for the yellow eyes that appeared slightly out of the ordinary. But this is only slightly surprising. The ninja world has blood inheritance limits, and there are many ninjas such as humanoids and non-human beings. Gone. This absolutely dared to appear so openly. Brought everything. Orochimaru's hoarse voice sounded first. Snake pupil stared coldly at Tsunade, Future, constantly emitting a cold air, already holding the pheasant sword in one hand, standing horizontally in front of Jiraiya. Wearing a green long gown with black edges and a word of gambling on the back, he kept hunting and shaking in the wind. Tsunade, Future, held the prepared scroll in his hand and threw it towards Orochimaru. The scroll tore the air, and made a sharp sound in the air, like a kunao, with great power enough to penetrate everything. A python burrowed out of the grass under the tree, the python's huge snake body wrapped around the trunk, and finally spit out a snake letter like a rope, which was wound around the reel. The snake's letter broke apart every inch, and under the pain, the sharp fangs turned dark green, but in the next second it had turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared completely. Another Orochimaru, walked out in secret, reached out his hand and grabbed the scroll stubbornly. Spread it straight out, looking at the S-rank ninjutsu on the scroll. Ninja art, mitotic regeneration and Baihao technique. He glanced roughly, and with Orochimaru's professional standards, the true and false could still be judged. After retracting the scroll, Orochimaru nodded to Tsunade, Future. Then turned and left. A slender white snake lying behind Jiraiya spoke in a faint voice, "Be careful of the guy next to Tsunade, Future." Explain to Tsunade, the Future, the whole story and the timing. After the white snake's words fell, he had already sprinted under the tree. In the distance, Orochimaru stared at Jiraiya, who was rescued, with piercing eyes. After Ju suddenly rescued Tsunade, Future, Orochimaru did not give a chance, and took the initiative to contact Tsunade, Future, on the condition of Jiraiya, to trade Tsunade, Future, unique ninjutsu. Ninja art, mitotic regeneration and Baihao technique. However, Orochimaru is not taking advantage of the danger. These two ninjutsu are both S-rank ninjutsu, but Orochimaru also left precious things for Jiraiya. Nine Tails Chakra Mode, and the perfect Jinkraki practice method. There is also one-tail Shourhi Chakra, which is specially separated by one-tail Jinkriki Gara and Orochimaru, and its value is not low. Just one-tail Jinkriki Gara is enough for Tsunade, future, to return to Konoha and completely sit firmly on the 5th Hokage position. This is not an important thing to any traverser, because they are familiar with the plot. But they are different to Jiraiya. Intelligence is the life of a ninja. For example, Uncle Snake single-handedly planned Konoha's collapse plan, killing Feng Ying and Hokage one after another, famously shocking the world of ninja, making the 5 great nations terrified. Those who can pass through just look down, and the reason is not to know the weakness of Uncle Snake, because living corpse reincarnation causes the soul to split, so illusion is the shortcoming of Uncle Snake. There is also the grievances and grudges of Satsuki Ichiko. This kind of information is enough to use ninjas to pay for their lives. Looking at the back of saving Jiraiya, and then the crowd left. Orochimaru looked back from his back. This filial son of the ninja world was the object of Orochimaru's most fear. The accumulation of thousands of years, the family background is too rich. Dare to appear in the sun, it means that the other party has an upright identity. But this is not a bad thing. The most terrifying thing is hiding in the dark and controlling the situation in the ninja world with the power of his master. With White Zetsu's ability to imitate, chakra can be consistent, and Byakugan can't see through. It is too easy to set off a war in the ninja world, as long as a few ninjas are killed secretly instead, and the conflicts are repeated several times to completely intensify the hatred. Even if the major villages know that they are wrong, they have to fight. During the ups and downs of Orochimaru, the trees kept retreating, and after about a quarter of an hour, they had come under a big tree. Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto are not there, only Tsunade is leaning on the trunk, with the diamond-shaped 100 healings mark on the eyebrows, and chakra is constantly being filled. Orochimaru carried various scrolls, and soon watched Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto return. Knowing that they had already said goodbye to Uzumaki Naruto, they looked at a place in the woods, where there was a faint scarlet eye, watching them hotly. Orochimaru knows who it is. Compared with the ignorant Uzumaki Naruto, although Uchiha Sasuke inherited the talent of the Uchiha clan that is easy to be deceived, Uchiha Sasuke is not stupid. Let's go. It's time to go back. Orochimaru began to seal, a faint light appeared on the ground, and the engraved barrier was completely brightened. The dragon vein chakra, which was already very active, was completely activated. The dragon vein chakra began to spread, and finally swallowed Orochimaru, as did the others. They are located within a barrier built by pacifists, and the red nine tails chakra wraps everyone together. The barriers established one after the other protect everyone without dispersing them. A ray of light soared into the sky, as if a pillar of heaven went straight into the sky. It dissipated in the next moment, and the rays of light scattered. The space began to distort, like water waves, and began to continuously rippling in all directions, a figure wearing a whirlpool mask with only one eye exposed. Sitting on the top of the tree trunk, one foot swayed constantly. Scarlet light emerged from the one eye, looking up at the scattered light spots above the sky. What a powerful chakra! It's a pity, I'm a step late. Let's go look for Orochimaru trail first. According to Ju's news, Orochimaru is in the area near the short book street. Come and go in a hurry. After a while, it disappeared. Countless spots of light dissipated, heaven and earth returned to calm, and all the outsiders in the world had disappeared. Chapter 34. Lulan. The wind whizzed past. Rolling up the sky full of yellow sand, the infested world is dimly yellow. Tsunade put his hand on his forehead, covering the sun, and the yellow sand that was falling continuously, feeling the heat wave after wave. Hot and dry appeared all over his body, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The environment in the Kingdom of Wind is too harsh, with the poisonous sunlight and endless yellow sand. Under such an environment, no wonder the ninjas of the Kingdom of Wind choose to wrap their faces in a turban. As long as there is a constant lack of arable land and fresh water, and living in a harsh environment, Lulin's desire for land is beyond imagination. Even if you want to abandon the power dragon vein that has been passed down from generation to generation. Queen Lulin stretched out her hand to hold Sarah's palm, and walked slowly from afar. Your Highness, don't worry. We Konoha will never break our promise. Orochimaru looked directly at Queen Lulin, and began to talk about this time-completed plan. Even though Lulin is a small country, there are tens of thousands of people. The migration of so many people is not a trivial matter. Lulin is located in the country of wind. To reach the country of fire, you need to cross the river or rain. Rain Shinobi Village is the place where the three kingdoms meet. Rain Shinobi Village, Hanzo, dominates the ninja world, and is known as a demigod in the ninja world. It is impossible to allow tens of thousands of people to cross the border. So we can only go to the country of the river, but this is not realistic. The movement of tens of thousands of people is too great, and Tsunagakura of the Kingdom of Wind will not sit back and watch. Even Konoha is beyond the reach of protecting such a big goal. This is not destined to be done in a short time. It will take several years to complete the migration. Moreover, in terms of time, it will be delayed a little bit. Now that the Ninja World War is about to start, Konoha does not have the materials and manpower to do this. Queen Lulin's face became gloomy, and an unpleasant color emerged. It was obvious that Orochimaru's remarks were completely evasive in Queen Lulin. The Ninja World War will take a few years, and the migration will take a few years. I don't know how many years will pass. Queen Lulin endured it, because they were in a disadvantaged position and did not dare to directly question Orochimaru, but Tsunade did not have so much scruples on the side, urging to preach. Is there any way to say it quickly? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, stretched out his hand to the pacifist and preached, as long as we can build a building large enough to accommodate the ancient country of Lulin. It can be sent from the sky to the country of fire in one fell swoop. It's just Lulin's national strength, even in this barren place, even if it is completely demolished, it will not be able to complete the construction. So the easiest way is to ask first generation to do it. Tsunade looked at Orochimaru, her bright brown eyes sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "You want impure world reincarnation. You should know that this ninjutsu is a forbidden technique that blasphemes the dead and plays with death." Orochimaru sighed and helped his glasses to preach, "This is the fastest way. It can be completed within 3 days." Queen Lulin's eyes lit up and she looked at Tsunade longingly, but Tsunade was expressionless, as if she hadn't seen this scene. "I'm struggling in my heart. With Tsunade's insight, how can I not know that it has always been 0 and 1? As long as it breaks 0 times, once there will be a second time. This time I have compromised, and there will be more compromises in the future, such as Konoha encounters a crisis. Should I? This is a torture of people's hearts." The atmosphere began to become solemn, and a vaguely repressed, filled everyone's hearts. Tsunade looked in the direction of Lulin, staring at the thin figure hurriedly lowering the brim of the hat in the strong wind. Lulin is very poor. If it weren't for the modern world now, and hundreds of years of ancient times, Lulin would not even be able to wear clothes. Tsunade finally glanced at Orochimaru angeredly. The above description of difficulties was not for Queen Lulin, but for Tsunade. A great migration involving tens of thousands of people, if it is okay in the country of fire, but within the territory of the country of wind, will definitely be interfered by Tsunagakura. With the old man's character, even after the Ninja World War, when it comes to village diplomacy, he will definitely regard harmony as the most important thing, and will abandon Lulin as an abandoned son. After gritting his teeth, Tsunade agreed. "This is tens of thousands of lives, and I have promised it, so I will never regret it." Tsunade said in a deep voice, "You must tell Grandpa the solution to impure world reincarnation. And you have to guarantee that impure world reincarnation cannot be used without my permission." Orochimaru nodded, "Yes." My heart was hot, and after returning from parallel world, Orochimaru's heart that belonged to the scientist began to beat quickly. The parallel world acquired Senju Hashirama's cell before his death. This cell is not in this world. If you use this as a medium and start using the impure world reincarnation technique, can you summon Senju Hashirama in the Pure Land? Even if it fails, if it succeeds, then it can be used to verify the relationship with the parallel world. This is not a trivial matter, it is a big leap for the next research. Many inconvenient things can be done in parallel time and space, and there is no need to worry about the gap between the two worlds. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Kushina on the side and continued to preach to Tsunade, "Next, I will hand in Uzumaki Kushina's shadow clone technique. After I finish preparing for the next step, this technique is very critical. As Nine Tails Jinchuriki, if you don't know shadow clone technique, then it is really a waste. Only Nine Tails Jinchuriki, with the help of Nine Tails, can bear the backlash of the disappearance of hundreds of shadow clone. The migration of tens of thousands of people is not a small project. Even if it is moving, it will cause a lot of chaos. They are just ordinary people, and it is very difficult to move things." But Orochimaru didn't have a lot of manpower, so he focused on Uzumaki Kushina, like Uzumaki Naruto, with thousands of shadow clone. With Chakra's shadow clone, moving is definitely a good hand. The finishing work of the ancient country of Lulin is just Orochimaru taking advantage of the trend. The real role of first generation is to help Orochimaru seal the dragon veins. Sealing technique. Now Uzumaki Kushina is the strongest in ninja world. The Vortex family is naturally suitable for sealing technique, plus first generation, both of which are not weak in strength or sealing technique. For this reason, Orochimaru has to add an insurance, that is Namikaze Minato. This has a record of sealing the dragon veins, even if it is a few years later, plus the sealing dragon veins are still fixed in place, unlike Orochimaru who wants to pack it away. But Namikaze Minato is not alone, such as Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru are planning to invite them. The right to not use, expired and voided. The power of Himuya has a great chance of success this time. It's really impossible to have Queen Lulin and Sarah, and they can also control the situation. Chapter 35. 7 days later. Outskirts of the ancient city of Lulin. The yellow sand that can't be seen at the end is like a yellow ocean. A crowd of Orochimaru slowly walked out of Lulin, when there were 2 more people in the team. A white hair and a yellow hair, the 2 are Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato. If Kushina weren't for you to be too stupid, we would all return to Konoha at this time. Hearing Jiraiya's complaint, Uzumaki Kushina immediately retorted and preached, "Shadow clone technique and multiple shadow clone technique, this is B-level and A-level ninjutsu. It's already a genius to be a master in just a few days." Orochimaru unconsciously said, "Haha. The shadow clone technique is different from the ordinary clone technique. This is a clone with an entity, with a consciousness independent of the caster's body and a certain ability to resist attacks. After the clone is released, the memory and experience of the clone will return to the body. Multiple shadow clone techniques are just an upgraded version of shadow clone technique. There is no essential difference between the two. The only difference is how much chakra is consumed. Both of these types of ninjutsu belong to the scope of easy learning. In layman's terms, they are easy to learn but difficult to master. Many people are already masters. Because it consumes too much chakra, true elite ninjas will calculate the consumption of chakra and can fight with the minimum chakra consumption. Forget the shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clone techniques are listed as forbidden techniques, not only the chakra consumption problem, but also the backlash after the release. One clone can still bear it, but if more are stacked together, few people can afford it. But this is not a problem for Jinchuriki, especially when Uzumaki Naruto learns multiple shadow clone techniques, basically just watching it once. But it's not that Uzumaki Kushina's talent is very poor, but that the little yellow hair is delayed. Boys and girls in love greatly affect efficiency. So Orochimaru is very unfriendly to Xiao Huangmao's eyes. Tenten is like a repeater, urging him to return to Konoha, and the rest is to distract Uzumaki Kushina. Orochimaru asked Jiraiya, "What did the old man say?" Jiraiya smiled bitterly, looked at Orochimaru who was calm, and preached in a sad tone, "What else can you say? You have chopped it out first, and you must agree to it. But after returning to Konoha, this level is not easy. I can't stand it anymore. This time I need you to explain it with the old man." Jiraiya paused, and finally preached, "The old man's reply, although not much, it definitely swallowed our hearts." Orochimaru preached indifferently, "It's okay, after you go back, you and Tsunade don't care about anything, leave everything to me. I'm professional in dealing with old men." Sarutobi Hiruzen, now in his 50s, is no longer resolute when he was young. Indecision is the real face of the old man. Orochimaru's own method, direct and large scale, this makes Jiraiya look soothed, and even the Tsunade on the side is also a lot easier. "Okay, here it is." Orochimaru reached out his hand and withdrew the scroll he was carrying, and a unique pale creature appeared in the eyes of everyone. White Zetsu. A special life. This is an excellent material for impure world reincarnation, allowing the characters of impure world reincarnation to show their peak strength. Of course, this time the goal of impure world reincarnation, White Zetsu alone cannot do it, it needs Orochimaru's special order, but this is enough. Obviously, for this impure world reincarnation, Orochimaru is not a whim, but has been prepared, otherwise, it will not specifically capture White Zetsu in a parallel world. To tell the truth, if it weren't for the dragon veins, it was very important, and the outbreak of the Third World War was not far away, and there was no time to delay Orochimaru. Orochimaru is really interested in doing research on White Zetsu. Yansai Suchen. Finally, with a slap with both hands, Orochimaru is complete. Chakra began to vent continuously, just like a river bursting a bank. Orochimaru is not a rare chakra, and it has been drawn up very quickly. Orochimaru has carefully experienced impure world reincarnation. This is the first attempt, but Orochimaru has done more than once in the study of impure world reincarnation. In terms of Jian and chakra control, some of them were not in place, and a lot of chakra was wasted, so it caused such a big consumption. In just a short time to breathe, White Zetsu has disappeared, replaced by a man with long black hair and black tights. The exterior is equipped with red laminated hanging armor, and the Senju family logo is tattooed on the laminated hanging armor on the left shoulder. Looking at this familiar appearance, Tsunade has already taken the initiative to step forward. Senju Hashirama, who opened his eyes, just saw the appearance of Tsunade, subconsciously stretched out his hand and scratched his head, tentatively preaching, "Xiao Tsunade." Tsunade grabbed Senju Hashirama and walked straight into the distance. Orochimaru watched calmly. It was clear that Tsunade had a secret and didn't want Orochimaru to know it. After a long time, Tsunade and Senju Hashirama returned. Impure world reincarnation is the first and the last time. Even if Konoha has a crisis next time, Grandpa won't make a move. I don't want Grandpa to be desecrated when he is dead, and there will be no peace forever. Tsunade didn't take the initiative to mention anyone, but he kept looking at Orochimaru, and Senju Hashirama agreed with the preaching, "Xiao Tsun is right. The world of the living should not be disturbed by the dead. Our time is over, the future is yours." Namikaze Minato's golden yellow hair, continuously up and down, nodded frantically, agreeing to the preaching, "Master first generation is right." Orochimaru also nodded, agreeing very much. But when Konoha was in crisis, he summoned once again, how could he not make a move? Senju Hashirama smiled heartily and said, "It's really a joy to see such energetic juniors. But business matters. Wood-style Lian Zujia technique." Senju Hashirama completed the seal and patted the ground. Chakra surged in abundance, as if the substance, the pressure began to vent, like a human-shaped tail beast. The violent eruption of chakra, like lava from a volcano, gave a sense of suffocation. Tree trunks are constantly burrowing out on the ground, and they are constantly gathering together. A large amount of chakra is consumed, and in a blink of an eye, complex wooden houses appear. Spreading to the end of the field of vision, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed as he looked surprised. A huge project was completed in an instant. The residences that have been carved out by molds, with cornices and corners, look extremely exquisite and beautiful. A city has appeared. He stared frantically at everything in front of him. That is what Orochimaru pursues. One enemy country has the power to suppress the ninja world. No matter how many people there are, they are just ants, and they have completely lost their meaning. Chapter 36. Late at night. The blurred night enveloped the earth, and everything was silent. In a town, the neon plaque of an izakaya shimmered continuously, and with a creak, the door was pushed open, and a drunk middle-aged man staggered out of the izakaya. The moonlight was sparse, and the hazy moonlight was shining, and the man subconsciously looked up and saw the sky, just to see a huge black shadow whizzing past. He was shocked, shook his head slightly, raised his head again, but was able to see the vast starry sky, rubbed his eyes and looked again. There was still nothing, only when he drank too much and dazzled, and left staggeringly. A drunk took this as an illusion, but the ninja couldn't. Even in the night, this behemoth whizzing by is extremely fast, but it can't escape the detection of the ninja. There are perception ninjas in the ninja world, many of which can use birds or rain, and many strange ninjas emerge in endlessly. Konohagakure. In the dead of night, the night is quiet. Sarutobi Hiruzen wears a Hokage hat on his head and a royal robe, with his hands crossed between his sleeves, standing on the open space outside Konohagakure. At this time, there are a large number of ninjas gathering. All the major ninjas in the Chunin world are there, and the most part is still Anbu. Mitokado Homura walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, took off his eyes, wiped gently with a white cloth, and spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The trees are all cleaned up, and an empty space has been left. It's just that these tens of thousands of Lulin people, if they want to live beside Konohagakure, this will be a major hidden danger to the village. I still have that opinion. Put them in other places and definitely not get too close to Konoha. It's so wrong. They should be placed here. Shimura Dans, with a bandage wrapped around his face and a cane in his hand, came in a low voice and said aggressively, "The power of dragon veins is not weaker than that of tail beasts. With such a huge force, no mistake is allowed. It must be kept by Konoha." The exposed part of Shimura Dan's bandage showed a faint flush, and a desire appeared in his eyes, and he greedily said, "Only by arranging the Lulin people in Konoha can you control the Queen of Lulin. She will be willing to pay for Konoha, let them live in Konoha, and gradually assimilate into Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen dangled his pipe and took a fierce sip. Lulin has a large population, with tens of thousands of people, but these people are not big for Konoha's size. Tens of thousands of people are assimilated, and they will soon be absorbed and fully integrated into Konoha. Compared with Longmei, risk is not worth mentioning. Master Hokage. They are here. Hyuga Hayashi's face were blue, and he was staring at the sky. Byakugan had already seen the giant roaring from above the sky. He quickly came to Sarutobi Hiruzen to report that the other ninjas got the news, and one by one began to look towards the sky. In the east, the morning sun is rising, and the night is driven away by thousands of rays of light. A ninja can clearly see the giant tree above the sky. All houses are linked together. Approximately 100 houses are integrated, divided into more than 100 groups. Arranged neatly above the sky dome, it presents a rectangle with gaps in the middle, like a street, which is like a town, and the whole is flying above the sky dome. Even if it was known in advance that this was a migration of tens of thousands of people, after seeing it, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dan still appeared shocked. This huge volume has already obscured the sunlight and covered a piece of sky. If this falls from the air and hits Konoha straight, it is afraid that Konoha will turn into ruins. In Hyuga Hayashi's pure white eyes, a look of horror appeared, and he couldn't help but preach, "Hokage-sama, please evacuate." Mitokado Homura gave birth to a look of fear, and hurriedly preached, "Contact Orochimaru, what is he doing? Are you going to destroy Konoha?" Numerous ninjas were in an uproar, and fear emerged one after another, and many ninjas began to retreat involuntarily. If you want to stay away from the open space opened up in front, it is too close to the landing place. If you fall with this huge volume, you will definitely suffer an impact. Not only are they going to suffer, even Konoha will not be able to take care of themselves alone, and they will also suffer. Sarutobi Hiruzen reached out and held Mitokado Homura's shoulders, and calmly said, "Don't worry, Orochimaru has already reported this situation. Just wait quietly, Orochimaru is not someone who doesn't know the severity." Mitokado Homura did not calm down, and continued to preach, "Hiruzen, you should leave first. It's really shocking." Shimura Dan's crutches in his hand tapped the ground lightly and continuously, proving the violent fluctuations in his heart at this moment. These long dragons, which are more than 1,000 meters long, are shocking, just one of them, not to mention that there are more than 100 groups in total. It traverses the sky, covering the sky and the sun. The impact of the picture is really too strong. The numbers on paper are always numbers. Obtaining Orochimaru's report, Shimura Dan's was indifferent and did not generate much emotion, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could realize the insignificance of himself facing this scene. Fear was born in my heart. I don't know how many years it has been, and the emotion of fear was born again. Orochimaru. Shimura Dan's felt jealous. Nowadays, it is not a few people or hundreds of people who migrate from the country of wind to the country of fire, but a population of tens of thousands of people, a small country. Shimura Dan's was shocked, why not the other ninjas, especially the hidden spies? They were all shocked by Orochimaru's actions, and now they are only moving tens of thousands of people. If this is not the population, but the boulders, the mountains, they will directly hit their villages. Can they resist it? The answer is impossible. I hope that Konoha will not be landed safely, but Konoha will be destroyed. Many spies have delusions in their minds, but reason tells them this is impossible. The behemoth that was rushing to it was steadily landing. The speed is gradually beginning to slow down, and finally the falling speed is getting slower and slower. When the distance is 1 meter from the ground, the speed is already as static. The descent that violated the rules of physics did not cause any impact when it finally landed on the ground. This scene caused many ninjas to worry, panic, and fear, all disappeared completely, but stared at this scene in shock. They knew that not long after this, the scene before them would spread the ninja world, which would shake the ninja world. But this is not a bad thing, but a good thing. In this turbulent situation, this is a powerful tranquilizer for Konoha. Chapter 37. Hokage Building. The red walls are like burning flames. Orochimaru pushed open the door, helped the glasses he was wearing, and stretched out his hand to pull a reluctant Uzumaki Kushina. When I came to Hokage's office, I could see that Konoha F4 had been waiting for a long time. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind the desk, fingers crossed on top of a document, with an inseparable pipe in his mouth. The pressure of the Hokage hat is so low that people can't see his gaze clearly. If no one came to Orochimaru, he pulled out a chair, sat down on the chair, and directly preached, "This time the S-level mission has been completed." The Orochimaru team was unharmed. Complete the perfect Jinchuriki practice. Orochimaru took the lead and directly turned the village away from the village privately and turned it into a mission. This is not false. Sarutobi Hiruzen has already made up for this hidden danger. Now go to check the dossier and there will be official documents on that day. Perfect Jinchuriki. Mitokado Homura was surprised, looked at Orochimaru and said, "What does this mean?" Perfect Jinchuriki. This concept has not yet appeared in the shinobi world. The first perfect Jinchuriki that appeared first was Eight Tails Jinchuriki, which was also the third ninja war, Cloud Shinobi Village's strongest trump card. 8 Jinchuriki Killer B. This is also a genius of Cloud Shinobi Village. He is the first person in the history of ninja to understand the tail beast as a Jinchuriki, and thus obtain the existence of the tail beast. Before the appearance of Killer B, the perfect Jinchuriki, the ninja world had a rough understanding of Jinchuriki, and the impression of Jinchuriki was only using the tail beast chakra. Seeing the gazes attracted by each person, Orochimaru knew that the level had passed, and said gently, "Jinchuriki. A person possessed by the tailed beast or the tailed beast chakra is the existence of the sealed tailed beast or its chakra container. The tailed beast is transformed and the tailed beast chakra is used as a unique attack method. Almost as long as you are Jinchuriki, you will definitely be discriminated against by the whole village, because most people think that Jinchuriki is a monster. As long as Jinchuriki loses control of emotions, it will turn into a tail beast, and put the village into crisis again. This is because Jinchuriki and the tailed beast are hostile to each other. The tailed beast chakra will corrode Jinchuriki, and the tailed beast does not want to break free all the time. But as long as the tail beast and Jinchuriki understand and agree with each other, there will be no such problems. The power of the tail beast can be used perfectly, and this is the perfect Jinchuriki." Orochimaru patted the silent Uzumaki Kushina on the shoulder, and gave a light push, "Turn on the Nine Tails Chakra mode." Uzumaki Kushina nodded slightly, his eyelids drooping slowly, his eyes were closed, and golden chakra began to emerge continuously, all over Uzumaki Kushina's body in a blink of an eye. Jade patterns appeared on the clothes, and there were also marks on the cheeks. The golden Nine Tails chakra surrounds the whole body, like a blazing golden flame. Resplendent, sacred, and brilliant. The golden light dissipated all the shadows in the office, like a big sun shining continuously. This chakra. The pipe in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth had fallen to the ground, but it was directly ignored by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he clearly felt the real chakra in front of him. The golden chakra is completely different from the previous red chakra, but both are undoubtedly Nine Tails chakra. And compared to the red chakra, it is evil, cold, and fierce. Today's golden chakra is magnificent, just like the sun. Shimura Dance held the crutch tightly in his palm, sweat already appeared in his palm, and this chakra was full of strong pressure. Shimura Dance's perception, body, and cells all told him to stay away. Otherwise, you will die. War millet all over his body. However, Shimura Dance showed joy and preached vigorously, "This is the real Jinchuriki. The power that can sweep all countries and unify the world of tolerance." Shimura Dance looked at Orochimaru and unabashedly praised and preached, "Good job Orochimaru." Finally, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "Nine Tails was originally the strongest of the tail beasts. Now Kushina is the perfect Jinchuriki. We already have the power to unify the ninja world. Isn't Tsunagaku ready to move? Then let Kushina go to the battlefield and completely defeat Tsunagaku. The Kingdom of Wind does not need to exist anymore." Danzo. Orochimaru put his arms around his chest, sat calmly on the chair, and calmly watched the quarrel of Konoha F4. Although Nine Tails Chakra mode is not perfect Jinchuriki, it's not difficult for F4 to have a superficial understanding of Jinchuriki. Watching Sarutobi Hiruzen say nothing, let Mito Kato Homura and Shimura Dance quarrel. Konoha F4 was good in the early years. At that time, second generation was currently going to Cloud Shinobi Village for peace talks, and suffered a coup d'état of Golden Horn and Silver Horn, which led to the death of second Hokage. In the presence of enemies outside, the village was also not calm, panicked up and down, especially Uchiha was about to move. It was Konoha F4 who supported each other and spent the most difficult years. Among them, Shimura Dance made great contributions, eyes, arms, and jaw scars, all of which were left for Konoha's battle. Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a majestic and a standard eagle. He is aggressive in doing things. This is the name of Shinobu, but it is a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly turned into a dove after he got older. The two old partners of Mitokado Homura are very politically sensitive and have directly completed the transformation, so Shimura Dance is the only hawk left. Is this actually the case? That's not necessarily true. Shimura Dance may not necessarily be a hawk. Today's tyrannical and iron-blooded style is probably just a disguise, in order to gain power and win the support of the Konoha Hawks. This kind of politician's position is too easy to change. Sarutobi Hiruzen is a dove, but only because of his gentle strategy, he echoes his political views. The Fire Country is located in the center of the ninja world, and it is easy to be targeted by the other four powers. If it is as tough as Danzo, it is easy to cause Siguo in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view. So the big things have always been small and the small things have been changed. This quarrel allowed Orochimaru to see what Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. There is a clear statement that is good. If you don't fight, you won't lose. As long as this continues, Konoha will be passed on safely. When Orochimaru left the Hokage building, Konoha F4's quarrel was not over yet. Danzo had already given up in the past. 3 against 1, and not Hokage, how could it be possible to win? You can't win even with toughness, and doing so now is just for Sarutobi Hiruzen to make concessions in other areas and strive for other interests for himself. Old routine. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dance played for decades. But this has nothing to do with Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked slowly towards the edge of Konoha, and a building appeared in front of him. This is the science department of Orochimaru, a 3-story building with 2 basements. Chapter 38. Department of Science, Office. A large desk, neat and tidy on the table, placed on the thermos cup. There is a photo in the frame on the side. Above is the young Sunin, Tsunade with a ponytail, standing in the center, smiling very brightly. But unfortunately it is a tablet. Thinking back to the current scale, Orochimaru didn't believe it in his heart if there was nothing tricky about it. After all, I don't know how many times Jiraiya has been beaten because he called a tablet. Reached out and picked up the thermos cup, took a sip of boiled water. The village outside the village has not been quiet these few days, but there is no need to worry about Orochimaru. The village is handled by the Uchiba clan, who are in the security team, who specialize in protecting the safety of the village. The Lulan people outside the village, Anbu and Genbu, have begun to unite, constantly inputting identity information, and began to reorganize Lulan's population. As for the Queen of Lulan, how to talk? That's all about Konoha F4. On the contrary, the Uchiha clan who thought they were going to visit the door were not here, which made Orochimaru more curious about Uchiha Mikato's mentality. Uchiha Mikato didn't ask for Sharingan from himself. After returning to Konoha, Orochimaru should not talk about the journey of time and space, despite the explanation. But Orochimaru has no guarantees about this. Uchiha Mikato is different from Tsunade and Uzumaki Kushina. The latter two have a close relationship with Orochimaru. Namikaze Minato is a disciple of Jiraiya. They are all of the Hokage family, and they usually have a lot of contact. Uchiha Mikato is different. Orochimaru has only seen it a few times and doesn't think Uchiha Mikato will keep it secret. Uchiha Fugaku will definitely know that by then. With Uchiha Fugaku's character, it is absolutely impossible to remain indifferent. But it happened for so long, and there was no movement at all. This let Orochimaru know that Uchiha Mikato obeyed himself, concealed the process of this time and space journey, and adopted a prescribed rhetoric. Orochimaru looked at Cheat and looked at the screen that only he could see. I have to say that Tsunade made a mistake. Otherwise his science department would have been on the right track a long time ago. The establishment of the Ministry of Science was not only for the Orochimaru experiment, but also because of Cheat. Cheat is the black technology system of the heavens and the world, which can obtain the black technology of the heavens and the world, but this black technology does not come in vain. It is for Orochimaru to complete the task to be able to obtain the next black technology. The task is not to fight and kill, but to create the black technology in reality, and then complete a certain promotion, and all meet the requirements, you can get the next black technology. Pacifist. Manufacturing progress, 0%. Promotion progress, 0%. The next technology, Super Soldier Serum. Very clear interface, you can know the result at a glance. Orochimaru's eyes were piercing, staring at the line of Super Soldier Serum, and he guessed it in his heart. It felt like it came from Captain America. This is also a kind of black technology, which is very suitable for the Hokage world. Chakra is formed by the fusion of spiritual energy and life energy in cells. The Hokage world ninjas are generally not strong. If they can go to pirate world for further study, any ninja will have a substantial increase in strength. Think of the pirate group of physical pervert, if this is to cultivate chakra, how strong the effect will be. But the consequences are not small, this thing is that the good the better, the evil the worse. Not the virgin, or the thug. Orochimaru slowly got up. In the end, the Ministry of Science was just created, and there is really a shortage of people. For this kind of factory inspection, you still have to take a trip by yourself. Orochimaru just walked out of the office when he watched a teenager approaching him. A pure white coat, a slightly immature face, a gloomy temperament, his face calm as if he could not laugh. Master Orochimaru. After seeing Orochimaru, the gloomy color disappeared, and I looked at Orochimaru eagerly. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and stroked the opponent's head, and said softly, "It's Xiaoshan Z. I'm not telling you, smile more in the future." Tianzi immediately smiled, the smile was stiff, and the awkward smile made Orochimaru shook his head. This villain has a good temperament, no wonder he can be a villain. Beiliuhu, you have also figured it out. The position of the director of the science department must be yours. After a while, you will be the deputy minister. After Orochimaru watched Tianzi leave, he turned around and saw a handsome white-haired man holding a portfolio. Beiliuhu and Jiraiya are both white-haired, but Beiliuhu's appearance can be compared with himself, and it is far beyond Jiraiya. Orochimaru greeted the passing ninja gently, with a friendly attitude. Each of these ninjas has extraordinary talents. For example, Najimarai presides over the research on the human body transformation of Ghost World Island, and has the ability to amphibious. The plan that was finally abandoned was successfully completed with the help of his own funds. The combat power is also possible. The combat power water shown in the plot of the Sea Kingdom is fighting on the ground. The most important thing in this experiment is amphibious survival. Located in the middle of the sea, even the 5 shadows will not last long. Only special blood inheritance boundaries can be used, but this is destined to be a minority. Beiliuhu is even more amazing, this one-piece ninjutsu Ghost Yaluo is able to seize the blood of other ninjas. This is a ninjutsu that truly impacts the potential of the blood and the net. It is a transformation from ordinary people to gods. The Hokage world, which pays attention to blood, has a brighter color. Orochimaru, who walked out of the science building, suddenly discovered something was wrong. After Orochimaru walked to the bustling street, he fully realized that the candidates he valued were not good things. All are mad scientists with no bottom line, and all of them will be villains in the future. Uchiha Ethnic Land. Wearing an apron and carrying sushi from the kitchen, Uchiha Mikoto walked to the dining room and put the plates on the table, and knelt down at the table. Uchiha Fugaku hugged his son, looked at Uchiha Mikoto and asked, "How about the mission this time?" The figure Uchiha Mikoto had just sat down was stiff. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku in front of him, Uchiha Mikoto couldn't help but think of a pair of golden vertical pupils in his mind. "I did not dare to say what I said intentionally." He lowered his head slightly, letting the black bangs droop, covering the scarlet eyes that emerged. That lion majesty! It's crazy! The future world dare to kill third Hokage, plan Konoha's collapse, and kill fourth Kazekage. Even if they are not the same person, they are all Orochimaru. Especially the Mangeki Sharingan that can make Uchiha awaken, and the pacifists can transfer tens of thousands of people, so strong and mysterious. This made Uchiha Mikoto fear in his heart. Soon. Unwilling to appear. If Fugaku-kun could be so strong, Yamato was mysterious. Uchiha will not be annihilated. Chapter 39. Konohagakure. Queen Lulin's fiery red hair, naturally scattered and drooping, is like a burning flame under the sunlight. Alongside Uzumaki Kushina holding Sarah's slender arm, a group of 3 women with the same hair color, located at the gate of Konohagakure, like a beautiful landscape. Queen Lulin smiled and looked at her daughter who was fighting with Uzumaki Kushina, and then looked at the busy construction site. It is precisely the defensive measures that are constantly being expanded, and the residential areas of the Lulin people are being included in it. Most of the workers are from Lulin. No, now they are Konoha people. Leaving the country of bad wines and coming to the country of picturesque flowers, even if you lose your throne, you can exchange for the happiness of the people, all this is worth it. An old man with a wooden basket on his back and his wrists rolled up was walking slowly on the straight street. His eyes kept wandering around the houses on both sides, unscrupulously looking at the wooden houses carved out of a mold. Not long ago, it was an endless forest, but now it has become a town where tens of thousands of people live. The old man is not the first. Many Konohagakure or outsiders walk in this area and start to constantly look at all this. Naturally, spies sent by other shinobu villages are indispensable. After many days of fermentation, the news finally spread to every corner of the ninja world, and each ninja village also had feedback. One by one spies, they began to peek here, wanting to find out the detailed information of the plot. Orochimaru moved the population of a country on his own, which is really amazing. When any shinobu receives this news, the first reaction is impossible. After they have repeatedly verified the news, their hearts are cold. Because the meaning of this representation is really too important, even if Lulin is a small country, it is a country in the end. No matter how small the population is, there are more ninjas in a country. After such a simple conversion, Orochimaru has the power to quickly transfer tens of thousands of ninjas. Think about it. When Orochimaru airdropped tens of thousands of Konoha shinobi, neither Cloud Shinobi Village nor Iwagakure could resist the Konoha shinobi who fell from the sky. They were able to ignore the natural dangers of the line of defense they established, all of which were ignored. Materials and forces can be accurately transported or attacked anywhere. But today, the Cloud Shinobi Village soil platform has discovered something that is even more convincing. As a ninja trusted by Third Hokage, the high levels of Cloud Shinobi Village, the old man in disguise of the soil platform, can clearly feel the chakra filled with houses. After many days, chakra has continuously started to disperse, and there is not much left behind, and the ordinary genin and jnin can no longer be distinguished. But it is obvious that the soil platform is not in this list, not only recognizes this chakra, but also recognizes the origin of this chakra. Wood style. This vitality, as well as the chakra creation in front of him, can only make Tutai think of the wood style that has disappeared for decades. This adventure came, just to harvest this piece of information. Tutai knew that he hadn't come in vain. Neither of these two things is trivial. Wood style has only appeared in the world for decades, but it was this one who created the most powerful Konohagakure in the ninja world, ended the Sengoku era, and created the one country, one village system. The power of wood style is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Tutai has seen the description of wood style more than once. This is entirely based on myths and deeply doubts its authenticity. But now staring at everything in front of him, Tutai knew that it was all true. The foundation of this house is connected with trees, forming the foundation of the wooden house. At a glance, to the end of the street, everything is a hole, more than 1,000 meters in length. Konoha is too strong. Konoha is too strong. Iwagakure, in the office of Third Tsuchikage. Third Tsuchikage's short figure, now with his hands on his back, stood volley in front of the window, looking through the transparent glass, towards the buildings of Iwagakure. Since the end of World War II, Iwagakure has worked hard for the Third Tsuchikage for so many years, and has continuously deepened the relationship with the country of the land. While accumulating a lot of wealth, they are also constantly increasing the training of ninjas. After so many years of meticulous preparation, the number of Iwagakure ninjas is enough to top the ninja world. Even Konohagakure can't compare to Iwagakure. Iwagakure pays attention to discipline, pays attention to cooperation, does not promote individualism. All the ninjas trained are good at team fighting. The more ninjas there are, the more they can display the Iwagakure style and explode with powerful combat power. After so many years of preparation, seeing the outbreak of the three wars, Iwagakure is about to defeat Konoha and become the overlord of the ninja world. However, he got the bad news, which made Third Tsuchikage silent. As a ninja who implements the will of stone, Third Tsuchikage is determined and will not change Konoha. Just considering the changes in the situation in the shinobi world. With the ability to deliver ninjas quickly, Konoha shinobi can gather together, and 10,000 ninjas burst out of 20,000 ninjas. Iwagakure alone cannot defeat Konohagakure head-on. Master Third Generation, the Kirigakure messenger has arrived. A young man walked outside the office with green hair and purple pupils, and there was a scar under his left eye that looked like a suture mark. Less than 1.5 meters tall, born with a baby face. Third Tsuchikage returned to his seat and looked at the harmless boy without any contempt. Kirigakure is located on an island outside the ninja world, and is a country composed of many islands. The country of water is also one of the 5 major countries. At the same time, they are also enemies of the land. Kirigakure and Iwagakure are unshakable enemies. Because second Mizukage and second Tsuchikage died at the same time, this hatred has continued to this day. I saw Yagura, a senior Kirigakure trusted by third Mizukage, visiting. Third Tsuchikage's eyes revealed an icy murderous intent, bursts of chill had spread, and he stared at Yagura maliciously and undisguisedly. Tsunagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have agreed to join forces. This time I have come to invite Iwagakure to join the coalition and declare war on Konohagakure. Citrus Yagura goes straight to the subject, without a word of nonsense. Konoha is too strong. It is not our village that can be matched. It must be united to defeat Konoha and plunder the land of fire. Third Tsuchikage can participate in the Four Shadows Conference if you are interested. Citrus Yagura looks immature, like a child, but it is extremely strong, ignoring all the rock shinobi ninjas who are glaring at him, and the momentum is not weak in a different place. Form a coalition and divide the nation of fire equally. Chapter 40. Backyard of Science Department. The tall steel bracket propped up the roof of about 10 meters high, which was already level with the building of the Ministry of Science. Inside is a steel frame nearly 7 meters high. At this time, both feet are stepping on the ground and standing on the ground. The construction technology of the pacifists is not difficult, the key is supporting facilities, which requires an industrial system to support. The development of science and technology in the ninja world is slightly deformed. There is everything here, but it is not the mainstream. The industrial system also exists, but it needs Orochimaru to combine them together to form supporting facilities. So this period of time, the Ministry of Science is mainly opening factories. While Orochimaru was busy, an Anbu came to the outside of the Science Department building. Just before entering, he shot out without a straight shot and inserted in front of Anbu. Anbu stopped and looked at a ninja who walked out in the dark. The ninja was wearing a green vest and a ninja bag tied to his thigh. He was holding another kunao in his hand. This is Konoha Jainin, who is also a member of the security team of the Ministry of Science. Compared with the indifferent Tsunade and the unruly Jiraiya, Orochimaru has many followers in Sunin and is also the most powerful. Each department has the hidden sons arranged by Orochimaru. Now that the science department was established, Orochimaru has mobilized a team of 12 people composed entirely of Genin, and for this reason, he ran into the Hokage building. What's the matter? Anbu looked at the ninja who was full of hostility and watched his own ninja with irritation in his eyes. Anbu stands for Assassination Tactics Special Force, which is a violent organization directly mastered by Hokage. He is dedicated to protecting Hokage and preventing foreign enemies from intruding, and is responsible for the task of detecting enemy situation and assassination. The moment each Anbu puts on the mask, he gives up his original identity and plunges into the darkness. No name, only code name. It seems that there is no status, but it is a humble position. Konohagakure ninjas have always been proud of joining Anbu, and they are all elites who can be selected. But now it has been intercepted in Konoha, and there is still another place in Konoha with such treatment. Just like Daxia, completely isolated from everything, Anbu was annoyed, but at the same time he did not break in. Because this is the Ministry of Science, it is the site of Orochimaru in Sunin. As a candidate for Hokage, Orochimaru is now so famous, especially after a few days ago, it completed the feat of relocating the population of a country. Hokage urgently recruits Lord Orochimaru. Hold on. Soon, Orochimaru walked out of the door of the Ministry of Science, wiped his palm with a white handkerchief, and walked slowly towards the Hokage building. After arriving at the Hokage building, I went directly to the office. There are not many people in the office. Konoha F4 is all there, and the rest are Hyuga Hayashi with cataracts, and a few Uchiha Fugaku with pink eyes. On the contrary, there are 2 teenagers and middle-aged men with pineapple heads. Orochimaru took a second look. The shapes are very strange. The whole family is almost carved out of a mold. Laozi is like this, his son is like this, and his grandson is still like this. Narashikajima is with Namikaze Minato, at the edge of the office. Orochimaru looked around, but didn't find Tsunade and Jiraiya. It seemed that he hadn't notified them. After Orochimaru arrived, he was already the last person, and he saw the remaining empty seat and sat down directly. Yes, now Orochimaru's status has once again been promoted. It can be seen from the seat that Konoha F4 and Orochimaru are the only ones who can sit down, and even the Hyuga and Uchiha clan are all standing. If the older generation came, they would still have a seat, and now these 2 patrons are only in their 20s. Orochimaru is now more than 30 years old. Recently, the relationship between Sunin has become closer, and the rest of the 2 regard Orochimaru as their head. This is a force that cannot be ignored. After sitting down, Orochimaru took the opportunity to pull Namikaze Minato and let it come to his side. This is a potential stock. Sarutobi Hiruzen can see that he is allowed to participate in such an important meeting. Orochimaru admits that he will not let it go. The opponent is a disciple of Jiraiya, and the relationship is close. Look at them all. This is the latest news from Iwagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched out his hand to hold the pipe, and gave it a light push. Mitokado Homura took a copy of the document and handed it to Orochimaru. Passing directly past Shimura-dan's, Orochimaru knew in his heart that Konoha F4, a small group, had already gathered to discuss it. Orochimaru's gaze swept away, and the golden vertical pupils behind the glasses were narrowed into a line, and the pupils were no longer visible. Give the information to Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru secretly said in his heart, what a good fellow. The news is really breaking news. 4 Shadows Conference. Only the leaders of the 5 major villages in the ninja world can be called a shadow. So there are only 5 shadows, and the 4 Shadows Conference, the one who is less, must be Hokage. Mizukage, Tsuchikage, Reikage, Fengying, these 4 meeting will certainly not be chatting and farting, what they want is to beat Konoha. I thought I walked through a parallel world and got a lot of information about the future, such as Jiraiya, Tsunade, and myself, all of which have greatly increased in strength. Orochimaru also knows a lot about the various battlefields of the three wars, such as the Battle of Kikyo on the Western Front. This battle was reported by the Walking Maidens. The first battle defeated Tsunagakure and established a three-match victory. Now that the Four Shadows Conference is being held, history has changed, and the value of this future information has greatly reduced, and only reference is left. Orochimaru thought about it for a while and knew why the Four Shadows united. It was his actions a few days ago that completely shocked them. But at the same time it also caused fear, and finally chose to unite. And the most interesting thing is that this top-secret information was easily discovered by Konoha's spy. If it comes from the ace spy, it's fine, the key ace is now in Tsunagakure, and this information is from Iwagakure. How important is the Four Shadows meeting? The information is definitely secret from the village, and there will be very few people who know it, but Konoha knew it. This was passed by the old ghost Onoki, and Orochimaru could be sure. This is very interesting. But this is also the character of the old ghost Onoki. Tough, stubborn, but also cunning. All kinds of complicated characters make up the complicated character of Third Tsuchikage, and he is also an old guy in the ninja world that cannot be ignored. More interestingly, the Four Shadows Union was pioneered by Kirigakure's Mizukage. Kirigakure was secretly controlled by Uchiha Madara. In designing the Uchiha Obito Blacken event, three tails was used. Tailed beasts have always been a taboo in major ninja villages, and outsiders are absolutely not allowed to get involved. However, Uchiha Madara easily used Konoha Shinobi as a tail beast container, and this time Kirigakure changed the old mysticism style. No problem is a weird thing. Chapter 41. A half-black and half-white figure was moving fast in the damp soil, and in a blink of an eye he had arrived at an underground space. Pressing black and white hands on the ground, pulling his lower body slowly out of the soil like pulling a carrot. The yellow pupils are like two groups of wildfires burning from the ground. Looking straight ahead, a giant humanoid figure, whose color and body are like dead wood, occupies most of the space. A man lowered his head, his hair drooping, covering most of his face, with the tube behind him, as if it were embedded in the man's body. The faint chakra fluctuations continued to spread along the tube into the man's body. Ju was wearing a robe, with a lavender ribbon around his waist, and the sound of footsteps broke the calm. Like a sleeping Uchiha Madara, he raised his drooping head, like a lion awakened from a deep sleep. Three Gyujade emerged from his scarlet eyes. "How's the matter going?" Uchiha Madara's voice is slightly hoarse, and it is obvious that he rarely speaks. He is in a closed environment all year round and does not communicate with the outside world, which has affected his communication ability. Ju came to the front of Uchiha Madara and calmly replied, "The Four Shadows Conference proposed by Kirigakure, Iwagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, and Tsunagakure have all agreed. It's just that Tsunagakure has some difficulties." After Third Kazekage disappeared, Tsunagakure was in chaos. Now, for the position of Fourth Kazekage, the competition is getting fiercer. So in the recent Four Shadows Conference, Tsunagakure could not be attended by Fourth Kazekage, and 80% of them were attended by the Elder Cho. Rosa and Yekang, the two Fengying candidates, act as the Elder Chiyo's guard. Take this to observe the two and see who performs well and is suitable for Fourth Kazekage. Uchiha Madara's three-gold jade slowly receded, her black pupils had been restored, and she immediately interrupted the preaching. "Enough. Who is Fengying? It does not matter. Firefly cannot compete with Haori. I care about Hashirama. The only person who can fight me is Hashirama." Uchiha Madara raised his arm, revealing the palm of his hand covered in the sleeve of his shirt. With 5 slender fingers, he was firmly pinching a piece of wood. This is a piece of wood that has been broken off forcibly, about the size of a palm, and there are still faint chakra waves remaining on it. Uchiha Madara looked at the wooden block, the color of memory appeared in his eyes. This is a product of wood style. And to be able to build houses with tens of thousands of people in one fell swoop with wood style, only Hashirama can do this. Master Ban, please rest assured. Internally, I will use Konoha Spy, start to inquire about the news, as soon as possible to determine whether Senju Hashirama is alive or dead. Outside, I will use the lurking white Zetsu, let them form a four-nation coalition, and fight Konohagakure together at any cost. Senju Hashirama must be forced out to confirm Senju Hashirama's status. Uchiha Madara muttered to himself in a low voice, Hashirama. These two words seemed to have infinite magic power. Uchiha Madara's body was filled with twilight, and at this moment, a strong fighting spirit erupted, like a long spear piercing the sky. The wool is like the substance, which has been realized by Hollow. There is no Hashirama in this world, it's so boring. I hope Hashirama is still alive. Looking at Uchiha Madara, his mental state was refreshed. The corners of the pitch-black half-faced mouth were slightly cracked, and sharp teeth emerged. He couldn't help but preach, Master Madara. If Senju Hashirama is still alive, in the current state of Madara-sama, do you want to adjust? Not to mention the restoration of peak state, but also to return to normal. Takiyan Village Forbidden Technique Grievances. Scarlet eyes appeared, Guya had flickered, and the cold murderous intent had been locked out of the cold. An indisputable voice sounded, the noble Uchiha cannot be profaned. There will be another time. Kill you. Respectfully, he said that he had understood that he turned and left and merged into the earth, half black and yellow eyes, already beating an angry flame. The pedantic. For that little pride, Uchiha was willing to wait for death here. If you listen to yourself, rejuvenate your youth with the help of the ground, retrieve Rin-Egan, restore your peak state, and capture the heart of five wind, thunder, earth, fire, and water Jinkraki. Yuban's strength can directly push the ninja world, collect all the tail beasts, and bring his mother back to life. Instead of cultivating heirs, what messy plans to make? Forget it, as a container for mother's resurrection. It is also a good thing not to be polluted by complaints and blasphemy. As a filial son, Ishin resurrected his mother, dare to try any method, Rin-Egan released infinite Tsukuyomi is one. But this is not the only way to move fast in the earth, and under the mayfly technique, he soon came to the territory of the Kingdom of Thunder. This is a gorge, with constant wind raging, and the echoes are repeated over and over again. From the outside, it looked desolate. There was no grass on the ground, and there was vaguely thunder roaring down. But under the ground, there are majestic buildings, this is a secret base. Chu reveals his figure, the white skin has spread, completely covered with black, and he is already white Zetsu. After a few steps out, he has turned into a middle-aged man wearing Cloud Shinobi Village forehead protector and glasses. Grown-ups. One after another Cloud Shinobi ninjas, after seeing the extinction, they began to salute. Ju came to a place, looked at the many ninjas who were constantly busy, and asked and preached, how is the progress of the chakra cannon recently? A person in charge appeared bitter, shaking his head again and again with a wry smile and preached, the progress is very unsatisfactory. Chakra recharges this piece, there will always be problems. Master Tutai came some time ago and officially took the order of the third generation. The chakra cannon experiment will be suspended. All resources must be concentrated in preparation for the upcoming war. Ju's palm slapped the computer screen, and the computer broke apart in response, and my heart became more and more annoyed. Uchiha Madara did not cooperate and went his own way. With the help of the chakra cannon, the plan to smash the moon and save her mother is now encountering a bottleneck. This idea cannot be wrong. Mother is immortal, even if the moon shatters, mother will not die. But the chakra cannon that wants to smash the moon requires too high technology. According to current technology, it will take decades before there is any hope of success. Never retract the palm of your hand, suppress the anger in your heart, and calm your emotions. Looking at the Chakra Cannon Laboratory, it was established with the help of Cloud Shinobi Village with the help of Dark Hands. Now that Cloud Shinobi Village's science and technology are not good enough, then I can't blame him for finding the next one. The Lion Majesty of Konoha. The recently established Ministry of Science studies things. Must be very interested. I believe the other party will also be interested in the Chakra Cannon. Chapter 42. Night. Konohagakure was haunted by the blurred night. The Hokage building is brightly lit, and the energy-saving lamps are white, shining the Hokage building like the day. Orochimaru leaned on the chair without an image, stretched out his hand and patted the corner of his mouth, yawning again and again. Looking at the pineapple head boy Naralukasa, based on the information of the master in hand, he began to analyze various situations constantly, and Orochimaru was not very interested. Orochimaru is already a person who has broken away from low-level tastes, and Orochimaru is not very concerned about the rise and fall in the ninja world. Strictly speaking, Orochimaru's personality is similar to Uncle Snake, but better than Uncle Snake, Orochimaru has a bottom line. Will not be separated from the masses, to be the lonely person of the lofty family. This time the Four Shadows Conference, Kirigakure, Iwagakure, Tsunagakure, Cloud Shinobi Village, together to establish a joint army to besiege Konohagakure, who will win in the end. Orochimaru doesn't know this, but one thing he knows is that Konohagakure will definitely not be destroyed. As the head of the 5 hidden villages, Konoha has its own profound heritage. There is Senju Hashirama, first generation. Konoha can be defeated or weakened, but it will never die. However, this whole card was the Dingai Shenzhen, and it could only be used when Konoha was alive and dead. Otherwise, it would be impossible to use Senju Hashirama to attack the other 4 countries. The Impure World reincarnation version in Orochimaru's hands is not the version that was optimized many times by Uncle Snake and Yakushi Kabuto during World War IV. It's easy to break free and Senju Hashirama doesn't listen to orders. Moreover, the 4-nation coalition forces are huge, but Konohagakure is not weak. Uzumaki Kushina of Nine Tails Chakram mode can rival 1,000 troops alone. This one possesses the mighty power to suppress a country. But unfortunately, this is the same as Senju Hashirama, unable to enter the battlefield. Uzumaki Mito, as the first generation of Nine Tails Jinkraki, would not have been so hard to fight in World War II if it could be on the battlefield. Konoha tradition, Snowstorm Nine Tails. Pain will strike in the future, not so much. For a long time, watching the end of a long talking meeting, Orochimaru stood up and walked outside without hesitation. As soon as he reached the door, Orochimaru was stopped. Turned back and walked to the desk, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen put shredded tobacco into the pipe, and holding the lighter to light the pipe for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Already left. What can I say? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't make a sound immediately, and took a few sips calmly while holding the pipe in his mouth. Smoke came out of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth. In the smoky room, it was impossible for people to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's face clearly, and a peaceful voice sounded, "This time the 4 shadows meet, although there are many contradictions in it, there is little hope of destroying success. After you go back, you must be ready to rush to the front line to prepare for Admiral. There are also pacifists. To complete the second one within 7 days, I will personally test the combat capabilities of the pacifists." Orochimaru solemnly said, "Okay." After the words fell, he turned and left. In the 3 wars, this is a hurdle that cannot be circumvented. Even if Orochimaru doesn't want to care about mundane affairs, at least it is necessary to ensure a peaceful environment for Konohagakure, so that there will be no worries. Konohagakure continuously provides materials and funds for Orochimaru. The streets of Konoha at night are also very lively, and you can see a lot of walking people coming and going. When passing by a shop along the street, Orochimaru could not help but stopped. Looking at the ramen in front of him, Orochimaru opened the curtain and sat down. A bowl of specialty ramen. In the evening, Yul ramen business was also very good. After Orochimaru sat down, the vacant seats were quickly filled. A child wearing a sunshade mirror and sportswear was greeting a little girl, sitting next to Orochimaru with a smirk, but with his back to Orochimaru completely. From the beginning to the end, he never looked at Orochimaru, his eyes were completely on the side of the little girl. Orochimaru looked at the ping-pong racket in the opponent's sportswear. No, it was a group fan. He knew that it belonged to the Uchiha clan. Among Uchiha, there is only one person who can walk alone and enjoy themselves all day long. Uchiha Obito. Orochimaru calmly picked up the chopsticks and started eating the ramen, never expecting to meet Uchiha Obito. But I don't have the thought of contacting each other. Remember a word of advice, never be friends with Uchiha. Uchiha is stimulated and her personality changes dramatically. Today's sunshine is cheerful, and the 6 relatives will deny it and kill people. If the relationship is good, it is easy to be sacrificed to the heavens. If the relationship is not good, you will remember that if you have the strength in the future, you will retaliate. Second generation calls it evil, which is very correct. There is no moisture at all. No one wants to be friends with mental illness. For example, Uchiha Mikoto, according to his original mentality, would definitely ask for Sharingan from himself, but after turning on Mangekyou Sharingan, his mentality changes after being stimulated. This is a very typical example. Isn't it true that Uchiha Fugaku, facing his son, let the opponent kill and give up all resistance? Normal people can do this? Didn't this start Mangekyou Sharingan's pathology? There is another way to win the 3 wars this time. After Uchiha Fugaku turned on Mangekyou Sharingan, Orochimaru gave the Mangekyou Sharingan in his hand to each other. Both of them were from Uchiha Fugaku. After successful experiments of impure world reincarnation, there is no gap with the parallel world. There is no danger in fusion, and they merge into a pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Turning on Suzanu's body directly, he also possesses the mighty power to sweep the army. Unfortunately, Orochimaru would not do this. I would rather impure world reincarnation first generation than Uchiha. If Uchiha Fugaku takes over as Hokage, Uchiha will definitely liquidate Hokage. Konoha will not have a living space for Orochimaru, and defecting is the best way. The human heart is like this. Standing in the Hokage line, Orochimaru is naturally hostile to Uchiha. After Orochimaru finished eating ramen, he expelled this complicated idea. That was something Hokage should consider. Orochimaru didn't plan to be Hokage a long time ago. What's so good about Hokage? When the accident was the first one, no Hokage in all dynasties would die well. As an elder, look at the 2 old ghosts of Mitokado Homura. The power is not small, and you can still run if something happens. It is said that the blogger is still alive and still intervening in Konoha's government affairs, but I heard that it may not be accurate. By the time of the blogger, Orochimaru was in his 70s or 80s. How old were the 2 old guys? The blogger has never watched a few episodes. The boss knows 8 Satsuki Urashiki, or I heard that going through those episodes is pretty. Orochimaru specially went to watch it. Walking on the Konoha street, Orochimaru stopped and trembled hunting in the lavender kimono when he came to the door of his house. The golden vertical pupil opened completely, no longer squinting, looking at a spot in the dark. Orochimaru calmly preached, Hisashi-kun. No, it's not right. Is it Hayashi-kun? What's the matter for visiting late at night? Chapter 43. Tadada. The clear sound of clogs stomping on the ground sounded. Hyaga Hayashi walked out of the dark shadows, wearing a light green kimono, a purple silk belt around her waist, her black hair tied up, and Konoha forehead protector on her forehead. This is why Orochimaru thinks it is Hyaga Hisashi. Because Hyaga Hayashi, the owner of the family, never wears Konoha forehead protector. This generation of clan and paternal lineages gave birth to twins. However, the treatment of the two parties is very different. Hyuga Hayashi was born just a few seconds earlier and has become the heir to the clan. Now he has inherited the Hyuga clan and has become the suzerain of the Hyuga clan. The younger brother Hyuga Hisashi, as the younger brother of Hyuga Hayashi, was born exactly the same, with the same talents, but just a few seconds later, he became the Hyuga branch house. Was marked curse mark, caged bird, and dedicated to the clan for the rest of his life. This kind of dedication is not alone, and it is necessary for one's descendants to also contribute. To defend the clan, guard the clan, and sacrifice the body and even the soul. The two giants of Konoha, the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan, each have their own problems. Among them, the Hyuga clan is not as good as the Uchiha clan, and it is just superficial. It has long been rotten inside, and the roots are already rotten. Orochimaru opened the door, went to the house, knelt down and sat in the main seat, and poured tea for Hyuga Hayashi himself. I want to buy a pacifist. Orochimaru picked up the teacup and took a sip. Without hesitation, he resolutely agreed, yes. Thank you, Lord Orochimaru. Farewell. Hyuga Hayashi came and went in a hurry. Orochimaru watched Hyuga Hayashi leave behind, and it seemed that the shock brought by the pacifists was beyond his imagination. Even Hyuga Hayashi couldn't sit still, and disguised himself, secretly contacting himself to buy a pacifist. After drinking the tea in one sip, I really don't treat the branch house as a human being. Pacifists are the result of the Ministry of Science and the secret weapon of the village. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen has no explicit stipulations, few families dare to spy on pacifists. The Hyuga clan, who has always been tepid and not involved in the mess in the village, was the first to sit still. Orochimaru was a little surprised at this. It's just suffering Hyuga Hisashi. If this is the case for the village, then Hyuga Hayashi as the head of the family must be correct, but Hyuga Hisashi is the one who is at fault. A branch house owner, whether it is strength or status, is enough to offset the village's malice. Pacifists have great potential to tap. Among them, a lot of technology has been obtained from Uncle Snake. If all of them are thoroughly understood, the pacifist combat power can go further. The most important thing is the blood inheritance limit ability, which can install Sharingan for pacifists. If it inherits the Uchiha clan's blood inheritance boundary, the strength of each pacifist is definitely one of the best. Even if it is not as good as the PX0 in my own hands, it is only weaker. A few more units can cooperate with each other to make up for the gap. Sharingan's dynamic vision, especially the ability to replicate physique and ninjutsu, will make up for the single attack of pacifists. Fit pacifists to more complex environments, thereby reducing the weaknesses targeted. But it's a pity that this ability is too explicit. The ability to plunder the blood inheritance limit must not be exposed, otherwise it will be the point of the public enemy of the ninja world. For the owner of the blood succession boundary and those who greet the blood succession boundary, the involvement is really too great, and it is up to Uncle Snake to do it. The technology is still immature and it's not time for Orochimaru to end. Let Hiraiho and Uncle Snake go first. From the harvest of parallel time and space, Orochimaru has already digested the 7s and 8s. There has been a certain increase in strength, but there has been no qualitative change. Orochimaru is now in his 30s. Whether it's chakra or physique, everything has reached its peak. Grandmaster is a perfect ninja with all kinds of ninjutsu, forbidden technique, and physique, without any shortcomings. In cage level, the strength is already a strong one. Even if the strength is stronger than Orochimaru's first line strong, Orochimaru will not only not be defeated, but will also find the opponent's weakness and win according to the master's large number of forbidden techniques. The strength is already at the apex of the ninja world, a figure standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. But it is limited to this. Orochimaru's future strength will not be much improved, that is, there are more master forbidden techniques, and the combat experience will be more abundant. This is also the status quo of all ninjas. After the strength reaches a certain level, it is no longer a matter of hard work and diligence to make progress. With bad words, talents are limited to this. Obtaining future Uncle Snake results from parallel time and space for more than 10 years, most of them belong to external forces, the most typical of which is impure world reincarnation. The talent of a ninja? There are limits. That's why I delve into science. Just to fight your physique and practice ninjutsu, you cannot break the limit. The limit of ordinary people is cage level, and the peak is Sarutobi Hiruzen. If you want to break this limit and have super shadow combat power, then you must be descended from the blood of Tsutsuki. Therefore, Orochimaru doesn't know how many seniors, either they have embarked on the path of pursuing Sharingan, or wood style has inherited the limit. In a word, sage body, the eyes of the immortals, are all to be integrated into the Tsutsuki family. Orochimaru thought about it, and now the easiest way to enhance combat power is Sage Mode and Blood Succession Limit. The technology of capturing the blood inheritance boundary is not mature at all. Whether it is Uncle Snake or its own, it can inherit part of it, but it cannot be perfectly inherited. This will definitely not be used by itself. If you're crazy, you can directly use technology to capture Sharingan's blood inheritance boundary for yourself, then transplant first-generation cells, and replace it with Manjiki Sharingan, the master in your hand. So the best way is to change the quality and form of Master Chakra, and then according to the two different attributes of Chakra, to awaken one's own blood inheritance boundary. This is the safest way, and the more dangerous one is Sage Mode. Sage Mode has the curse seal completed by Uncle Snake, and has already developed the curse seal too. With future Jiraiya practice experience, Orochimaru still has hope to practice. The same is true for the blood succession boundary. Not to mention the qualitative changes and forms of various attributes, the key is that Orochimaru has the one-tail Showerhi Chakra. Magnet style, the blood inheritance limit, is Tsunagakur based on one tail, which is the product of the fusion of two attributes, Chakra. Hashirama cells in the hand can also try to awaken wood style. Both hopes are not small, but unless it is wood style, magnet style alone can only increase chakra, and there is little hope for a substantial increase in combat power. In the end, I still have to try Sage Mode. Do not still have a chance. Next time reward. Chapter 44. 2 days later. Backyard of Science Department. Wearing a white long coat, Beiliuhu is as handsome as a demon, as if time has stopped passing, and in his 30s is like a teenager. Konoha forehead protector is covered on the neck, covering the long slender neck, holding a blue cover notebook, quickly recording. While recording detailed data, Beiliuhu's eyes appeared unwilling. As a friend of Sunan, add the same period. This is destined to be a sad thing. Sunan soon came to the fore, rising from World War II and becoming Konoha's mainstay. However, Beiliuhu has limited talent, and has been chasing Sunan hard for so many years, and in the end he was just an ordinary Jainin of Konoha. This makes Beiliuhu reconciled. In Sunan, Tsunade has an extraordinary background, inherited the blood of first generation, and has achieved today. This is a matter of course. Orochimaru's talent is penultimate, he has been shown to be surpassing since he was a child. Any ninjutsu can be mastered quickly. The chakra attribute is the 5 attributes of thunder, wind, fire, earth, and water. The third generation item also has 5 chakra attributes. Orochimaru has the qualification to inherit the third generation item, the Tsunade family and the noble blood. But why is Jiraiya? It was just the tail of a crane. It was not as good as myself. The fingers have already begun to force, pinching the pen tightly. Jiraiya can be achieved today because of the partiality of the third generation and the love of Mount Maiboku. If you have such resources, you will get even more dazzling achievements than Jiraiya. I can do it too. Every time Beiliuhu hated his lack of talents, watching the scenery of Sunan, this thought was like a poisonous insect, constantly biting the heart of Beiliuhu. But now he found a chance to prove himself and declared to the Shin-okai that Sunan was not worth mentioning. I am the strongest. Beiliuhu showed a knowing smile and moved faster in his hands. This pacifist actually involves the technique of blood inheritance, which is exactly what Guiluo lacks, and has provided a very good idea. He thought of Orochimaru in the future to provide funds, equipment, materials, technology, and use everything Orochimaru to complete his own bright future. Beiliuhu smiled more brilliantly. Puliahu, who fell into joy, didn't notice Orochimaru, who was manipulating the robotic arm on the side, watching him with deep gaze. At the same time, his eyes were already narrowed into a line, and a knowing smile appeared. When Hiryu was sober from YY, Orochimaru had already continued to work. There are also many black technologies in the Hokage world, many of which are epoch-making. Now the pacifist in front of Orochimaru has completed the final assembly. A behemoth that is 70% similar to a bear has been completely completed. Standing in front of a pacifist who is nearly 7 meters away, no matter who it is, it can feel its insignificance. This body type, even if it is localized, Orochimaru still feels uncomfortable. In Pirate World, there are 3 or 4 meters, 7 or 8 meters, and there are many giants over 10 meters. But the Hokage world is much more normal. 1 meter is tall and burly, and the pacifist of nearly 7 meters is very oppressive. Orochimaru glanced at the black technology system of the heavens and the world. Manufacturing progress, 100%. A pacifist filled the progress bar. The rest is to promote, which is why Orochimaru did not reject Hyuga Hayashi. Whether Hyuga Hayashi is buying a pacifist, looking for the weakness of the pacifist, or to make up for the deficiencies of Gentle Fist. Orochimaru doesn't care, what he cares about is pacifist promotion. He waved his hand to indicate the standing guard, and went to the Hokage building to inform Third Hokage. Orochimaru watched motionless, like a statue of a pacifist, thinking about reducing the size. Nearly 7 meters is still too large, which is destined for pacifists to be suitable for frontal battlefields, not suitable for ninja fighting. If the size is reduced, the pacifist power and energy storage will begin to decline, and this master is not well balanced, and a lot of experimentation is required to advance the progress of the transformation. Too much trouble, pacifists are destined not to become mainstream. Unless it is transformed into a high agility type, otherwise the pacifist who is now nearly 7 meters can weigh like a ninja, jumping around on the trees, fearing that the trees will be crushed by jumping up. The pacifist is not important, what is important is the technology involved in the pacifist. Third Hokage hurriedly came to the backyard of the Ministry of Science and saw 2 standing pacifists. Among them, PX0, as the first pacifist, has a more prominent image and wears a barrier hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen directly ignored this one and looked at the pacifists who had just built a success. The whole body is covered with steel and living tissues, and he is wearing a green vest. Janin's vest has a whirlpool logo on the back. Had it not been known in advance that this was a puppet, Sarutobi Hiruzen would definitely think it was a real person. Is this chakra fluctuation? Sarutobi Hiruzen is keenly aware, standing in front of the latest pacifists, he can clearly feel the chakra fluctuations that pervade the pacifists. He looked at the bear not far away again, didn't feel chakra here, and couldn't help but ask, these two are different. Of course it's different. The bear is a gift package for novices. It uses the light gathered by sparkling fruit as the energy source, plus the fleshy fruit left over from the transformation of the human body. With a strong physique that bears thousands of hammers, the materials used are not ordinary steel, and they are all precious alloys in the pirate world. If it weren't limited by AI intelligence and the combat was more mechanical, how could it be cage level only? As for this pacifist, the energy issue has been localized, and it is already chakra. The two are no longer a technology at all, they are simply magical versions. There must be a lot of shrinkage in combat power, which Orochimaru has never said. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans are still sitting in their dreams, thinking that this pacifist can also have cage-level combat power. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly arrived, Mitokado Homura also arrived. I believe the remaining Shimura Dans are also on the way. Orochimaru did not directly answer Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, but used the old method, which was to change the subject. He gave an order to the pacifist, wood style. The motionless pacifist's eyes shone, and his broad fingers began to seal. Chakra quickly began to gush out, matching the fingerprints. Wood style 4-pillar prison. The wood drilled from the ground swiftly rose to the sky, destroying the supported shed. It turned out to be wood style? Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared shocked. With a pipe in his mouth falling to the ground, Orochimaru looked at Orochimaru and asked in a deep voice, "What is the cost of this pacifist?" Chapter 45. Cost? This is a desperate number. Every pacifist is the price of a warship. Even after localization, the cost has been drastically reduced due to material and process issues, but it is still not something Konoha can afford. Think about it in Pirate World, where the world government allocates funds, which is capable of forming a team of pacifists. Konoha is just a village, actually a city with a population of hundreds of thousands. The ninja who raises about 20,000 can't survive by relying on the commissioned tasks, and must have a grant from the country of fire. It is impossible to become an established pacifist. Seeing Orochimaru not speaking for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and twisted out a word Sichuan. Knowing that the cost is not low, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked again. 15 million taels. 1/3 of Asuma's words were swallowed by Orochimaru. Now Sarutobi Asuma is still a kid on the verge of graduation, not the bearded man in the future. Not bad. Mitokado Homura reached out and touched the thick tree trunk, feeling the chakra that filled the tree trunk. Orochimaru looked at Konoha F4 with hot gaze, and felt enlightened in his heart. It seemed that he underestimated the appeal of wood style to them. The price of 15 million taels is not low, and 1 million taels is enough to entrust S-level tasks. S-level tasks are related to the tasks of classified matters at the national level. The work content may be based on the invitation of other countries to participate in wars, assassinate dignitaries, move confidential documents, etc. This has involved fighting between ninjas, putting a Jainin in danger. In theory, it takes 10 missions to get tens of millions of taels, but in reality it is not possible at all, because the missions must be performed by a small team, and the money must be shared together. But this is not as important as the word wood style. This is wood style. Looking at Konoha F4 with hot eyes, looking at the pacifist, it is like looking at the savior. Shimura Dans was leaning on crutches in an old and decayed posture, completely forgetting that he was only in his 50s, and he was still in his 50s. Already standing on Orochimaru's side, he praised Orochimaru and said, "The wood-style blood inheritance limit experiment now seems to be a success. Do not fail." Orochimaru rejected Shimura Dan's words, calmly preaching, "Wood style is a success, but it does not have the power of first generation to conquer the ninja world. I emphasize here that wood style is wood style and first generation is first generation. The two are not equivalent. This pacifist, combined with destructive power and ninjutsu power, etc., has a combat power equivalent to the elite of Jainin. But the weakness is also obvious. He has to rely on wood style and physical skills. So the actual combat power is equivalent to Jainin. This is one-on-one, but if it is a head-on battle in an organizational system, this weakness will not appear. The most amazing thing about ninjas is 3-body technique, body flicker technique and so on. This is enough to turn decay into magic. As long as it is not a late fight for blood, then ninja fighting is a competition of wisdom. Weak, not necessarily lose. Competing for wisdom in the battle, looking for the other side's flaws, with the help of 3-body technique and other magical ninjutsu, to defeat the strong with the weak. This is where Hokage attracts Orochimaru. But who can think that in the later stage, the gods fly all over the sky, not wisdom but descent. Whoever is of Satsuki pedigree is stronger. Therefore, the blood inheritance limit suitable for pacifists is not wood style. Wood style cannot reach the level of Senju Hashirama, and the release of wooden golem jutsu is not as good as Sharingan blood inheritance limit. With Sharingan's ability to make up for the weakness of the pacifists, perceive the weaknesses, and copy ninjutsu, it can multiply the fighting of the pacifists. Now that the 3 wars are just around the corner, the village is in need of combat power. As long as there are hundreds of pacifists, even thousands of ninjas in the frontal battlefield can crush them. If you cooperate with thousands of ninjas, it will be enough to resist an army of 4 or 5,000 ninjas. It's just over 1 billion. The old man place an order, right? Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen expectantly, pure and transparent, and appeared in front of Orochimaru. More than half of his attention was focused on the promotion. Promotion progress, 1%. Simple and rude, it increased by 1% after making 1. To complete the task, this requires 100 pacifists. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe on the ground, wiped it with a handkerchief, smoking a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head slightly, and said, 1 billion villages can't be taken out. The current situation is turbulent, and the village's funds are spent on purchasing strategic materials. Kunao, shuriken, detonating talisman, liang pill, chakram metal, etc., every money is not a small number. Mitokado Homura side, ninja school expands enrollment, selects ninjas with medical talents, and organizes a large number of training courses, which also requires a lot of money. Yudin Koharu also echoed, the enchantment class, the sealing class, also need to be expanded. We have to expand the establishment by at least 5 times. There is really no money. Orochimaru looked at the 3 old guys who sang and sang. This gesture is definitely not that they have no money in their hands, but that they don't want to pay. Konohagakure is not like Iwagakure. Since the end of World War II, instead of reducing the number of ninjas, it has continued to expand and fully implement militarized management. Everything is considered for the 3 world wars. After the Konohagakure battle, many older ninjas and injured ninjas retired, and the enrollment of ninja school returned to normal. With a large number of commissions and grants from the big name, I must have saved a lot of money over the years. You must know that at this time, it was not the ninja wars that had been fought for several years, when Konoha had been exhausted, and the battle had not yet begun. They want to keep the price down, and even want to prstute for nothing. Orochimaru immediately became alert. He held his glasses gently and opened his squinted eyes. The golden vertical pupils stared at Yudin Koharu, like Lion Majesty's coldness. After making Yudin Koharu and Orochimaru look at each other for 3 or 5 breaths, they immediately defeated. Orochimaru said in his heart, without saying a word, just staring at it by another person. After seeing the 3 old guys all defeated, Orochimaru was content and quietly communicated with Shimura Dans. There is a tacit understanding between the two, one looks and the other looks up. Dirty transactions have been reached without a word. Seeing Orochimaru hooking up Danzo in person, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned deeper, and looking at the pacifists, his gaze became even hotter, and finally broke the silence and preached, 10 stations first. Go to perform the task to verify, and then whether to buy. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, he left with his pipe in his mouth. Mitokado Homura and Shimura Dans followed and left. Only Yudin Koharu stayed, watching Orochimaru calmly preaching, 15 million taels. Too expensive. Chapter 46. Department of Science, Office. The violent quarrel sounded. The 2 faces looked at each other, the difference between the 2 was less than a centimeter. Angrily looked at each other, no one was convinced. A long time. Udadan Koharu gave a cold snort, turned and left unwillingly. Tsunade flicked a golden ponytail, shaking a long green-black brimmed gown, a gambling word hunting and shaking, and a self-cultivation shirt with a collar, revealing his fair skin. With one hand on his hips, a triumphant smile appeared. After seeing Udadan Koharu leave, Tsunade stretched out his hand to Orochimaru and preached, "Hurry up and pay, I'm still waiting to win back the money I lost today." Orochimaru didn't hesitate and paid for Tsunade directly. This money is a necessary expense. This old guy Udadan Koharu is not easy to deal with. Not only will he rely on the old and sell the old without talking, but also cry poor. Bargaining is really a good hand. So Orochimaru used a special move, summoning Tsunade. This person is also very sensitive to money. He has a natural talent and penultimate. He will be able to spend more than 10 years in the casino in the future, and he will be able to borrow money every time he gambles. The business has been successfully negotiated, and Orochimaru looks at the promotion progress. It is still 1% without any change. It seems that the promotion progress must be in kind, and this time I also told Orochimaru that the promotion progress is easy to play. There is no need for Orochimaru to promote in the ninja world, only the number that meets it needs to be produced. Such as the promotion progress this time, the out-of-pocket payment can also be completed. This time the pacifist, Orochimaru's heart is darker, but the real cost is less than 15 million taels. Udadan Koharu also noticed this, so he bargained. It's just that Udadan Koharu didn't know that Orochimaru would be so cruel, he directly asked for 2 million taels. Moreover, the flexibility is very large. With the complete establishment of the factory assembly line, the price will drop further after the start of manufacturing, and finally reach about 10 million too. The establishment of the Ministry of Science was not entirely under the jurisdiction of Konoha from the beginning. It is independent and will not find out anything. It all belongs to the village, and the village just has the right to purchase. Commodities do not have the authority to sell them out of the village. If they want to sell them, the village must agree. There is no external autonomy, but there is internal autonomy. Independence is high, but it is also true that after the village provides an initial fund, Orochimaru will be responsible for its own profits and losses. From Orochimaru's point of view, this is entirely pediatric. With his own master technology, it is too easy to make money. Hokage technology is completely supported by Orochimaru alone. Orochimaru sat calmly behind his desk, waiting for Shimuradan's to arrive, while also considering the development of pacifists. Today, when Orochimaru saw two pacifists together, he suddenly thought of transformers. This solves the problem that has been hesitating in my heart. Whether the Hokage world is strong or not depends on whether you have a high. The Gundam is made purely with pacifist technology. There is no breakthrough in technology, so just increase the weight and chakra, and the actual combat power will not increase too much. After breaking through each problem, it is not difficult to successfully build a cage level. But the cost is definitely astronomical, and because it is too bloated, it is very uneconomical. Therefore, I gave up directly and will not consider this matter until after the accumulation of technological breakthroughs in the future. But now Orochimaru thinks of transformers. Transformers can have two states, which can be switched freely. If the pacifists can unite, several pacifists will form one. It can be broken down and combined, which can make up for the bloat that is too large, and the number of suitable battle scenes will increase. Especially Orochimaru thought that the combined pacifists, with different blood and succession boundaries, combined with each other, must be more powerful. Do not. It's too difficult to follow the boundaries of blood. There should be 5 chakra attributes, purely a combination of wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water chakra ninjutsu. The intermediate version involves the yin and yang attributes, making up the 7 attributes chakra. The premium version is that Manjiki Sharingan has the yin attribute and wood style has the yang attribute to compensate for the pupil power of Manjiki Sharingan. Prestige Giant Soldiers. The complete version is the 7 blood inheritance boundaries derived from the 7 attributes of yin, yang, wind, fire, thunder, earth, and water, and they are completely integrated. However, hope for this complete version is slim. If the 7 blood inheritance boundaries are independent, they are not as good as the advanced version, so they must be integrated together, so it involves the elimination of blood inheritance. This is not what Orochimaru can think of now. Of these 4 modes, the latter 2 are actually dependent on Manjiki Sharingan. There is no technical breakthrough at all. If the giant soldier cannot complete the breakthrough of combat power, it will form a 1+1 effect with Manjiki. Then there is no need to continue along this path, but to repeat the path of Uchiha Obito. It's better to use Zyunsha to come up with a prestige Susanoo is powerful. This path, the giant soldier is the foundation. The giant soldier is tangible. It is Orochimaru's attempt. In the future, it will be composed of ninjutsu, involving itself, so as to complete the net of blood. In one step, Orochimaru didn't have that confidence. It must be done step by step. There are also Zyunsha version and even a fusion version in the above version. Now it is just a concept and needs to be adjusted gradually in the later stage. A lot of science and technology are the brains of scientists, and they are gradually realized with the help of technology. Orochimaru began to conceive of technical difficulty, where 5 pacifists were deformed and combined to form a giant soldier. This is not a difficult point. Combination and decomposition, the accumulation of Orochimaru technology is sufficient. As long as you think of the Mecha Naruto, you can know the level of Orochimaru's technology, or that sentence, it has lifted Hokage's technology on its own. This later technology, Orochimaru naturally does not now. However, Orochimaru has ideas for decomposition and combination. I believe it is not difficult to experiment. The difficulty is that individuals must maintain a certain degree of combat power. Finally, there are 5 combinations of chakra attributes. If you can't integrate them together and complete the combination of ninjutsu, with the help of 5 chakra boosts, then the pacifist combination has no meaning at all. Even if they are combined together, it will start to increase, otherwise the 5 pacifists can directly use ninjutsu. There is no difference between using Shadow Clone to release ninjutsu. Combined, it is necessary to increase the defense power, attack power, and the amount of chakra, and the release of ninjutsu needs to be directly combined ninjutsu. Omit the combination process, this is a giant soldier of perfect meaning. At this point, the junior giant soldier is considered qualified. The key is that Orochimaru also has ideas. The Ministry of Science has a large number of talents, and the skill of leaving the tool is not to seize the boundaries of the blood and then merge into one, which has the potential to hit the blood and the net. Based on this, the 5 chakra attributes can be integrated first, which is much simpler than fusing blood inheritance boundaries. Chapter 47. Early morning. On the green branches and leaves, the dewdrops are pure and transparent, reflecting the bright sunlight. The breeze was blowing slowly, and the branches and leaves shook left and right, making a rustling sound. Konoha's tall gate, accompanied by a creaking sound, was slowly pushed open by 2 ninjas wearing green vests. At the entrance of the gate, there is a giant standing quietly. The pacifists, nearly 7 meters tall, stand in a row, with a total of 20 stations. If it is arranged horizontally, Konoha can accommodate the wide street with 5 carriages, and it cannot allow the pacifists to line up, so they look like a long dragon from the front entrance. 20 pacifists stood in front of a kind of ninja. Orochimaru was surrounded by many ninjas in the central area. Rarely, he took off the lavender kimono and put on the green Jainin waistcoat, with a ninja bag tied to his thigh, and Konoha forehead protector on his forehead. Standing on the side was a ninja wearing a black cloak, black sunglasses, and a purple mark on his right face. He was silent, like a shadow, making no sound. This is the elite in the roots, Shimura Dan's right-hand man, and the elite Abarame Ryoma in Jainin. The Yun clan is one of the elder families who joined Konohagakure during the creation of Konoha. The family members feed the insects with their own chakra, let the insects parasitize in their own body, and drive the insects. This is a rare secret technique, various insects, with different functions, tracking, cracking illusions and so on. The strength of Konohagakure, the real pillar, is these ninja families. The secret technique of Inoshika Ch, the blood inheritance of Hyuga and Uchiha. These are all with a long heritage, a complete training system, special drugs, unique training methods, and secret ninjutsu, and there is no shortage of Jainin from generation to generation. Together they constitute Konohagakure, the strength of the 5 major nations. On the other side of Orochimaru, there is a ninja of medium build. This one is more conspicuous, wearing an animal mask, is the standard Anbu costume. But this is not an ordinary Anbu member, but Minister Anbu. The well-deserved Konoha high level should know that Anbu is Konoha's violent organization, and each of its teams is the elite of the elite. This position can completely compete for the next generation of Hokage. You must know that Anbu is different from the roots are just an organization under the shadow, and Konohagakure does not have a certain position, and even the roots are not known. Anbu is active in the sun and is worshipped by Konohagakure ninjas. And this Minister Anbu is very mysterious to ordinary ninjas or Anbu members, but Orochimaru knows who the other party is. The eldest son of the old man is also the patriarch of the next generation of the Sarutobi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen has really reached the point of taking power. Look at all important departments of Hokage. The Jainin class leader is himself, the medical department is Tsunade, the ninja school and the enchantment class, etc., not Mitokado Homura, or Yuditen Koharu. It is not a disciple in the top ranks, or a fellow of the past. Everyday black sentences. By the way, if Orochimaru were in this position, he would definitely do the same. Because Orochimaru thought he was not a wise martial artist, his weapon was large enough to hold the enemy. Is it cronyism? How normal! Root and Anbu are all gathered here, plus Orochimaru, with Orochimaru as the captain, forming a 3-person team. This team is not weak. Minister Anbu and Abarame Ryoma are both elites in Jainin. With Orochimaru, this start must be an S-level mission. With the addition of 20 pacifists, this can completely dictate a battle and subvert a country. This time the mission is also very important. Konohagakure uses a large number of spies lurking in the other 4 hidden villages, and constantly sends ninjas to monitor the big hidden villages. When the 4 Shadows Convention is about to be held, Rain Shinobi Village in the Rain Country is a hurdle that cannot be circumvented. If Tsunagakure invades, he will definitely choose the road of the Country of Rain. The Country of Rain is located between the Country of Soil, the Country of Wind, and the Country of Fire, bordering the 3 big countries. If the coalition forces are formed, Iwagakure of the Soil may be in the Rain Shinobi Village and Tsunagakure rounds, so that the forces of the 2 countries will be gathered together, which will be a very large number. Rain Shinobi Village is not a small village. There are thousands of ninjas, plus Hanzo, the leader of the shinobi world. So the choice of Rain Shinobi Village is very important. Destroy the 4 Shadows Conference, prevent them from uniting, and cause a siege of Konohagakure. There are other people responsible for this, and they continue to use spies to provoke hatred between countries, trigger conflicts between the 2 sides, and deepen their contradictions. For example, Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato are already busy, and Orochimaru can delay it, but in the end it can't be delayed, and then he walked out of the Ministry of Science. This time to Rain Shinobi Village, the task is also very difficult, even if it is not able to form an alliance with Rain Shinobi Village and fight against other countries together, Rain Shinobi Village must remain neutral. Incidentally, it also verifies whether the pacifists can adapt to the battlefield environment and whether there will be various accidents, or they will be easily targeted. For Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans, others also believe it. That's why Roots and Anbu, two senior leaders, and Orochimaru team up. This trip is not very safe, after all. World War II has already told the country of Rain that is a small country, as long as Hanzo is not stupid, he will not participate in the battle between big countries. Therefore, the hope of alliance is slim, but it is not difficult to maintain neutrality. The real core is to verify the pacifists. Orochimaru stared at 20 pacifists, under the efforts of many ninjas who possessed the talent of time and space. The pacifists are disappearing quickly. They have been sealed up. When they are used, they can be summoned by opening the seal scroll and using the summoning technique. Seeing overworked and panting, it looked like Chakra was exhausted and was going into a coma. Orochimaru thought about it carefully. The bear has its own seal scroll, and it has always been an item whose seal is not too big. So there is really no feeling. At this time Orochimaru discovered that the future Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang is really talented. Especially the girl Tenten, who can seal a large number of items, even large volume items, is stronger than those in front of me by many times. Really underestimate the other party. This is completely a mobile warehouse, and its strategic value in the ninja war is very high. The strength is stronger, and a large number of ninjas are supported to seal a mountain. This throne in the sky above the big shinobu village is equivalent to a weakened version of Tengai Shinsei, and it is also a very terrifying blow. It's really unbearable to prepare for 180 seats. The water in the ninja world is not shallow, and the ability to mess around is really a lot. Thinking of the pirate next door, Orochimaru feels relieved. At least 10 Tails Jinchuriki can be immune to ninjutsu. However, many of the devil fruits in the pirate's place are too bug. Chapter 48. The Country of Rain. This is a sad country. Like a child, crying constantly. Since the country of fire entered the country of rain, the rain has been falling continuously. For 3 consecutive days, there was only one day in the middle, which stopped briefly, and the rain never stopped for the rest of the time. The patter of rain makes the vision hazy. Standing by the window, Orochimaru held a cup of steaming hot water, took a sip, and looked at the layout of Rain Shinobi Village outside the window. Rain Shinobi Village has very different architectural styles, with the Gothic style, especially when the sky is covered with black clouds, the world is dim. As if in the hell of the underworld, the thunder sounded from time to time, just like the roar of a fierce ghost. The country of wind next door has thousands of miles of yellow sand, lack of water all the year round, and there are few rainy days in all seasons. But the rain in the country of rain is too heavy and it has begun to flood, which is not a good thing. Really went to the country of wind, experienced the 1,000 miles of Gobi, the desert and yellow sand, and then came to the country of rain, and then realized Tsunagakure's desire for the country of rain. If the country of wind can occupy the country of rain, then open up a river that runs through the two countries, with the help of ninjutsu to build a major project, complete the transformation of the country of rain, let the country of rain overflow with rain, and start to sprinkle the country of wind. This is the national policy to revitalize the kingdom of wind. The technical requirements are not small, but with the existence of chakra, everything is possible. After all, it may be possible to do it with blood inheritance or ninjutsu. If Tsunagakure can do this, this is Zebei's great cause for the common people. With the size of the Kingdom of Wind, the largest territory in the ninja world, it will be the first of the 5 countries in 100 years. Orochimaru can think of these things. Tsunagakure does not lack heroes, and naturally can also take them into consideration. In addition, Tsunagakure also has a foundation for completion. Their special ninjutsu inheritance system puppet masters already have an industrial foundation, and it is not too difficult to break the mountain and stop the flow. Think of the puppet master of Beiju in just a few years, and built a magnificent city with the help of dragon veins. Looking around the 5 great nations, the country of fire is really a paradise on earth. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen's pacifism can prevail in Konohagakure. Even if the country of the wind is occupied, it is not worth the gain. In addition to sand, what's the use of asking for it? Unless you plan to unify the ninja world, not many people have this option at all. The world is fixed in one. The idea of great unification is not yet mainstream. Even in the previous life of Orochimaru, it took hundreds of years before the Sengoku era that such a voice appeared. Even if the Qin dynasty dominates the world, Sengoku's concept is deeply ingrained, and they all want to be entrusted and become a prince. It wasn't until the Han dynasty that the concept of great unification took root in the hearts of the people. The times are advancing, and it is impossible to achieve it in one step. Senju Hashirama ended Sengoku and opened up the one country, one village system. This is social evolution and progress. The next change, in Orochimaru's view, is the conflict between shinobu and daimyo. Nowadays, any ninja, even Hokage, is respectful of the daimyo, because in their hearts, they have never had the idea of seizing the power of the daimyo. Even if it is the force of the big-name master, it is so weak that a scholar who has no power to bind a chicken can push it down with a light push, but they still won't do it. This is bound by traditional rituals. No, this world is not rituals, it should be said that it is blood. This concept is deeply ingrained. If anyone dares to do this, they will all be rejected by the mainstream consciousness and be called the evil spirit outside. Because it broke their three views and shattered their cognition. Despite the malformation of the system, Orochimaru did not despise them, because if it hadn't been subjected to Western shocks in the previous life, 80% of them are now a monarchy. Without barbarism and violence, it is impossible to break free from the shackles of etiquette. If you want to unify the ninja world, you must abolish the daimyo. This kind of thing will not happen. The next change in the ninja world will be ninja village becoming a shogunate, usurping state power. It is too difficult to completely veto the daimyo legal system. Orochimaru slowly put down the hot water cup in his hand. His thoughts were too radical. He should not act rashly, otherwise he would be a public enemy of the ninja world. No matter how good Sunen's relationship is, it will cause a break. Jiraiya didn't think of doing it with Orochimaru. Instead, I felt that Orochimaru was crazy, and then I had to persuade Orochimaru to come back, and no more use of force. This is too much trouble. Orochimaru is not such a great person. On the contrary, he can be a revolutionary fate director teacher. At least Uchiha Sasuke has a good idea in the Battle of Ending Valley. It's a pity that in the end the supernatural powers were lost to the mouth. It is certainly not possible to do it yourself. Orochimaru clearly defines himself as a scientist. On the contrary, it is okay to spread the thoughts. It seems inconspicuous now, and may be hit by various countries, but like a seed, it will take root sooner or later, and eventually grow into a towering tree. Orochimaru lowered his head in thought. Minister Enbu leaned on the sofa, with Erlang's legs tilted, and a long sword lay beside him. Holding a book in one hand, the cover clearly reads The Legend of Strong Perseverance Ninja, watching with relish. Abarame Ryoma was wearing jet black sunglasses. At this time, seeing the title of the book in Minister Enbu's hand, a trace of consternation appeared in his eyes. This book is from Jiraiya in Sunen, and Abarame Ryoma has also watched it personally. I don't like this book, but collect information on Jiraiya. The whole story is a slot. If it is not for perseverance, I can't stand it at all. Just like the Judgment, the book sales are very unsatisfactory, and the results are very poor. In Abarame Ryoma's opinion, they can sell part of it. It is also because of Sunen's reputation that many spies from outside the village collect intelligence like themselves. This kind of book is written for the first time, subconsciously will write a lot of personal experience, with very high research value. I never thought someone would like it. The black bug crawled out along the high collar, followed the snow-white neck of Abarame Ryoma, and finally came to Abarame Ryoma's face. The taciturn Abarame Ryoma said in a deep voice, "The chakra fluctuates a lot, but a Jainin came." It seems that Hanzo is finally going to see us. Minister Enbu held the book steadily with his arm, and slowly turned to the next page. His eyes never left the book from beginning to end, and his tone was flat, saying, "We have only been in Rain Shinobi village for more than a day. It's impossible to see Hanzo. Today's Hanzo is very simple, and there is very little information about it. Both the intelligence class and Anbu professionals have analyzed that Hanzo is in dire health now. There is less and less intelligence, this is a proof. Rain Shinobi village will not let us peek into useful information, and will definitely see us when we are ready. This lord is wrong." This time it was the leader who asked the noble guest Konoha to go to the castle tower. Chapter 49. There was a crunch. The wooden door was pushed open. A ninja wearing a black feather coat and Rain Shinobi village forehead protector has already made a gesture of asking to go. Minister Enbu slowly closed the book in his hand, put it away solemnly, and carried the long sword wrapped in a bandage on his back. Orochimaru subconsciously helped his glasses to cover up the surprise in his heart. As Minister Enbu guessed, Orochimaru thought so too. Hanzo, the ninja standing at the apex of the ninja world, has had very little information in recent years. This has made many people judge that Hanzo's body has already had a problem. Rain Shinobi Village, as a small shinobi village, is completely supported by Hanzo alone. It is the reputation of a demigod in the shinobi world, which prevents the intrusion of big countries. Therefore, Hanzo must maintain a tyrannical posture to the outside world, and must not show any weakness. When Hanzo did not make public activities and related information became less and less, they all believed that Hanzo had a physical problem. Please. A group of people, led by Rain Shinobi Jainin, came to the Rain Shinobi village castle tower. The castle tower is heavily guarded, and Orochimaru can clearly perceive the ninjas all over the castle tower. They breathe longer, the chakra fluctuations are not low, all of them are Rain Shinobi village Jainin. In addition, the castle tower has traces of enchantment. If something happens, the lower enchantment seal can be immediately arranged. There are 10 Jainin guards on the bright side, 20 Jainin and 30 Chnin secretly. Abarame Ryoma's lips didn't move, but the voice was clear into Orochimaru's ears, and he began to show Orochimaru the direction of the hidden ninja. This Hanzo is really prudent. The 10 Jainin on the bright side are all the elites of Jainin, and the ones hidden in secret are not the general ones. I believe they are all the elites of Rain Shinobi village. Rain Shinobi village is not as big as the Konohagakure family. This force is already very extravagant for Rain Shinobi village. Orochimaru was wary in his heart, this force was enough to keep Orochimaru and the others behind. This is not a good phenomenon. When he came to the castle tower, Hanzo was sitting on his knees in the main seat. A tailored kimono with a certain pattern embroidered on the sleeves and a purple ribbon around the waist. Wearing a snorkel, covering half of his face, it was as hideous as a ghost mask. There was a mighty power all over his body, like an entrenched lion. The imposing manner, aggressive, and full of oppressive force. Master Hanzo. Orochimaru took out a letter from his arms and solemnly delivered it with both hands. This is Hokage's letter. The ninja guarding the side came from Hanzo and took the letter from Orochimaru. Orochimaru used this to watch Hanzo, the ninja demigod who brought shame to the original body. Sunin is not a good name, this is the recognition from the enemy after the defeat, it is a shame, not an honor. Hanzo-related information flows from Orochimaru's mind. In the village where Hanzo was born, there was a black Sancho fish that was highly poisonous. After the death of the Sancho fish, the poison sac was implanted in Hanzo's body, so Hanzo was also resistant to the poison. Whenever he breathed, the people around him would inhale the poisonous gas, so the people around him were afraid of Hanzo. In order not to influence others, Hanzo was forced to put on a mask and use his mouth to breathe instead. Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world, half of his combat power comes from poison. When the mask is uncovered, it is the most terrifying time for the other party. Konohagakure and Rain Shinobi village form an alliance. Orochimaru looked at Hanzo, who put down the letter, and calmly preached, Tsunagakure third Kazekage disappeared for no reason. Tsunagakure is already boiling like boiling water. In recent days, if ninjas are constantly dispatched to the border, they will definitely invade the country of rain. Konoha understands the truth about the death of the lips and the teeth, so we are willing to form an alliance with Rain Shinobi village. Establish an offensive and defensive alliance to resist Tsunagakure together. Hanzo has a solemn expression and has never experienced any emotional fluctuations from beginning to end. Gubo preached without surprise, Hokage has a heart. It's just that the alliance is important. I need to convene Rain Shinobi village Jainin for a meeting and discuss it together before I can give an answer. Orochimaru nodded and said, this is what it should be. Come and go in a hurry. Hanzo didn't leave Orochimaru's old thoughts, and after a few words, he dismissed Orochimaru. After walking out of the castle tower, Orochimaru carefully recalled Hanzo's behavior and the position of his trusted escort. I found that Hanzo was very cautious from beginning to end, not giving Orochimaru the slightest chance of assassination. Whether it's pulling a distance, preventing physical violent attacks, or standing at an angle with a few cronies, with the shuriken hidden behind them in their hands, they can interrupt Orochimaru's ninjutsu for the first time. Abarame Ryoma kept flying out of bugs and began to be on guard for the quartet. Minister Enbu had walked to Orochimaru's side and whispered, something is wrong. Hanzo's reaction has some problems. The Ninja World War is about to break out. The best situation for Rain Shinobi village is not to participate in the war and take the initiative to abandon most of the territory of the Rain country. Take the daimyo and nobles to Rain Shinobi village, and then start to stick to the village. With the size of Rain Shinobi village, neither Tsunagakure nor Konohagakure will take the initiative to attack Rain Shinobi village and push Rain Shinobi village to the opponent's camp. If you dare to form an alliance with Konoha now, you will definitely be hostile to Tsunagakure. After Tsunagakure is in the rainy country, you will definitely fight Rain Shinobi village. The converse is the same with Tsunagakure, so the best way is to be neutral. As director of Anbu, Master Enbu as a whole is also very good at analyzing intelligence. The Orochimaru team, none of them have the task of making up for it. Orochimaru has the task of testing the pacifists, and Minister Enbu has the secret task of observing Hanzo and analyzing the other party's intelligence. Orochimaru nodded slowly, and then calmly preached, Hanzo did not refuse decisively. This will give Tsunagakure a bad signal and trigger Tsunagakure to take measures. There must be Tsunagakure spies in Rain Shinobi village, and they will definitely pay close attention to this matter. It's impossible for Hanzo to not know this, but he still gives us hope. Hanzo has taken the wrong way, and he must use it to achieve some goal. The purpose is not easy to guess, but one thing to know is that we will have some difficulties in leaving Rain Shinobi village next. Minister Enbu said, I can see it. Hanzo is using the covenant to deliberately delay time and prevent us from leaving. Orochimaru is solemn, and the covenant is a matter of great importance. It involves two countries. Unless Hanzo decisively refuses, Orochimaru and the others will not be able to leave at all, and they will inevitably wait for news. Maybe in the castle tower, such a strong guard force is not protecting Hanzo. To kill us. Chapter 50. Tianshao Tower. A burly figure rushed in wildly. He has dark skin, light yellow hair, and green shuriken-style logos on his shoulders. Wear a wide belt and heavy armor. The strong muscles are like steel, and the voice is thick while breathing, like an angry bull. There was electric light all over the body, and the muscles were shaking, like a dragon and snake, hiding in it and wandering continuously. A pair of eyes are like burning flames, filled with endless indignation. A roaring voice sounded from the castle tower, why don't you do it? Yes. Why don't you do it? An indifferent voice sounded, and the voice lines were a little sharper, like a child who had never changed his voice. Citrus Yagura wears a high-necked coat, her purple pupils are icy, and her immature face shows dissatisfaction. The suture-shaped scar under the left eye was twisted together, and there was an icy breath all over his body. The indifferent voice continued. Sunin has an extraordinary meaning to Konohagakure. Everyone can be on their own. Among them, Orochimaru is a Grand Master ninjutsu, without any shortcomings. But it's not the most terrible. What scares Orochimaru is his research ability and his cold nature. If Orochimaru assumes the role of admiral, Konohagakure's ninja army under his leadership will give up humanity and compassion and do whatever it takes to complete the task. With the sound of crisp footsteps, a tall figure appeared, in a fashionable and sexy cut-out halter top, unable to cover the gully in front of the mountains, tied with the ninja bag on the round snow-white long legs, and was gently closed by the jade hand. Orochimaru is a very dangerous figure and a candidate for Konohagakure's next generation of Hokage. If Orochimaru dies in Rain Shinobi Village, it will not only reduce Konohagakure's combat power, but also damage Konohagakure's morale. Why should you let go of such a good opportunity? Yekang's exquisite jade face was filled with cold, and his tone was like frost. Fourth generation AI's wide and rough palm slapped the pillars of the castle tower, and exclaimed angrily, "Missed opportunity." The palm of his hand went deep into the hard stone pillar, and the cracked cracks began to expand, expanding like a spider silk web. The castle tower shook, and the rubble continued to fall. Hanzudan sat on his head and looked at the unabashed fourth generation AI who was filled with electric light. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village has always been special. The strongest ninja in the village will pass on the title of Raikage AI from generation to generation. AI will rule the village with a strong charisma. The son of third Raikage in front of him, has inherited AI's name, and has already predicted that he will soon become the Raikage among the 5 shadows above the ninja world. There is a color of jealousy in the eyes, and it has always been Raikage to be able to inherit AI's name. But this one did not become Raikage, he inherited AI's name first. The order is different, and the difficulty has risen by more than 3 to 5 times. This also indicates that the 4th generation AI in front of him has been recognized by Cloud Shinobi Village by virtue of his strength. A dog that bites is powerful, but a dog that does not bark does not mean that it is not aggressive. Hanzo looked at the entrance of the castle tower, and a big man was standing with his hands around his chest, leaning on the stone pillar. Wearing a red tight-fitting combat uniform, with brown Janines lock armor on the outside, his body reveals a vigorous breath. Iwagakure Lois, the son of the old ghost Onoki. In addition, Kirigakure Yagura, Tsunagakure Yekura, Cloud Shinobi Village 4th generation AI, the 4 big countries all gather in the small Rain Shinobi Village. No, it is the 5 major countries, and Orochimaru, which represents Konohagakure, must be counted. The green flowers behind Yagura trembled, and the high-collared coat trembled. He said in a deep voice, "Good opportunities always exist. The 3 of Konohagakure are still in Rain Shinobi Village. As long as Hanzo-sama makes up his mind, Konohagakure's people will not be able to leave." Yekang smiled and said, "Just kill the 3 of Konohagakure. Rain Shinobi Village will become the 5th member of the coalition forces. Hanzo-sama will no longer be the leader of Rain Shinobi Village, but Hokage. The accomplishments that Hanzo-sama pursued in his lifetime are now at your fingertips." Lois, who has been taciturn, heard this sentence and preached, "Tsunagakure admits that we, Iwagakure, are also willing to recognize Hanzo-sama Hokage's identity. The country of wind, water, land, and thunder will all recognize the status of the land of rain and the status of Hanzo-sama Hokage." 4th generation AI looked impatient, and waved his hand and said in a very unfriendly tone, "Hanzo doesn't want mother-in-law anymore. Will you do anything about it? Give me a word." Yagura began to persuade and preached, "Hanzo-sama, why should you hesitate? The people from Konohagakure came just right, and it was just right for Hanzo-sama to take them as a testimonial and declare that they are not at odds with Konohagakure. If you think about it, Hanzo-sama, it's not just about the alliance. For so many years, Konoha has relied on himself as a big country and has bullied the country of Rain. The two sides have long been bloody enemies. The one who killed Konohagakure just avenged the people of the Rain country. A long time. Hanzo slowly spoke, Rain Shinobi village will not be the first to declare war. As long as any of your four major nations declare war with Konoha, I will kill Konoha's people immediately after the Ninja World War breaks out. Go back and contact the village. After Hanzo's voice fell, white smoke emerged from his body sitting upright. In the lingering white smoke, you can clearly see that Hanzo has disappeared. When the white smoke dissipated, there was no Rain Shinobi village ninja in the castle tower. Only the ninjas from the four hidden villages were left standing in the castle tower. Fourth generation AI Lang snorted and preached in a very dissatisfied tone, this guy has no intention of doing anything at all. Even becoming the shadow above the ninja world has no enthusiasm. Huang Tu bowed his head and sighed, Hanzo is old. The ambitions of the past are gone. The accomplishments that I have pursued for a lifetime have now been abandoned. Yagura's purple eyes, with a haze, said in a cold tone, don't look forward and backward, an old guy whose claws and fangs are no longer sharp. He is no longer the demigod who oppressed the ninja world during World War II. He is just an old man with a little courage. This time, we will activate all the spies of Shikoku in Rain Shinobi village and find Hanzo from Rain Shinobi village. This old guy is too careful, he has never actually shown his face. Yekangjiao's good face showed a sneer, if you bring the head of the demigod back, it will be a gift for the establishment of the coalition. I believe the four shadows will rejoice. Fourth generation Ahaha smiled, and said in a deep voice, that's it. If you hadn't stopped, I would have removed Hanzo's head. Chapter 51. Snapped. The delicately patterned ceramic cup fell on the ground, and the broken pieces of porcelain flew around. This was Hanzo's favorite cup in the past. It was also valuable when it was taken to the outside market. It was usually taken care of as a treasure, but now it has been broken by the angry Hanzo. Ho-ho! Hanzo breathed the air in big mouths. The sound of violent gasping came from the room that was not too wide. With every violent breath, the trachea hurts like a knife cut, and Hanzo deliberately took off the snorkel from his mouth, but every time he stretched out his hand, it stopped in the middle. Can't do this. This way I feel comfortable, but the toxins will spread, and it will quickly spread through the air and spread quickly in Rain Shinobi village. This will cause mass destruction. As the leader of Rain Shinobi village, Hanzo's conscience tells him that he is absolutely not allowed to do so. Damn it really! Listening to the evil words of the four major countries, with an undisguised attitude. The flames in Hanzo's chest began to burn, looking at the sickle standing sideways and placed on the weapon rack. The snow-white blade reflected the light, and bursts of cold light appeared. Intentionally picked up the weapon, but just after moving, the pain that appeared in bursts clearly told Hanzo that it was no longer the original. That unwillingness and anger faded quickly, as if a basin of cold water was poured over his body. Hanzo regained his composure. He is getting old. Now that he is not in his prime of life, there is infinite power in his physique. He can fight with Konohagakure with a sickle without eating or drinking for 3 days. Even if he is seriously injured, he can fight with Tsunagakure and expel Tsunagakure from the country of rain in one fell swoop. The reputation of the demigods of the ninja world was the second battle of the ninja world, where Hanzo fought with one sword. It was forged with the blood and bones of countless ninjas. Hanzo did not fall, but now he fell in time. As a small country, Hanzo was able to fight in the 4 directions and repelled the invasion of big powers from all sides, relying on hesitating his life, daring to fight, and daring to fight. The better the reputation gained during World War II, the greater the sequelae acquired today. Once the prime of life is over, the chi and blood will decline, and Hanzo will be tortured by illness every day. When Hanzo feels pain, he will ask himself in his heart, Was it worth the effort during World War II? In the beginning, Hanzo will answer without hesitation, it's worth it. Because I am a ninja in the country of rain, it is my responsibility to protect the country of rain. But after a year or two, this symptom did not relieve, but gradually worsened. After it had begun to affect his strength, Hanzo's answer was worthwhile, but his tone was no longer so firm. Looking back at this time, I don't know when. The mentality has changed. The answer becomes not worth it. This kind of change is not even known to me. Because Hanzo didn't know it for a few years and didn't ask himself again. Maybe after discovering the wandering ninja activity in Rain Shinobi Village ninja Shishiro failed to expel, and sent a signal for help. When he didn't rush to support as soon as before, his heart changed. Since then, more and more excuses have come out of my own mouth. No longer take care of the wandering ninja activities, and the ninjas of the big countries will not take care of them. The country of rain is getting more and more chaotic. For your own safety, the elite of Jainin will act as guards for 24 hours. I don't want to provoke a big country anymore. I no longer think about being a rain shadow. I just want to maintain the reputation of a demigod and stay in Rain Shinobi Village honestly. Why? These big countries still don't let themselves go. Resentment appeared in Hanzo's eyes. The four great nations deceive people too much. In the Rain Shinobi Village Tian Shao Tower, I was monitored by myself and wanted to kill myself without disguising. The anger emerged again. Isn't it just relying on the power of the four powers and thinking that they dare not take the initiative? Otherwise, it would be a war with the four major powers, and the four major congresses immediately attacked the country of rain. Thinking of this, Hanzo's anger disappeared again without a trace. Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, Rain Shinobi Village, Kirigakuer. Each of the four hidden villages is not easy to provoke, and they can easily join together to make up 40 to 50,000 ninjas. Rain Shinobi Village ninjas get together, only a fraction. Think about the spies lurking in Rain Shinobi Village from the four powers. Isn't a hidden village alone? No climate can be achieved. But the four countries are united and the spies are unified, and the impact is not small. Suddenly they heard a familiar name. Jokuro. Hanzo felt a chill in his heart. This is his confidant. It is also one of the upper floors of Rain Shinobi Village, and the master writes Rain Shinobi Village Anbu. Being loyal to himself, Hanzo shouldn't have doubted him, but suddenly heard the name from Yekang's mouth. Even if he knew that this was Yekang's provocation, the seeds of doubt still grew and sprouted from his heart. Shishiro is the younger brother of Shishiro, and he didn't go to the rescue at the beginning, so Shishiro died at the hands of the wandering ninja. Will Jokuro always hate himself, and thus unite with Tsunagakuer? False and true, true and false. I never know who is the spy of the four countries or is cooperating with the four countries. A feeling of powerlessness came from Hanzo's heart, and he felt fatigued all over. In Rain Shinobi Village's own site. Unexpectedly, he was insulted by a few juniors. What a shame! In another building in Rain Shinobi Village, Orochimaru, three people pushed open the door and stood at the door. Orochimaru's eyes were cold. In a corner of the wall, Orochimaru found chakra fluctuations. Orochimaru accurately judged that there was a simple illusion in front of him. Illusion is simple, not sophisticated. But the fluctuation is very familiar, with traces of Konoha. The same ninjutsu will have differences in each hidden village, such as Uchiha's fire style. Only they can have such a strong power. Other ninjas use it, and they are far behind. This is the practice experience, the notes on the practice of the ancestors, and the heritage of the 1,000-year-old family. And the design is very clever. Even if Rain Shinobi Village Jainin is here, it is impossible to find illusion. You must have certain strength and be familiar with Konohagakuer, so this is reserved for yourself. So calmly walked into the room, Abarame Ryoma closed the door. Minister Enbu began to be on guard, guarding the quartet, and finally shook his head slightly, indicating that there was no surveillance. Orochimaru was not at ease about this, and waited until the professional Abarame Ryoma checked it again, and then the seal started quickly. Illusion solution. The field of vision is constantly distorting, undulating like waves. This is not real, but an illusion caused by illusion. A piece of paper appeared in Orochimaru's vision. The main purpose of illusion was to hide this piece of paper. Orochimaru did not blindly pick up the paper. White smoke emerged, and a small white snake had climbed up to the paper and started testing for toxins. No abnormality was found after the inspection, and Orochimaru picked up the paper and looked over the paper. Danger, go fast! Chapter 52. Outside Rain Shinobi Village, a basement. The basement is completely made of hard rock, and candles are lit on the rock wall, illuminating the basement like daylight. Fourth generation AI Gao's big and burly physique was walking around repeatedly, his brows were already deeply frowned, and he preached in an unfriendly tone, "Is this Hanzo really bearable? To persecute him like this, he is totally indifferent." Huang Tu is silent, like a statue, calmly watching the violent fourth generation AI, Yakang and Yagura. The representatives of the 4 major countries in the castle tower are now all outside Rain Shinobi Village. This situation is already obvious. None of the castle towers in Cloud Shinobi Village are real. Kunzi does not stand under a dangerous wall. Although there is no such idiom in the shinobi world, the representatives of the 4 great nations also understand this truth. After choosing to provoke Hanzo to persecute Rain Shinobi Village, their true bodies have already left, and all they are left behind are clones. Waves appeared in Yakang's beautiful eyes, and his arms wearing purple-sleeved gloves were already shaking, and he was thinking about the situation. The 4 Shadows Conference is about to be held, and the representatives of the 4 countries can gather here because they want to complete the Master of the Kingdom of Rain. This is of great significance to Tsunagakuer. Tsunagakuer is greedy for the country of Rain. This is not a year or 2. The purpose of the 4 Shadows Conference is to form a coalition force and work together on the Nation of Fire. It seems to be united, which is the most beneficial thing, but in fact the 4 countries are united. Not to mention that the 4 Shadows Conference was not held, even if it was held, it would exist in name only. Without external pressure, the 4 major powers have been established for decades, and there are many contradictions between them, and both sides have fought wars. In particular, Kirigakuer and Iwagakuer second generation are dead together. There are many internal conflicts in the coalition, so the first to fight Konohagakuer, this is an important issue that must be considered. Without the 4 Shadows Conference, Tsunagakuer would have been unable to resolve internal conflicts for a long time, and had to go to war to suppress the death of 3rd Kazekage and the split of Tsunagakuer. Now I am afraid that I have already started on Konohagakuer, and the 3rd Ninja World War has kicked off. But with the appearance of the 4 Shadows Convention, although Tsunagakuer was ready to move, but he didn't have the intention to fight with Konohagakuer immediately. All the attention was focused on the 4 Shadows Convention. Tsunagakuer has repeatedly defeated Konohagakuer. That's because when you have to fight, you will die if you don't fight. You must show the blood of Tsunagakuer and tell the quartet that Tsunagakuer is not easy to provoke. But Tsunagakuer is not an iron, and will create opportunities for the coalition forces. He will fight Konohagakuer first to attract Konohagakuer's main force. The 4 big countries are unwilling to do this, and the pressure of the fire country is not enough, although Konohagakuer is the strongest hidden village. There is an advantage to any village. After 2 hidden villages, there is no overwhelming advantage. If Konohagakuer can win with 1 enemy and 4 majors, no one will believe in the 4 hidden villages. If you want to be a warrior, Iwagakuer and Cloud Shinobi Village are confident that they can defeat Konohagakuer. The external pressure is insufficient, and the coalition forces believe that the combination will undoubtedly win, so how to plunder the territory of the country of fire and ensure the least loss is what they consider. Even let other villages touch Konoha's main force, and then suffer heavy losses, unable to plunder the greatest result. The Four Shadows Conference has not yet been held, and their secret fight has already begun. However, the four great nations are at least not idiots, they all know how to choose cannon fodder to consume Konohagakure's power. The country of Rain has appeared in the eyes of the four major countries. Rain Shinobi Village has about 3,000 ninjas, which is not a small number. If Hanzo himself commanded him, it would be enough for the big powers to treat it with caution. Yakang's mission this time is to make every effort to facilitate the arrangements of the four kingdoms for the Kingdom of Rain, even if he pays some benefits. As long as Hanzo leads the Rain Shinobi Ninja to send troops, regardless of victory or defeat, Tsunagakure is a good thing. Victory naturally divides the country of fire, and defeat also consumes the strength of Rain Shinobi Village, which will naturally reduce the resistance of Tsunagakure to occupy the country of Rain. No matter how bad it is, it can infiltrate and eat away Rain Shinobi Village. But Hanzo allowed them to adopt all kinds of methods, inducement and intimidation, even if it is the current threat, they are still indifferent to this day. Just one word, drag. If you can't hold it back, just drag it. Hanzo wants to be neutral, and the two don't help each other. Even if threatened, Hanzo will endure it. Yagura slowly opened his mouth and continued preaching, if Hanzo can no longer be found from Rain Shinobi Village, there is not much we can do. One way is to fight Rain Shinobi Village. This is not a good way. It will push Rain Shinobi Village to Konoha's side. So the best way now is to attack Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru dies in Rain Shinobi Village, even if Hanzo wants to take refuge in Konoha, Konoha will not believe him. If he doesn't want to be retaliated by Konoha, then he can only give up his neutrality and choose to join the alliance. Hakura thought about it carefully and found that this was the best way to tie Rain Shinobi Village to a coalition tank, but he still asked doubts. Hanzo must be able to take this into consideration. Strictly protect the people from Konoha, and the guards are definitely not weak. In addition, Orochimaru is also a candidate for Hokage, and he is not weak in his own strength. It is very difficult to kill him. As the beautiful eyes flowed, he finally looked at the tall and burly fourth generation AI, the doubts disappeared, and he preached in an admiring tone, if AI from Cloud Shinobi Village takes action, Orochimaru will definitely die. Huang Tu's eyes were calm, and he spoke in agreement with the sermon. The secret lightning-style chakram mode of Cloud Shinobi Village is famous in the ninja world, and I agree with it. Yagura's purple eyes took a deep look at the Lois, which has a high nose and wide mouth, a square face with Hyuxia characters, and a straightforward face. I can't see his heart at all. This sentence is unintentional, or just like Yakang, who wants to make Cloud Shinobi Village the best. After all, no matter who the accident is, it is a good thing for them. Yagura was silent. Except for Kirigakure, all other villages and countries were not good birds. The third generation AI has a powerful strength that rivals the tail beast, and the fourth generation AI has also been repaired into the lightning-style chakram mode, with a strong and aggressive personality. Huang Tu and Yeking are already the best in their respective villages, and they are all candidates for the shadows. But compared with fourth generation AI, all are inferior. Yagura also admitted that he is not the opponent of fourth generation AI. Cloud Shinobi Village's strongest shadow is not only a successor, but also a partner who has always been inseparable from AI, and has been around for many years. He is a powerful ninja who can compare with fourth generation AI. Then think about the fact that only Cloud Shinobi Village did not participate in World War II. After so many years of recuperation and the number of ninjas accumulated, one thing will be discovered. Cloud Shinobi Village is too strong. Chapter 53. The rain pattered. Orochimaru stood by the window, staring at the hazy drizzle, and could vaguely see the ninja standing in the rain in the distance. Wearing a large raincoat, he concealed his face like a kabuto hat. He couldn't see the real appearance, and he no longer hid in the dark. He appeared openly. Abarame Ryoma was holding the paper in his hands, and the black bugs followed the cuffs of his clothes and began to crawl out continuously, like the pitch-black ink, swallowing the snow-white paper in a blink of an eye. The palm of the hand was clean, without leaving any confetti. Behind the wide sunglasses, a bright light appeared in his eyes, and he preached in a leisurely tone, "Master Orochimaru want to track it." With the smell remaining on the note and the traces left by the illusion, tracking is not a difficult task. No need. Orochimaru waved his hand and rejected Abarame Ryoma's proposal. When he first saw the note, Orochimaru didn't react for the first time. After a short buffer, Orochimaru basically confirmed who left the note. As long as we exclude the traces of Konoha that are not Konoha spies, we can kindly remind Orochimaru them, and they have certain strength in Rain Shinobi Village. With these keywords, Orochimaru has quickly targeted Yahiko, Konan, Nagato. If nothing else, Akatsuki would be organized. Calculated according to the plot, the Akatsuki organization has been established at this time. Today's Akatsuki organization, Orochimaru doesn't plan to entangle them. Is old Madara still dead? Where Nagato appears, there must be a large number of white Zetsu, and even black Zetsu will personally monitor Nagato. This pair of Rinnegan was opened by Uchiha Madara for decades, and it was also what black Zetsu had waited for thousands of years to come. Without this pair of Rinnegan, black Zetsu has worked so hard to prepare many plans, all of which will be in vain. If anyone dares to move Rinnegan, it will cause black Zetsu's madness, and he will definitely spend thousands of years of accumulation at all costs to retaliate wildly. This is a line through which to connect with Akatsuki, and get the secret of Rain Shinobi Village, which can easily break through this puzzle. But Orochimaru will never choose this one, because if it doesn't, he will be sacrificed by the elderly Madara as an opportunity for Nagato Blacken. Whether it is the protagonist or the villain boss, all are the fate of the Lone Star. Want to give them charcoal in the snow, the more the protagonist appreciates you, the faster you will die. Hokage can't escape this law. Lord Kakuzu is a parent offering sacrifice to the heavens, and happiness is boundless. By the way, Master also has to sacrifice to heaven. Jiraiya found the Son of Destiny for a lifetime, but he was not buried in the sea in the end. If it weren't for Uncle Snake's hard life, Go's fate is number one in the world, I'm afraid it will be sent away in waves. That is, the protagonist of Hara no Sakura has a weaker aura, plus Tsunade medical ninjutsu heaven-defying, and he can live if he is cut into 2 pieces, otherwise it will be ashamed. This point is Orochimaru's complaint, but the last point must be true. Black Zetsu has been staring at Nagato, and the elderly Madara is waiting for a good time to let Nagato blacken. Orochimaru was silent, and Minister Enbu was gradually analyzing the situation. This is a warning to us to leave. It is unlikely that Rain Shinobi Village is likely. If Hanzo wants us to leave, he doesn't need to do anything extra. But Hanzo didn't mean to attack us, otherwise the castle tower would be the best opportunity. There are so many ninjas out there. They didn't attack us. According to the warning from the paper, it is obvious that we are in danger. Rain Shinobi Village ninjas are protecting us. What is in Rain Shinobi Village? Can Hanzo be jealous? Have to send ninjas to protect us. Orochimaru appeared in a sense of enlightenment, and said solemnly, the 4 great nations have come. It may not be a village, but Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, Kirigakuer, Cloud Shinobi Village are all here. The strength of the 4 countries is not weak, but our strength is not bad. The best choice for Hanzo is to be neutral. Abarame Ryoma's tall collar, with black bugs constantly emerging, climbed up his cheeks along his neck. In a blink of an eye, a large number of black bugs spread their teeth and claws beside the Abarame dragon horse like a beast. The situation is already clear. The timing of our arrival is not coincidentally, it is the time when the 4 hidden villages are wooing Rain Shinobi Village. The 4 hidden villages are going to be unfavorable to us and use this to force Hanzo to join the alliance. But this is not our chance to kill the representatives of the 4 hidden villages, and in turn force Hanzo to unite with us. Orochimaru looked at Abarame Ryoma, Shimuradan's right-hand man. He was already an elite of Jainin at a young age, and he was trusted by Shimuradan's. Not only his strength, but Abarame Ryoma recognized Shimuradan's beliefs. As a hawk of Konohagakure, Orochimaru was not surprised to say such a sentence and looked at Minister Enbu on the side. The animal mask worn by Minister Enbu is a snow-white rabbit mask. It is impossible to contact Minister Enbu just by looking at the mask. Minister Enbu did not speak for a while, and was weighing the pros and cons. Abarame Ryoma changed his taciturn attitude and said aggressively, "Isn't it to verify the pacifist combat power? This time is the best opportunity. Not only can it test the pacifist's combat power, but it can also complete the mission of Rain Shinobi Village. Lord Orochimaru, please order." When Abarame Ryoma said the last sentence, he was already kneeling on the ground, and respectfully asked Orochimaru for instructions. The eyes behind Orochimaru's glasses were completely opened, and the golden vertical pupils stared at Abarame Ryoma coldly. This elite from the roots is pressing Orochimaru. Such a favorable choice for the village. If Orochimaru were to abandon it, it would definitely have a big blow to his own prestige. This is why Orochimaru does not want to be Hokage. There are so many great people in the ninja world, and there are so many hidden villages. What do you want to be famous for? Hit Konoha. What do you want to resist oppression? Hit Konoha. What do you want to experiment with the ultimate ninja? Still hit Konoha. Beating Konoha is a tradition and a political correctness. Even if the ninja world war broke out, no matter how conflicted the villages were, they would have to fight with Konoha before they went to war. Abarame Ryoma continued to preach in a deep voice, "I can be a bait. There are a lot of self-destructive charms in the seal scroll. I can create opportunities for Orochimaru-sama. If the situation is unfavorable, I will also create the illusion that the 4 countries are actively attacking us. In turn, with my death, I went to negotiate with Hanzo to expose the 4-nation wolf ambition and complete the union with Rain Shinobi Village. Orochimaru-sama can choose whether to take action according to different situations and assist me in accomplishing which goal. For Konoha. Lord Orochimaru, please order." Chapter 54. Late at night. The world is quiet. A team of Rain Shinobi ninjas wearing raincoats slowly disappeared, and the other team of Rain Shinobi ninjas completed the replacement. They watched carefully at the room in front of which the lights had been turned off. One after another, staring with naked eyes. The sensing ninja has turned on sensing, and started to sense chakra fluctuations in the building regularly to ensure that the target is still under surveillance. Rain Shinobi has a clear division of labor, leaving no dead ends. In the night, black bugs crawled from the ground continuously. With the help of the dense night, in the gap where the perception ninja stopped perceiving, they had already climbed up along the perception ninja's legs and feet. Not only perceiving the ninja, but also in charge of monitoring the ninja frontally, the black bugs in the silence have already climbed up along the clothes. A slender white snake suddenly emerged from the dark. Appeared in an instant. Rain Shinobi found out immediately. Just when the Rain Shinobi ninja was moving, the black bug that had climbed on the Rain Shinobi ninja suddenly bit down at the Rain Shinobi ninja. The sharp mouth parts pierced the clothes directly and penetrated into the flesh and blood. The Rain Shinobi ninja moves stiff, and all Rain Shinobi ninjas are in an anesthetized state, and the white snake turns into Orochimaru in the smoke. Both hands began to quickly congeal, and before breathing time, the congealing was completed. Regarding the speed of Ji-Yin, Orochimaru was also ranked top in the number of ninja worlds, but it was a pity that I didn't care about it in the later period. A pat with both hands and a flap of eyes, this is the mainstream. Illusion. The sharp eyes of the 6 Rain Shinobi ninjas appeared confused, one standing still, losing all resistance. Orochimaru, standing in the blind spot of other Rain Shinobi ninjas, has turned into a white snake and disappeared. The black bug quickly retreated to the ground, and Abarame Ryoma and Orochimaru cooperated back and forth to tacitly control the 6 ninjas under surveillance. Soon after, the 3 figures disappeared in flashes. The 6 rain shinobi ninjas were motionless, and the rain shinobi ninjas could be clearly observed in other locations, but it was impossible to find that the 6 rain shinobi ninjas had been confused by the illusion. After the 3 of Orochimaru left, they never stopped at Rain Shinobi Village, and went directly to the outside of Rain Shinobi Village. The representatives of the 4 countries want to kill them, and they also want to kill the representatives of the 4 countries. Then Rain Shinobi Village cannot be a battlefield. Fighting in Rain Shinobi Village will definitely be blocked by Hanzo. Then the best battlefield is outside Rain Shinobi Village. Choosing this battlefield is also helpless. Because of the lack of information, Orochimaru and the others before they came to Rain Shinobi Village did not know that the representatives of the 4 countries had arrived, so they did not hide their whereabouts at all. This also caused a very unfavorable situation. Orochimaru and the others are located in the light, and the representatives of the 4 countries are located in the dark. The advantage lies in the representatives of the 4 countries, Orochimaru. They want to find the representatives of the 4 countries in Rain Shinobi Village, which is very difficult. However, they will not show the attitude of anti-killing, but choose to escape, so as to draw the representatives of the 4 countries. At the same time, this may also become a real run. Directly fake the show and do it, and since then return to the country of fire. After all, no one knows how many ninjas came from the representatives of the 4 countries. Even if they knew that they were on missions instead of launching wars, there would not be too many of them, but didn't they see them with their own eyes? Who knows the specific situation? Orochimaru made 2-handed preparations. The speed of the ninja is extremely fast. Using the body flicker technique, the speed will increase even more. The only flaw is that the body flicker technique consumes a lot of physical energy and chakra. The edge of Rain Shinobi Village has appeared in the field of vision. Rain Shinobi Village has not been established, and the perceptual barrier that can enclose the entire village, thereby sealing off the surrounding areas and preventing outsiders from stealing. Only the 5 major villages are qualified for the ability to establish a perceptual barrier surrounding the village. This is not only financial consumption, but also a large number of special ninjas such as perception ninjas and enchantment ninjas. The small village lacks financial resources and lacks ninjutsu, and it is impossible to do it. After the establishment of the 1 country, 1 village system, the 5 hidden villages have achieved the monopoly of ninjutsu for decades, and hidden villages with secret techniques have never been able to last. Even the prestige, the Whirlpool family of the Grand Master Seal technique, has disappeared in history. After arriving at the edge of Rain Shinobi Village, the defensive measures established by Rain Shinobi Village, based on the ninja skills, only blocked ordinary people. After jumping out and leaving Rain Shinobi Village, Orochimaru glanced at each other. Abarame Ryoma took the lead and preached, "Get back to Konoha immediately." The information about Rain Shinobi Village's contacts with the 4 major countries must be successfully passed back to the village. Orochimaru directly rejected Abarame Ryoma's words. "Do not. We can't rush back to Konoha directly, we may encounter chase, go in the direction of the country of grass, and detour from the country of grass." Minister Enbu couldn't help preaching, "The country of rain and the country of Sichuan are bordered, and if you don't directly return to the country of fire, wouldn't it be safer to go in the direction of the country of Sichuan? After all, the country of grass and the country of soil are bordered, so the risk of taking that path is not small." Orochimaru sneered and preached, "That's exactly what I think, so the road to the country of flame and the road to the country of Kawa will have to be pursued. On the contrary, it is safest to go to the country of grass. They can't even dream that we will go back under the eyes of the enemy. This is called the most dangerous place, the safest place." Orochimaru began to seal, and 6 paths shadow clone appeared. In a blink of an eye, they changed into the images of Abarame Ryoma and Anbu, and they were divided into 2 groups and sprinted towards the country of river and country of fire. Go! Orochimaru felt a black bug in the sleeve of his clothes, and lightly bit himself, knowing that this was the message from Abarame Ryoma. They are under surveillance and know that the plan has been successful. It seems that the representatives of the 4 countries are determined to win them. If it's just 3 people, Orochimaru is definitely a pacifist who intends to retreat, but can be sealed. This is Orochimaru's confidence, no longer hesitate to rush towards the country of grass. Under the patter of rain, Orochimaru's 3 hands dropped behind their hands as they ran and galloped all the way. The rain did not know when it had stopped, the rising sun on the eastern horizon had already revealed a corner. Orochimaru's expression appeared tired, and he ran for nearly a night, which was a lot of physical exertion. After a short break, Orochimaru gave up after this kind of plan appeared. The opponent will definitely not ambush in advance, it must be chasing afterwards, and they are tired as well as themselves. After reaching a certain limit, he can take a short rest and wait for the pursuit to go directly to war, thereby creating certain favorable conditions. The battle of the ninja is not only a contest of strength, but also a contest of wisdom. An electric light came swiftly. It is like a beacon between heaven and earth, dispelling the boundless darkness and bringing endless light. Thick blue chakra feather jacket. Swaying in the wind. 4th generation AI succeeded in catching up. Chapter 55. The lightning flashed. The bang spans an endless distance and has come to the back of Orochimaru. Blue lightning surrounds 4th generation AI Gao's burly physique, and the blue lightning formed by the terrifying chakra on the knotted muscles, such as wearing a feather coat for 4th generation AI. A punch was blasted out, violent blue lightning surrounded the iron fist, and the raging lightning flashed densely. With the help of a galloping impact, 4th generation AI's violent impact, like a heavy truck, is a fierce mess. Thunder Country Cloud Shinobi Village is famous for its lightning-style ninjutsu. Among them, lightning-style chakra mode is the secret ninjutsu of Cloud Shinobi Village. As 4th generation AI, who has won the name of AI, it has also been repaired into lightning-style chakra mode. In Orochimaru's perception, it was discovered that 4th generation Aisha, 4th generation AI had already appeared behind Orochimaru. The ferocity of the ferocious impact has already overwhelmingly moved towards Orochimaru. Between the flashes of electric light, there was a sharp aura. A punch encircled the electric fist, and in the reflexive and unbelievable gaze, it had already hit Orochimaru head-on. Orochimaru shattered at the sound, like broken ceramics, and scattered like goddess of flowers. After landing, you can see that all this is sawdust. It was not Orochimaru that was hit by 4th generation AI frontally, but a piece of wood. For example, the 4th generation AI of a heavy truck did not continue the rampage after one blow to no avail. With the slight side of his broad arm, he turned agilely, his stout arm was bent, and his elbow was aimed at Abarame Ryoma. Heavy current violence. Lightning-style chakra began to converge on the elbow, and the blue thunder and lightning bloomed like flowers. The sharp grass pheasant sword fell from the front of Abarame Ryoma. The white light flashed, and the blue light suddenly disappeared, like a lightning turning in the middle of the earth. It appeared again 10 meters away. Sweat appeared on Abarame Ryoma's cheeks, even wearing large black sunglasses, he couldn't hide the panic at this moment. Orochimaru cut through the air with a sword, not to injure the enemy, but to save people. Looking at the tall and burly young man with a darker complexion not far away, a jealous color appeared in the golden vertical pupils. Too fast. This 4th generation AI's lightning-style chakra mode is different from the 3rd generation AI's lightning-style chakra mode. 4th generation AI does not have the strong defense power of 3rd generation AI, but in exchange for unmatched speed. Large-scale battlefield combat is definitely the strongest 3rd generation AI, like an armored tank. But this kind of ninja squad fight is what 4th generation AI is best at, and its speed can reach ultimate. Even if the strength is not as good, it can continue to wander around, start to consume the enemy chakra, and finally seek flaws and hit the target. This is completely Namikaze Minato type ninja, which Orochimaru doesn't want to encounter. Namikaze Minato is a yellow flash. In the peak period, the village ninjas can directly give up the mission, but this is not enough to describe the horror of Namikaze Minato. Because of the hostile ninja, the moment he saw Namikaze Minato, he closed his eyes permanently. Genin, Chnin, and Janin are as simple as cutting melons and vegetables, and the battlefield has been cleared from the breath. If Namikaze Minato becomes Nine Tails Jinkraki, Chakra will be enough to slaughter the ninja world with his own power. In terms of deterrence, the peak Namikaze Minato surpassed Sunin by how much? Note that this Sunin is not one person, but 3 people. This time I didn't expect the 4 hidden villages to spend so much money, and even the next generation of heirs would have been directly dispatched. Cloud Shinobi Village has come to 4th generation AI, so the other 3 hidden villages can be imagined, they must all be shadow candidates. Even if the strength is not up to cage level, it is only one-liner, and it will be able to grow to cage level in the future. This time the fishing was very successful, but all the bites were sharks. Just now, Abarame Ryoma was almost taken away by 4th generation AI Yubo. In terms of strength, Abarame Ryoma can play against Orochimaru for a period of time. But this does not mean that Orochimaru is inferior to 4th generation AI. It's just that 4th generation AI is too restrained from Abarame Ryoma. If Kakashi is here, don't worry, it must be 50-50, Sharingan can capture 4th generation AI's movements. This speed-type ninja is an artifact of abusive food. As long as the strength is not as good as one's own, then relying on the ninja crispy skin, the solution is very simple, which is a one-shot thing. I am envious and want it. But Orochimaru knew that this kind of speed flow fighting was not for him. This kind of ninja eats too much talent. Not only must there be suitable ninjutsu, but also an amazing reflex nerve. There is no reflex nerve different from ordinary people, even if you learn the Flying Thunder God technique, you can't achieve the record of Namikaze Minato that can instantly kill dozens of ninjas. Orochimaru slowly put away the pheasant's sword, looked at Abarame Ryoma and Minister Enbu who were panting aside, and said to them, "The worst has happened. Cloud Shinobi Village comes from 4th generation AI, the next Raikage. The other 3 hidden villages, Iwagakure should be Lois, and Tsunagakure is either Yukeng or Luasha. Such a lineup does not allow us to continue our mission. Abandon the mission and leave to return to Konoha." Orochimaru stretched out his hand, and the huge scroll was still directly on the ground behind him. Both hands have begun to seal, and his eyes are watching 4th generation AI, the blue thunder and lightning appearing all over the opponent has disappeared, standing proudly in the distance, staring coldly at the 3 of Orochimaru. 4th generation AI's attack was only a test and then stopped. Obviously he didn't continue. Orochimaru knew why? This time, the chase was a 4-nation joint operation. This 4th generation AI was reckless enough to rush to it alone, but it did not mean that he was stupid. Now I only intend to hold Orochimaru and the others, waiting for the arrival of other ninjas, to encircle and suppress their own side together. Ninja summoning. Orochimaru aimed a shot at the ground, white smoke spread, and a giant nearly 7 meters tall had emerged from the fog. "After I personally cut it off, you go first." In the words, the bear's broad palm has fallen on Minister Enbu and Abarame Ryoma. The flesh ball fruit ability has been activated, and the 2 of them have been directly bounced away, and the air waves set off will spread. Minister Enbu and Abarame Ryoma have soared into the sky, and they have instantly rushed out of sight. 4th generation AI Lenground watched this scene, with enlightenment emerging in his eyes, and his broad finger bones were closed and clenched tightly. The terrifying blue thunderbolt was born and began to wander, and 4th generation AI sounded in a deep voice, "It is this puppet that has completed the migration of the people of Lulan. This secret has been known to me, Orochimaru, it is impossible for you to escape with this. Sunin will be the second ninja from today. To blame you for not fleeing together. The last sentence is not fourth generation AI said, but Yagura's cold words. Orochimaru stared at the many ninjas who were approaching, licking the corners of his mouth, and a bright smile appeared. Escape. Why am I running? It is you who should run away today. Chapter 56. As expected of Konoha-sunan. Already surrounded by us, there is still this courage. With short green hair swaying in the wind, Yagura's purple eyes showed appreciation, and she said in a cold tone, "It's just a pity that you can't distinguish the situation. The Lois has a burly physique like a rock, and the striding meteor has already come, standing on both sides of the ninja wearing Iwagakure forward protector. Orochimaru, you can't escape, you must die here." In the opposite direction, Yaking came with a smile, accompanied by 2 Tsunagakure Jainin. It's really a pleasure to be able to kill Hokage candidates personally. From the east, south, north and west of Orochimaru, all ninjas from the 4 powers have been blocked. Orochimaru looked at all of this. The leader of the comers were not unfamiliar faces: Iwagakure Lois, Tsunagakure Yekura, Kirigakure Yagura. Each of them is an existence in the famous ninja world. Konohagakure did not know how many ninjas were sacrificed in order to collect relevant information about them. Everyone can be a candidate for the 5 shadows and become the 5 shadows above the ninja realm. Except for Yaking and Huangtu, Orochimaru, who followed their guard ninjas, seemed a little stranger at first glance, but after careful identification, they could be found from the information in Konohagakure. Every guard is not an ordinary Jainin, but an elite among Jainin. The 4 representatives have either cage-level strength or quasi-film strength. The 8 guards are all elites in Jainin. This is not Jainin, the parallel importer of a small country. It has 3 types of chakra qualitative changes, whether it is ninjutsu, physique or illusion, at least one is outstanding. This kind of lineup can be called luxurious. Has the power to destroy a country. Even if Konohagakure draws out this lineup, it is more difficult, because each of these ninjas has their own important tasks, and it is very difficult to gather together. Only with the combined efforts of the 4 major powers can they easily make up their feat. At this moment, Orochimaru clearly realized the heavy pressure on Konohagakure brought by the convening of the 4 Shadows Conference. With such a lineup of 4 major countries, one can easily pull one up. When Orochimaru saw this, not only did he not worry, his smile became brighter, and the huge scroll he was carrying was completely pulled and spread. Seeing the scrolls appeared one after another, both hands began to seal. More than people? Orochimaru is not afraid of them. Taiwan pacifists began to appear. Like a giant pacifist, each one is comparable to a 2-story building, and one platform begins to appear, standing next to Orochimaru, full of shocking oppression. In a blink of an eye, the number has passed 20, and this has not yet reached the limit. The price of pacifist sales is not high, but Orochimaru is specially prepared for the mission and wants to unlock the next technology. So in this period of time, not only completed the orders of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans, Orochimaru also paid for it privately and began to build peacemakers. In a blink of an eye, the number of pacifists has reached 50, plus a total of 51 bears. If the team of giants is visible to the naked eye, it will be full of powerful impact. Orochimaru stared coldly at the 4 ninjas, and said in a flat tone, "You are the one who can't tell the situation. Today is here, no one can escape." Orochimaru jumped, standing on the broad shoulders of a pacifist, embracing the sun with both hands. Please as much as possible to please me. Arrogant." There was a loud shout. Looking at Orochimaru, who was standing on the shoulders of the pacifist, with black hair flying in the wind and laughing wildly, 4th generation AI couldn't bear it first. The terrifying blue thunder and lightning rises and walks around the strong physique, and the lightning-style chakra mode has been turned on. The light yellow hair stood upright, completely erected, and the air wave that was set off at the moment of departure constituted a sonic boom, spreading in all directions like an overwhelming mountain. Amid the roar of fourth-generation AI, a large number of chakras began to emerge. The iron fist was extremely violent, and the blue thunder and lightning made a sharp sound, tearing the air. The voice of fourth-generation AI is loud like thunder and roaring like a beast, giving it a new level of momentum. While the blue lightning flashed, he had already arrived in front of Orochimaru, jumped from the ground, and hit Orochimaru's chest with a punch. Xiong's burly physique appeared in front of the blue thunder and lightning, and his fist the size of a sandbag had already been swung out in a sudden pure power collision. Fourth-generation AI hit a mountain cast of steel, and an unrivaled force vented along the fist. Ding ding ding! Step by step, the foot keeps moving back. In a blink of an eye, fourth-generation AI retreated more than 10 steps continuously, and then stepped on the ground with one foot. His right arm was numb and he had lost consciousness, and his fists began to tremble. Fourth-generation AI looked at the bear who had repelled him. The bear is motionless, like a fixed statue. A trace of horror appeared in his eyes. Not only fourth-generation AI, but also horror appeared in all the others who noticed this scene. The strength of the bear, even though it was just a blow, had already manifested itself. Being able to break with lightning-style chakras fourth-generation AI, it surprised them, and even feared them. Because there are too many pacifists in front of them, they are all the same, and at first glance they can be mass-produced puppets. If every puppet possesses such strength, this would be the end of the world for the Big Four. Cultivating a ninja requires a lot of resources, even if it is an ordinary genin. Genin's words are not only various resources, ninjutsu, but also have their own qualifications. The number of people with ninja talents is limited, and among them, there are very few who can become genin. I don't know how many ninjas will be a genin in a lifetime. The blue thunder and lightning exploded on fourth-generation AI's body, and his aura doubled. A ninja wearing Cloud Shinobi Forehead Protector said in a deep voice, "Lack of relevant information. Don't continue to rash AI. Retreat first." Orochimaru looked at the vocal Cloud Shinobi ninja, but recognized him, and he was the confidant of Third Raikage. Looking at Tutai, he sneered and said, "None of you can leave." A Taiwan pacifist broke out of the soil in the four directions in the south, east, north, and west, and his hands had begun to quickly form seals. The four pacifists, wearing black sunglasses, have completely covered their eyes. Under the large black glasses, no one can see it. These are a pair of scarlet eyes and 3 noble black go-jade, which have been fully presented, full of unspeakable charm. The special pacifists specially built by the 4 stations have completed their seals in the breathing room. Forbearance for Xian array. The war never broke out completely. The situation has completely reversed. Chapter 57. 4 Purple Inflammation Formations. This is a sealed enchantment. The enchantment light curtain began to appear, and the breathing room had already started with the 4 pacifists in the southeast, northwest, and northwest, sealing off all the separated areas. Purple flames appeared above the barrier, pure and transparent flames swaying in the wind. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupil looked around coldly, seeing the pacifists in the quartet with Sharingan, with great satisfaction in his heart. Among the master's blood succession boundaries, Sharingan is the best match for pacifists. With Sharingan's ability to replicate, Orochimaru can break the limitations of the pacifists. Master has a large number of ninjutsu, which can be freely matched to build a Grandmaster ninjutsu, illusion, and physique perfectly coordinated team. Unfortunately, under the control of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru cannot perform perfectly. This is why Uncle Snake wants to defect. The village is no longer a help to Uncle Snake, but a limitation. So Uncle Snake had to cut the fetters and free himself from the bondage. After he defected, he became a betrayer, so he didn't have to worry about the village and Uchiha, and unscrupulously added Byakugan or Sharingan to the pacifists. If it hadn't been for concealing the limits of Sharingan's blood succession, Orochimaru would not have sent away a Barame Ryoma and Minister Enbu in advance. These two are also powerful combat powers, and they will not be small if they stay. The four Xian formations blocked the quartet and had trapped all the representatives of the four kingdoms. Ye King, who was originally determined to win, looked extremely ugly at this moment. Frightened and anger appeared in the eyes, and fear appeared faintly. One person in turn surrounded them, and at the same time planted an enchantment to eliminate them all. It really is Konoha-sunen, Cold Kun Orochimaru. He was able to create such a powerful puppet in front of him. This Konoha Hokage candidate is really amazing. Kill him. Orochimaru must be killed. Even the heavier price is worth it. If Orochimaru does not die, his threat to the village is too great. Ye King had a murderous intent in his heart. Yinzhou Shen Mao Zi Hai Yuzhou Wu Suyin Si Zhou Shen Mao. Water style great waterfall technique. Chakra was condensed from the throat along with the seal, and finally the water spurted out of the mouth and quickly gathered to form a huge water ball. The continuous impact of the water formed a mighty river, wave after wave, directly rushing towards the four purple flames burning with purple flames. In this scene, Ye Kang's eyes were about to split. He thought that the four countries would work together to fight, but unexpectedly, Kirigakure, who was the first to propose a union, suffered a crisis. Not thinking about how to kill Orochimaru through a joint effort, but first thinking about breaking the four purple flame formations and fleeing. Starting from Yagura, two Kirigakure elite Jainin followed. The water style jointly initiated by the three, in a place like the country of rain, where the water vapor is rich, the power of water style is greater than that of other countries, and it is only weaker than the country of water. The power of water style was overwhelming, and the mighty rush of water flowed all frontally on the four purple flame formations. Water overcomes fire, and the four purple flame array is biased towards the fire attribute chakra to seal the enchantment. A large amount of water rushed to the enchantment, and the purple flame burned, and the water evaporated continuously, and wisps of white gas began to rise, and the steam was hazy, completely blocking the vision. Seeing Yagura attacking the four purple flame arrays in the distance, he immediately knew that the joint siege of Orochimaru had failed completely. The people of the four countries are divided. After a crisis, the first choice is not to fight to death, but to escape. Said to fourth generation AI, go. The taciturn Lois has a vigorous and resolute style of doing things. Seeing that the situation is not good, this one, like Kirigakure, did not choose to wait and see, but acted immediately. I don't know if it was ordered in advance or it was originally. Earth-style Earthstone Dragon. The soil on the ground continued to rise, turned into rocks and combined together, and in a blink of an eye a lively stone dragon appeared. Shillong stretched its teeth and danced its claws, aggressively, and suddenly set off a wave of air that hit the four purple flame formations. Wood-style tree boundary wall. A shield formed by a row of quality vines has been held in front of the four purple flame array. The imposing stone dragon slammed into it, and the earth and gravel fell continuously, like sparks splashing brightly. Wood-style the tree world is coming. 10 pacifists shot together, a single pacifist, and the natural power of the tree world is limited, but 10 pacifists shot together, and in a blink of an eye the plains of the four purple flames turned into a sea of forests. A large number of trees broke out of the soil, and they have grown into a big tree in the breath, with branches and trunks like arms. Began to sweep toward the representatives of the four countries, began to squeeze the living space of the representatives of the four countries. One by one burning fireballs, filled with terrifying high temperature, began to surround the vicinity of Ye King. When the branches of the trees reached, the fireballs took the initiative to meet them. The terrifying high temperature broke out immediately, and the scorch style of blood succession boundary could evaporate water in a single blow, turning the enemy into a terrifying and hideous corpse. When it comes to lethality, scorch style has never been weak. Ye King rushed to the edge of the four purple flame formations. Looking at the emergence of wood style, he no longer had the idea of killing Orochimaru, and he planned to escape immediately. This is wood style. The blood of the god of ninja world continues to limit. In terms of shock and deterrence, it is far above the tail beast. This puppet body art is no longer weak, and it also has the wood style blood inheritance limit. If it hadn't been seen with his own eyes, King would definitely not believe it just by knowing it from intelligence. But now that the real example is here, King has to believe it. There is such a genius in the ninja world, who can transplant blood for the puppet to continue the limit. This is extremely scary to think about it. If the puppet can, then what about the ninja? The dazzling laser disappeared, and an elite Jainin wearing Iwagakure forehead protector had a blood hole in his chest. The hands that were being Jain softened, the light in his eyes dissipated, and it gradually evolved into a godlessness. At last, when he fell, he was entangled by branches. The trees were as soft as ropes, binding the dead Iwagakure ninja to death. 1 minute after the fighting broke out, the first dead person has appeared. Standing on the shoulders of the pacifists, Orochimaru watched as the bear personally attacked a rock shinobi ninja and killed him in one shot. Too slow. Despite occupying an absolute advantage, Orochimaru knew that when representatives of the four kingdoms attacked the four purple flame array, the four purple flame array could not hold up. After all, this ninja was a leader in the ninja world. Uncle Snake's four purple flame formations in Konoha, killing a Hokage is outrageous. The talented Anbu has nothing to do with an enchantment. Sealing squads and enchanting squads are not for dry food. That is a plot kill, there is only one explanation. Otherwise, wouldn't it be possible to kill whoever is trapped? The four purple flame array also has its limits. So Orochimaru began to use Nirvana. Poisoning. Chapter 58. Poison. This is where Orochimaru excels. In pursuit of lethality, the quickest way is to apply poison to kunao and shuriken. Hanzo is a demigod of the ninja world, humanoid natural disasters, every move is paid attention to by the ninja world, possessing the power to destroy the country. It's because Hanzo is good at poison, if he is not restrained, destroying a city is not difficult at all. Konoha Sunin, yellow gambling poison. Orochimaru's carefully prepared poison, this is a purple poisonous mist. When the poisonous mist appeared, Orochimaru had begun to seal his hands. Wind-style great breakthrough. A strong wind blows. The purple poisonous mist that continued to spread, under the gust of wind, swept in all directions in a blink of an eye, spreading towards the enchantment of the four purple flame formations. Orochimaru's eyes calmly watched the poisonous mist spread. This time the carefully prepared trap has reached the final stage. With the help of ninjutsu, the poisonous mist spread very rapidly, and the four purple flame formation barriers were already filled with rich purple poisonous mist. The purple flame burned, and the thick smoke of purple toxins turned a piece of heaven and earth into a purple world. Poison, this is the most common method. There are related researches in all major ninja villages, such as Tsunagakure's puppet art, and applying poison is a routine operation. Every puppet master is a master of Grandmaster Poison. And this purple poisonous smoke pays attention to range killing and spreads in the air, and its natural toxicity is not as good as liquid and other poisons. Want to take this to establish the victory, or a point is still close. Orochimaru also didn't believe that this poison could poison so many powerful ninja worlds. Toxic smoke is only an auxiliary method, a way to increase the winning rate, and this method is an excellent way to cooperate with pacifists. Every pacifist is a machine, called a puppet in the world of ninja, and puppets are not afraid of poison. In the environment surrounded by poisonous fog, pacifists occupy the right place. They don't need to fight to win. As long as time is delayed, the balance of victory will naturally lean towards the pacifists. Wood-style tree boundary wall. This move defensive ninjutsu appeared. 20 pacifists began to take action together. They did not seek to kill the enemy, but only defended the four purple flame formations. The remaining 10 pacifists used the arrival of the tree realm together and began to shoot at the target. Orochimaru did not intend for them to win, and completely relied on the arrival of the tree realm to turn the terrain into a sea of forests. With the help of trees, they began to constantly squeeze the enemy's living space, consume the opponent's chakra, and then interfere with the opponent's ki-in. There are a total of 30 pacifists, with clear division of labor, clear goals, and tacit coordination. 10 Taiwan pacifists wandered around, supporting the pacifists who are in the process of forming seals. This approach is rather cautious. There are a total of 12 ninjas in Shikoku, except for the dead one Uegaku ninja, the 11 living ninjas. There was no idea of rushing to fight Orochimaru at all. This was because of the mob. They were strong enough, but the combat power that they displayed, instead of increasing, was pulled down. After all, sacrificing oneself to fight for the survival of other village ninjas? Why? This is human nature. If there are 12 ninjas in a hidden village, at this critical time, even if they are fleeing for their lives, knowing that they will die, there will be ninjas left behind as their companions. Although the development of this Hokage world is a bit deformed, the fetters between companions can never be underestimated. Damn it! Be cheated! This puppet has limited wood-style power. Finally, 4th generation AI was the first to discover that something was wrong. Compared with other ninjas, AI has always been flexible and agile to evade. 4th generation AI has swung his fists and bombarded the branches of the rushing trees. After destroying many trees one after another, 4th generation AI, who had a keen combat intuition, immediately understood the issue of the strength of the pacifists. Compared with 4th generation AI's hard-bearing bear, this wood-style standard is very different. With the 4th generation A-type point, Tutai also reacted immediately. As the wisdom in charge of Cloud Shinobi Village, Tutai has analyzed the matter clearly, and his face is extremely ugly, saying, "I was too shocked just now. So I was deceived by Orochimaru." The formation of the 4 purple flame formation barriers is not only to prevent us from escaping, but also to increase our psychological pressure. I think Orochimaru has overwhelming power. These puppets have the power to crush Jainin and can calmly kill us. This facilitated us Ishin to flee instead of fighting Orochimaru head-on. Bitterness appeared on the soil platform, and now it is said that it is too late, but even if you think of this earlier, it is of no use at all. Because this is only one aspect, who can guarantee that this is true? The most important thing is that the hearts of the people are uneven. The hatred accumulated by the 4 kingdoms is unknown. Even if the 4 Shadows Conference is held, it is impossible to get up and down Ishin. Not to mention that the 4 Shadows Conference has not yet been held, but has a tendency to unite. After encountering danger, be sure to save yourself in advance. So this is simply a conspiracy. There is no choice at all in the 4 countries that are scattered in the sand. Orochimaru watched all this, looked at the Cloud Shinobi village ninja, and the other village ninjas, knowing that they had reacted. But even if they reacted, it was too late now. The situation is different. If at first, they can still fight. The elites of these 4 big countries, every Orochimaru dare not look down upon. Desperately struggling, even if Orochimaru wins, it must be a heavy loss. But until now, Ishin, the ninja of the 4 powers, wants to escape. There is no direct battle between the 2 sides. There are a lot of ninjutsu battles that can be released, and the chakra consumption is not small. In addition, Orochimaru released a poisonous mist, which has enveloped this area for a while, and the Shikoku ninja has begun to be poisoned. Even if they have the means of detoxification, they will not be nothing, and they will have a lot of impact on their own state. Physical exhaustion, chakra exhaustion, poisoning. So many negative states began to stack together, and the combat power of the 11 ninjas who survived has been greatly reduced. Orochimaru's golden pupils showed coldness, and it was time to close the net. Like a giant bear, it has rushed towards 4th generation AI, and the trunk of the tree keeps evading along the way, and the sea of trees has opened up a path. The pheasant sword appeared in Orochimaru's hands, and the pacifists at Orochimaru's feet rushed towards Iwagakure with strides. When it comes to the value of Shikoku ninja, Cloud Shinobi Village and Iwagakure are the top ones, but Tsunagakure and Kirigakure are not worth mentioning. Both Kirigakure and Tsunagakure are cool in nature, Yukang and Yagura can't affect the overall situation of the village, and they can be abandoned at critical moments. But Lois and 4th generation AI are different. These two Laozi are 3rd Tsuchikage and 3rd Reikage, and they must not be given up. Among them, 4th generation AI has the highest value. But Lois is best to catch. Chapter 59. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A huge shuriken shot out quickly, densely packed in a blink of an eye, like a ball of arrows, covering an area. Thousands of shurikens shot all over the sky in the direction of the Lois, pouring out like raindrops. Orochimaru took the lead, which is also a standard ninja routine. First open the way with shurikens, and then the ordinary ninja will have to fight with Kujutsu Kyushu, and then fight with ninjutsu. If it is a ninjutsu type ninja, Grandmaster Secret Art, or Blood Succession Boundary, it will save the handheld Karma no step, and will directly decide the victory with ninjutsu. Huang Tu looked up to the sky, densely packed shurikens, like rain covering the sky, tall and burly physique, agile jumped, has stepped on a curved tree trunk. Both hands have been successfully sealed. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. The mud quickly emerged, and a mud dragon made of mud appeared. The mud continued to flow, like a stream of water. The mud dragon opened its mouth, and the mud bomb made of mud shot out. Like the bullet version, it continuously attacked towards the sky, and in a blink of an eye, the mud bullets and the shuriken collided together. The impact sound came out one after another, and the dense sound continued to sound sharp and unpleasant. Mud bombs and shurikens were all over the sky, densely covering the field of vision, and suddenly a giant python burst out of the purple smoke. The python was as thick as a water tank and suddenly rushed towards the Lois. The trees blocking the road broke every inch and began to make way for the python to avoid it. The mouth of the opened blood basin showed sharp fangs and long slender snake letters, with saliva dripping from it. Bite fiercely towards the Lois. If the giant python's huge volume is bitten, it can bite the Lois half of its body in one bite. Earth-style Fist Rock. The giant python attacked suddenly, and it had come to the front of the Lois, and he could clearly smell a bloody gas from the big mouth of the blood basin. The iron fist waved by the Lois began to dry and crack, and layer after layer of rock began to wrap up continuously. The fist had turned into a hard rock with a rock pattern on it, which had become the size of a wash basin. From bottom to top, the rock fist hit the giant python's jaw fiercely, and the giant python that fell from a high place rose again, a sharp fang, which had fallen down, and the lower jaw had become bloody. A painful wailing sounded, and the giant python flew from the sky, turned into a puff of white smoke, and finally disappeared without a trace. Orochimaru was holding a grass pheasant sword, silently appeared behind the Lois, a sword stabbed to the back of the Lois. At the same time, I scolded Rikicave every day. He was good at civil war, that is, he bullied the contractor, and he fought and ran so fast. I have decided in my heart that the next battle is to summon 10,000 snakes. Although one snake had a bad attitude, at least he did not lack strength. Unlike the giant python in front of him, it looked fierce, but in fact it was all superficial, which was of little use to the current battle. The grass pheasant sword has not encountered any obstacles. The grass pheasant sword has only the hilt behind the Lois, and the blade has appeared from his chest. The pheasant sword penetrated the Lois, without a drop of blood flowing out. White smoke emerged, and soil and gravel continued to fall. This was not the real Lois body, but a soil substitute. Body replacement technique, which is one of the 3 body techniques, is the foundation of the foundation. And the strong have already played with flowers. Orochimaru's double stream can be transformed into countless snakes, which can be dispersed and reorganized. At higher levels, they will encounter fatal danger and can start snakes to shed their skin. Use the external body as a substitute and transfer from the mouth. Out of itself. Earth substitute is a kind of body replacement technique, then combined with the product of earth style. It is equivalent to the ordinary body replacement technique, not necessarily advanced, but for the strong of Grandmaster Earth style, this is undoubtedly the most suitable. The pheasant sword pierced the earth substitute with a sword, and the fist whose arm turned into a rock had already been swung from the side. The rock fist set off a wave of air, and the sound of the tearing wind was sharp. Lois' physique is not weak. This type of ninjutsu enhanced physique attack is comparable to Tsunade monster power with one punch. If the crispy ninja is hit from the front, few can survive. After a punch hit, Orochimaru turned into smoke and disappeared. From the beginning, the real body did not appear, just a shadow clone, which began to attract the attention of Lois, and the real body had already lurked. Lightning-style Angry Thunder Tiger. In the frenzied growth of the trees, the dense branches and leaves have been scattered, and a large number of Orochimaru chakra turned into lightning-style chakra. Lightning-style chakra formed a huge blue tiger with thunder and lightning around its body, and then quickly rushed to the Lois. Chakra is divided into 7 attributes. The 7 yin and yang are hidden attributes, which have always been seldom known. As long as any ninjutsu can be developed based on this, the power is mysterious and can be used as a family inheritance secret technique. Popular are the 5 attributes of wind, thunder, earth, fire, and water. There are 7 attributes of Orochimaru Grandmaster, but yin and yang are just experiments that are not worth mentioning, such as Sharingan. The remaining 5 attributes are considered good, but Orochimaru's strongest is playing snakes. This aspect was gradually corrected by Orochimaru, and a lot of ninjutsu has been abandoned. After all, ninjutsu is not powerful, but it is definitely handsome. So there is no old way to come up with a shadow trick. 5 kinds of attributes restrain each other, and 7 kinds of Lei Zhang restrain soil. All of Orochimaru's above actions are just to contain the Lois, just to prepare for this move lightning style. The fierce tiger formed by thunder and lightning rushed fiercely with its teeth and claws, and the Lois had no chance to use the body replacement technique. After the layers were laid, this blow would kill, to take away the Lois in waves. The Lois is already weak. His face is waxy and white, sweat has been running down the cheeks, chakra has been consumed successively, and the influence of toxins has made the state of the Lois very poor. The movements are not as agile as in the past, and the thinking is already dull, otherwise such a simple tactic will not let a powerful ninja in the middle. The blue thunder and fierce tiger electric light flowed, filled with a frightening atmosphere, and it had come and fell in front of the Lois. A ninja wearing a Wagakure forehead protector has appeared in front of the Lois, with the tree trunk stuck in his chest, and the tree trunk runs through the rock shinobi ninja. The rock shinobi ninja came to the rescue at the critical moment, but it was able to break free of the pacifists and came at a heavy price. This is an opportunity to fight for life. The blood continued to flow down the tree trunk, rock shinobi ninja's lips squirmed, and without a chance to speak, it was swallowed by lightning style. Idiot, don't hide yet. When the lightning flashed, he had already kicked the Lois and threw it into the sky, but it also successfully avoided the remaining attacks. Orochimaru looked at 4th generation AI, who was flashing blue thunder and lightning. This was a desperate counterattack and began to converge. This is an inevitable trend, like the 4 world wars. Only after feeling the crisis of life and death can we truly unite. But everything is late. Isn't that the reason why Orochimaru didn't do it himself at first and went all out? The purpose is to boil the frogs in warm water, so that they don't let them start fighting for their lives. Gently licked the corners of their mouths. If they were in their peak state, they would not be able to converge on their own. Now, I can kill 4. Chapter 60. Click. The broad and heavy palm twisted. A cloud shinobi ninja's neck was twisted, and accompanied by the sound of a shattering spine, the Cloud Shinobi ninja's pupils lost their focus and became completely godless. The arms lost their strength and swayed, his neck and shoulders were completely broken. With a flick of the bear's stout arm, the Cloud Shinobi ninja flew in midair, and finally hit the 4 purple flame formation barrier. The purple flame swelled along with the trend, and the purple flame quickly swallowed the Cloud Shinobi ninja, and finally burned into ashes, continuously spilling into the enchantment. Tutai was breathing rapidly, and violent gasping sounds sounded. Even if the mouth was blue with a long wet cloth wrapped in it, the voice was already heavy. Purple smoke is lingering, and the situation can be seen clearly. There are a total of 12 ninjas in Shikoku, and now they have suffered heavy casualties. Those who can survive with clear chakra fluctuations, count themselves as 5. Orochimaru chuckled and looked at the 5 ninjas who survived. A wave of strong attacks has successfully killed many ninjas. Only the powerful Tsunagakura Yekura, Kirigakura Yagura, Iwagakura Lois, Cloud Shinobi Village 4th generation Ihe Tutai survive. Those who survived are all representatives of the 4 major countries, and the shadow candidates in the village. In the future, 2 of them will become the 5 shadows above the world of shinobi. Kirigakura Yagura is 4th Mizukage, Cloud Shinobi Village 4th generation AI is 4th Raikage. Yukeng and Huangtu are also strong competitors of Feng Ying and Tsuchikage. Thought of this? Orochimaru was slightly excited. The last person who can defeat the 5 shadows and push them to the brink of life and death is Uchiha Madara. Who is mad at the 4 shadows now? It's Orochimaru. Earth-style rock fist. Huangtu waved a huge rock fist, and the trees that emerged in front of it formed a shield worn under the rock fist, and began to rupture inch by inch, and the pieces of wood continued to fall. A pothole appeared in front of the Lois, and a flash of blue thunder and lightning had already rushed out of the pothole. Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have merged. Huangtu personally created opportunities for 4th generation AI. 4th generation AI seized the opportunity, broke free from the constraints of wood style for a short time, and rushed toward a pacifist fiercely. Surrounded by blue thunder and lightning, the electric lights are shining brightly. The 4th generation AI lightning style chakra has begun to gather. The hair roots stand upright, and the erect image is like a Super Saiyan. Surrounded by Raiden again, this has reached Super Saiyan 2. Lightning style lariat. Like a swift thunder and lightning, 4th generation AI Dian Guang has appeared next to a pacifist, stepping on a tree trunk, arms stretched out and palms closed. The lightning-style chakra mode gave 4th generation AI an unparalleled speed. It slammed into it at extreme speed. The attack had already landed on the head of the pacifist, and it was about to give the pacifist a fatal blow. Under 4th generation AI's attack, there was indestructible steel inside the flesh and blood, and the anti-shock force spread, causing 4th generation AI to frown, and to accept it if he didn't see a good one, but continued to increase his strength. The huge head of the pacifist is flying in mid-air, and there are wires on the neck of the pacifist, and electric lights are constantly emerging, but it doesn't wait for 4th generation AI Xingxi. Boom! There was a loud noise. This broken pacifist has blew himself up in an instant. A pacifist blew himself up. This power was not weak at all, and the aftermath of the explosion enveloped an area. When 4th generation AI wanted to escape, from 4th generation AI, rows of trees were erected instantly. Wood-style tree boundary wall. It is not other wood-style, such as wood-style thorn-killing technique, to entangle the enemy and bind the enemy. It is because 4th generation AI speed is too fast, the conventional wood style is not good at all, only Senju Hashirama, the overwhelming wood style, is the strongest. There has always been a misunderstanding in the ninja world. Senju Hashirama is not because wood style is strong, but wood style is strong because of Senju Hashirama. Throughout the ages, Indra has always been fighting against Ashura. Ashura has to bring 9 tails to fight Indra, but when it comes to Senju Hashirama, it is Indra plus 9 tails. The real qualitative change of wood style is wooden golem jutsu. This is equivalent to the full body of Susanoo. If it can use wooden golem jutsu, wood style will have the ability to sweep the ninja world. However, wood style also has advantages, restraining tail beasts and absorbing all the advantages of chakra. In Orochimaru's battle, the enemy was clearly arranged. Not only was the poisonous fog controlling the field, but the tree world came to control the field. Wood style can absorb chakra. This area is completely transformed into the wood style forest. When the ninja moves on the wood style trees and jumps back and forth, chakra is gradually being absorbed. When the pacifists blew themselves up, wood style appeared to block 4th generation AI. This wood style defense cannot completely trap 4th generation AI. Orochimaru doesn't think this can succeed, but it can undoubtedly stop 4th generation Aisha. At this moment, light is enough. Even if 4th generation AI's speed is fast and delayed, it will not escape the pacifist self-destruction. The fire of the explosion swallowed 4th generation AI, and after breathing, 4th generation AI rushed out with lightning and fire. His body was dripping with blood, there were burn marks in many places, as well as sharp steel fragments, which had penetrated deeply into 4th generation AI's muscles. He looked very embarrassed. The blue thunder and lightning around the whole body had been reduced by half. The lightning-style chakra mode flashed a few times, and the chakra feather clothes that filled the whole body finally began to disintegrate completely. Continuously fighting successively, 4th generation AI chakra consumes a lot of money, otherwise the speed will be faster just now, and it can completely rush out in the gap. At this time, after the pacifists exploded, the lightning-style chakra was fully urged for defense, and the high-intensity battle had consumed chakra 7 or 8. For 4th generation AI, the bear has long been ambushing on the only way, tall and burly body, holding a book in his hand, and his other hand has been stretched out. The meatball in the palm of the hand fell on 4th generation AI's palm. This palm is extremely fast, and has already fallen in an instant, so I directly press 4th generation AI. The trees on the ground are growing fast, like ropes that are soft and boneless, and are tangled up quickly, and 4th generation AI is completely wrapped in the breath. The binding is extremely tight, there is not even a gap, only one head is exposed. Chakra, where there are not many leftovers of 4th generation AI, began to be absorbed continuously, and the final resistance ability was cut off. Orochimaru walked slowly, the trees continued to dissipate, and a road appeared. After walking, the trees grew crazily from the soil. When coming to 4th generation AI, Orochimaru stepped on 4th generation AI's head. 4th generation AI's head touched the cold soil. Ignoring the angry 4th generation AI, Orochimaru looked towards the earth platform. He said in a cold tone, "Kill the Lois. I will release him." Looking at the Lois again, he also preached, "Kill him. I will release you too. You choose." Chapter 61. 4 Purple Inflammation Formations. Pure and thorough, like a barrier of light, purple flames continue to burn. The trees grow wildly, like a long dragon composed of trunks and branches, rushing towards the Lois and the earth platform one after another. But whether it is a soil platform or a Lois, all can clearly feel that the frequency of enemy attacks has dropped by a notch. This gives them a respite and time to think about it. This is not a good thing, but a bad thing. Because this is Orochimaru's method of instigating discord. Regardless of whether it is a soil platform or a Lois, although the two sides did not directly act, they have subconsciously moved away from each other. Orochimaru looked at the movements of the Lois and the earth, knowing that he had successfully pierced a thorn in the opponent's heart. Orochimaru never forgot from the beginning to the end, his purpose of coming to the land of rain this time. It is to draw Rain Shinobi Village and Konoha into an alliance. The purpose of the alliance is to fight against the alliance of the 4 countries, so that it has the ability to provoke the relationship between the 4 countries, so that a foreshadow conference will end before it is held. Of course Orochimaru will not let it go. Among the 12 ninjas from the 4 countries, the most valuable ones are Iwagakure Lois and Cloud Shinobi Village 4th generation AI. Therefore, Orochimaru took the lead against Lois, and 4th generation AI was too fast, not Orochimaru's first choice, but by mistake, 4th generation AI was the first to be captured. So for Orochimaru, the impact is not too great, and the results are the same. Capturing Lois from the left and right is also going to provoke 4th generation AI, so that one of the two will die in the hands of the other. Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village are hostile to each other, and Orochimaru has considered the situation in Shinobi. Iwagakure wants to declare war on a shinobu village, such as Tsunagakure and Kirigakure. There is not much conflict of interest. The country of wind is thousands of miles of yellow sand, next to the country of water. The country of water is composed of islands in the sea. To fight, it is the country of fire, except for the country of fire, it is the country of thunder. The situation in Cloud Shinobi Village is similar to that of Iwagakure, so Orochimaru's provocative words, whether it is the Lois that kills 4th generation AI, or the Lois, the goal can be achieved. As long as one of them is dead, then the 4 shadows united will exist in name only. For third Raikage or third Tsuchikage, even if the death of his own son is caused by Orochimaru, how can he not hate those who do it? Even if they reluctantly unite, the two sides have lost the foundation of trust. This time the incident is like a thorn deep into the throat, and it can't be swallowed. I glanced at Yukang and Yagura in the distance. Compared with Lois and 4th generation AI, the two values are much worse. The 2 Tsunagakure candidates, except for Yukang, are Luo Shat. Who is Luo Shat? The interests of the village are above all else. Is a very qualified film. For the benefit of the village, to quickly quell the war with Kirigakure and reduce casualties in the village, Luo Sha sold Yukang and calmed Kirigakure's anger. It also eliminated a potential competitor and completely settled Feng Ying's position. In order to enhance the strength of Tsunagakure, Luo Sha was able to regard his son as Jinkriki, and even dispatched his subordinates to assassinate him one after another, in order to train a qualified weapon, Master Sand Shower He, a tail beast weapon. Yukang's value is only himself. Even if he is dead, he cannot affect the situation of Tsunagakure. The same is true for Yagura. Kirigakure is not a good place. 2 companions who graduated from the ninja school can only survive one. Killing the companions who have been with him for many years, the blood will be drained. Kirigakure is like a machine. For the task, he can kill his companions without hesitation. There will be no success afterwards. This kind of graduation model made Kirigakure a ruthless man who killed all the students in the class by himself. The best choice to provoke the relationship between the 4 countries is Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village. Tsunagakure can't wait for Yukara to die. Kirigakure's third Mizukage is also full of mists. Orochimaru suspects that he has been an elderly Madara master. Otherwise, in the future Black and Obito plan, 3 tails can be controlled. The tail beast is the strongest weapon in a village, as long as the tail beast can create a powerful Jinkriki. Orochimaru weighs the pros and cons, and it is not the case with Lois and Tutai in the battle. Huang Tu struggled in his heart, showing hesitation, and was considering whether it was worth doing. Killing 4th generation AI will cause a conflict between Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, but it is impossible to escape without killing. Chakra and physical exertion have reached a very serious level, and the strength is less than 1/3 of the peak. For one's own life, it caused conflicts between 2 villages, and even a war broke out, causing hundreds of ninjas to die, and the lowest hesitation disappeared. As a ninja, Huang Tu is not afraid of death. Reflexive no longer avoids, but rushes towards Orochimaru. Even if you die, you have to die. Huang Tu had just moved, and Tutai had rushed towards him with Kyowo in his hand. Some of Huang Tu chose to avoid the conflict between the 2 villages with his own death, and didn't want to get caught in the Orochimaru trap. But as far as Tutai is concerned, there is no choice at all. The one caught was 4th generation AI, the next generation of Hokage, and there was no candidate at all. Even if it is a war with Iwagakure, 4th generation AI must be rescued. The location of the two parties is different, and the considerations are naturally different. If you replace the Lois with other rock shinobi ninjas, you will also make the same choice as the Earth platform. Lois/4th generation AI can't die. In an instant, Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have turned their backs, and the alliance of the four powers has failed. Tutai became more and more fierce in the war, and began to fight for life. The Lois that fought was retreating steadily. This is not because the strength of Lois is inferior, nor is it that the Lois dare not fight for life. It is the attack of pacifists and has completely ignored Tutai. All began to concentrate the Lois, began to contain the Lois, and created opportunities for the soil platform. The trees were wrapped around the Lois legs and began to spread along the way, tying up most of the Lois body. Tutai knew that the opportunity was coming, and pierced towards the neck of the Lois without fiercely. Kumu was about to stab, and the trunk that bound the Lois quickly shrank, and the trunk continued to stretch. The Lois quickly disappeared and came towards Orochimaru. Tutai's blow was fruitless. Looking at the Lois rescued by Orochimaru, he yelled angrily, "You want to go back?" Orochimaru shook his head slightly, waved his hand gently and preached, "I am a promise of Orochimaru. We will never go back on what we promised. It's just that your weight is too light. I thought for a while if you commit suicide afterwards and pay for the Lois, wouldn't it be a failure? In order to eliminate this possibility, you still don't want to make a move." Looking at the angry Tutai, Orochimaru comforted and preached, "Don't worry, since you take the initiative, then I will let 4th generation AI kill Lois." Orochimaru threw out a handful of kunao, inserted it in front of 4th generation AI, and preached, "Do it. Tutai is still waiting to go back with you." Chapter 62. You. 4th generation AI spit out a mouthful of blood, and the blood dripped down the corners of his mouth and stained the top of his clothes. The expression has been distorted, like a wicked ghost. The sound of the word Tutai increased, and 4th generation AI had already heard the meaning. Orochimaru's undisguised threat made 4th generation AI angry and roared. But all this was of no avail, and finally 4th generation AI still pierced the kunao in his hand into the neck of the Lois. In order to save the companions, there must be sacrifices. The death of a ninja from the outer village is not a problem for 4th generation AI. Even if it will cause a war between the two countries, 4th generation AI will not think about it. Lois will think about such a profound issue. For 4th generation AI, the fight is over. Who is Cloud Shinobi Village afraid of? The pillar of Iwagakure, the son of 3rd Tsuchikage, and the future father of 4th Tsuchikage, has died tragically in the land of rain. Do not. Does this black soil exist in the future? All this is already unknown? There may be, there may not be. After all, now the timeline has been pushed to Uchiha attack more than 2 years old, and logically the 3 wars have already broken out. But ninja was tossed by Orochimaru, but it was strangely calm for a while, and the war broke out when Uchiha attack was about 2 years old. It's a pity that the Four Shadows Convention has been heard again, and this has calmed down the war that is about to break out, and the attention of the ninja world has been focused on the Four Shadows Convention. To put it bluntly, relying on one's own strength, the 3 wars have been delayed for more than half a year. Intrigue between the 4 great powers turned into a secret fight. The Ninja Peace Prize will be awarded to Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't do much, but it had an extremely significant impact on the ninja world, successfully delaying the outbreak of the 3 world wars for more than a year. And there is a tendency to continue to delay. The alliance of the 4 powers has declared bankruptcy, and the Four Shadows Conference cannot be held. Seeing 4th generation AI, who was severely injured by Tutai's support, Orochimaru's eyes were very satisfied, even if it was the hatred revealed by the 2 eyes. He wished to thwart Orochimaru's bones and ashes. But Orochimaru still intends to spare 4th generation AI as agreed. Orochimaru's purpose is to provoke discord and destroy the Four Shadows Convention. Killing is not the ultimate goal. Killing all the ninjas of the Four Powers is a refreshing moment, but the consequences are extremely serious. This will lead to the Four Shadows Conference, and Konoha will become a public enemy. Orochimaru will not do anything that pulls all hatred in this way. Now the situation is just right. Put Cloud Shinobi Village 4th generation AI back. Third Raikage will definitely not hand in 4th generation AI to calm Onaki's anger. The meeting between the two sides will definitely be unhappy. A few more conflicts will break out completely. For this reason, Orochimaru very kindly intends to donate the corpses of the lowest to 4th generation AI, so that 4th generation AI will collect the corpses for the lowest. This is a big deal. The ninja pays attention to intelligence. As the son of 3rd Tsuchikage, Iwagakure is a well-deserved senior. Master Iwagakure is not rare. With the lowest corpse, Iwagakure has no more secrets about Cloud Shinobi Village. Killing the lowest, Iwagakure is confidential, the two are superimposed, no one will be assured. Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village resolved. Orochimaru looked at the distant battlefield. Tsunagakure Yekura was more embarrassed, the bare skin on his back was already covered with scratches, and the important parts were already in good time. The battle can last until this moment, has proved Yekang's strength, worthy of the Feng Ying candidate, the identity of the Tsunagakure hero. For example, the operations of Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village have low success rates for Tsunagakure and Kirigakure. The greatest value of Yekura and Yagura is themselves. Orochimaru thought for a while, and we'd better catch both of them. If there is no good way to deal with it for a while, then go back and hand it over to Konoha F4, ask for compensation in exchange, or send it to the torture department to obtain Kirigakure and Tsunagakure information. It was originally handed over by two people, but after thinking about it, Yekang should still hold it in his hand. Yagura is of great value, but the most valuable thing is that the other party can become a perfect Jinchuriki, which makes the other party a strong one in the shadows. Now there is more than one difference. The most fundamental reason is that Yagura does not have the limit of blood succession, but Yekang has the limit of blood succession. For research purposes, Yekang is a very good material, and Scorch style is not weak in power. It is terrifying for killing creatures, but it is almost effective for dead objects. The appearance is high, the figure is good, and the blood is limited, and the strength is also good. All in all, the future is good. It is worth rewarding once distinguished heavenly gods. Even though Orochimaru doesn't have it now, Uchiha Shisui Mangeki Sharingan in Danzo's hands is now his own. No one would dislike the strength of his subordinates. With such a subordinate, Orochimaru has many things that are not easy to do. Orochimaru had made arrangements, and Yagura, who had been taciturn, suddenly exploded. Yes. It's an explosion. Something unexpected by Orochimaru appeared. It's not that Yagura broke out a large number of chakras, the combat power was doubled, the gods blocked and killed the gods, and the Buddha blocked and killed the Buddha. It was Yagura who ran off suddenly, melted directly into the soil, and broke through the blockade of the four purple flame formations. For an instant, the four purple flame formations seemed to be useless, the barrier disappeared for a short time, and Yagura instantly took the opportunity to rush out of the four purple flame formations from the ground and disappeared. Orochimaru looked towards the underground, and Yagura, who disappeared at the same time, also looked towards Orochimaru underground. A very wanting word to ask. It was in Yagura's throat. What is it like to have a bowel movement? There was no chance to ask the last sentence, merged into a figure, and disappeared completely. Orochimaru couldn't see the scene, but was surprised that Yagura had this method, but didn't think much about it. The 5 hidden villages are profound, and there are many ninjas who have passed on for thousands of years. Among them, secret techniques and blood inheritance boundaries are endless. There are too many weird abilities. There is more than one secret technique for resurrection. In comparison, it was not impossible to just break the 4 purple flame formations in a short time. I sighed in my heart that the hearts of the 4 great nations are not aligned, otherwise there would be no such glorious results. It is not a bad thing for Yagura to run straight away. Orochimaru looks at 4th generation AI and Yekeng and their faces are completely distorted. Obviously hated Yagura and Kirigakuer. If you have this skill, you can use it from the beginning. Isn't it good for everyone to run together? Even if they are not together, it would be nice to bring 2 more people. But you ran by yourself? What is this? This is cheating. In a daze, Yekeng was entangled with branches, announcing the complete end of the battle. No, it's not over yet. Orochimaru looked towards Rain Shinobi Village. The finishing touches can only come to an end in Rain Shinobi Village. This time the S-level mission was a complete success. Chapter 63. Rain Shinobi Village. Wearing Rain Shinobi Forward Protector Ninja, and constantly shuttled through the village, Rain Shinobi Ninja began to search the village carefully. At the main entrance of the village, there are a large number of Rain Shinobi Ninjas. The rain was dripping down, and the world was hazy. The Rain Shinobi Ninjas dressed in feathers suddenly looked into the distance. One figure after another appeared in the rain, which made the Rain Shinobi Ninja like a great enemy. They had already taken out the kunao, and began to watch the figure appearing in the field of vision on guard. A group of figures, like a giant, tall and burly shoulders are big enough to hold a ninja standing on it. Dozens of tall figures like a 2-story building, they gathered together, even if there was no aura, but this pressure still made Rain Shinobi's face pale. Holding the palm of Kyowu, he also started to work hard. Water droplets appeared in the palm of the palm, and I didn't know if it was rain or sweat from their nervousness. With the constant approach, the unreal figure has gradually begun to become clear. Looking at a giant, he held up a big umbrella for a small figure. Their gazes moved downwards, and they had already seen who was coming. It's Orochimaru. With the sound of footsteps continuously sounding, a senior Rain Shinobi village, Hanzo's confidant hurried over, looked at Orochimaru who was approaching Rain Shinobi village, and said loudly, "Orochimaru! Stop!" Looking at the position behind Orochimaru with dread, the tall burly physique of a pacifist has successfully deterred them. At Hokage, the average height is 1.67 meters, and 1.19 meters are considered tall. The pressure of the pacifist, who is nearly 7 meters, is really too great. It is equivalent to an average height of 5 people, even in the first stage of Susanoo, it is almost this height. With dozens of pacifists who look like devil and stand together, they are exactly like hills, making Rain Shinobi village like a big enemy. Orochimaru looked at the front Rain Shinobi ninja and raised his hand slightly forward. A Taiwan pacifist in the rear has already begun to seal. Wood-style big forest technique. 20 pacifists stretched their arms forward, chakra began to surge, and finally emerged from the pacifists' arms. The woody vine branches began to grow from the arms. At the beginning, they were tender buds. They have grown sturdily in the breath and began to spread toward the Rain Shinobi ninja. The branches of the vines are entwined one by one, like dragons and snakes, vying for supremacy with each other, rushing towards the Rain Shinobi ninja. One pacifist started, the wood-style effect has been amazing, and 20 pacifists started, and the momentum is overwhelming. In Rain Shinobi's vision, wood-style has completely cut off a world. Ninjas started to take action and did not wait to die. A Rain Shinobi ninja waved kunao and struck off the vine branches spreading forward, trying to cut the vine branches. The sharp kunao hit the vine branches, only to draw a white mark. The wood-style creation is as tough as steel and soft as water. In the face of representatives of the 4 countries, ordinary wood-style is not effective, but it is not that wood-style is not good, but that the weakest representatives of the 4 countries are the elites of Jainin. This Rain Shinobi ninja with Kuma in hand, encountered resistance in his hand, and his arm numb under the counter-shock force. Before the next move, the vine branches have tied him up like a rope. Rain shinobi ninjas began to struggle, and a large number of chakras began to emerge, but as rain shinobi ninjas struggled, the tied vine branches began to tighten, and they had been cut into the flesh, the coverage area began to expand, and the absorption of chakra was faster. In the breath, rain shinobi ninja chakra has been absorbed completely losing the ability to resist. Not only this rain shinobi ninja, other rain shinobi ninjas, after 3 or 5 breaths, all have been tied up by wood style. Dashulan technique is not an attack ninjutsu, but a restraint technique in wood style. Otherwise, if they attacked, it would be even simpler. These rain shinobi ninjas will not look like they are now. They can still struggle for a while. They will directly face each other, and they will all be killed by wood style. When Orochimaru raised his hand and slowly put it down, the ninjas stationed at the gate of Rain Shinobi village were all tied up by wood style. At this time, the cry of the enemy attack came out completely. The silent Rain Shinobi village burst into flames, and various sounds sounded. Rain Shinobi village seemed to be reborn from death. On the roof, ninjas wearing Rain Shinobi village forehead protector began to appear from all directions, one by one jumping towards the gate of Rain Shinobi village. Hanzo's confidant was tied up tightly, with only one head exposed. The Rain Shinobi forehead protector he was wearing was already slanted, and his eyes were horrified, but he still roared at Orochimaru and shouted. "Orochimaru, you actually attacked the village directly. What the hell are you doing?" Orochimaru didn't look at the confidant of Hanzo, but at a distant place where a group of ninjas were coming. The first one was Hanzo wearing a gas mask, surrounded by many ninjas in the center. Half hidden, wearing a ninja battle vest, and a vertical ninja bag around his waist, he is fully armed and in a state of combat. Master Hanzo. As Hanzo kept walking along the way, one Rain Shinobi ninja began to shout, and when Hanzo stood in front of Orochimaru, the shouts kept coming. They looked at the fear of the pacifists behind Orochimaru, and disappeared after Hanzo appeared, as if they had found the backbone, believing that as long as Hanzo led them, they would be invincible. A loud cry of worship came out, and the sound was like thunder, shaking 9 heavens and 10 earth. Hanzo, who has not appeared in front of people for a long time, has the same reputation in Rain Shinobi village. Hanzo is holding a sickle, a steel cast iron chain, wrapped around his arm, and the end is held in Hanzo's hand. The rain flows down the sickle blade, like blood that is constantly spilling. Hanzo walked step by step, his momentum began to rise every inch, and there was a sense of murder in the world. The patter of rain, like the sky weeping, added 3-point fierceness to Hanzo's aura. Hanzo stood in front of Orochimaru, with the sickle in his hand pointed at Orochimaru, the ferocious aura spread, and his deep voice resounded in all directions, "Orochimaru! Are you going to fight Rain Shinobi?" Orochimaru gently lifted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and waved his hand gently. From the middle position of the pacifist, the bound prisoner had been thrown out by the pacifist. The captive kept rolling from the ground. Orochimaru stepped forward, and a cold voice sounded, "No. I came here on behalf of Konohagakure and Rain Shinobi village. This is the sincerity of Konohagakure." Chapter 64. Shouting voice suddenly stopped abruptly. One after another, they watched the Cloud Shinobi village 4th generation Moxa and Tsunagakure, which were rolling on the ground and covered with mud. Hanzo's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, and there was a light of astonishment. Looking at Cloud Shinobi village and Tsunagakure ninjas in a panic and mud-stained cheeks, their eyes moved subconsciously to look at the motionless Iwagakure ninja. The lowest eyes have been permanently closed, a handful of kunao is stuck in the neck, and the bloodline is wrapped in rain, and the clothes have been dyed blood red. Like rubbish, they were piled up together with other dead ninjas, but the lowest corpses were piled on top. Huang Tu suffered such an injury, it is no doubt that he will die. The representatives of the 4 countries, who were still aggressive the day before, have now reappeared in front of Hanzo in this embarrassing and humiliating posture. This made Hanzo's fighting spirit suddenly dissipated. As if being poured on a bucket of cold water, a biting chill was born, and the sickle Hanzo was holding could not help but loosen. Hanzo is coming fiercely, with hundreds of Rain Shinobi village ninjas behind, making Hanzo even more powerful and magnificent. But there were only 3 or 5 breaths before and after, the situation had been reversed by Orochimaru. Momentum. One side is strong, and the other side is weak. When Hanzo's momentum weakened, Orochimaru Master took the initiative and its momentum began to increase. Looking at Hanzo in front of him, there was no detection of Abarame Ryoma's existence. Orochimaru was not completely sure, and he could tell whether Hanzo in front of him was the real body. But with 70% certainty, Hanzo will still not be his real body. The last time the castle tower saw Hanzo's caution, this time Hanzo dared to take the initiative to show up. If no major things happen to a person, he won't be able to complete the change in a short time. But whether Hanzo is true or not, as long as he appears, Orochimaru will treat him as true. This is also the reason why Orochimaru directly acted on Rain Shinobi village. It is related to the danger of Rain Shinobi village, and Hanzo will definitely appear. All eyes are in full view. Hanzo couldn't afford the consequences of shadow clone. Orochimaru raised his hand, a pacifist arm began to seal, and vine branches appeared on the arm, like a palm, grabbing the soil platform, still under Hanzo's feet. After seeing this scene, 4th generation AI, whose face was attached to the moist soil, began to twist violently, and his mouth screamed desperately. Unfortunately, it was tightly blocked and could only make a whining sound. There are too many captives in Cloud Shinobi village. One can go back, and the rest cannot leave. The soil platform is just used as waste, as the name of Rain Shinobi village. Only if you completely offend Cloud Shinobi village, Konohagakure will feel relieved about Rain Shinobi village. Hanzo looked down at the earthen platform rolling by his feet. Regarding the identity of the earthen platform flowing through his mind, this is the confidant of Cloud Shinobi village 3rd Raikage, and he is a well-deserved senior of Cloud Shinobi village. Assist 3rd Raikage to manage Cloud Shinobi village, even if it is to start a war, it also has the qualifications to propose. Without the status of Raikage's assistant, but with the power of Raikage's assistant. Voting certificate. The moment Hanzo saw Tutai, he already had enlightenment in his heart. An anger rose from the cold chest. Orochimaru. How dare you do this? Who gave him the guts? It's just a junior, the last time I was in the country of rain, I let him go. He didn't know how to be grateful, and now he persecuted himself on this occasion. Anger, shame, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions are mixed together, and Hanzo's expression is slightly hideous, most of which are hidden under the gas mask, but are not found. Orochimaru and Hanzo confronted each other, the atmosphere was relatively silent, a depressive breath filled the 4 directions, and the Rain Shinobi ninjas breathed quickly, and a sense of suffocation emerged spontaneously. Suddenly, the sky and the earth were bright. A silver-white dragon snake stretches its teeth and dances its claws in the dark cloud. The sky and the earth flashed, and the darkness was restored again. The roar of thunder sounded. Shattering. The continuous drizzle turned into a downpour. Drops of rain hit the big black umbrella, making a crisp sound. The rain in front of Orochimaru was in a continuous line, and Hanzo's clear figure was also blurred, and the approximate shadow could be seen. Wood style, the tree world has come. Trees rose from the ground, breaking through the soil and growing swiftly, the thick trunks were straight like a spear. The dense branches are entangled with each other to form an umbrella shape, and the tall tree crowns are close to each other, and the rain that falls on the sky has been blocked by the tree crowns. The vision between Orochimaru and Hanzo is clear. This is wood style. Hanzo finally recognized the origin of ninjutsu. Rain Shinobi Village is far behind the top 5 countries in terms of intelligence. The light of the eyes is extremely complicated, but this is wood style? Can end the power of Sengoku. Hanzo's palm tightly clasped the cold and wet iron chain, and there was a violent fluctuation in his heart. If he was 20 years younger, no, 10 years old. Being able to suppress the dark illness on the body is definitely not threatened by this. But now? Hanzo realized the pain in his body, and the powerlessness caused by each pain. Let Hanzo know that it is not bad to show 60% of his strength now. The snake in front of him used to have sharp teeth, but now it has turned into a giant python that can choose people to eat. Even if I tried my best, I couldn't kill him. And this lion majesty also mastered the wood-style power that ended Sengoku. Hanzo's heart rose and fell, and finally his eyes showed firmness. Shikoku is so vulnerable. For Rain Shinobi Village, he must make up his mind. Right. Just for Rain Shinobi Village. The main heart bone has been found. Hanzo's arms showed a force, the sickle in his palm dropped out, and the sharp sickle fell, which was already inserted into the chest of the soil platform. Hanzo withdrew his other hand, the iron chain trembling, the rain was thrown out of the air and splashed, and his sharp eyes were already looking at 4th generation AI. If you don't do it, you can do it. You must not give up halfway, and 4th generation AI can't stay. When Hanzo stared at 4th generation Aisha, the vine entangled 4th generation AI, and he pulled back instantly. Orochimaru ignored the anger that appeared in 4th generation AI's eyes and looked at Hanzo. Hanzo killed Tutai with his hands, then it means that he and Cloud Shinobi Village have forged an unshakable hatred. In the village hosted by the Hawks of Cloud Shinobi Village, the militant wind prevails, and they will definitely retaliate. At this moment, the purpose of sending Rain Shinobi Village was achieved. An achievement was also obtained. The oppressive ninja demigod Hanzo bowed his head. At this moment, Rain Shinobi Village was silent, and everyone looked at Hanzo in disbelief. Not believing in the famous shinobi world, the demigod who led Rain Shinobi Village to the top, unexpectedly bowed his head to the defeated generals of the past. Go and swallow your breath and let Orochimaru shine. There was a certain existence in my heart, which suddenly shattered at this moment. Chapter 65. Outside Rain Shinobi Village. The bear held up the big black umbrella, and Orochimaru stood under the umbrella, looking calmly at a blue thunder and lightning that galloped out. The blue thunder and lightning had already rushed out of the end of Orochimaru's vision and disappeared from the east. Orochimaru sighed. I really don't want to let this 4th generation AI go. After experiencing this incident, 4th generation AI is obviously more mature, no longer reckless, and did not do irrational things at all, attack Orochimaru, or threaten Orochimaru. The idea of letting Orochimaru deliberately fish and put a sum of money in the pit failed. After 4th generation AI regained his freedom, he said nothing, and after quietly regaining a certain amount of chakra, he went straight away. I wanted to use the bear's meatball fruit ability to give 4th generation AI a ride. Otherwise, if 4th generation AI dies halfway, the hatred of Cloud Shinobi Village will all fall on Konohagakure. But looking at this speed, if Ishin wants to run for 4th generation AI, it is as difficult to kill him as possible. Standing at the gate of Rain Shinobi Village, Orochimaru was silent for a long time. This time the information leaked 7 or 8, and the next time I wanted to be like this, I would succeed in one battle, kill the representatives of the 4 countries, and suppress Hanzo and bow my head. Finally, he looked at Yekeng who was in a coma, and he wanted a chance to let it go. After Yagura escaped, he didn't know how to arrange it. With 4th generation AI's mouth alone, I am afraid that I cannot say Yagura. Only Yekeng can go back safely. The two-mouthed statement can let the world know the true face of Kirigakure. Entrapped teammates, escaped privately, such a bad thing, as a positive role, Orochimaru always feels sorry for his conscience if he doesn't say it. Reaching out to a young man on the side, gently patted the other's shoulder and preached, "Let's go. Go to Konoha. Rain Shinobi Village is also looking forward to the covenant with Konohagakure." Jokuro has short blue hair and a sword mark at the corner of his eyes. Facing Orochimaru's friendly words, he appeared very resisting. He reached out and rubbed the shoulder that Orochimaru had patted, as if he was disgusting Orochimaru. He said in an unfriendly tone, "We Rain Shinobi Village don't want to sign an agreement with Konohagakure. It is you big countries that continue to wage wars, using the country of Rain as a battlefield, wantonly plundering our wealth and slaughtering our people." Zhu Kulang said here, already clenching his fist tightly, tears overflowing from the corners of his eyes, flowing down his cheeks. This time Hanzo Sama succumbed to the defeat of his former subordinates for the safety of Rain Shinobi Village, and received such insults. It's our incompetence, which hurts Master Hanzo. Orochimaru had already taken a step, and couldn't help looking at Jokuro, who was tearful and snotty. It's all round back, Hanzo is a good man in manipulating people's hearts, and he looks like an old man. Don't pay attention to this dreamy Rain Shinobi Village youth. No matter how hard he struggles, things are already doomed. Hanzo sent this politically immature guy to come. Pure heart is disgusting Orochimaru. Big things will not give in, small details Orochimaru will not care too much. This character is destined to live soon in the future. The rain was dripping down, and under a tree outside Rain Shinobi Village, a head appeared from the ground. Green hair, black and white faces, yellow pupils, the characteristics are extremely conspicuous. The yellow eyes faintly watched Orochimaru's departed back, like a beating wildfire. The yellow eyes stared at the pacifist in awe-inspiring manner, with one arm pulling out like a carrot, slowly pulling out from the ground, gently reaching out to stroke the thick tree roots. Yo-Yo preached, wood style. Such puppets can master wood style, which is definitely good news for them. Wood style can, and Sharingan can naturally. If you learn this technique, the value of the Uchiha clan will drop drastically. As the technology continues to mature in the future, why do you need that disobedient class and change to a puppet who is obedient to your own words? Think of the chakra cannon again, the puppet today. Juexin has a new understanding of the power of science. The other hand stretched out from the ground, holding a book in his hand, originally intended to give up the books that he threw away, and definitely intend to continue to study hard. As long as I can save my mother, I definitely plan to try. Science delays the most time. The maturity of a technology takes years or even decades, but for Ju, the least lack of time is time. Orochimaru is really a person who can bring surprises. A snow-white figure drilled his head from the ground and looked at Xiangju and said, "It has been confirmed that the two Konohagakure ninjas who left the country of rain have successfully returned to Konohagakure." Ju had the same expression and murmured to himself, "It seems that this is Orochimaru's ability to transfer the population of the ancient country of Lulan. The puppet must touch it with his own hands, and then move in the air." A large amount of information has begun to be aggregated, and the bear has definitely been analyzed. Approximately possessing the strength of the five shadows, possessing powerful physical skills, being able to emit lasers, and possessing the ability to transfer in the air. This is a special puppet, and other puppets obviously can't reach it, and it has the destructive power of the elites in Jainin. If it is one-on-one, with the ninja's agility, rich combat skills, and a variety of magical ninjutsu combinations, a unique Jainin can defeat it. It can be more than 5, and after cooperation, the same elite Jainin is required. Puppets are suitable for frontal combat, suitable for battlefields, and not suitable for assassination and intelligence acquisition. Go and spread this information to the 4 major countries using Kirigakure's channels. I absolutely handed over the detailed information after analysis to White Zetsu. After watching White Zetsu leave, I must continue to explore with the help of the 4 major countries, and then obtain all the data in detail. Finally, he looked in the direction of Rain Shinobi Village. The next moment he had disappeared from the ground. Once again, Ju stood up with his hands on the ground, slowly stood up from the soil, stretched out his robe, and propped up the red umbrella. The branches grew from the neck and began to squirm at the cheeks. The black and white face had disappeared, and the distinctive yellow pupils had disappeared. What appeared again was a middle-aged man with black pupils. His robe was constantly shaking, and his height had begun to rise. The high-necked black robe set off the extraordinary heroism. She must hold the umbrella, motionless. Soon, the cold and sharp blade was standing on Ju Suibai's neck. "Who are you?" The cold voice came from behind. Ju looked calmly and preached, "Vice leader of Kanjian village. Come to see Master Hanzo this time. It represents the alliance between Kanjian village and Rain Shinobi village to fight against the big powers together. In order to show sincerity, Lord Hanzo, please accept this forbidden technique that can restore your youth." Resentment Technique. Chapter 66. Konohagakuer. On both sides of the wide main entrance, a large number of onlookers gathered. Many ninjas who were too bad to get a holiday were temporarily transferred out to maintain order outside the main entrance. Abarame Ryoma wore a black cloak and pressed the brim of the hat very low, exposing the edge of the wide black sunglasses. The black bug crawled back and forth from the top of its neck, standing in the corner of the crowd, with an extremely low sense of existence, and few people could perceive Abarame Ryoma. But Minister Enbu is not in this list. The mask worn by Minister Enbu has changed. It is no longer a rabbit mask, but has restored the original mask and no longer conceals his identity. Master Orochimaru. The shouting voice sounded. Rising one after another, appearing one after another, the originally chaotic voice, accompanied by several shouts, the voice has become neat. Thousands of people's shouts were earth-shattering. Orochimaru enjoyed Hanzo's treatment in Rain Shinobi village. A large number of people gathered on both sides, their faces flushed and shouted vigorously. Even if it is usually calm, under the fanatical atmosphere, it is like Orochimaru's little fan, constantly pulling his neck and shouting. Orochimaru's golden vertical pupils were squinted into a line, and his expression seemed to be smiling, but his eyes revealed coldness. Orochimaru doesn't think that his popularity has reached this level of popularity in Hokage. Orochimaru's popularity in Konohagakure is not low. It is among ninjas, and ordinary people don't have a friendly impression of Orochimaru. A person with a cold temperament, such as a Lion Majesty's Cold Kun, is there any popularity? Only the ninjas who often come into contact with Orochimaru know that Orochimaru is talented and penultimate, capable, and the future is limitless. They will not care too much about this and become a supporter of Orochimaru. Just finished packing Hanzo, when he returned to his hometown, Danzo started looking for something. Yes. Problem occurs. The first to doubt the king of pot. There is nothing wrong with this. Hyuga Hayashi's green kimono, lavender ribbon waist, stepping on clogs, long black hair scattered naturally, and pure white eyes are gathering a lot of pupil power. Blue veins have emerged on the cheeks and the blood vessels have been highlighted, looking like a hideous evil spirit. A large number of pupils gathered, staring at the pacifist with piercing eyes. Orochimaru went to the country of rain and experienced a series of major events, and now it has spread to the world. His own power rivaled the ninjas of the four great nations, and finally suppressed the ninja demigod and bowed his head. The day before yesterday, it was reported that the Four Shadows Convention broke down. Iwagakure said that he was not participating and mobilized his troops towards the Eastern Front. The Land of Thunder can be located in the east of the Land of Earth, which is self-evident. Cloud Shinobi Village, the next generation AI, killed the son of third Tsuchikage, Lois. This is not a trivial matter. Although third Raikage is not too young, he is full of energy and blood, and is at the peak. If his son dies, it is impossible to get another one. But the old man Oyemu has always had a bad waist, and everyone in the ninja world knows that after the death of Lois is already extinct, it is a strange thing not to go crazy. In this battle, Orochimaru won a big victory and was famous in the ninja world. The glory of prestige has been catching up with White Fang. Ninimura has already proposed that if the mission encounters Orochimaru, you can just abandon the mission. The battle Konohagakure was a big hit, and the pacifists were famous all over the world. Hyuga Hayashi has a keen interest in this pacifist who has the limits of wood-style blood inheritance. Not only Hyuga Hayashi, but Uchiha, who was carrying a fan of flames, showed scarlet eyes at this moment. Guyu appeared and beating beside his pupils, staring at the pacifists with piercing eyes. For ninjas, there is no interest in art and truth at all. Ninjas are weapons, they only need to perform tasks, so they pay the most attention to force. The pacifists have proven their power in the first battle of the Rainy Kingdom. For example, Yagura is not well known, but Yukeng is a Fengying candidate, Huangtu is the son of 3rd Tsuchikage, and 4th generation AI is the next generation of Cloud Shinobi Raikage. As long as you associate this with Gakage, you can know how amazing Orochimaru's record is. A young man with a pineapple head leaned on a telephone pole, yawning one after another, and a lazy, sleepy, and dim eyes leaked all over his body, which made him feel like he couldn't get enough energy. When Orochimaru led many pacifists to appear, Naraluyi rubbed his eyes and cheered up, looking at Orochimaru with a bright smile. Very good. The Four Shadows Conference has broken down, which means that the war has been postponed. This period of time can be relaxed. You can give yourself a holiday and sleep well until you wake up naturally. So happy. If Konoha had 10 or 20 capable seniors like Orochimaru, all the troubles of Konohagakure would be solved. How good! Thinking that I have the task of buying pacifists. Naradir feels so troublesome for a long time. A heroic guy spin, and the Hyuxia people welcome the big show, which lasted until the sky was dim, and then it was completely over. With Uchiha and a large number of ninjas maintaining order, the crowd began to evacuate in an orderly manner, and Orochimaru, who had been smiling for a day, looked completely gloomy at this moment. The temperament became cold, and a cold air filled his body. When he saw Jiraiya walking towards him, his temperament suddenly changed and his peace had been restored. Shimao didn't change much, walked to Orochimaru carelessly, touched Orochimaru with his body, and then reached out and grabbed Orochimaru's arm, pulling Orochimaru towards a rotisserie. The layout of the rotisserie is simple and quiet, and there are no other people. Only Tsunade slouches on his cheeks, holding chopsticks in the other hand, constantly turning the barbecue back and forth. After Orochimaru saw Tsunade, he immediately knew why Jiraiya was so active. After Jiraiya arrived at the yakiniku restaurant, he immediately let go of Orochimaru, and took a few steps to the seat next to Tsunade. Orochimaru just sat down. Tsunade couldn't wait to hold up the glass, and toast Orochimaru, congratulations. This time the Kingdom of Rain oppresses Hanzo and bows his head, shamelessly. Sunan, this is the name given by Hanzo, not an honor, but a shame of defeat. Jiraiya opened his mouth to congratulate Orochimaru and preached, this time Orochimaru, you overwhelmed Hanzo and successfully formed an alliance with the Kingdom of Rain, but also broke the Four Shadows Union. The old man has revealed that this time he will personally put on a royal robe for you. Chapter 67. Be yelling. There was a crisp sound. Orochimaru's chopsticks fell with a piece of fat cow in his hand. The fat cow fell on the table, the golden oil splashed on it, and the chopsticks had fallen to the ground. Orochimaru's eyes appeared in horror. With Orochimaru City Hall, even if it was besieged by representatives of the Four Kingdoms, it didn't change its face. But Jiraiya's words completely defeated Orochimaru's defense. Royal robe? This is something most people can wear. This has always been worn by Hokage in the past. In Konohagakure, the meaning is extraordinary. If it is replaced by the previous life of Orochimaru, it is equivalent to the dragon robe. Sarutobi Hiruzen personally put on Orochimaru's robe, which is extraordinary. Just like 4th generation AI, only Hokage can inherit the title of AI in advance. This is a declaration to Konohagakure that Orochimaru is the next generation of Hokage. As long as third Hokage Sarutobi abdicates, he will be able to become fourth Hokage. This situation eclipses Orochimaru, and the reason is naturally very unusual. Changing to any shinobu village is an ordinary thing, but Konoha would not work. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen in Orochimaru's cognition is definitely not such a person. Sarutobi Hiruzen has no malice against Orochimaru, but choosing the next Hokage heir will definitely allow fourth generation to inherit Sarutobi Hiruzen's main policy and look for a like-minded person. Otherwise, the fourth generation will come to power and directly overthrow Sarutobi Hiruzen's lifelong main policy, then this is negating Sarutobi Hiruzen's achievements. Not only Sarutobi Hiruzen will not do it, but also the ninjas who support Sarutobi Hiruzen will not do it. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru is that kind of cruel, unscrupulous person in order to achieve his goals, and his style is tough. This is a hawk. The hawks often break the peace and bring war to Konohagakure. According to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is easy to lose control. After a war breaks out, the situation will change the situation in the ninja world and affect Konohagakure's status. This is something that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot tolerate. Being benevolent to the outside world, showing peace, and maintaining the ninja situation, Konohagakure is naturally the leader. This is Sarutobi Hiruzen's governance strategy for Konohagakure as Hokage. Don't interfere with foreign affairs, don't take the initiative to initiate wars, and Konoha would rather suffer than fight back hard. This series of thousands of words can be summed up in one sentence. If you don't bet, you won't lose. This is the greatest insight that Sarutobi Hiruzen has gained since World War II. Therefore, the ninja, who has overwhelmed the ninja world, has turned from an iron-blooded hawk to a weak dove. Acquiring the original memory and the future plot, Orochimaru sees his teacher clearly. Orochimaru naturally knew that the fourth generation not only wanted the Hokage line, but also had to inherit Sarutobi Hiruzen's ambitions. No matter how you look at it, Orochimaru would never consider himself the first choice. In the plot, Orochimaru has already begun to be attacked. Orochimaru is arranged in the root organization, so that Orochimaru will not appear in front of people. While the snow is hiding, Orochimaru also intends to split the roots. Orochimaru asked for a pair of chopsticks again, picked up a slice of fat lamb and ate it slowly. Tsunade drank a big sip of wine, his white face blushed, and he sneered and preached, "It's not just for you. Go on the imperial robe. I also proposed that you become a Hokage candidate." Orochimaru's solemn expression was relaxed at this moment. Looking at Tsunade's bright brown eyes in front of him, he calmly spoke, "Who else is the Hokage candidate?" Tsunade sounded, "Uchiha Fugaku." Orochimaru understood everything. At this point, Orochimaru knew the purpose of Sarutobi Hiruzen, such as Li Yuan to Li Shimen, Zhu Di to Zhu Jiaxu. They said that the throne belongs to them more than once. But what happened in the end? Both are reversed, but one succeeded and the other failed. What imperial robe? It's all a trick, and the real goal is the Hokage candidate. During Zhu Daijing's difficulties, he kept making promises to his second son again and again, which is much like today, and he is also a warren heir. This is all experience. If you didn't know too many examples of this kind, you would definitely be fooled by Sarutobi Hiruzen, thinking that Sarutobi Hiruzen really valued himself, and he wanted to go shopping for the village to build merits. Tsunade sneered again and again, and said sarcastically, "This name can actually appear. It looks like an old man." The rest of the words Tsunade did not say, but he had already seen the situation clearly, and took another sip from the bottle. Tsunade did not go on, and Orochimaru also understood that the appearance of this name meant that Sarutobi Hiruzen was afraid of him and had exceeded the critical line. This time, the Rain Country has done so much that Sarutobi Hiruzen began to worry, and the level of fear surpassed Uchiha. Those pink eyes all dream of being Hokage. After knowing that they have a chance, they will definitely not let it go, and they will definitely conflict with themselves. Enabling Uchiha, this is a double-edged sword, I am not afraid of playing it, Uchiha is really on top. Orochimaru was irritable and made a complaint about Sarutobi's days. Tsunade drank a bottle of wine before he patted his smooth forehead and said, I just remembered, usse Jiraiya is so quiet. He has a guilty conscience now, and he also recommended a Hokage candidate. Namikaze Minato. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, and Jiraiya quickly explained and preached, Orochimaru, you have become a Hokage. Minato has always wanted to become Hokage. This time, fourth Hokage has no chance, but Minato is still young and can't do it this time. If he has the qualifications to be a candidate for Hokage, the chance of becoming a fifth generation will be great. This is obviously not in line with Jiraiya's IQ, the political level of 0.5 card, absolutely cannot say such a level. It's what the old man said to Jiraiya. At the level of Jiraiya, Sarutobi's life is a little bit subtotal, Jiraiya can believe that this is really good for Minato, and also for himself, so that Namikaze Minato is added to the Hokage candidate. I have misunderstood Danzo. Today's welcome drama should be the work of the old man, in order to reduce my vigilance and make myself mistaken for the position of Hokage. The old man is a good player in politics. Orochimaru would not believe that Namikaze Minato would counterattack unless he knew the future. Now Namikaze Minato is just a Jainin. Although there is a lot of credit, the biggest qualification is still Jiraiya's apprentice. No matter how you look at it, they are all running, even if it is forced to push, but who knows that the other party opened up in the 3 wars. No, with the Flying Thunder God technique, it's easy to make a contribution. Even if you can't achieve the record in the plot, the old man wants to be promoted, but there are many methods. The old man is very adept at being a model, propaganda, manipulating public opinion and so on. Thinking of Namikaze Minato's gentle temperament, he treats people like a spring breeze, sunshine like the sun, perfect heir to the will of fire. Orochimaru snorted in his heart. Finally realized the mood of Uncle Snake. I can leave it, but you can't help it. It seems that the door has to be opened. Let Danzo go. Chapter 68. Iwagakuer, Night. The towering Tsuchikage building stands under the mountain wall. A short figure wearing a red cloth and a green striped waistcoat was flying in the wind, standing on the sharp top of the Tsuchikage building, gazing peacefully at Iwagakuer. Iwagakuer was entwined by the blurred night, and thousands of lights came into my eyes. The endless lights set off the prosperity of Iwagakuer, linked together like a fire dragon. A shadow suddenly appeared outside the Tsuchikage building in the dark night. He jumped and reached the top of the Tsuchikage building. He bowed down on one knee and preached to Third Tsuchikage, the messenger to Cloud Shinobi village has returned. Silently staring at Iwagakuer's onoji, and withdrawing his gaze, the person has floated up and came outside the window of the Tsuchikage office below, and the person has followed the window and came into the office. The office is brightly lit, and the white lights illuminate the office like the day, without a dark corner. Compared with the old office layout, in Tsuchikage's office now, there is a huge ninja map hanging on the wall directly in front of the desk. As long as Ohiki raised his eyes, he could see this map of Ninja World. This map of the Ninja World is not a large-scale goods circulating outside. It is an extremely detailed map with detailed data on the mountains and rivers. In particular, it is commendable that not only the country of the earth has detailed data, but the country of thunder and the country of fire are also more detailed. These two countries are enemy countries, and in order to obtain this data, the land of the country does not know how much it has paid. With the help of the ability to perceive ninjas, he drew this detailed map, and mastered all the geographic data of the land of fire and the land of thunder. Oniki stared at the map of Ninja World. After watching for more than 10 breaths, a ninja wearing rock shinobi forehead protector has arrived in the office. He knelt on one knee and dared not look directly at Oniki with his head down. sorrowfully preached, failed. I didn't see third Raikage at all, so I was driven away by Cloud Shinobi village. They don't admit to killing Lord Lois, let alone returning Lord Lois's body. Onaki's eyes were calm, and his eyes were as deep as black holes. The more this calm posture was, it could show that the anger in Onaki's heart had accumulated to a degree of horror. When a catharsis came out, it must be a shocking shock. Go down. A sweet voice sounded, and a slender figure walked into the office door. Hollow white sandals, light blue dress, black hair scattered, and delicate face revealed a trace of weakness. After walking into the office, he waved his hand to let the ninja go down. Slowly took out the Uegakure forehead protector, put it on his forehead solemnly, and tied up his long black hair again. The weakness has disappeared, and a breath of heroism emerged. Onaki looked at the movement of the incoming person, and his calm eyes were already showing anger, suppressing his anger and preaching in a low voice, "Cloud. In this critical period, don't mess around. Since you married Huang Tu, you have retired and you are no longer a ninja." Onaki's tone rose unconsciously, but immediately remembered the dead Lois. The tough posture softened, and he spoke gently. The death of Lois was calculated by Konoha Orochimaru, and Cloud Shinobi 4th generation AI started. No matter which one of these two, they are already at the apex of the ninja world, and every move can affect the situation in the ninja world. Don't say that you haven't been a ninja for many years. Even if you haven't retired, you can't be the opponent of Orochimaru and 4th generation AI. Yun's face was pale, and he was already standing shaky and shaky. Retired ninjas who do not perform tasks on the front line will gradually corrupt them and their strength will be greatly reduced. If the male ninja is okay, a certain amount of training will be carried out to ensure that the strength will not regress, but the female ninja has always retired, and has always been a housewife with peace of mind. The lion majesty of Orochimaru, which has not been lurking in recent years, has produced this special puppet. Unlike Tsunagakure's low-level goods, it still needs human manipulation. Each puppet can act autonomously, which is completely equivalent to a ninja. The current Orochimaru has already become an army alone, and hopes that he wants to besiege him privately are extremely slim. Onaki's eyes are gloomy, and the information exposed by the pacifists is really tricky. Wood styles, blood inheritance, the ability to transfer in the air, powerful physical skills and so on. Each puppet has the strength of the elite of Jainin, and the more important thing is the dead. It can be easily sealed with the help of time and space ninjutsu, and wait until the battle before summoning, which also indicates that no one knows how many puppets Orochimaru will have. For example, the lineup of the 4 countries gathered in Rain Shinobi village, even if it is to kill the shadows of the 5 major countries, if it is encountered in the wild, it can be successful. But they all fell into Orochimaru's hands, because Orochimaru's summoning produced dozens of puppets. Dozens this time, what about next time? It may be hundreds. If Orochimaru is a wandering ninja, it would be better to solve it, but with Konohagakure's intelligence support, when the ninja operates on a large scale, it will definitely be detected and the operation is doomed to fail. 4 Shadows Conference. Hate grew in Onoki's eyes. The death of Huang Tu originated from the 4 Shadows Conference. Not only Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, but Kirigakure is also hated by Onoki. Especially Kirigakure Yagura, he obviously has the ability to escape. It doesn't matter if he doesn't save the Lois, but he waited until the Lois died before fleeing. After a long silence, Yun took the lead in preaching, "I have the lava-style blood inheritance limit, so there is little hope of revenge for Orochimaru and 4th generation AI. But as long as my master's wind attribute chakra changes qualitatively in form, integrates the wind attribute chakra into lava style, and promotes the blood succession limit to the blood succession elimination, I will be able to master the dust. I have the ability to avenge the Lois." Onaki directly rejected the sermon, "Impossible. If the elimination of blood succession is so simple, Iwagakure so many ninjas will not face the situation of being lost. The fusion of the three chakra attributes of wind, fire, and earth is too risky. One wrong time, the sacrifice is life. Yoon nodded in recognition and preached, even if you practice ninjutsu, if you don't have the guidance of an experienced senior, you can easily hurt yourself. When it comes to blood following elimination, the success of traditional methods is slim. But as long as the new method is implemented, the success rate will be greatly improved. Onamua frowned and asked, what is the new method? Science. Orochimaru has proven that the power of science has successfully replicated the limits of wood-style blood inheritance. Cloud pupils flickered, and a cold light appeared. I want to restart the blood follow-up experiment. We want to set up a science department. Chapter 69. Kanahagakur, Ministry of Science. In front of and behind the building, tall trees, like fences, surround a large area near the Ministry of Science. Banners have been raised in many locations, and construction sites are being written on them, prohibiting advancement. The first battle in the country of rain. Orochimaru shocked the world of ninja, and third Hokage was rewarded for his contribution. Orochimaru had to put on the imperial robe for Orochimaru himself. After the news spread, Kanahagakur boiled up and down. Serving ninjas think this is good news, and many think that Orochimaru inherits fourth Hokage, which is a great thing for Kanahagakur. Kanahagakur's murderous atmosphere is empty, and the celebration has started in recent days. Affected by this, the status of the Ministry of Science has risen. It has begun to expand successively, and some areas in the quartet have been divided into the Ministry of Science, which has also allowed the Ministry of Science to expand from a small department in a short period of time, and has become no less than important departments such as the medical department and the ninja school. Orochimaru is proud of the spring breeze, with no prestige. Pacifists were also heavily purchased by the village, which also caused one thing: Orochimaru successfully completed the promotion schedule. Seeing the completion of the black technology system of the heavens and the world, Orochimaru leaned on the office chair, and he was relieved. It's not easy. It's not a waste of my conscience to set the price of pacifists low. My own cheat, after completing the task of manufacturing and promotion, will obtain the next technology-related technology. This related technology will not maintain its original appearance, but will be localized in the Hokage world and adapt to the rules of the Hokage world. And every technology acquired, you will get finished products, samples, souvenirs, etc. immediately. Orochimaru looked at the light curtain in front of him, and began to rippling like water waves, representing the position of the super soldier serum of the next technology. The grey icons began to brighten, and finally the frame was filled with golden light. Orochimaru stretched out his hand and tapped it lightly, and the light that spread out was blazing, swallowing the icon completely. Only the light that Orochimaru can see, like a flower blooming, Orochimaru can clearly feel that the scientific knowledge of super soldier serum is constantly flickering in his mind. Between each breath, there were densely packed texts, which began to roll in Orochimaru's mind. A tingling sensation came out, like being repeatedly pierced by a needle. After about 10 breaths, Orochimaru felt that the pain disappeared, and his face remained as usual. For Orochimaru today, this kind of pain is nothing but pediatrics. It is not knowledge and technology that attracts all Orochimaru's attention now, but the props that appear in front of him. The first to be presented was a syringe, which was cast from a special metal, completely concealing the inside, and it was difficult to see what color the super soldier serum was. Orochimaru slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed the super soldier serum in front of him. The illusory super soldier serum had appeared in Orochimaru's hands. Feeling the cold touch, dense text appeared in Orochimaru's vision. Props: Super Soldier Serum. Effect: Enhance physical fitness and spirit. Introduction: Super Soldier Serum is a chemical solution originally developed by German scientist Abraham Erskine. This world serum enhances the human body and spirit. Note: the better the better, the worse the bad, this is impossible. Holding the super soldier serum, Orochimaru still looked forward, floating in front of Orochimaru, not only a super soldier serum, but also another thing. After seeing this item, Orochimaru felt utterly tasteless. This is a capsule-like prop. The name is Haki, a universal capsule. The source is also clear to Orochimaru. It comes from the Dragon Ball world. But this is a small prop, and there is no detailed description of the message. The above introduction is very simple. Villa. Yes, no more. The villas are also divided into 3, 6, or 9 grades, in which decoration styles and materials are used. The price is also very different. But this doesn't make much sense for Orochimaru. Now Orochimaru has broken away from basic material needs, and there is nothing missing. The omnipotent capsule is very powerful, and the science and technology involved, if it can be a master, can analyze time and space ninjutsu. Unfortunately, this just gave Orochimaru an ordinary capsule. The only advantage is that the capsule has the ability to repair. If the villa is damaged, it can be repaired slowly after it turns into a capsule. Depending on the degree of damage, the repair time of the universal capsule is different. This is too tasteless. Even if it is out of the mission, the opportunity is not big. The most important thing for ninjas to perform tasks is to be secretive, and it is impossible to overstate. If Orochimaru goes out to live in a villa, this villa is too conspicuous in the wilderness, obviously inconsistent with the identity of a ninja. Orochimaru put away the universal capsule. It was a house after all. No, put away Orochimaru of the universal capsule. The thinking has been broadened, and I immediately found that I was too paranoid and didn't see the shining point of this universal capsule. The villa has been remodeled a little bit by itself. This is not a laboratory anymore. It is not a good thing to be able to carry the laboratory with you, and even to be able to store a large amount of materials, which cannot be used for combat, but if it encounters a harsh environment, it will definitely give Orochimaru hope of getting through the difficulties. It can also handle some things that can't be seen. Thinking about it this way, the importance of the universal capsule began to soar. After putting away the universal capsule, Orochimaru held the super soldier serum in both hands, knowing that the super soldier serum had no sequelae after localization. Orochimaru no longer had any scruples in his heart, stood up, left the office, and returned to his home. After returning home, Orochimaru followed the window and looked at the bear that was level with him. A sense of security emerged spontaneously, and after an order was given to not allow anyone to approach, the super soldier serum appeared again in the wide sleeves of Orochimaru's kimono. Without any hesitation, Orochimaru decisively started to inject himself. The safety of this thing obtained by the system is guaranteed. The next time it is developed by Orochimaru, it will be dangerous. But as long as Orochimaru understands the technology thoroughly, this risk will be greatly reduced. And the effect of this super soldier serum is beyond that developed by Orochimaru. If something produced by the system has a quality, it must be a perfect quality without any flaws. A super soldier serum has been completely injected by Orochimaru. Chapter 70. Super soldier serum. Produced by the system, the usage is simple and rude. Orochimaru sat on the tatami, leaning on the wall, and was constantly injecting super soldier serum. A burn began to appear, and the skin on the whole body seemed to be burned by a raging fire. Do not. It's more serious than this. Orochimaru jumped into the fire Yamanaka, and his whole body was enveloped in lava filled with terrifying heat. The tearing of the muscles appeared, Orochimaru's face paled, and sweat began to drip from his forehead. This made Orochimaru involuntarily paralyzed on the tatami, and the pain had exceeded Orochimaru's tolerance. Orochimaru reluctantly stretched out his hand and continued to fumble, finally grabbing a brush and biting the brush in one bite. The mouth of the teeth is like iron teeth and bronze teeth, chewing the barrel of the pen. A long time. Orochimaru's painful expression slowly disappeared. The overbearing effect of the super soldier serum has been continuously weakening, and it has reached the range that Orochimaru can bear. Orochimaru's breathing was relatively rapid, and his voice was heavy. It took about 10 minutes before the breathing became longer and Orochimaru finally recovered from the painful torture, before he had enough energy to start testing the effect of the super soldier serum. Getting up from the tatami, Orochimaru walked towards the bathroom, taking off his sweat-stained clothes, and he could clearly see the angular muscles. The medicinal effect has worked. Orochimaru can feel the power contained in his body, the gushing force between his arms, and a punch can destroy a mountain. This is an exaggeration. It should be that one's own strength has grown too much, which has caused the illusion of omnipotence. Orochimaru physique, ninjutsu, and illusion are all not weak. Especially after the Orochimaru software transformation, the physical skills have been different from ordinary people, and they have become a family of their own. They have never won by relying on strength, but by assisting the soft and boneless body with speed, attacking from an incredible angle. After a brief rinsing and putting on clean pajamas, Orochimaru went to the living room and stroked his skin lightly. The hard nails scratched the skin, leaving a white mark, and the whole body film was like 1,000-tempered. The result of ordinary people's hard practice, now a single medicine can do it. He took out a handful of kunao and gave a slight sting. The sharp kunao felt resistance, like stabbing leather again, and then pierced it with a little force. Watching the wound healed slowly, he had initially possessed the ability to heal itself. The physique has been strengthened in all directions, and the specific values need to be tested, but at this time, a simple assessment, Orochimaru carefully searched for words, and finally can only be described by sage body. The concept of sage body is a little fuzzy. The Senju family and the Vortex family, who have a lot of chakra and life energy, can be called sage body. There are not many descriptions of the Senju family, but the Vortex family possesses many natural abilities. For example, Uzumaki phosphorus comes with the ability of a nanny, and it can recover from the injury with one bite, which is a manifestation of vigorous life energy. But sage body is strict, so there are very few people who meet it. That is the physique of Sage of Six Paths, that is, only those who have reincarnated Ashura from the past. No, it's Senju Hashirama. Even first-generation Ashura and Uzumaki Naruto are far inferior to Senju Hashirama in terms of physique. The Hashirama cell supports the existence of Hokage half the sky, and it is replaced by the fairy tale, that is, the law has the soul, and the will of Senju Hashirama is contained in the cell. Yes, Ashura just has no cards. Whoever asked him to fight an Indra would still need 9 tails, and when he arrived at Senju Hashirama, he would fight Uchiha Madara plus 9 tails. Orochimaru does not feel that his current physique is comparable to a sage body like Senju Hashirama, and it is beyond ordinary Senju and Whirlpool. In terms of sage body classification, under Sage of Six Paths, the strongest is Uzumaki Naruto, which surpasses Senju Hashirama, because Uzumaki Naruto Master has 6 paths celestial arts, which is incomparable in the later stage as the Son of Destiny. If you don't count the plug-ins, Uzumaki Naruto, Senju Hashirama, and Ashura should all be advanced sage body. The standard of the low-level sage body must have overwhelming chakra and life energy. Therefore, Uzumaki aromatic phosphorus and Uzumaki Kushina also do not meet the low-level sage body, and their chakra volume is still too small. This is overwhelming, not compared with ordinary ninjas, but with Chakra's huge Senju clan and Whirlpool clan. Of course, this is only the standard of Orochimaru. If it is divided into 3 grades, high school and low, they can also be selected. However, this will reduce the gold content of sage body, which was not taken by Orochimaru. The strength of sage body is that it possesses Shatura, even simple ninjutsu can achieve the momentum of overwhelming power, and then has a strong life energy, which involves the power of ninjutsu when performing ninjutsu. In terms of Orochimaru just reached this standard, after all, the physical fitness is greatly improved, then the chakra will naturally grow. Chakra is the body energy that is taken in from the 130 trillion cells in the human body, one by one. Strong physique, more chakra, this is normal. The super soldier serum increases physique and spirit, but Orochimaru clearly feels that on the one hand, the mental strength does not increase much, but the physique has a qualitative change. It's not the Senju clan and the Whirlpool clan, but the sage body is awakened, and Orochimaru is not so strange. After thousands of years of evolution in the Hokage world, the external chakra continues to erode. If it returns to the ancestors, it will be a source. Besides, Orochimaru only calls this sage body, but it is definitely different from the sage body of the Tsutsuki family. Will not complement Uchiha and constitute a powerful force. After all, ordinary sage body is just the amount of chakra and a lot of life energy, the two are not very complicated. But ordinary sage body is easy, but advanced sage body is not easy. It is the power of the Tsutsuki bloodline and is closely related to the sacred tree. It is necessary to overcome the difficulties in order to be able to go further. If you get the Tsutsuki bloodline, or start on the sacred tree, there are two directions in total. Tsutsuki is a hurdle that Hokage can't get around, even if it is the future. Orochimaru has repeatedly calculated it many times. The Tsutsuki family is perfect, with Byakugan as the core and supporting Sharingan. These are two indispensable blood inheritance boundaries. In fact, this involves a problem. It is far better to imitate the finished product than to calculate it from scratch. Tsutsuki Kagaya, an alien who has completed the blood trap, is the perfect experiment material. It's a pity, there is only such a super soldier serum. In the future, the effects of self-developed and manufactured products will definitely not be so strong, and they can directly reach the level of sage body. Orochimaru walked out, planning to settle for dinner, and at the same time approached Tsunade to test his growth ability. But Orochimaru saw an acquaintance, his eyes lit up and he hurried forward. Chapter 71. Evening. The sun is setting. The end of the street was dimly yellow, and it was in a line with the horizon. An old man wrapped in a bandage, with a cane in his hand, was walking towards the end of the street. Orochimaru's pace quickened, and within a few steps he came to Shimuradan's side. After Shimuradan saw Orochimaru, he tapped the crutches in his hand against the muddy ground, snorted coldly, without looking at Orochimaru, and continued to walk forward. Orochimaru looked at Danzo, who was unwilling to take care of him, and lamented that the old man was not low in rank. Obviously Danzo was also deceived, and now he is obviously very dissatisfied with the news that Orochimaru wants to get the royal robe. Orochimaru is not interested in the drama of intrigue. Is it not good to have time to do some research? However, Orochimaru didn't want to do it, but it didn't mean that he was indifferent to this matter, feeling uncomfortable, and naturally making the other person uncomfortable. Shimuradan's walked ahead, Orochimaru walked aside, and they reached an ordinary place one after the other. This is the root base. No one can think of Konoha's greatest darkness hidden in ordinary places. After passing through the outer camouflage area, it comes to the inside of the real root. The defense is obviously tight. The root ninja wearing an animal mask is lurking in various blind spots, and with the defense enchantment laid down, it can attack any intruder. If parallel time and space were the same, Jiraiya alone would definitely not be able to break into the root base easily. Danzo turned to look at Orochimaru, one of his exposed eyes, staring at Orochimaru with piercing eyes, and a deep voice sounded, "Orochimaru, what's the matter with the old man, Orochimaru?" Naturally, there is one thing to trouble Elder Danzo. I want a member of the Vortex tribe in Kushinan village, and hope that Elder Danzo will hand him over to me. Orochimaru went straight to the subject. For a character like Shimuradan's, what kind of family and friendship fetters do not play much role now? I have been in the dark for too long, and I have been assimilated by the dark. In the future, even Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to kill, saying that other things are useless, but it is the easiest way to communicate. Shimura Dance didn't speak immediately. He placed the crutch in his hand gently, and slowly started to boil water over charcoal fire, and started to make tea for Orochimaru himself. Danzo was born in the Shimura clan. Like the Sarutobi clan, the Sengoku period was also a big clan in the ninja world. It was the first ninja to echo Senju and Uchiha to join Konoha, and it can be called the Konohagakure veteran clan. If the Grand Master tea ceremony is not difficult to understand, it is also an ancient family. But the style of painting is obviously wrong. If Hyuga Hayashi is in front of him, everything is normal. After switching to Shimura Dance, Orochimaru always feels absurd. It is conceivable that Danzo already has an inherent impression in Orochimaru's mind. As he began to soak the teacup, Shimura Dance slowly preached, "The old man has been sharp in his life and has suffered too much." No, just in the Hokage building, the old man said that Uchiha can't be a Hokage candidate. It's a pity that the old man was so passionate, but everyone didn't understand him. Never mind others, but neither can Hiruzen. For Hiruzen, to be able to sit firmly in Hokage's position, the old man has been in the wind and in the rain for so many years. Why have you said half a bitter word? He is the leaf of the tree bathed in sunlight, and I am the root buried in the dark. Shimura Dance showed the color of memories, and opened his mouth to recall the sermon. Hiruzen and I have known each other since I was a child, and after joining Konoha, we followed Tobirama's practice together. Hiruzen has always had a Hokage dream. The old man joked that if Hiruzen becomes Hokage, the old man is willing to give his life to assist him. When I returned to Konoha from Cloud Shinobi Village, I was chased by the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of Cloud Shinobi Village. Mr. Tobirama asked us who would like to break the queen. At that time, I was the first to react and realized that this was a test by Tobirama teacher. I wanted to answer immediately, but I thought of Hiruzen's Hokage dream, so the old man gave up. Afterwards, Hiruzen became Konohagakure's third Hokage, and the old man also became Hokage's assistant. He served as admiral 3 times and resisted Cloud Shinobi Village, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure attacks. The old man's arm was injured in the First Ninja World War. I don't know when, Hiruzen changed. He went against the will of teacher Tobirama. It's always weak to the outside world, and it's never the shinobi of the First Ninja War. Hey! A heavy sigh sounded. Shimura Dance sighed and preached in a frustrated tone. The matter of fighting and killing is no longer suitable for the old man. Now it is your young man's world. The old man drinks tea and fishes. When Orochimaru becomes Hokage, the old man should also retire. After taking a sip of tea, Danzo continued to preach, "The old man outside today is in a bad mood, I hope Orochimaru can understand." Orochimaru couldn't help but lifted the glasses on the bridge of his nose. Does this mean Danzo? If it hadn't been for watching Hokage Ninja, Orochimaru was truly deceived by Danzo at this time. It is absolutely sincere to see if these words are coupled with emotions. The opening mouth is open, and the rest is up to weaving. There is quite a kind of fake Hokage in my opinion. Orochimaru also took a sip of tea and brewed his emotions for a while, before admiringly preached, "If it wasn't for Senior Danzo to speak today, I really don't know." It turns out that Senior Danzo gave up the position of Hokage for fetters. This is worthy of my admiration, but there is one thing, I don't vomit. Senior Danzo was wrong. Orochimaru deliberately paused for a short while watching Danzo's face, and found that Danzo's expression remained unchanged. He knew that Danzo's castle was extremely deep. This kind of words couldn't shake the other party's heart, so he didn't continue to betray him, and began to preach. Senior Danzo shouldn't give up the Hokage position. If Danzo-senpai had become the third Hokage since the First Ninja War, then Konoha is now under the leadership of Danzo-senpai. It will definitely be more prosperous. Small countries such as the country of Sichuan and the country of Grass will all become the territory of the country of Fire. There will not be 5 big countries tied together. Konohagakure has already occupied one or two big countries. The outbreak of the Third Ninja World War will be a battle for Konohagakure to unify the ninja world. Fortunately, everything is still too late. As long as Danzo Sr. becomes Hokage, he can regain the will of second generation and put Konohagakure on the right track. Danzo listened to the scene depicted by Orochimaru, and smiled subconsciously, already moved by Orochimaru's words. Yes, the old man is suitable to be Hokage. Finally, when the word Hokage was uttered, Danzo came back to his senses and preached naturally, in the First Ninja World War. Now that the old man is old, it belongs to your young people. Chapter 72. The warm wind blows slowly, blowing into the house along the windows. Orochimaru's black and smooth long hair, her hair slowly fluttering, a light smile appeared on his face, and he said with a smile, "A person who can be a Hokage must have the spirit of dedication to Konoha. And the only person who can protect Konoha in the dark for decades is the only senior Danzo. Hokage's position is only available to senior Danzo. If I wait for the juniors, Tsunade is addicted to gambling, and is forced to hide in Tibet every day by debt collectors. Jiraiya is lecherous, and Tenten is going to peep. I study in Ishin and devote the rest of my life to science. Sunin is not a threat, and the rest is Uchiha Fugaku. It is just an escort. Senior Danzo's true opponent is only a junior of Namikaze Minato." When the words reached this point, Orochimaru paused slightly to give Danzo some time to digest, and then continued preaching, "Namikaze Minato is from an ordinary family like me. At the beginning of the ninja school, he has always been known as a genius, Konohagakure's genius ninja. But it's too young, and the foundation is relatively shallow. Even if I go to Jiraiya, I don't get much help. Jiraiya doesn't have many direct ties to the old ministry in the village, so such rivals are not worth mentioning." Orochimaru has a gesture of thinking about Danzo, and he is good for Danzo both inside and outside. If you know the plot, you will know the water of Orochimaru's remarks. Namikaze Minato is now in the village and is only a member of the corps who has initially contacted. Although it surpasses most ninjas, it does not take up much weight in the Hokage series. It is too difficult to want to rise in a peaceful age. But in the years of war, the powerful penultimate will rise quickly and become the pillar of the village. Namikaze Minato caught the sky, surpassed many predecessors step by step, and became a ninja standing at the apex of the ninja world. The strength in the peak period has the strength to destroy a shinobu village by one person. Flying Thunder God technique, powerful reflex nerves, Muji Raise Nan, these three superimposed together, making Namikaze Minato a ninja harvester. This is a bug ninja, and it is not small in Orochimaru's view. After being swallowed by Shinigami in his stomach for so many years, after he came out, he was connected with Yin Nine Tails and was able to use Kurama mode, which is equivalent to perfect Jinchuriki. It can be done in such a harsh environment. It is not impossible to assist Konohagakure's power to obtain a tail beast to become a perfect Jinchuriki. As long as the tail beast chakra is possessed, Namikaze Minato really has the strength to destroy a ninja village head-on with the strength of 10,000 enemies, and possesses super shadow combat power. The chaos of Nine Tails, if it weren't for Namikaze Minato's death, it would directly become Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I am afraid that there would be no such mess. Orochimaru fell silent. Danzo did not speak for a while, weighing and analyzing the situation in Konohagakure. Tsunade and Jiraiya are not interested in the location of Hokage, and Orochimaru, the most threatening one, does not want to be, just as Orochimaru analyzed. Uchiha Fugaku is not a threat, it is only used to accompany the run. Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to appease the Uchiha clan. Even if the three wars are postponed, it will inevitably erupt. The village needs Uchiha's power. So in the end, as long as Orochimaru withdrew, the only competitor was Namikaze Minato. Danzo smiled, his lips curled slightly, and a graceful curve emerged, competing with Namikaze Minato. This is not a matter of pinching. Although he despised Namikaze Minato, Danzo would not give up his vigilance, and the lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, so Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed that after the war broke out, Jiraiya would be admiral and Namikaze Minato would be his deputy. Now it seems to be vetoed. Nine Tails Jinchuriki is so important? There must be a guard who is guarded 24 hours a day, and Danzo finds that Namikaze Minato is very suitable. Flying Thunder God technique is so important? What to do if it is lost on the battlefield again? Open a Flying Thunder God training class, with Jainin Namikaze Minato as the class leader, recruit ninjas with temporal and spatial talents to learn. After Danzo's thoughts turned, there were various ways to get Sarutobi Hiruzen's consent. As an old friend of his own, open the village and close the village, then as long as he is good for the village, he will definitely get consent. Orochimaru didn't know what Danzo was thinking. If he knew it, he would sneer one or two, he was more selfish than the village, and he would start to slash his strength again. Watching Danzo smile, I knew it was done. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to play a game of stealth, using himself as a target, attracting the hostility of Uchiha and Gen, and letting himself compete with Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo. It doesn't matter who wins and who loses. Sarutobi Hiruzen always wins without losing. Both successfully beat the opponent. This is the most common method used by superiors to provoke subordinates to fight. The method is very clever, but in fact it is also too selfish. On the occasion of this war, there are signs of infighting. The party fights wrong the country. This is not a false statement. But this is the human heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen has a strong desire to control, and the next generation must govern according to their own will. Now that Danzo's ambition has been aroused, Danzo will replace Orochimaru as this new target, attracting all attention and firepower. Orochimaru sat firmly on the high platform and watched the play quietly. When Orochimaru walked out of the root organization, Danzo did not accurately agree to send the root ninja to the country of grass. But Orochimaru knew that Danzo would do it naturally as long as he refused the Goshin robe. This Orochimaru seems to be at a loss, but it actually makes a lot of money. Because Orochimaru didn't even plan to want the imperial robes, as a traverser, there were countless successful examples in the previous life. How to start raising hope. Sometimes there is no contention, it is contention. The prestige of acquiring the imperial robe is greatly increased, but the reputation of refusal will be even greater. Now not only has he jumped out of the fire pit and not intrigues with them, but he can also let Danzo send a ninja to Prstu, a special experimental body of the Vortex family. The member of the Whirlpool clan in the country of grass is the mother of Uzumaki Fragrant Phosphorus. The specific name is not known, but the characteristics are too obvious. It is completely a blood bag from Kayan village, and he will recover with one bite. As long as the root organization starts investigating, it is impossible to conceal it. Orochimaru is very interested in this kind of talent and will cultivate it by his side. Not only is it a good seal, but also a medical ninja. Now the Ministry of Science lacks such talents. It is a pity that the secretary candidate has not been whereabouts. Orochimaru needs people like Kato Shizuan, but now Kato Shizuan is too young, Konan, the treasure girl, and Nagato Yahiko are too deeply bound. There are always all kinds of questions for suitable candidates. After all, Orochimaru still values the future of Konan. Just for the 600 billion detonation talisman, the Ministry of Science has no shortage of financial resources. Parallel space-time seems to be going again. Chapter 73. Hokage Building. The red wall covering is like an endless flame, representing the will to fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up from the office chair, picked up the Hokage hat on the side table and put it on top of his head. Sarutobi Hiruzen got up and walked outside. The sky has dimmed, and the dense darkness has enveloped the earth. As a Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is extremely busy, and too many things need to be signed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. An Anbu member came in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and whispered, Master Orochimaru went to the root base today. It took a long time to reappear and was sent by Elder Danzo himself. Soon after, many ninjas from the roots left the village, and they had already headed north, with an unknown destination. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the entrance of the Hokage building, looking at the diffused light of the street lamp, reached out to light the pipe, and took a deep breath. With a smoke ring in his mouth, thinking about the connection of two things, the time is too coincidental, and it is difficult not to merge the two things. The roots are all elites, and their work has always been secretive, and it is impossible to be spied on so easily. So Sarutobi Hiruzen is very angry. Danzo's move is to tell himself plainly that he and Orochimaru are tricky. Clearly conspiracy, let yourself guess and think. Put a thorn in your heart. This old partner is still as good as ever, able to strike a blow quickly and viciously according to the enemy's character. Standing in front of the Hokage building, smoking his pipe frequently. The situation that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want to see the most appeared, Orochimaru and Danzo got mixed up. Sarutobi Hiruzen has always been very satisfied with the disciple Orochimaru, who has possessed extraordinary ninjutsu skills since he was a child. After getting a good education, Orochimaru became so powerful that he lived up to expectations and became the mainstay of the village. But Orochimaru's increasingly indifferent character began to stand out. I don't know when, even my teacher can't understand what Orochimaru is thinking. In order to complete the task by any means, everything can be sacrificed. This is a very perfect weapon. After the baptism of World War II, it now shines in the Kingdom of Rain, oppressing the ninja demigod and bowing his head. But the increasingly sharp weapons began to worry Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru now has no relatives, no family, few companions, and his indifferent and selfish character, and his bond with Konoha is becoming less and less. Orochimaru's problem is already serious, but I didn't expect it to be entangled with Danzo, which made the problem even more serious. My old partner has done quite a lot recently. The shadow of Konoha's next generation must love the village, will dedicate everything to the village, and be the heir to the will of fire. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely determined. Go to parallel time and space. This is not a simple matter. Since the return of parallel space-time, Orochimaru has not given up related research, which involves a lot of energy of Orochimaru. The last time we traveled through Lulin, the movement was really amazing. Now in Konohagakure, it is naturally impossible to do this again. Konohagakure is the strongest ninja village, and every move is paid attention to by the ninja world. Not only is there a spy in the ninja village of the 5 great nations, but also in the ninja village. Konohagakure, as the overlord of the ninja world, even if he farts, it will shock the ninja world. Secret, safe, positioning. After trying this aspect, Orochimaru has a foreboding that after giving himself a period of time, he will be able to use the power of the dragon veins in secret. After returning to the science department, Orochimaru was in the office, white smoke began to appear, and a white snake had disappeared. After a breath, smoke appeared on Orochimaru's body, and the person instantly disappeared in Konohagakure. Reverse summoning technique. Summoning technique is to summon the summoning beast, and the reverse summoning technique is Orochimaru to go to the place where the summoning beast is. Orochimaru did not forget the purpose of going out. Originally, he wanted to verify the power of Sage Body, but after encountering Danzo, he took care of the troubles of Konohagakure. After leaving the root organization, this time is no longer suitable to find Tsunade. After Orochimaru returned to the science department, he planned to solve his own hidden dangers. Konoha Sunin shocks the ninja world, among which strength is closely related to the 3 holy places. Sunin's ninjutsu styles are greatly influenced by the 3 holy sites of summoning. To be honest, as the spokesperson of the 3 major summoning holy sites, Sunin is very qualified. The 3 major summoning holy sites are not only the unique ninjutsu, but also the inheritance of celestial arts, and at the worst, they can also summon powerful summoning beasts. Rika Cave is not a good place. Snakes are cold-blooded animals. Rika Cave is also the most ruthless place among the 3 holy sites of summoning. There is no Mount Maiboko like a family here, there are murderous creatures who want to swallow the contractors. Rika Cave is one of the 3 holy places of summoning, with a long history, complete heritage, and amazing background. This is a place that Orochimaru can't abandon, especially Wan Shi is not a cat or dog. Wan Shi's combat power is worthy of recognition. It's just that the 10,000 snakes are arrogant, they must sacrifice at every turn, and they will backfire if they don't work. This is simply a time bomb, so Orochimaru rarely summons 10,000 snakes. After this time, Orochimaru intends to solve the problem. By the way, I will see the White Snake Fairy again. Orochimaru intends to verify Rika Cave. Rika Cave. When Orochimaru appeared instantly. In the dense darkness, 2 rays of light suddenly brightened. A bright figure emerged from a pupil, walked out of the darkness slowly, and came under the faint light. This is a dark blue loli with long hair, wearing a golden crown with a golden ball on top of the crown. Long golden pupils, black-red eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and blue goose-shaped earrings. The characteristics like a snake bring out its identity. Wearing a white gown with a single green jade ornament on his chest, the makeup is extremely delicate and cute. At this moment, he opens his mouth slightly, revealing sharp tiger teeth, and his pink tongue gently licks the corners of his mouth. Looking towards Orochimaru, it was like seeing a beloved plaything. Just after taking a step, he was stopped by a tender white arm. Ichikishima-hime. Orochimaru is the spokesperson of Rika Cave, as long as he does not take the initiative to go deep into Rika Cave. Can't eat him. The gentle words are consistent, but the content of the words is tiger-wolf words. Shikishima-hime, who was as delicate as a doll, appeared disappointed, and her innocent voice muttered, "You can't eat it." With a reluctant look on his face, he slowly walked into the darkness, and the surroundings returned to silence. But no one saw it in the darkness. Shikishimaji's sullen expression disappeared, and slyness appeared in the eyes of the snake. As long as 10,000 snakes are upset, they have a reason to eat Orochimaru. Chapter 74. Rika Cave. Orochimaru stood there calmly, his eyelids drooping slightly, his eyes closed. The strands of energy converge in all directions, and Orochimaru can clearly feel that every strand of natural energy is filled with a cold breath. The natural energy in Rika Cave is really rich. Orochimaru can feel that the natural energy in Rika Cave is at least 10 times higher than the outside world. But these strands of natural energy, like strips of lion majesty, hide in the dark, peeping at their prey all the time, waiting for the prey to relax for a moment, and then take a fierce bite. Orochimaru appeared cold. The natural energy in Rika Cave has all been branded, and it is no longer unowned, but has a master. Ordinary people can't discover this. Only the sage body, which is extremely sensitive to any energy, can discover the secret. The 3 summoning sacred sites are not only the master's magic, but also have obvious characteristics. The natural energy in these 3 summoning sacred sites has also been transformed. The 3 major summoning sacred sites are not for charity. Among them, the Wetbone Forest is more salty, but the remaining Mount Maiboko and Rika Cave have not lacked people who wanted to practice celestial arts. Mount Maiboko and Rika Cave did not put celestial arts on the shelf, but instead refused to those who could come to the holy place. It is because of being able to obtain the inheritors of the immortal arts, they have been branded inside and out. There is no free lunch in the world. The White Snake Immortal has been entrenched in Rika Cave for thousands of years, and has already imprinted this sacred place with rich natural energy. Even if you don't understand the snake fairy art, if you cultivate into sage mode in Rika Cave, he is also a snake fairy. After searching the memory carefully, Orochimaru knew that he gave up on sage mode because after seeing the White Snake Fairy, Orochimaru felt the danger of sage mode. This is not only a danger to practice, it will also be branded. This is impossible for Orochimaru to accept. I finally understand why Uncle Snake has developed so many versions of the curse seal, and it is infinitely close to the Sage Mode. It is reasonable to use Uncle Snake to practice Sage Mode for the master of the curse seal, and there is no risk. But Uncle Snake still gave up, and Orochimaru understood the reason now. Look at those guys who got the curse seal, how sad they are, then after practicing the Sage Mode in Rika Cave, how sad they will be. With Orochimaru's thinking, I have thought of how many ways I don't know, to squeeze the value of the curse. The situation is already very serious. If Mount Maiboku and Wet Bone Forest, the situation is better, at least it will return a decent one. Here at Rika Cave, even the flesh and bones will be swallowed by the White Snake Fairy after the value is finally drained. The value of Rika Cave Sage Mode began to decline in Orochimaru's heart. This kind of hidden danger, Orochimaru didn't want to touch it. Even if this is basically a fair deal, Rika Cave already has a mature system that will not interfere with the situation in the ninja world, and will only take away everything after you die. But that was for ordinary ninjas, determined to complete the blood trap. How could Orochimaru work for the White Snake Fairy? Not repairing Rika Cave Sage Mode does not mean that Rika Cave Sage Mode is useless and has research reference value. You must know that Orochimaru still has a copy of Mount Maiboku in his hands. That one comes from Parallel Time and Space Jiraiya. It does not involve Sage Art. It is just a summary of the experience of Sage Mode. It is used to make Jiraiya less detours in this time and space, so as to save years of hard work and make Sage Mode perfect. Orochimaru carefully perceives the natural energy, but there is no next step. The natural energy seems to be mild, but in fact it is extremely fierce and highly corrosive. Especially the natural energy of Rika Cave, there is no special way inherited from Rika Cave. If you want to absorb it, you will either die by the erosion of the natural energy, or you will turn into a madman and become a beast after 9 deaths. As time passed bit by bit, Orochimaru gradually figured out a way to feel natural energy. Orochimaru gave up Hokage because Orochimaru himself was very busy, researching dragon veins, curse seals, pacifist groups, etc. every day. Too many experiments require Orochimaru. If you become Hokage, these experiments will stop. I have been studying mantra seals for a long time, and I am no stranger to natural energy. Orochimaru can easily perceive it in Rika Cave, which is rich in natural energy. And this time, I also found that Sage Body is very sensitive to natural energy, which obviously has a blessing effect on the cultivation of Sage Mode. If there is an analogy, then the Sage Mode was originally a hard mode, but now it has dropped directly to the simple mode. Coming. Orochimaru clearly perceives that there are huge chakra fluctuations in the distance, and he is quickly approaching him. Orochimaru knew that the 10,000 snakes were coming. Orochimaru had already been replaced since the last time 10,000 snake was summoned. Orochimaru was not the original Uncle Snake for offering 10,000 snake offerings. Naturally, he was more disgusted with it, so this matter was delayed. It has been so long since I have not summoned 10,000 snakes. Even if 10,000 snakes want to be accounted, they have to endure it. Now when Orochimaru appeared in Rika Cave, he knew that Wan Shi couldn't stand it at all and would definitely seek him out. So Orochimaru is just waiting for Wan Shi to come, first practice with Wan Shi, and then make a fuss from the head. Orochimaru is very interested in the 3 major summoning sacred sites. They jumped up because of the master's celestial arts, breaking the ethnic boundaries, and the toads dared to fight against the natural enemy snake. And the body is very huge. Some of the larger ones can reach tens of meters, just like a meat mountain. This kind of change is very incredible, especially since they can live a long life. Not to mention the 3 of the white snake immortals of the 3 holy places, Mount Maiboku Shenzuo immortals also lived 800 years old. The 3 major summoning shrines have achieved longevity. These are all points of interest to Orochimaru and are very good experimental materials. An experimental project took shape in my mind. If you eat animal flesh and blood with chakra for a long time, will you gradually acquire chakra in subtle ways, increase your lifespan, and increase your strength? Can you break the limit with generations? For example, there is no chakra before Sage of Six Paths. No matter how you practice, you can't extract chakra. It is Sage of Six Paths that established the Genin school. Today, anyone can extract chakra. This is the essential leap, whether this experiment can optimize genes. However, Orochimaru also knows the importance. Rika Cave has a long heritage, and the White Snake Immortal is unfathomable, so he will not take the initiative to make trouble. He has to find a reason and give himself a step down. Wan Shi is a very good excuse. Everything is the initiative of Wan Shi, and Orochimaru is forced to fight back. If you discover the reality of Rika Cave, it is far less powerful than imagined. This place is a very good base. A roar resounded everywhere. Orochimaru! You dare to come? If there is no sacrifice, I will eat you today. The sound comes first before the snake arrives. Chapter 75. An angry roar. Like the sound of thunder, rolling and moving, sweeping in all directions. The serpent body of the 10,000 snakes is rushing towards Orochimaru quickly, and the whistling wind continues to be heard, and the swift movement has torn the air. The overwhelming air wave hit Orochimaru, wave after wave like sea water. The serpentine body, like a moving mountain. As the 10,000 snakes approached, the eyes of the aquamarine gemstones the size of a water tank became cold. Without seeing the sacrifice, the eyes of the 10,000 snakes grew gloomy, and the whole body leaked an icy breath. The speed did not drop but rose instead, opening his huge mouth directly, revealing sharp teeth, and the scarlet snake letter kept vomiting. A foul smell spread, and the sharp fangs flickered in the cold light, and Wan Snake bit down fiercely, trying to swallow Orochimaru directly as his own food. As the famous thorn head of Rika Cave, Wan Snake is not only fierce to the enemy brother, but also to the contractor he has signed. Orochimaru quickly formed a seal with both hands, and finally took a shot at the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. Chakra began to emerge continuously, and in an instant, an earthen wall rose from the ground and stood directly between Orochimaru and Wan Shi. The earth wall appeared instantly, shaking the sky, like a barrier that cut off the north and the south on the same side. Thousands of snakes, densely covered with purple lines, saw an earthen wall standing horizontally in front. Instead of avoiding it, they aroused fierceness, and fierceness appeared in their eyes. Boom! There was a loud noise. Wan Snake was engulfed in the fishy wind and waves, and hit the earth wall from the front. Potholes appeared on the earth wall, and traces of cracks appeared one after another, spreading like a spider web, but in the end the earth wall did not collapse, and it withstood the impact of 10,000 snakes abruptly. Finally, when the impact dissipated, the earth wall shattered, burying 10,000 snakes. Orochimaru stared at 10,000 snake coldly, watching the hard scales of 10,000 snakes' head. Cracks had appeared, and blood continued to overflow along the cracks. I am very satisfied with Sage body. This Tulliabai is a B-level ninjutsu and consumes a lot of chakra, but for Orochimaru, the consumed chakra can no longer keep up with the recovery. When every ninja fights, he must plan carefully for chakra, even Orochimaru. It is impossible to waste chakra unscrupulously. Throwing shurikens and holding Kyuzuki to fight ninjutsu, this is the embodiment of saving chakra. Any ninja will fight like this. There are very few ninjas who use ninjutsu from beginning to end. But from then on, Orochimaru was able to bombard the enemy with ninjutsu unscrupulously, and truly became a mobile fort. And Sage body not only has this benefit. For example, the B-level ninjutsu of Doriabai has a significant increase in power. Otherwise, with the huge physique of 10,000 snakes, this B-level ninjutsu simply cannot stop 10,000 snakes. This is the advantage of the super-large summoning beast. As long as it is large enough, even if it turns over, it can create a scene where the sky is broken. But earth-style earth flow wall blocked it. A large number of chakras increase the power of ninjutsu, coupled with the huge life force of sage body. This is the embodiment of Yang Dun. The two blessings of ninjutsu have made B-level ninjutsu more than A-level ninjutsu. Turning decay into magic, ordinary ninjutsu has extraordinary power. This made Orochimaru's strength soared by more than 3 to 5 times. In terms of strength division, Orochimaru now has a cage-level subversion. Super Shadow Combat Power. This division is not easy to estimate. With Uzumaki Kushina as the goalkeeper, Nine Tails Chakra Mode, Orochimaru now thinks it can't be exceeded. The complete Nine Tails is really too strong, it must surpass the strength of Super Shadow. It can be regarded as the strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, but it is a pity that both Wood Style and Sharingan restrained Nine Tails. That's why Nine Tails has no cards and is easily suppressed. Jinchuriki, this is an epoch-making initiative. It is not only for the big ninja villages, but also the assembly line to create cage-level combat power, becoming the foundation of the 5 big countries over the small ones. It also solves the problem of the tail beast attacking a single one, and can release various ninjutsu. For different situations, it is not afraid of illusion. The tail beast plus Jinchuriki is a problem of 1 + 1 = 3 = 4. Even if Uzumaki Kushina is not good at learning ninjutsu, as long as he understands the shadow clone technique a lot, he will rub balls again. With its Nine Tails Chakra Mode, and with the Diamond Chain, it will have Super Shadow Combat Power. Cage Level Peak. This is Orochimaru's assessment of himself. And this is not the limit of Orochimaru. As long as Orochimaru is given a period of time, Orochimaru's combat power can be further improved. It is only the initial awakening of Sage Body. Orochimaru has not yet been a real master. For example, the 5 chakra escape techniques of Grand Master for the huge chakra of Sage Body have been able to complement each other and began to release joint ninjutsu. Moreover, Sage Body has not been further developed, and the transformation of itself has not been completely completed. It will take some time for Orochimaru to completely transform into Sage Body. If you have children, the next generation may also have Sage Body, and even if they don't, they will have a lot of chakra. Born to win at the starting line, he can easily form a powerful ninja. Then you will be able to fight Uzumaki Kushina. If you learn Sage Mode, you can fight Pen 6 Paths. If Uzumaki Kushina learns Sage Mode, Orochimaru thinks about it, the possibility is not high. Uzumaki Kushina's ability to learn ninjutsu is very poor, and his thinking is a little too jumpy, far less pure than Uzumaki Naruto. It takes a lot of time to learn, and it won't be a perfect fairy in the end. It is impossible to use Sage Mode in battle. Unless, like Orochimaru, start with the curse seal and analyze the Sage Mode. Orochimaru was quickly analyzing and accurately positioning himself. Wan Snake kept shaking his huge head, and clods of soil were constantly falling on it, and the dust began to rise high. A pair of snake eyes stared at Orochimaru fiercely, and the giant snake's tail flicked and hit Orochimaru fiercely. The snake's tail tore open the air, like a steel whip more than 10 meters long, fell extremely violently. Earth-style Earth-stone Dragon. The chakra consumption, which is more than that of ninjutsu, made the momentum of this ninjutsu earth-shattering. A torrent of earth and rock suddenly rushed from the ground, and the mighty earth and rock continued to flow, like a Yangtze river rushing, constantly flowing from mid-air, manifesting a dragon shape. An earth-rock dragon is mighty and majestic, with a volume of 30 to 40 meters, like a mountain, rushing towards 10,000 snakes with teeth and claws. Earth-style Earth-stone Dragon. Chakra continued to vent, and another tens of meters of earth-rock dragon rose up into the sky, rushing towards the 10,000 snakes fiercely. Chapter 76. 9 lifelike stone dragons traverse the sky with their teeth and claws dancing. The huge earth-rock dragons are entangled with each other, covering the sky and sun, like a Yangtze river, completely submerging 10,000 snakes. Hiss! 10,000 snakes began to struggle hard. The earth and stone dragons entangled the 10,000 snakes, and the other earth and stone dragons bite the 10,000 snakes, and the torrent of mud and sand began to flow like a river. Rika Cave was shaking, and mud was falling continuously, and the trembling cave was like an earthquake. One snake finally disappeared completely from Orochimaru's vision, already covered by mud and submerged below, and all the turbulence came to an abrupt end. Cool. I ate a piece of sorbet in the hot summer. Make big moves to wash the ground. This kind of experience, Orochimaru finally realized. The consumed chakra is recovering quickly while breathing. When the mud that flooded the front Rika cave disappeared, the chakra consumed by Orochimaru had completely recovered. Whether it is earth style or water style and other ninjutsu escape techniques, the water and fire that appear are all products of chakra nature transformation, not the real water and fire in nature. When chakra disappears, it disappears. After the chakra dissipated completely, the huge snake body of the 10,000 snakes had reappeared. The purple patterned snake's body was full of scars, and the scales in many places had been completely broken, revealing bloody flesh and blood. One snake looked extremely miserable. He was completely paralyzed on the ground and lost his ability to move. One eye was closed and there was a clear scar. Sudden. This 10,000 snake shriveled. This was just the snake skin that was taken off, and the real 10,000 snakes sprang from the ground. Orochimaru's feet vibrated, and the mud splashed freely. At a position 10 meters before Orochimaru, a huge purple snake head broke out of the ground and bit towards Orochimaru. One snake opened its huge mouth, and a fishy air rushed towards his face. The snake's letter was like a rope cast of steel and began to curl towards Orochimaru. Water-style burst water rushing waves. Chakra gathered in his throat, Orochimaru opened his mouth, and the water poured down his mouth. The water style, which contains vitality, exploded with unimaginable power. The water flow that was vented was like a waterfall, and the stormy water flow was powerfully impacted. The mighty water hit one snake, following one snake's open mouth, flowing in continuously, breaking through the ground forcefully, toward Orochimaru's huge mouth that was bitten down. Encountered by the impact of the current, there was a slight stalemate for a while, and the next moment it was washed away by the current. The sea water carried the 10,000 snakes and rushed towards the depths of Rika Cave. In a blink of an eye, 10,000 snakes had disappeared from the field of vision. And the sea wave after wave, as if there is no endless, a steady stream of beginning to appear. A lot of chakra was consumed. Orochimaru looked at the front Rika Cave like a black hole, constantly devouring water waves. Instead of stopping, Orochimaru increased chakra instead. The power of ninjutsu is closely related to chakra. Possess a large amount of chakra is not necessarily the strongest, but certainly as strong. This has exceeded the original power of ninjutsu, and the consumption of chakra used has also been increased several times, and the consumption has been greater than the recovery, but if such ninjutsu continues, Orochimaru can estimate that he can hold on for a long time. However, this is a theoretical value. Maintaining ninjutsu has a lot of mental consumption. Not only chakra can release ninjutsu. Sage body brings not only the huge chakra, but also the amazing life energy. The blessings during the release of ninjutsu have increased the power of ninjutsu. At this moment, Orochimaru can clearly feel that he can further increase the power of ninjutsu, which is to actively consume life energy. The life energy gathered in the sage body, as Orochimaru began to mobilize, the life energy has been integrated into ninjutsu. Chakra, who kept gathering in his throat, began to permeate with vitality, and the color of the water spewed deepened. The impact has been even better. The originally indestructible rock wall, under the impact of the current, has begun to be precarious. At this moment, it really has the power of flooding Rika Cave. Rika Cave is as if it is connected with the sea, and the sea water rushes down the cave entrance. The consumption of life energy doubles the power of ninjutsu, and at the same time lets Orochimaru know that the consequences of this mode will shorten the lifespan of the ninja. As the life energy dissipated, Orochimaru took the initiative to stop the consumption and adopted a passive increase method. The life energy of sage body is huge, far surpassing ordinary people. It is reasonable to get a long lifespan, but after knowing this fighting stance, Orochimaru knows why sage body rarely has longevity. This kind of sage body chakra mode, named after Orochimaru, will once again increase its combat power, which is an irresistible temptation for the ninja who is supreme in force. A battle is inconspicuous, but after a large number of battles, even with the tyranny of the sage body, sooner or later, it will lose money and damage its life. Unless you can master the yang escape and start to replenish life energy, you can perfectly turn on this sage body chakra mode. Master Orochimaru. Come on! The lingering voice sounded from Rika Cave. The voice was vague and uncertain, and it was impossible to tell where it came from. Orochimaru turned a deaf ear to this, and Monsaki, who was still afraid of him, after acquiring sage body and greatly increasing his strength, Mango is no longer an opponent of Orochimaru. On top of the 10,000 snakes, there are the 3 big snakes. Their strength Orochimaru intends to test 1 or 2. You can locate the white snake fairy according to their strength. The strength of the white snake immortal, below 6 paths, above cage level, seems to have only a super shadow in the middle area, but in fact it has a very large span. Pinnacle Nagato is also a super shadow, but so is Senju Hashirama, but Nagato is definitely not an opponent of Senju Hashirama. If the 3 big snakes have super shadow combat power, Orochimaru will naturally be honest in the future. Rika Cave is unfathomable, and it is naturally hello, me, and everyone. But if the 3 snake girls are just ordinary cage levels, the white snake fairy is at most a super shadow. After returning home, he completes the transformation of the sage body, brings hundreds of pacifists, and sends a cordial greeting to Rika Cave. Master Orochimaru. The fairy white snake wants to see you. With a gentle voice, Tanjinji walks step by step from mid-air, with long brown hair, a golden crown on her head, a golden ball on top of the crown, black-pink eyeshadow extending to her nose, and pale skin. Wearing a white kimono, a red ribbon waist, and 3 tomo-shaped green ornaments on the chest. Please follow me. And many more. I haven't exerted any strength yet. Why did Rika Cave fall? Chapter 77. A Saiyan giant snake, quickly wandering from Rika Cave. Orochimaru stood on top of Ao Snake's head, Tantsuim stood aside, her beautiful face showed a smile, and she stood aside respectfully, like a maid. In this scene, Orochimaru is suspicious of the 3 big snakes in Rika Cave, Shinki Tienshin, Shikishimeki, and Tantsuki. This is the upper level of Rika Cave, second only to the existence of the white snake immortal, capable of self-snake into a human form, has mastered immortality, and is also an immortal like Mount Maiboku Deep as an immortal. The last time Orochimaru came, before I saw the white snake immortal again, it was dangerous and almost died in Rika Cave. In the end, I was able to come to the white snake immortal, obtain the summoning scroll of Rika Cave, and successfully write my name, which is also a lot of luck. Orochimaru had a deep memory of the attitude of the 3 big snakes. Among them, lowly, Ishin wanted to eat Orochimaru. The remaining 2 snakes performed better, but Orochimaru could see through them and wanted to eat themselves. Now Tanjinji's attitude has changed drastically, and there must be a problem with it. Orochimaru had a faint guess in his heart, but it needed to be confirmed. There was silence along the way, only the green snake moved quickly, and finally came to a palace. The green snake lowered its head docilely. When Orochimaru and Tanjinji came down, they twisted the huge snake body and disappeared. After reaching the palace, Orochimaru could see the white snake fairy with orange and yellow eyes, and the white snake fairy with a green opal on his chest. The purple ribbon is used as the forehead protector. The front of the forehead protector is inlaid with military green horn-shaped ornaments. There is a red night pearl on the top of the forehead protector, and a pipe is placed on the mouth. The human body is snake-tailed, and there are 2 golden rings on the lower part of the tail, coiled on his throne, with kind eyes and gentle temperament, like the old grandmother next door. Tianxinchenji and Shijujimaji stood on both sides of the throne, like maids. All the 3 big snakes appeared. Orochimaru could see that they had similar makeup. They all wore golden crowns, long golden pupils, black-red eyeshadow extending to the nose, and pale skin. Similar golden eyes, eyeshadows, and pale skin Orochimaru also possesses, all of which are characteristic of snakes. Is sage body so popular? Orochimaru analyzes the situation along the way. Whether it is a pacifist or a scientific research department, this is not enough to make Rikicave stand out. After all, Rikicave's inheritance of celestial arts is not related to the above things, and it is not easy to figure it out. So there is only one. I have already asked Tianxinchenji to deal with the 10,000 snakes. After this lesson, 10,000 snakes will be honest in the future and won't go against your will. The white snake dang his pipe and exhaled smoke from his mouth. After a short pause, he continued to speak gently, if you are not satisfied, the green snake's strength is not weak, and the character is docile and obedient, you can sign a summoning contract with the green snake. The biggest difference between Rikicave and Mount Maiboku is that after signing the summoning contract, as long as chakra is enough, you can go to summoning Mount Maiboku Toad, even if it is a strong person like Wenta. Most of Rikicave can be summoned, but many thorns cannot be summoned without signing a contract. In fact, Mount Maiboku is similar, but people are easy to talk. The white snake fairy is so easy to talk, but it doesn't match the image that Orochimaru recognizes. The longitudinal golden vertical pupils are squinted and covered under the gold-framed glasses. Orochimaru slowly stretched out his fingers to the 3 big snakes and preached, this time, come to Rikicave, I mainly want to sign a summoning contract with the 3 immortals. This is not that Orochimaru wants to take advantage, but to test the psychological bottom line of the white snake fairy. When Orochimaru's words fell, the dark blue-haired Kijimaheim of lowly city did not break his mouth, revealing a slender tongue. In an instant, Lowly has turned from a beautiful and cute little Lowly into a hideous and terrifying snake face, as hideous and terrifying as an evil ghost, with a gloomy atmosphere all over his body. The expressions of the other 2 snake fairies also changed. Their beautiful faces were about to disappear, and when they were replaced by terror, the white snake fairy's kind voice sounded, yes. As the spokesperson of Rikicave, naturally we cannot lose to Mount Maiboku. They can be summoned to the world of ninja, so can I, Rikicave. The white snake fairy finally looked at the 3 snake fairy, and her eyes showed luster. The 3 snake fairies' annoyed expressions abruptly retracted, and each of them turned into beautiful girls and stood quietly on the side. It's all okay. Orochimaru looked at the white snake fairy who agreed. This promise was too fast, obviously not the bottom line of the white snake immortal's heart. Orochimaru was pondering whether he wanted to see it well, or he should continue to test and encroach on the core immortality of Rikicave. The gentle voice of the white snake immortal sounded again, you already have a sage body, so you can get twice the result with half the effort to practice immortality. Xianzhu inheritance can also be given to you. Rikicave has collected a lot of ninjutsu for thousands of years, and many of them have their own characteristics. You can also copy a copy. Rikicave has never been your hindrance, but your help. The white snake immortal is very generous, like an old senior who takes care of his younger generations, without any reservations, and wants to pass on everything to Orochimaru. The white snake fairy was bold and generous, and Orochimaru's heart sank. People must ask for something in courtesy. Staring at the white snake immortal with piercing eyes, he asked in a deep voice, what do you want? The white snake immortal's eyes dissipated peacefully, and the color of greed faded away. He was immediately replaced by hope. He took a stern pipe and said solemnly, I want you to awaken the sage body. It really is sage body. The white snake fairy has lived for thousands of years. According to legend, it is in the same era as Sage of 6 Paths. With this penultimate experience, this is not incredible. Orochimaru did not remain silent, and said decisively, yes. This method can be given to you, but people have different genes. Whether you can awaken the sage body is not certain. Most importantly, the cross-species effect is unknown. The white snake fairy dangling his pipe, his voice was very clear, this requires you to find a way. Orochimaru nodded and replied, this requires a lot of experimentation. After all, humans and snakes are different, so one snakes must cooperate with the experiment. The white snake fairy spit out smoke rings contentedly, this can satisfy you, Tianxin Shenji will be responsible for all this. I just want results. Both parties are satisfied with the transaction. Orochimaru wanted to experiment with 10,000 snakes, but now this is the opportunity, and the sacrifice is just a super soldier serum. The smiling white snake fairy watched Orochimaru leave. When Orochimaru's back disappeared, Shinki Tianxin asked, you treat Orochimaru too much. Why is that? Chapter 78. Rika Cave. The white snake fairy held a huge pipe, slowly spit out the smoke ring, and the smoke curled up. The pipe kept shaking up and down, and the white snake fairy spoke peacefully, Tianxin Shenji, Shishu Island Ji, Tanjin Ji, you are not young anymore. But it is rare to leave Rika Cave and walk from the outside world. They don't know much about humanity and sophistication. After all, I still don't have enough experience. Say I gave Orochimaru preferential treatment. What do I give Orochimaru preferentially? The white snake fairy said this, and he laughed with his pipe in his mouth, and continued to preach with a sneer, Xianshu. Or is Rika Cave collecting ninjutsu? Or do you serve as summoning beasts? The white snake fairy looked at the puzzled Tianxin Shenji, Shishu Island Ji, and Tanjin Ji, the three big snakes, gently knocked the pipe, and then continued to preach. Our Rika Cave is the three holy land of summoning. It is not normal to respond to the summoning of the contractor of Rika Cave. Teaching the contractor celestial arts is also the Rika Cave tradition. This was supposed to be the treatment Orochimaru got, but now it's given to him, what are we losing? Instead, I got a way to awaken the sage body. The white snake fairy is old and cunning, but a very realistic snake. He began to preach to the three major snakes, Shinki Tianxin, Shikishimeki, and Tantsuki, humans like Orochimaru, I have seen too many for thousands of years. Let his talents be peerless, he still has to be lifespan limited, more than 100 years later, he will be filled with loess. Such a contract lasts at most 100 years, and 100 years later, our collection in Rika Cave will add the ninjutsu of a genius ninja, adding to our Rika Cave heritage. This method of awakening the sage body will be a bargaining chip for our Rika Cave and future generations of genius ninjas. Remember that as a longevity species, your eyes should not be confined to a moment. You have to consider things in the next 100 years and thousands of years. Seeing Tianxin Shenji, Ichihashi-ji, and Tanjin-ji, the three big snakes seemed to understand. The white snake fairy did not speak any more, these words were enough for them to digest. Some things paid are all just on paper, and you can have as much as you want. Xianshu is fundamentally natural energy. As long as Rika Cave occupies a huge share of natural energy, it is inherently invincible. Let's talk about this transaction, but sage body. Rika Cave is the three holy places of summoning because they can absorb natural energy, break the racial boundaries, and condense chakra. Such as Tianxin Shenji, Ichikishimoheim, and Tanjin-ji, the three major snakes have mastered chakra, can use sage art, and are called immortals. Compared with ordinary ninjas, their chakra volume is naturally crushed, but this does not mean that they have sage body. That kind of physique. It is the hope of transforming into a dragon by oneself. Greed appeared in the eyes of the white snake fairy. But immediately a stalwart shadow flashed past, and greed turned into panic. All the thoughts that were about to move disappeared without a trace. Slowly closing his eyes, there is no more messy thoughts, sage body, fairy eyes, that family's affairs, I can't participate in it. The white snake fairy closed his eyes, as if sleeping soundly. The three snake fairies Tian Xin Shenji, Shishu Island Ji, and Tanjin Ji looked at each other. Say 1,000, say 10,000. In the eyes of the three big snakes like Tianxin Shenji, Shikishimeji, and Tanjinji, this is all a reason. The real reason is that the white snake fairy is afraid. Tianxin Shenji, Shijujimeji, and Tanjinji, the three big snakes, didn't mean to look down upon the white snake immortal, but took it for granted, bullying and fearing hardship. Isn't this a snake? Kana Hagakur, Ministry of Science. After spending about half a day before and after Rika Cave, Orochimaru returned with a rich harvest. This trip to Rika Cave has a lot of benefits for Orochimaru. With the Rika Cave immortal surgery, and with the curse seal, Orochimaru can start to develop its own sage mode. In addition, they signed contracts with the three snake fairies of Tian Xin Shenji, Ichikishimaheim, and Tanjinji, and they were able to directly summoning the three snake immortals. Each of them was not weak in strength, and one more whole card was added. Orochimaru sat on the office chair and started to turn the pen in his hand, already thinking about the sequence of the next experimental project. The Sage Mode experiment is going to be late. The three wars are about to break out. It is impossible to waste resources on this. 1 or 2 years will not be able to produce results. The Super Soldier Serum also needs to be formulated, and there is no result in a short time, because it involves human experiments. In Kana Hagakur, some of these 2 experiments are indispensable. It seems that you have to learn the spiritualization technique. This is an S-rank ninjutsu, a very dangerous forbidden technique. Because this spiritualization technique involves the soul can kill the enemy when it goes out of its body, leaning over, it has the feeling of a ghost in the previous life, and it is a very powerful ability. It is very specific to the ninja of physical skills and has a strong restraint effect. This is suitable for assassination, information transmission, spying, etc. Orochimaru began to seal. After summoning, a huge scroll appeared on the table. Orochimaru began to check, and soon found the spiritualization technique. This is the harvest of parallel time and space. Danzo is worthy of being a gift boy. Not only has he obtained Manjiki Sharingan, Kana Hagakur has accumulated decades of forbidden technique, but Orochimaru has all done it. I plan to learn the spiritualization technique because of the Sage Mode project, using ordinary people to experiment, and the effect is really bad. It is far inferior to Orochimaru, who relies on its own cell clones to cultivate Orochimaru clones, and then uses the spiritualization technique to possess the body, so that it comes from the body cell clones, and there is no spiritual will, there will be no competition or rejection by the clones. This is the best way to experiment. These bad experiments, Orochimaru intends to experiment in the Universal Capsule Villa, and there is no trouble at all. The rest is the Super Soldier Serum experiment. Orochimaru does not intend to experiment on humans. Instead, it uses 10,000 snakes as the experiment. The purpose is not for the white snake fairy, but to develop chakra food that can be eaten by ordinary people. With this research alone, Orochimaru is very confident in himself and believes in his scientific research capabilities, but I don't know how many years after the results are produced. However, the Super Soldier Serum related technology has something to do with this aspect. Orochimaru does not start from scratch. As long as this research result is enough to change the world of ninja. For example, Sage of Six Paths establishes ninja sect and spreads chakra, and he can make the ninja world go one step further. Improve their aptitude and raise their upper limit. In the future, Chunin who does not have the talents of Jainin can become Jainin. Starting from food, subtly, and enhance human aptitude, Orochimaru hopes to see that when Tsutsuki Urashiki comes to ninja, he is no longer a family fight, but 5 shadow circles kicking Tsutsuki Urashi. Chapter 79. Cao Yin Village. A team wearing Konoha Forward Protector has stopped outside Kayan village. Caoyin village is a shinobu village established by the country of grass. It is located in the northern part of the country of fire. It is located in the gap between the country of soil and the country of fire. It is only better than the country of rain surrounded by the three countries. For the past dynasties, the country of rain has been the battlefield of the country of wind and the country of fire, so the country of grass is the battlefield of the country of soil and the country of fire. Wearing a black cloak, Abarame Ryoma's face is covered in black wide sunglasses. He stared at the grassy hidden village with a cold gaze. He looked at the root ninja wearing a mask and preached, "The orphan of the Whirlpool family has been found. There have been secret agents lurking in Kayan village to deliver news, and the target location has been determined. It is located in the ninja hospital in Kayan village. As long as 2 spies are activated, with their help, the target can be safely sent out of the village, and we will return to Konoha. It can be planted to Iwagakure without leaving any troubles." The root ninjas inquired about intelligence and assassinated were all elites among the elite. Now they have worked out a detailed plan, how to abduct the target, formulate an evacuation plan, and finally plant the spoils. This set is what Root has been doing for decades, with extremely rich experience and clean moves. As long as Abarame Ryoma gives instructions and the spy that has been prepared for a long time, he will be able to complete the matter within 3 days. Do not to deliver messages to the spies in Kayan village, they don't need their assistance. For this mission, it's not worth exposing one's identity. This is not about spying on life being cultivated by the roots. It is a pure balance of benefits. The disadvantages outweigh the benefits, so it is not worth it. The root ninja heard that Abarame Ryoma rejected his proposal, and the animal mask he wore did not appear to show any expression, and there was no rhetorical voice. At the root, this is the institution that bears the evils of a village. They lack emotion, and they are all dedicated to the village. They will only obey orders. Abarame Ryoma didn't speak immediately, but looked calmly at Caoyin village. Accomplishing the abduction goal silently and putting the blame on Iwagakure is a good thing for Orochimaru, but it is not a good thing for Lord Danzo. This will expose the root spy and lose root strength. The transaction between Orochimaru and Danzo-sama must be spread in Konoha, and this is also the reason why they don't hide their whereabouts. In order to increase the effect, there must be a disturbance in Kayan village. Abarame Ryoma is thinking about the situation and analyzing what to do next. As a root ninja, Danzo has always been the leader. Danzo's interests are above all else, followed by the village. As for his own life and death, he is not in the top 3 at all. Abarame Ryoma finally took the root ninja and walked towards the main entrance of Caoyin village. The country of rain. Above the sky, there are many clouds accumulating, and the color of the thick clouds gradually changes from white to black. A rare blue sky appeared in some locations, and the sun was shining brightly, bringing rare sunny weather to the country of rain. Hanzo stood on a smooth rock, and the light from the sky above it shone exactly on Hanzo, as if bathed in sacred light, with his hands fully opened like a god and a devil. The upper body is completely exposed, and the waist is tied with a red silk ribbon. A thick black short beard appears on the skin. The dense black short beard is gradually dissipating, like a living thing, bending, stretching and squirming, slowly retracting in flesh and blood. An astonishing momentum spread from Hanzo. Chakra is constantly starting to climb, and within a few breaths, it has turned several times. Hanzo's exposed eyes were full of fierceness, as sharp as an eagle. Between the gestures, tigers are alive and well. The power in the body began to emerge continuously, and there seemed to be inexhaustible power in his arms. Youth is back. The power that was lost and regained made Hanzo weep with joy. Only if you lose it, you know the beauty. This truth will always be understood in the trough. Afraid of popping. The applause sounded. A man in a black stand-up collar and robe, holding a red umbrella, walked slowly from afar. Congratulations to Hanzo-sama for regaining his youth. Hanzo leaped, fell from the rock, stretched out his hand, and draped his coat over the tree. He looked at the deputy leader of Kanjian village and said calmly, "The kindness of Kanjian village, I will remember it in my heart." Ju shook his hand slightly, and said in a gentle tone, "I wait for the small villages of weak countries. If you want to survive under the bullying of the big country, you must unite. My empty village assists Hanzo-sama because we are all small countries." Good. Before he could finish his next words, he was interrupted by Hanzo's vigorous voice. Putting on his coat, Hanzo hunted and trembled in the wind, with his back facing Ju, looking at the mountains and rivers ahead. He said with a loud voice, "We are a small country, and we must unite. Send a message to your leader and let him come to Rain Shinobi village to see me. The Ninja World War is about to break out. This is our opportunity. If we have time to hide from the village, our country of Rain will definitely become the 6th largest country." The expression was indifferent, and at this moment, there was anger, looking at the treachery in front of him, directly in turn intimidating Hanzo in Kanjian village, and could not help but stretch his finger to preach to Hanzo, "You ungrateful! How can people change so fast? Go, I am waiting for your leader in Rain Shinobi village." Between Han Zhang's words, there was an impossibility to refuse, and while the sleeves of his coat were flicking, he walked slowly down the mountain. Suddenly, Ju repeatedly yelled and waited until the half-hidden figure disappeared, and the voice stopped abruptly. All expressions disappeared, and sarcasm appeared in his eyes. Another poor creature dominated by power. At the same time, he was also a Byakugan wolf, and he wanted to act a few more times. Who would have thought that Hanzo would turn his face immediately after completing the grieving technique, but it was also a good thing. He thought that he could regain his youth by relying on the grievance technique, and his strength would be greatly increased. He could become the 6th shadow, and let the Kingdom of Rain prosper and become the 6th largest country. It's just a useful pawn. I hope this ambitious ninja demigod can bring surprises to himself. Finally sighed. If it is so easy for the class to accept these inhuman transformations instead of pursuing a perfect resurrection, there are so many troubles. The chakra cannon came to a halt, and the artificial tail beast project was not going well. It was all bad news, not good news. Slowly took out a book from his black coat, leaned against the trees, and began to concentrate on learning. It is better to rely on people than on yourself. Can't put all hopes to the class. Chapter 80. Early morning. The bright sunlight followed the crystal clear glass and shone on the bed. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Orochimaru on the bed opened his eyes. When Orochimaru in pajamas got up, he glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was only 4 o'clock and it was certainly not a trivial matter that someone came to the door at this time. After the door was opened, a ninja wearing a green vest spoke quickly. An accident happened in the village of Orochimaru-sama. Master Denzo sent the root ninja to Kaien village to do things for you. It was done in the name of the village, and the contract was re-signed with Kaien village. It's not a trivial matter to represent the village privately. Orochimaru reached out and patted his mouth, yawned, and said, "Is it done?" "It's done." Orochimaru slowly stretched out his hand and patted the ninja's shoulder and said, "Since it's done, it's not a big deal. Let's go back to Asuka. Leave it to me next. Going back to work with peace of mind, working in the Hokage building is very hard." "Correct." Orochimaru seemed to have just remembered, waved Asuka to wait for a while, turned around and walked to the living room, then took out a ninjutsu scroll from a closet, and delivered it to Asuka at the door to preach, "Working for the village, also can't put down ninjutsu. As a ninja, you have to go to the training ground to practice frequently." Seeing the grateful Asuka leave, Orochimaru's smile slowly disappeared, closed the door, and returned to the living room with the intelligence in his hand. "Now that I have received the news, I believe the old man should also know that now Orochimaru is not the future Uncle Snake, and has established his own intelligence network in the ninja world. Now the sources of Orochimaru's news are all from Konoha channels, and when they are sent to Third Hokage, they will copy a copy for themselves by the way. Orochimaru didn't watch the information immediately. Asuka's source of information is not highly confidential. The real secret information is directly communicated by Anbu, so it is not simply obtained information. So Orochimaru simply washes up, and then sits on the sofa in the living room to watch after having breakfast. Asuka explained that there are some details, and Orochimaru sneered after reading it. The old man is not honest, and this Danzo is not honest. But this is also normal, after all, the real world cannot be like a game. This time, it was very simple. Danzo sent the root ninja instead of secretly abducting the Whirlpool family's orphans as Orochimaru had expected, and by the way, he went to blame Iwagakure. The root ninja went to Kusakure village in an open mind and asked Kusakure village to send ninjas to Konohagakure to sign the covenant in the name of forming an alliance with Kusakure village. Taking advantage of the trend, he brought the orphans of the Vortex clan and became a member of the covenant team in Kayan village. A finger flicked his knee gently, and Orochimaru began to pass Danzo's way through his mind. It seems that the last time I performed at the roots did not completely fool Danzo. This time, what happened in Cao Yin village was that Danzo forced Orochimaru to express his attitude. Strictly speaking, there is nothing wrong with this matter. As long as people bring to Konoha, there are countless reasons to stay, and the official level is also an alliance. Finding an ally, but the political significance is very serious. The individual represents the village, which is a big taboo in politics. This is Danzo's purpose, to force Orochimaru to make a statement and admit this matter, so that the Goshin robe matter will naturally become yellow. Danzo didn't believe in his empty White Fang's words. He needed to actually express his position. At the same time, Orochimaru also noticed Danzo's gloomy mind, which was to dampen his reputation. 2 birds with 1 stone, even 3 birds. After this happened, he and Danzo got entangled, and the old man must be unhappy there. Orochimaru put his fingers away, raised Jiro's legs, and found that Danzo's rank was not low, and with one reason, he put himself in the ranks. Orochimaru chuckled and put down his intelligence. It is a good thing not to participate in these annoying things. Is this a Hokage? Look at this as the hidden danger of wanting to be a Hokage. Before he became a Hokage who was worse than 1996, he was already a thorn in the eyes of others. Or do you have a good position? How good is it to be an elder? Look at the 2 Mito Kato Homura. This is the day of the gods. This matter is not difficult to solve. Orochimaru put on a purple kimono, stepped on the clogs and went out, and soon arrived at his destination, Uzumaki Kushina's home. Unlike Uzumaki Naruto, when Uzumaki Kushina came to Konoha, Uzumaki Mito, the wife of first Hokage, was still alive. Uzumaki Kushina had a superb status in Konoha, and she was lawless when she was a child, much better than Uzumaki Naruto. Even Danzo has not been teased for less, and in the end he dare not speak. After Uzumaki Mito's death, Uzumaki Kushina became Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but he calmed down a bit, and the wildness in his temper was a lot less. The relationship between Orochimaru and Uzumaki Kushina is not indifferent, far less familiar than Jiraiya and Tsunade, but after a parallel journey through time and space, Orochimaru made Uzumaki Kushina crazy for a while, playing very happy. After beating the tail beast, people showed their sacredness before they came back, but the relationship has risen a lot after returning. Usually idle and bored, Uzumaki Kushina will also come to the science department to have fun. After all, he cannot leave Konoha. The only novelty in Konoha is the science department. Boom boom boom. Orochimaru knocked hard at the door. At this point, Uzumaki Kushina must be sleeping. As a Jinchuriki, my daily life is so simple and unpretentious. I don't have to do anything. I spend all the village reimbursement and I can receive a subsidy. I can sleep until I wake up naturally. Jinkraki's biggest job is to maintain his body, which is more important than completing the S-level task. After knocking for a while, Uzumaki Kushina's dissatisfied voice came out, "Who? In the morning, don't sleep. It's you, squinting." Uzumaki Kushina opened the door, wearing loose pajamas, with long fiery red hair hanging down to his hips, looking at Orochimaru with sleepy eyes, and even more dissatisfied, accusing him of preaching, "Knock on a girl's door so early, squinting, what do you want to do? I'll talk about something in the morning, and leave as soon as possible." Uzumaki Kushina waved his hand impatiently, then stretched out his white arm, and was about to close the door. When the door was about to close, long slender fingers had appeared and grabbed the door directly. Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Kushina with a weird smile and preached, "You are not normal, Kushina. There are still people in the room." Chapter 81. What is the highest state of running? Of course, Flying Thunder God technique. This is of course a joke. The person in Uzumaki Kushina's room, Orochimaru, has recognized the history. There are high-heeled crystal sandals on the shoe rack at the door. This is obviously a pair of ladies' shoes. Uzumaki Kushina has few friends because his identity is very sensitive. Even if he does not disclose his identity, everyone who comes into contact with Uzumaki Kushina will the identity was checked by Anbu. If you fail the review, you will definitely never be able to approach Uzumaki Kushina again. There is no protection on the surface, but there are many protection measures in the dark. Uzumaki Kushina can move freely in the village, that is to say. So there are very few people who can stay overnight at Uzumaki Kushina. Tsunade is one, and the rest is Uchiha Mikoto. Yes. This is Uchiha. And the person in the room won't be Tsunade, after all, everyone understands this. Because of the parallel time and space, the relationship between the two is advancing by leaps and bounds. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has always been more wary of Uchiha, turned one eye off this time. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen is unable to give up Uchiha's power. He is unable to deal with the Uchiha family and intends to deliver it to the fourth generation. Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth lightly, returning from parallel time and space for so long, but never saw Uchiha Mikoto again. This person did not report Orochimaru, but he awakened Manjiki Sharingan, just like Uchiha Fugaku in the future. He was too tolerant. If Uchiha Fugaku wasn't exposed for the last time, no one would know that Uchiha Fugaku had already turned on Manjiki Sharingan. Sharingan is the portrayal eye of the soul. Orochimaru has a pair of Manjiki pupils of Uchiha Mikoto, but he is very much looking forward to whether this person can surprise himself. Orochimaru suppressed his expectations, and now it's important to do business. Regarding the Vortex family, it must be right to find Uzumaki Kushina. Let Uzumaki Kushina make a fuss, divert your attention, and then things will naturally be handled. Especially for Uzumaki Kushina's goodwill. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen's goodwill, Orochimaru gave up directly. He was a politician, and his heart was about interests. As long as Orochimaru does not betray the village, he will always be a good apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not turn his face with Orochimaru. Orochimaru walked on the dirt road in Konohagakure, Uzumaki Kushina followed. This way, Orochimaru has to complain. The concrete building, the exposed electric wires are everywhere, this messy layout, and the dust raised high after the strong wind, this turned out to be the strongest shinobu village in the shinobi world. In terms of comfort, livability, and beauty, it is not as good as Tsunagakure's rebuilt Nululan. Therefore, the talent of this trader is worthy of recognition. Orochimaru is ready. If the dragon veins are moving, he must catch the centipede immediately. The puppet technique of the centipede, if the dragon vein chakra is replaced by the tail beast chakra. It is also an epoch-making initiative that can increase the productivity of ninja, complete engineering farming, increase food production, liberate a large number of people, and send them all into factories. Capital is not a good thing, but its impact on society is the most violent. When this monster comes out of the cage, it won't take long for the noble blood and the sacred and inviolable status to be bitten and eaten by the capital monster. This is not a good thing, but the lesser of two evils. In the precarious world of ninja, if you can eat enough in 1996, this is the gospel. Arrive. People are ahead. Orochimaru pointed his finger to a small detached building in front, not inside Konohagakure, but outside the village where the people of Lulin live. Today, it has been attributed to Konoha, but it is not a trivial matter for a large number of people to integrate into Konoha. It will take many years to fully integrate into Konoha. Ninja School has begun to recruit students. Those who are suitable and talented at age will go to J-Ninja School and become a Konoha shinobi after graduation. The entry of foreign population into the village, especially the ninjas from other villages, is extremely sensitive. Danzo didn't intend to leave the handle this time. Of course, he didn't bring people inside Konoha, but stayed outside. Uzumaki Kushina opened the door and saw a woman with the same hair color at first glance. She was sitting on the sofa. When an outsider came, even if she had the same hair color, it was not a surprise for the first time, but appeared. The color of fear. The girls are about the same age as Uzumaki Kushina, both in their early 20s. The woman was more frightened, but Uzumaki Kushina was extremely happy. This fiery red hair color once made Uzumaki Kushina hate, but under the words of someone's high IQ, Uzumaki Kushina has changed from hate to love. Now that I see the same hair color, especially from my own people, this kind of joy from the heart makes Uzumaki Kushina's complaints about Orochimaru disappear all the way. Squinting your eyes is not just about doing bad things, sometimes you will do good things. When this thought came into being in Uzumaki Kushina's heart, a just right breeze blew up and followed the door into the living room. Whirlpool Xianghui's loose clothes had already lifted a corner, exposing a lot of skin, with clear teeth marks on it, densely spread all over the skin. Uzumaki Kushina saw all of this scene, and the eyes that were originally joyful had instantly cooled down. Taking a step forward, he stretched out his hand and pulled open the shirt directly. Seeing more tooth marks appeared, Uzumaki Kushina's teeth were clenched tightly, and a chakra emerged directly. That is the chakra that belongs to the tail beast, and it has spread all over the body in an instant, like a golden flame, showing 6 tomo at the collar of the shirt. 9 tails chakra mode has entered for the first time. Obviously, I borrowed 9 tails chakra for the first time. There have been countless times, even if it was a fox who kept gnashing his teeth, it couldn't stop this scene from happening. The astonishing chakra erupted and swept across all directions in an instant, just like the actual chakra, as if carrying Uzumaki Kushina's angry will, full of oppressive force. Uzumaki Kushina shouted angrily, "Orochimaru! People are like lightning, they have come outside, but outside the door is empty, there is no trace of Orochimaru at all." Chapter 82. An angry roar. Like thunder, it resounded through Konohagakure. In the early morning, everything was silent, and a thunderous voice sounded. I don't know how many ninjas have already stood up from the bed. They picked up the side of Kunao and were already on guard. Amazing chakra, is it the enemy? Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had gotten up and sat at the table and was eating breakfast, suddenly heard an angry roar, suddenly got up, grabbed the Hokage hat placed aside, and put it on top of his head. Looking down the window, he looked towards the direction coming from chakra in the distance. There is an amazing chakra there, and there is a steady stream of oppression. Zongjian had already followed the half-opened window and came to the top of a building, and the action that was going to leave for him came to an abrupt halt. The anxious expression dissipated, and there was an enlightenment in his heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already reacted, looked at Anbu who appeared beside him, and said in a deep voice, "Go and inform Jainin Namikaze Minato, and take Uzumaki Kushina to the Hokage building. Also notify Orochimaru." Shimura-dan stood at the entrance of the Hokage building, half of his body wrapped in a bandage, one-handed on a cane, and the one-eyed one left outside was already looking in the direction of the chakra riot. A ninja wearing an animal mask on the side, took out a telescope and delivered it to Shimura-dan's. Holding the telescope and looking towards chakra, he could see the brilliant golden light, and countless points of light converged, all of which were composed of chakra. This is the perfect Jinkra key. Recalling Orochimaru's last words when he returned, Shimura-dan's had a look of greed in the eyes of Shimura-dan's. What an amazing force! The crutches in his hand banged heavily against the ground, and his heart was very dissatisfied. This tyrannical force could not be used. If it was handed over to the roots, where would other shinobu village dare to challenge Konoha's hegemony? Hokage building, office. The golden light blooms and continues to spread out of the office along the gap, bringing bright light to the quartet. When the late Orochimaru pushed open the office door, the first thing that caught the eye was the dazzling golden light. When the vision adapts, you can see Uzumaki Kushina filled with chakra feather garments, countless golden chakra feather garments, illusory and pure. Guyu appeared on it, making Uzumaki Kushina like a god. Standing by the window, Uzumaki Kushina was gloomy, with Namikaze Minato wearing Janin's green vest. In the last corner was a red-haired Vortex K, the central figure of this incident. The office occupies a large area, and there are often multiple ninja teams called by Hokage to perform tasks together. Even if there were already a lot of people in the office, when the three of Orochimaru arrived, it didn't appear to be crowded. Yes, Orochimaru did not come alone. There was also a white hair and a yellow hair that were also pulled. Orochimaru looked at the situation in the office and smiled very satisfied. It was obvious that after Uzumaki Kushina's trouble, things had become clear, and with Sarutobi Hiruzen as a punching bag, Uzumaki Kushina was not so angry with himself. It is not in vain that I am late, and deliberately stuck time. The golden yellow double ponytails flicked, Tsunade strode to the side of Tsunade K, and stretched out his hand to roll up the sleeves of Kam, and looked at the exposed section of the arm. There were dense teeth marks on it. Tsunade's arms shrank instinctively, but they didn't move, and Tsunade held her tightly. The bright brown eyes showed a cold light, and he preached indifferently, "It's the Vortex family that can't be wrong. This kind of vitality can only be found in Senju and Vortex. And the talent is superb. Even among the Vortex clan, it is outstanding. Otherwise, this physique cannot be awakened, and it will be able to recover the injuries of others." In the end, the words became colder, and he began to curse at Kaien village. Kaien village is really a bunch of beasts. In Tsunade's last sentence, he was already looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen when he spoke. His bright brown eyes could not see any fluctuations, and he stared straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya's face is extremely ugly, and all the exposed skin has tooth marks, which is simply not something human can do. Uzumaki Kushina seemed to have resonated with him, and opened his mouth to curse at Kaien village, and finally preached murderously, "Let me go to Kaien village. Make them pay." Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his hands and placed it on the folder in front of him, with the pipe in his mouth, and was suffocating clouds. When Uzumaki Kushina burst into trouble, he glanced at Mitokado Homura. Mitokado Homura immediately scolded, "Enough! Kaien village is our ally, how can we act on our ally? Today is dealing with the case of Orochimaru replacing the village and forming an alliance with Cao Yin village in private." Coming back to the topic, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the aggrieved Uzumaki Kushina, turned his gaze to the side, looked at the undisguised anger of Namikaze Minato, and then looked at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sunin has a clear attitude, and Jinkraki and his optimistic successors also have a clear attitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not go against the tune, but follow this trend. He was the first to affirm Orochimaru's achievements. Orochimaru did a good job this time. The Vortex family and Konoha have signed an agreement since the establishment of the village. The vortex behind every Konoha shinobi represents the friendship between Konoha and the vortex family. This time after Koryuiko comes to Konoha, we Konoha will not treat me badly. I have ordered to go down and prepare a place to live. There will be 300,000 taels of living expenses every month. I have formally protested to the representative of Keion village about the abuse in Keion village. Tsunade is personally responsible for Tsunade's injury, and the village is responsible for all treatment costs. You must go all out to treat it, and you must use the best equipment and medicinal materials, and you must not leave hidden dangers. Konoha will never give up to every member of the Vortex clan. As long as he knows the news, he will do his best to rescue him and fulfill the covenant between the Vortex clan and Konoha. Where the leaves fly, the fire is endless. Orochimaru looked at the eloquent Sarutobi Hiruzen, followed by another speech by Will of Fire, and quickly picked up the thermos cup and took a few sips to be shocked. Looking at Tsunade, he found that Tsunade faintly showed impatience. After the cruel World War II, he lost his blood relatives and loved ones one after another. Obviously, he was no longer interested in this set. But Orochimaru looked at Uzumaki Kushina's excitement, Namikaze Minato's bright eyes, shining like the sun, and then looked at the moving vortex K. Knowing this is not for my old fritters. Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose has been perfectly achieved. For a long time, when Sarutobi Hiruzen finally stopped, Orochimaru spoke, this time it was me who was in charge. I withdrew from the 4th Hokage campaign. And proposed Shimura Dance to become a candidate for the next generation of Hokage. Chapter 83. Hokage Building, Office. Suddenly, the world seemed to lose its voice. There was silence. After about 3 or 4 seconds of silence, a veto immediately sounded, no. The position of the 4th generation must be a young and powerful person. Danzo and I are at the same time. Now they are almost 60 years old, and one leg has entered the coffin. The 3rd generation project was due to lack of energy, so I chose the 4th generation project. Mitokado Homura stood up suddenly, as if his was burned by fire. His words were very firm and there was no room for buffer at all. The next generation of Hokage can never be Danzo. At this point, Mitokado Homura and Sarutobi Hiruzen have the same mind. What are you kidding about? Now that Danzo is not Hokage, he is already so strong. If he becomes Hokage, where is there any room for them among Konoha's senior management? It's completely a puppet, just follow the order. Mitokado Homura's tone was fierce, and Yudin Kohara was not tolerant. Their interests were the same. If Danzo becomes a Hokage, with Danzo's deep roots in Konohagakure, he will immediately be able to swallow Anbu with his roots, and rely on his roots, Chunin ninjas, to connect with the major ninjas. It won't take long for the elders group to wrap up and leave. Even if they stand firm and don't leave, they will be marginalized and ignored. Orochimaru sneered, looked at the 2 Mitokado Homura who spoke fiercely, and spoke in defense of Danzo. You have a misunderstanding of Lord Danzo. There is a word, now I don't spit it out. In the first ninja battle that day, the 2nd generation signed an alliance with Cloud Shinobi Village, and finally encountered the siege of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn of the rebels of Cloud Shinobi Village. Cough cough cough. Continuous coughing sounded, Danzo coughing heavily, already stretched out his hand to drag Orochimaru's clothes corner. Orochimaru looked at Danzo, waved his hand heavily, signaled that he was okay, and continued preaching, even if Senior Danzo stopped me, I will say it. The 2 elders were at the scene at the time, but do you know who the 2nd generation project said at the time was willing to discontinue the results? Orochimaru stared sharply at Mitokado Homura, watching Mitokado Homura's eyes converge. Mitokado Homura was not afraid, reaching out and supporting the glasses on the bridge of his nose and preached, yes. The old man was on the scene at the time. Just as you said, Orochimaru, Mr. Tobirama asked who would like to cut off. Yudin Kohara replied before Mitokado Homura spoke, it is the 3rd generation who replied that he is willing to break. Is there a problem with this matter? Udadan Koharu's words were aggressive. Obviously Orochimaru would not give up if he didn't give an explanation. Orochimaru laughed and slapped Danzo on the shoulder, saying, "The problem is big." At that time, Senior Danzo was the first to react. He wanted to answer immediately, but he reacted immediately. This is the test of second generation's purpose, so for the sake of friendship, I was willing to give up. At that time, Danzo almost became Hokage, and now he is a candidate for the fourth generation. This is not a reasonable thing. Orochimaru looked at Mitokado Homura, who was surprised, and Udadan Koharu who was unbelievable. He looked at Danzo and said, "Senior Danzo, they don't believe what I'm telling. You can tell them yourself. Tell them at the root and tell them again." Sarutobi Hiruzen slapped the table heavily, some documents had fallen down, and the snow-white paper was flying around, and he shouted, "Enough! Go out, let Danzo and I chat alone." Orochimaru took a sip of the boiled water in the thermos, moistened his throat, and preached, "Vortex K has a loss of vitality, which has lost a lot of life. If you want to recover, it is not a simple matter. It's just medical ninjutsu, I'm afraid there are some shortcomings. After Tsunade recuperates for a few months, I will bring it back to the science department." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he turned around and walked outside the office. He didn't hear the veto, obviously he had acquiesced. Walking out of the Hokage building, Orochimaru looked like a frightened rabbit. Keiki, who was very scared, stretched out his hand and pulled Jiraiya and said, Go have a drink. Happy today." This time Danzo's affairs in Caoyin village pitted Orochimaru. Although Orochimaru planned to do the same, there was no actual loss, but he was still upset, so this time I taught Danzo in the Hokage building. Seeing that Mitokado Homura and Udadan Koharu have not left, it is obvious that they are going to stay and bombard Danzo. Just think about it and be happy. Tsunade was also very interested. He stretched out his hand and patted Orochimaru on the shoulder and preached, "You go to choose a place first, and I will come when I go back to arrange for Xianghui." Looking at the vortex Xianghui, there seemed to be money symbols in her bright brown eyes. Orochimaru saw this scene and shook his head subconsciously. Now that Sarutobi Hiruzen is irritated by Danzo, he still doesn't know the consequences of the promise he made in order to erect a tall image. Since traveling in parallel time and space, Tsunade, whose vision has been raised by Orochimaru, has now learned how to deal with white bars and make false accounts without a teacher. The village is solely responsible for all treatment costs. You must go all out for treatment, use the best equipment and medicinal materials, and must not leave hidden dangers. Hearing this, if Tsunade can't blacken enough money to gamble, he will definitely not stop. Now that I understand the mystic Tsunade, it is impossible for me to leave the village just like the original. Abducted and deceived, changed lowly to escape, avoiding high-yield debt. Working hard to evade, living a wandering life where there is no rest and no rest, wherever there is a medical hospital used to gambling, if there is no money, it will be black, and the medical hospital has no money, so it is convenient to come directly to the village. Looking at Tsunade, Uzumaki Kushina, and Namikaze Minato with Yuzuke leaving, Orochimaru slowly retracted his gaze. UK is an important person. This special physique is really rare. Danzo must have been heartbroken. If it weren't for Hokage, he wouldn't have given it to him, even if it was not for Hokage. But then we still have to take precautions against Danzo, and don't let Danzo secretly kill people. When Konohagakure was causing a turmoil for the Vortex Co., a lot of things happened in the village of Kushin because of this incident. Kayan village, which had already accepted their fate, came to a visit by a Rain Shinobi village messenger, and they had completely different thoughts. Regarding all this, no intelligence came out. The spies lurking in Rain Shinobi village and Caoyin village did not work at all. The news has been blocked by some unknown force. An undercurrent is quietly brewing. No one knows what will happen to the ninja world in the future. Chapter 84. At the root, a secret basement. The dense darkness enveloped the room. Shimura-dan sat on the sofa, his face pale, and the crutches in his hand fell heavily to the ground. Mitokado Homura, Udaten Koharu. Today, Shimura-dan's discovered that these two guys had never thought of letting themselves be Hokage. This was even more shocking than Sarutobi Hiruzen's veto. Shimura-dan's attitude was already known to Shimura-dan's, an old classmate. It was no surprise that the opponent refused. But Mitokado Homura and Udaten Koharu, why should they reject themselves? In the early years, when Sunin did not grow up, it still had some effects, but now it is just a moth of Konoha. In contrast, another old classmate Akamichi took the wind, who was also a disciple of teacher Tobirama, and also served as the elder Konohagakure, but in recent years, because of his age, he has directly retired and is pensioned in the Akamichi clan. Shimura-dan's face turned savage, and the bandage wrapped around his face looked like a terrifying evil spirit. These two old guys should retire directly. They know what Hokage and how do they know their ambitions. Konohagakure can only prosper in his own hands. Time passed bit by bit, and I don't know when, there was a creak in the silent basement. The door of the basement has been opened, and a handsome young man with silver white hair and a high-collar white robe is already standing opposite Shimura-dan's. With the help of the light from the door and corridor, one could see Shimura-dan's one-eyed left outside at this moment, which contained fierceness and violence. Master Danzo hasn't called me for a long time. I don't know what's going on this time, can I share the worries for Lord Danzo? Shimura-dan's did not dare to look directly at Shimura-dan's fierce gaze, with a low posture like a slave. How is the ghost Yaluo technique done? Hearing the three characters Gui Yaluo, Beilu couldn't calm down, his expression became excited, and his tone was excited to preach. Orochimaru deserves to be the village's leading genius. After talking with Orochimaru, I have found a way to break through the bottleneck. Give me some more time to improve, and then I can start experimenting. When the time comes, the blood inheritance limit is no longer born, and I can get it the day after tomorrow. You don't need to improve time to save time, just start doing human experiments. Hearing Shimura-dan's words, the excitement dissipated in Bailu, and his shocked expression appeared, and his tone was shocked. This kind of direct human experiment has a very high failure rate, and the hope of success is extremely slim. Shimura-dan's interrupted Bailu's excited speech, and the gloomy voice continued to sound, as long as the research can be accelerated, the necessary sacrifices are valuable. After Bailu screamed, his 3 or 5 breaths had returned to normal, and he could speed up the development of the ghost shoot technique. This is a good thing. Thinking of being able to use this to plunder the blood and inherit the boundaries, break his mediocre aptitude, and conquer Sunin in one fell swoop. Lu Hu was extremely hot in his heart, and directly ignored the sacrifices brought about by human experiments. If it is a human experiment, there must be a ninja who has awakened to the limit. Beilu called his mouth, and was interrupted by Danzo again. Today, Danzo was more irritable, and his stern voice sounded, "Ghost Yaluo technique is supported by the old man for your research. The old man also knows what Gui Yaluo technique lacks. You just need to study, and whatever old man is missing will be solved." "Thank you, Lord Danzo." Shimura-dan's looked at Beilu's back, the light in his one eye was cold, and his murderous intent had burst. The purpose of the ghost Yaluo technique is to plunder the blood and bounds, but it is definitely not one of the humble whispers. The real purpose of this forbidden technique is to plunder a variety of blood and bounds to create a perfect body. No matter it is illusion, physique, ninjutsu, all have no shortcomings. Pu Liuhu is deceiving himself. Danzo knows this very well. There are not only combatants at the root, but also a large number of ninjas with other talents. The original experiment on Wood Style's blood succession limit ended in failure, but it gathered all the power of Konohagakure, and all those who were able to participate in this experiment were elites. Since the experiment was terminated, except for the overly conspicuous goals, the others were all swept away by the roots. The palms covered under the clothes stretched out, and the blue veins appeared on them. Shimura Dance was restraining his urge to kill Bailiahu. The plan of forcing Bailiahu to rebel against the village, letting it be chased by Konoha, and struggling for life and death under external pressure, has been abandoned by Danzo. Now that Bailiahu has value, Gyuluo technique has hope of success. As long as the Gyuluo technique succeeds, he will be able to obtain the wood-style blood succession boundary. With the vitality contained in the wood-style blood succession boundary, he can make up for the shortfall of his own old body. When Shimura Dance thought of this, hatred appeared again involuntarily. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kato Homura are so unrelenting that they do not give themselves hope for the fourth generation. He has been burdened with darkness for a lifetime, and when he grows old, he has no children and no daughters. All this is for Konoha, but also for Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage position. But finally, what he bought was betrayal. The strong negative emotions completely enveloped Danzo's heart. Today, after leaving the Hokage building, Shimura Dance's mentality completely collapsed when he thought of Sarutobi's happy life, family joy, and loneliness. The resentment that has accumulated for many years, like ants, is constantly gnawing at Danzo's heart. In the end, Shimura Dance appeared resolute. Standing up from the sofa, Shimura Dance walked out of the room and began to walk underground along the corridor. Past many places along the way, guarded by a root ninja, and finally walked out of a portal. This is the edge of the village. There has never been any surprising place. It is a peaceful forest. Looking at the lush trees, the canopy of the trees is like a canopy, with luxuriant branches intertwined with each other. Shimura Dance came under a big tree and looked at the thick roots on the ground. It was obvious that this big tree had a lifespan of 20 to 30 years. The coldness on Shimura Dance's body, and the ferocity in his one-eyed eyes, instantly collapsed and dissipated. Shimura Dance appeared blurred, but soon became firm. Reached out and dug under the roots of the tree, and soon had taken out what was deeply buried in the ground. The scarlet Sharingan, located in the hands of Shimura Dance, is rapidly dissipating from the upper and lower seal barriers. Mirror. Hiruzen, they have turned their backs on the will of teacher Tobirama. As promised in the past, Konoha has reached the moment of life and death. It is up to you and I to bear the will of Mr. Tobirama and let Konoha prosper. Thank you for reading this story at fictionzone.net. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Chapter 85. The Land of the Earth. Early in the morning sun on the eastern horizon was rising, filled with rays of light, expelling the blurred night on the earth. Oyemu, who is short in stature, is already wearing a military uniform, wearing a red cloth on the outside and a separate green striped waistcoat naturally hanging down. Onaki stood in front of the table, reached out to pick up the photo frame, and stared deeply at the photo in the frame. This is a family photo. Standing in the center is Onaki, with a tall cloud on his left hand and a burly-like giant on his right. Of Lois. Reaching out his hand and gently stroking the face of the Lois, Onaki calmly put down the photo, grabbed a Tsuchikage hat, put it on the top of his head, raised his feet off the ground, and went out of the door. Tsuchikage building, office. Onaki stood in suspension, standing next to the window, following the pure and transparent glass windows, clearly able to see a large number of ninjas, constantly moving in Iwagakure. The ninjas were extremely busy. They jumped on the roof, coming and going in a hurry. The heavy steps sounded, when Yu's rock-like face had appeared beside Onoji, and a heavy voice rang out, "The demolition team led by Hunter has completed the assembly and has secretly reached the southern part of the land of Earth. The terracotta has successfully moved from the eastern part of the land to the south. Anbu's disguised merchants and nobles have issued a large number of missions, and they have all been successfully claimed. 4,000 ninjas have gathered in the southern region of the land. As long as you rush to the unearthed country to go south and enter the realm of the grassland, you can increase the number of ninjas from 4,000 to 10,000 in 3 days. The collection of all the materials has been completed, and the first batch of materials has been delivered to the designated location. Wenya speaks quickly or slowly, so I told all the preparations for Iwagakure's battlefield. The last sentence, after a pause of about 4 or 5 breaths, continued to preach in a deep voice. Occupy the country of grass, tear Konoha to form a line of defense, and attack the country of fire. Boom! There was a loud noise. The office door has been kicked open. The door banged repeatedly, and there was a constant voice. Wearing a ponytail, wearing an Iwagakure forehead protector, and a cloud in a white coat, the delicate Yurong showed anger, kicked open the door angrily, and rushed into the office. Yun's breath was extremely heavy, and the angry flames in his eyes were as real as they were. He looked at Oyeki ahead and took a few deep breaths, suppressing the flames in his heart, but his voice still changed, and he said in a sharper voice, "The demolition team does the trump card of the village. Why went south? Can Thunder Country be in the east?" After the words arrived here, Yun's anger couldn't bear it anymore, and directly roared to Ohimu, "The south is the country of grass and the country of fire. Is the third generation going to declare war on Konoha?" Onaki didn't answer Yun's question, but looked at Anbu who came in the distance. Shoo! An Anbu has arrived in the office, bowed on one knee in front of Onoji, and solemnly preached, "Master Tsuchikage. With the latest information, Cloud Shinobi Village has officially sent troops to enter the country of Yuno from Thunder, and officially declare war on Konoha. The Third Ninja World War broke out." When Yun heard the news, his expression couldn't help changing, and his expression became even more livid, his face was completely distorted, and he stretched out his hand to preach to Onaki, "You." The body was shaky, his arms trembling, and his fingers swayed back and forth, and he was so embarrassed that he preached, "You actually used Lois as a bargaining chip to let Cloud Shinobi Village take the lead in declaring war. Yun is not an ordinary housewife, but also an elite among Jainin. Although years of housewife's life has reduced the actual combat power a lot, Yun's knowledge has not deteriorated. At a glance, I saw the tricks that Cloud Shinobi Village took the lead this time. It would be absolutely impossible without Onoki's promotion." Onaki looked at Yun's gaze, his self-pacification turned into sharp, and the word Lois had already pierced Onoki deeply, and he said in a deep voice, "Lois is not only my son, but also a ninja. It's a member of the village. He can't be above the village. Declare war on Konoha, seize the territory of the land of fire, and let the land of land prosper. This is the hope of Iwagakure ninjas and civilians, and the hope of the daimyo. The old man is Tsuchikage, and he will never disappoint the village and his name." Onaki stared at the desperate Cloud, without any weakness in his tone, and continued to speak in a sharp voice. "Since the end of World War II, for so many years, the daimyo has not reduced the allocation, but gradually increased it. Ishin in the village is for this battle. This is the will of the village." Yun was completely desperate, tears streaming down his face, looking at the ruthless Oyemu in front of him, staring deeply at Oyemu, his hoarse voice roared, "Lois is your son, not a bargaining chip to use. The old man is too Libra Onoki, Tsuchikage. Everything is for the glory of the village." Yun stopped speaking, turned and walked outside, and came to the door of the office, with his back facing Onoki, and a sarcasm sounded, "You are already obsessed with the title of 2 scales, and you cannot extricate yourself. For this title, the 6 relatives didn't even recognize it." Onaki's expression was gloomy, and a chill filled his body. He was accused of not acknowledging by the 6 relatives, which was a huge blow. Relatives and the village. Onaki chose the village. Even if it is to do it again and reselect countless times, Onaki will not change his choice. I felt sad, but Oyemu did not regret it. An order was given to Anbu, send a small team to strictly monitor Yun's movements and not allow Yun to leave the village. Menya looked at Yun's back and preached to the side of Onaki, now the country of Thunder has declared war on Konoha, has sent troops to the country of Yu, and declared war on the country of Thunder, taking advantage of Cloud Shinobi Village's insufficient strength, hit them. One was caught off guard, and the success rate was extremely high. Not only can you win, but you can also avenge Lord Lois. Onaki interrupted Wenya's words with a direct wave, and said indifferently, for so many years, we have sent spies to the country of fire to explore the geography of mountains and rivers, support the country of grass to get close to the nobles of the village, and infiltrate the village of Kayan. Plan. I don't know how many resources have been spent, how many ninjas have been sacrificed, how can I give up halfway? If you attack the Kingdom of Thunder, you will waste many years of hard work, and I am sorry for the sacrifice of the deceased. The old man is able to take charge of Tsuchikage, not because of first generation and second generation, but because the old man is fair, he has a smooth bowl of water, and his love for the village. The Lois matter will not be mentioned in the future. Wait until we defeat Konoha, and then we will fight Cloud Shinobi. Onaki's eyes were heavy, full of darkness, and he looked towards the direction of the country of rain. I hope Hanzo will not disappoint the old man.